Only when the great sage equaling heaven was struck down by a single casual palm strike from Tathagata at the Great Layan Temple, did he realize how laughable his choice to journey west for the scriptures truly was. He could not accept being replaced by the six-eared macaque, and his heart burned with a towering rage against the two great dark powers, the heavenly court and the western paradise. In that final moment, the great sage chose to shatter his own six senses, forcibly tearing open the fabric of time, to be reborn within the original primordial stone. In this new life, he would never again blindly abandon his fate to follow Tengsunzang down a path of ruin. He also realized that even after receiving the true teachings of Bodhi Patriarch, one must remain humble before the leader of the Western paradise, Tathagata, or else risk meeting a swift and ignominious end. The root cause of all his past suffering lay in his identity as a member of the demon race. By birth, they lacked the most vital spiritual meridian compared to the human race. Since ancient times, only the goddess Nu Tawa, the emperors of the primordial heavenly court, and Donghua Taiyi possessed meridians identical to humans. It was precisely this heavenly demon physique that allowed them to reach the pinnacle of true cultivation. Yet no matter how vast the divine powers of later demonkind were, they could at best become demon immortals, forever barred from ascending to the heavenly Dalo. Having realized this truth, Sun Wukong did not choose to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he practiced the 8-9 profound arts within the stone, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to mend his spiritual meridians. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the body of Sun Wukong within the immortal stone had finally reached full maturity. Compared to his past life, his fur had thinned significantly. His face and chest were mostly free of simian hair, and his features resembled those of a human, casting aside the thunder god face and pointed snout of the past to truly become the handsome monkey king. With a thunderous boom, the immortal stone shattered, and Sun Wukong descended once more into the world of Journey to the West. Born into this life, he had already reached the peak of the human immortal realm, possessing the perfected heavenly demon physique. He awaited only the passing of the apocalyptic thunder tribulation, the final of the 3 disasters and 9 calamities, to ascend to the earth immortal realm. His strength was far beyond anything he had possessed in his previous life. The mountain of flowers and fruit looked exactly as he remembered, and he quickly integrated himself among the monkeys that roamed the peaks. The only difference was that he knew he could not waste a single moment. Not only must he grow stronger, but the entire monkey clan of the mountain of flowers and fruit must rise alongside. Following his memories, he led the troop of monkeys to the water curtain cave, and just as before, he was the first to leap through the waterfall, becoming the leader of the clan. Yet no longer the stubborn, wild creature he once was, he immediately began to set his plans in motion. First, he taught the mantra of the 8-9 profound arts to the monkeys across the mountains, though he simplified the technique, as the original required supreme talent. While it might not achieve the full potential of the original 8-9 profound arts, it would make the path to transcending the mortal realm and ascending to immortality far easier. As for the heights each monkey could reach, that would depend on their own individual destiny. After settling these matters, he decided to seek out Bodhi Patriarch to learn the Tao, opting to craft a bamboo raft, just as he had before, rather than riding a somersault cloud directly to the western continent. Because the realm of Tathagata Buddha was that of a heavenly Tao saint, a titan capable of calculating all things in the universe with a flick of his fingers. While Bodhi Patriarch might not have been able to foresee his rebirth through time, he had to be cautious. If he had ridden the somersault cloud to seek his master, he might have been exposed by Tathagata, and he would have had no way to explain his arrival at Fangkun Mountain to the Patriarch. Having lived through the tragedies of his past life, Sun Wukong knew the pressure from his master, Bodhi, was no less than that of Tathagata, and he vowed that in this life, he would master entirely new, secret techniques. Thinking of his lifespan recorded by King Yama, a mere 342 years, he knew time was of the essence, and did not waste a decade wandering the southern continent. He crossed the sea directly, reaching the western continent in short order. In less than 2 days, he located the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars Cave on Mount Fangkun. This time, he had arrived to learn the Dao 300 years earlier than in his past life. Upon meeting Bodhi Patriarch, Sun Wukong did not waste words, immediately kowtowing to become a disciple, relying on his intimate knowledge of the events to come. Every word he spoke struck deep into the heart of Bodhi. Furthermore, Patriarch Bodhi observed that although the disciple was of the monkey race, his aura and presence had already reached the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Moreover, through silent divination, he realized this fated apprentice had arrived upon a bamboo raft after traversing the vast seas, possessing a character both pure and honest. Instantly favoring him, the master took him in as a disciple. Just as the monkey prepared to rise, he caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past the side entrance. Upon steadying his gaze, he was astonished to discover that the individual was none other than the bull Demon King. In his previous life, during his many skirmishes with the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong had discovered that the demon's abilities were remarkably similar to his own. He knew the law of heaven and earth. And so too did the Bull Demon King. He mastered the 72 transformations, and the Bull Demon King's shape-shifting prowess was not a whit inferior. In terms of raw physical strength, the Bull Demon King was even a notch above him. He had once questioned the Bull Demon King about his master's lineage, but the demon remained tight-lipped. Reflecting on this, he realized the Bull Demon King must have been forbidden by Patriarch Bodhi to speak of their master to outsiders. At this moment, Bodhi noticed the monkey lost in thought and explained, "He is also a disciple of mine, known as Niu Boyi. Today is the day his training concludes, and he departs the mountain. His arrival and departure are both matters of karma. I, your master, also hope that you may soon master your own chosen arts." 7 years passed in the blink of an eye, and, in the dead of night, Patriarch Bodhi once again imparted the 8-9 arcane arts to him. The truth was, Sun Wukong had long since mastered the 8-9 arcane arts to the preliminary stage, yet he could not reveal this to Patriarch Bodhi. Thus he endured for another year in silence. Only then did Sun Wukong finally release the suppression on his cultivation. From the pinnacle of the human immortal realm, he began his breakthrough toward the earth immortal realm. With this breakthrough, the heavenly Daikyo immediately sensed his presence. Thunder rumbled violently outside the 3-star cave. Yet, despite the terrifying storm clouds gathering, not a single bolt of lightning dared to strike. Sun Wukong understood clearly. The barrier of the 3-star cave was shielding his aura. The moment he stepped outside, a tribulation of finality would descend upon him. At this time, Patriarch Bodhi summoned Sun Wukong to his presence and asked, "Wukong, how goes your practice of the arcane arts? You have reached a state of perfection, and are nearing the tribulation of finality, within the 3 calamities and 9 afflictions." Unexpectedly, the monkey replied with knowledge of the 3 calamities and 9 afflictions. Bodhi, preparing to preach, looked at Sun Wukong with a hint of surprise. Wukong casually lied, claiming he had read of it in the ancient texts of the library. Bodhi nodded in delight. "Not bad. You are intelligent and studious. I truly did not misjudge you. Since you are aware of the 3 calamities and 9 afflictions, you should also know that avoiding such a fate is no simple task. I possess 2 supreme divine arts of transformation, the 36 transformations of heavenly might, and the 72 transformations of earthly fiends. Once mastered, you can evade the 3 calamities and 9 afflictions, remaining untouched by karmic retribution. Tell me, which do you wish to learn?" In truth, Sun Wukong had already grasped the essence of the 72 earthly transformations. What he truly desired was the 36 heavenly transformations. But fearing he might be asking for too much, he spoke with the mindset of building upon his foundation. "Master, would it be possible to learn both?" As soon as Sun Wukong uttered these words, Patriarch Bodhi struck him sharply on the head, causing him no small amount of pain. "You greedy monkey! To master even one of these divine arts is a stroke of great fortune. You dare to covet both? Are you not afraid of ending up with nothing but a confused mess?" But to Sun Wukong, this was no great concern. He looked at Patriarch Bodhi with an ingratiating smile. "Master, you haven't taught me yet. How can you be sure I won't master them both? As the proverb says, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual." Witnessing this, Bodhi let out a soft sigh. Among his myriad disciples, Sun Wukong possessed the highest innate talent, and was also the most mischievous and clever. Other disciples met him with trembling reverence. Yet only Sun Wukong dared to tease and joke with him, a dynamic that warmed the Patriarch's heart the most. At this moment, looking into Sun Wukong's longing eyes, he found his resolve softening against his will. "Very well. Since you have spoken, I shall impart both of these divine arts to you. How much you master depends on your own destiny. However, before your training is complete, you must not step foot outside this hidden cave. Remember this well. The 72 earthly transformations focus on form. They are easy to learn but difficult to master, often possessing the shape, but lacking the true essence. These elementary transformations may suffice to deceive an enemy, but they cannot retain the true power of the form you assume. For example, if you transform into a bee, your physical body will truly become as fragile as that of a bee. On the other hand, while the 36 heavenly transformations are exceedingly difficult to enter, once truly mastered, one's progress can advance 1,000 miles in a single leap. The forms created are perfect in both essence and appearance, though before one grasps their core, the speed of transformation and the success rate are often quite low. Of course, both paths eventually lead to the same destination: mastering the transformation of the universe itself, allowing for manifestations that are unfathomable and flawless. Having long since brought the 72 earthly transformations to great perfection, Sun Wukong, now granted the 36 heavenly transformations by Patriarch Bodhi, found that once one gateway was opened, All others followed. In less than half a day, he had thoroughly comprehended the way of the heavenly transformations, then stood up and shouted aloud, "Master, your disciple shall now depart from this hidden realm." This action truly shocked Patriarch Bodhi. Having practiced for only half a day, he was already running off to face the apocalypse thunder tribulation. This was nothing short of treating his own life as a joke, and he immediately chased after him, out of the 3 Stars cave. He did not wish for his most prized disciple to be obliterated by the tribulation before he had even descended the mountain, which would only bring shame upon himself. However, the scene outside the cave caused Bodhi's eyes to widen in sudden shock. He looked up to see a figure standing proudly, facing the overwhelming thundering tribulation upon the cliffside. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, quickly followed by a knowing smile. Sun Wukong hovered in mid-air, while massive bolts of divine thunder descended from the pitch-black clouds. One must understand that thundering tribulations are formed by the power of the heavenly Tao itself. Even a great Luo golden immortal would avoid them, and even a saint would have to exhaust their own cultivation to interfere. Yet at this moment, after images of beasts, birds, fish, and insects flowed incessantly from Sun Wukong's body, taking the brunt of the apocalypse thunder for him, and helping him evade the first of the 3 great heavenly calamities. Watching Sun Wukong execute these techniques with such fluid mastery, without the slightest hesitation, Bodhi secretly marveled. Has this little monkey truly only just learned these transformation arts? How can he be more proficient than those who have toiled in cultivation for 1,000 years? Furthermore, even for a natural-born genius, one needs more than just innate wisdom to reach such a level of refinement. The 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations are the pinnacle divine arts of the human race. Yet the demon race lacks the most crucial central meridians, a limitation that makes it impossible for them to ever truly master these human techniques. Unless, he pondered, this little monkey is the legendary celestial demon physique. At this thought, a brilliance never before seen flashed in the depths of Patriarch Bodhi's eyes. His Tao heart, which had long been as still as an ancient well, began to ripple once more. If Sun Wukong truly possessed the celestial demon physique, then the opportunity he had waited and endured for all these years might finally be at hand. The entire apocalypse thunder tribulation lasted for about half an incense stick of time, and with the final massive bolt of thunder, the dark clouds dissipated instantly, the sky returning to a state of cloudless clarity in an instant. Sun Wukong felt a sense of complete rejuvenation, with streaks of auspicious clouds spontaneously gathering beneath his feet. This was the manifestation of ascending to the earth immortal realm. Compared to his previous life, his current rate of growth was vastly different. A difference as vast as the heavens and the earth. One must remember that in his previous life, at this stage, he was still in the mountain of flowers and fruit, living a carefree life as the Monkey King, merely exhaling puffs of spirit energy. To think that in this life, he had reached the earth immortal stage in less than 10 years. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he prepared to look up at the heavens and roar. But in the next heartbeat, his vision blurred. The figure of Patriarch Bodhi shimmered before him, and in an instant, he was pulled back inside the 3 Stars cave. At that moment, Sun Wukong felt like a man about to feast, only to have his plate snatched away by Bodhi without warning. Unable to suppress his irritation, he cast a resentful glance at Patriarch Bodhi, wondering to himself, what madness had possessed his master? Could he not have waited for him to finish his outburst before speaking? Patriarch Bodhi, reading the confusion and frustration written across Sun Wukong's face, began to explain that someone was peering through the heavens, calculating their movements. He could not allow that individual to discover them just yet. With that, he reached out and struck Sun Wukong firmly on the back, forcing the stifled, stagnant energy from his chest, and with one final, resonant pat, released it completely. Continue, came the long, echoing laughter, though in his heart Sun Wukong was left speechless. To be interrupted mid-flow only to start again felt like being served a half-eaten meal. Meanwhile, deep within the great thunderclap temple on Spirit Mountain, the Tathagata Buddha sat solemnly upon his lotus throne, his brows furrowed, and his fingers, which had been calculating the threads of fate, abruptly stilled. Strange, he mused. A new earth immortal has ascended within the 3 realms. Yet why could I not perceive the tremors of the heavenly Dabolo? The doomsday lightning descended upon the western continent. Yet once the storm faded, I found myself unable to calculate a single thing. To evade the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, this is no trivial matter. Samantabhadra. Is all peaceful within the Subodhi realm? Hearing the Buddha suddenly inquire about the Subodhi realm, Samantabhadra was startled. Yet he immediately channeled his divine sense to investigate and report back. All is normal within the Subodhi realm. Upon hearing this, a strange light flickered in the Tathagata's eyes. It seems that one remains imprisoned within the Subodhi realm, causing no trouble. Perhaps I have simply thought too much on this matter. Elsewhere, at the Heavenly Bureau of the Celestial Court, the official in charge of the Heavenly Mechanism Instrument bowed before the Zi-Chi Immortal. Report. Immortal Master. The Heavenly Mechanism Instrument has stirred. A new Earth Immortal has emerged in the Western continent. The Zi-Chi Immortal, a trusted lieutenant of the North Pole Ziwei Emperor, had been appointed by the Jade Emperor himself to oversee the Bureau. Upon hearing the report, he did not even blink. It was merely a newly ascended Earth Immortal. What was there to be surprised about? Record his details in the archives. When a vacancy opens in the Celestial Court, summon him to fill the position. For now, you may leave my sight. But this individual's information does not appear on the Heavenly Mechanism instrument at all. What is his name? Has he submitted his personnel report? I do not know. Only then did the Zi-Chi Immortal finally react. After verifying the impossibility of the situation time and again, he dared not delay, rushing immediately to the Lingxiao Palace to report to the Jade Emperor. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Sun Wukong achieved his Earth Immortal breakthrough. Ever since the Doomsday Lightning appeared outside the Three Stars Cave, Patriarch Bodhi had issued a decree to seal the mountain. During that time, no one was permitted to leave. The gates of the Three Stars Cave were hidden away by the Patriarch's profound divine arts, and the entire mountain vanished from the face of the world. Even the formidable experts of the Western Buddhist kingdom had ventured to scout the perimeter of Fangkun Mountain, yet they discovered absolutely nothing. Throughout these 100 years, Sun Wukong remained close to Patriarch Bodhi, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. In this time, Patriarch Bodhi poured his heart into his teachings, meticulously designing a series of divine abilities and techniques perfectly suited for Sun Wukong's Heavenly Demon Physique, holding back nothing. Initially, Sun Wukong harbored doubts. Could it be that the Patriarch was merely showing favor, simply because he recognized the boy's unique Heavenly Demon nature? Yet, such a reasoning felt far too forced. Sun Wukong always sensed that the Patriarch was concealing something from him, but since his master would not speak, as a disciple, he found it improper to pry. He chose to bury his questions deep within his heart and poured his full spirit into his cultivation. Master, I have finally managed to execute the Cloud Somersault and the Earth-Shrinking Step simultaneously. The Cloud Somersault was the most potent technique of flight, while the Earth-Shrinking Step was a movement technique reserved for those of profound power. Sun Wukong had never imagined that these two vastly different methods of travel could be employed in unison. While riding the Cloud Somersault, the Earth-Shrinking Step caused his body to transform into a mere streak of light, flashing tens of thousands of meters in an instant, a speed far beyond that of the Cloud Somersault alone, approaching what could only be called the absolute pinnacle of worldly velocity. Originally, Patriarch Bodhi had only intended to teach him the Cloud Somersault, but Sun Wukong had mastered it after a mere few attempts, and would constantly jest and pester him for a more formidable flight technique. Having no superior technique to offer, the Patriarch had no choice but to teach him the Earth-Shrinking Step as well. However, these divine abilities were distinct from common arts. They were powers that even many Daluo Golden Immortals could not hope to master. Bodhi had never truly expected Sun Wukong to succeed, but to his astonishment, this monkey had mastered them in a mere 50 years. If word of this were to spread, those Daluo Golden Immortals would likely be so ashamed they would wish to retreat and reforge their foundations. In the blink of an eye, the 100 years of seclusion passed, and during this time, Sun Wukong's cultivation had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Ordinarily, after surviving the disaster of lightning, the disaster of fire should not manifest for 500 years. However, 5 years is merely the limit for standard cultivation, and should one reach a breakthrough earlier, the 3 disasters would descend just as swiftly. Not wishing to implicate his master or his fellow disciples, Wukong prepared to face his tribulation alone. Throughout these 100 years of seclusion, Sun Wukong had noticed that Patriarch Bodhi seemed to be deliberately avoiding the reach of the Buddhist sect. Based on the 1,000 years his soul had spent adrift in the long river of the Heavenly Tao, he could deduce that Patriarch Bodhi was, in truth, the second sect leader, Junti Taoist, from the Western lands during the era of the investiture of the gods. He was also certain that a deep and ancient enmity existed between his master and the Buddha Tathagata. But what was the nature of this feud? Patriarch Bodhi said nothing, and Wukong felt that the time for such revelations had not yet arrived. The most pressing matter now was to determine where he should go to attempt his breakthrough. The western Apparagodanya was out of the question. The southern Jambudvipa was far too populous and infested with the influence of the Western Buddhist sect, and the eastern Purva-Videha had long since been governed by the Heavenly Court. After much deliberation, only the northern Kuru, with its year-round harsh and bitter cold, seemed suitable to confront the coming disaster of fire. Furthermore, that region was occupied by ancient savage tribes, a race born from the union of the Wu clan with humans and demons. They held no faith in gods or Buddhas, were innately belligerent, and practiced a form of witchcraft that even the Taoist and Buddhist sects dared not easily provoke. These were things Sun Wukong had read within the library of the Sangsing Cave. Yet in both this life and his previous one, this was his first time truly setting foot in the northern Kuru. With no time for leisure, he quickly found a desolate location and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Once he ceased suppressing his aura, his power surged rapidly toward its threshold. As he achieved this breakthrough, a colossal pressure descended from the high heavens. It was a scorching red sun, condensed from the laws of the heavenly Tao, which, in the next moment, shattered into countless sparks, raining down upon Sun Wukong. The great disaster of fire had begun. These sparks may appear harmless at first glance, but should they touch a person, a malevolent flame will instantly erupt from the Yongquan point beneath the soles of their feet, surging upward to the Niwan palace within their brow. Typical cultivators focus either on the physical body or the mastery of spells, yet the sinister fire, ignited by the great solar fire calamity, strikes at the flesh and the soul simultaneously. Without a method to evade it, one would be reduced to rotting limbs and charred viscera in a heartbeat, rendering even 1,000 years of bitter cultivation nothing more than an empty, fleeting dream. But for Sun Wukong, this challenge was of little consequence. His figure darted through the air, shimmering above the lake like a butterfly dancing amongst flowers. Whenever a stray spark threatened to touch him, an illusory clone would instantly manifest from his body, taking the searing blow in his stead. Gradually, the sparks gathered in number, eventually coalescing into a torrential rain of fire that engulfed the sky around him. This was the final onslaught of the great solar fire calamity, the most arduous hurdle of them all. Sun Wukong surged directly into the blazing downpour, while countless illusory clones, each in a different form, erupted continuously from his body to deflect the flames. At the very moment he broke free from the reach of the fire, the heavens obliterating rain dissolved into flickers of crimson light and vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a layer of auspicious clouds converged beneath Sun Wukong's feet, quickly enveloping him within the mist. This was the mark of ascending to the rank of heaven immortal. But as Beiju Luzhao lies beyond the dominion of the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist realm, he had no need to fear his movements being exposed. Yet in the next instant, Sun Wukong caught the metallic scent of blood, carried on the cries of desperation echoing from a valley across the lake. His curiosity piqued, he instantly transformed into a bumblebee and flew toward the scene of the slaughter. Before long, he discovered a small village. Women and children were being herded into an open clearing by a group of ruffians wielding jagged blades. "Hand over that woman, Luo Wen, at once. How dare she strike back against the men of our Zhen Tian gang? Even if she flees to the ends of the earth, we will drag her back and hack her into 1,000 pieces." The leader, a brute clutching a massive ghost-headed blade, wore a mask of pure malevolence. But in the next moment, he spotted a woman standing nearby, comforting the terror-stricken women and children. "I didn't notice it before, but this woman of Luo Wen's isn't half bad. Come here, and let your grandfather show you a good time." With these words, his vile hand reached out toward the woman. Sun Wukong had only intended to watch the spectacle from the sidelines. The grievances and grudges outside of the demon clan were matters he had no desire to involve himself in. But perhaps it was because he had finally mended the heart meridians of the human race that upon witnessing the man's wretched behavior, a righteous fury ignited within him, and he instantly revealed his true form. He bellowed with thunderous force, "Shameless cur, bullying women and children. Old Sun finds nothing more contemptible than cowardly scum like you." Before the brute could even react, Sun Wukong delivered a single strike, shattering his skull to pieces. One might have expected the remaining thugs to flee in terror, but after a moment of shock, the display only incited their feral nature, and they charged towards Sun Wukong, screaming and brandishing their weapons. The faint light upon their armaments condensed into turbulent vortexes and roaring flames, lashing out at Sun Wukong with lethal intent. Everything there was formed from the condensation of elemental energy between heaven and earth. Yet this method of activation was unlike the Dharma of Buddhism or Taoism. As Sun Wukong's murderous intent surged, he transformed into a streak of golden light, obliterating the surrounding ruffians into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Afterward, a flicker of true sunfire erupted from his fingertips, incinerating the blood and gore upon the ground into mere ash. But as he turned back, his brows furrowed. Having fought too fiercely, he had neglected the safety of the others, causing collateral damage among the innocent, which filled his heart with a tinge of regret. However, before he could speak, a furious roar echoed from behind. "Vile criminal! Prepare to pay with your life!" In the next heartbeat, a searing pain struck Sun Wukong's back, bringing with it a chilling sensation that his very physical form was about to shatter. Jolted with extreme shock, Sun Wukong hurriedly somersaulted aside, reforming his body several yards away to fix his gaze upon the source of the ambush. He saw an individual in simple green robes, wielding a peculiar longsword. The tip of the blade resembled the needle of a syringe. It was surely this bizarre sword that had pierced his back moments ago. "I did not kill these people," Sun Wukong hastened to clarify. Yet the attacker showed no sign of wanting to listen to his explanation. Every strike was aimed to take his life. Faced with this, Sun Wukong could not help but grow enraged. "Damn it! Do you truly think this old sun is afraid of you? He instantly transformed into a golden mist, passing through the sword energy to reappear behind the man, sending him flying dozens of meters away with a single punch. Having mastered both the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations, Sun Wukong's combat style had become far more fluid than in his past life. Previously, his transformations were used primarily to deceive, but now, he could integrate them into the flow of battle. With just a mere thought, his form shifted at will, leaving his opponents unable to guard against him. The man in green had not expected Sun Wukong to evade his assault in such a manner. Having suffered a heavy blow just as their skirmish began, he was clearly shaken. How arrogant, you wicked thief! I have truly underestimated you. But even if you were the Heavenly Emperor himself, since you have harmed my friends and kin, do not think of leaving this place alive today. Following his words, an intensely powerful aura erupted from the green-robed man, and 3 brilliant flowers bloomed above his crown. A colossal phantom image vaguely manifested behind his back. 3 flowers gathering at the peak, 5 cues returning to the origin. Damn it, this fellow is actually a Daluo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong immediately channeled his fiery golden eyes to observe the man, and his true form was quickly revealed. He was a massive, blood-red mosquito. A jolt of terror struck Sun Wukong's heart. Within the demon clan, many birds, beasts, insects, and snakes have attained the status of demon immortals. But throughout the ages, only one of this kind has ever achieved true enlightenment. The Hongmeng primordial beast from the investiture of the gods era, the blood-winged black mosquito, who calls himself Taoist Wen. After the Great War of the Gods, Taoist Wen was imprisoned in a cosmic bag by Sun Wukong's master, Bodhi Patriarch, formerly known as Junti Taoist, and left in the care of the White Lotus attendant. Yet, in a moment of negligence, the White Lotus attendant let Taoist Wen escape. The disaster was such that the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit, one of the 4 direct disciples of the Jie sect, was drained of her blood and killed by Taoist Wen. Later, this beast flew to the Western Paradise and devoured 3 petals of the Western sect's supreme treasure, the 12-petaled golden lotus, degrading its quality to a 9-petaled lotus before vanishing without a trace. Could he have been hiding in these northern sea continents all this time? Upon this realization, an intense wave of dread washed over Sun Wukong. This Taoist Wen is a Hongmeng beast, the very first mosquito in heaven and earth to achieve enlightenment. If the person before him was truly who he thought, then he stood no chance at all. In this battle, there was not a single shred of hope for victory. You wretched dog! Prepare to meet your end! Sun Wukong roared, his eyes glowing with mystical technique as he observed the movements of Wen Daoren. Wen Daoren merely sneered, immediately launching his assault. The long sword in his hand shivered, instantly morphing into countless blood-red filaments, each the size of a fist. Like a ravenous swarm, they surged forward towards Sun Wukong. Their needle-like proboscises pierced Sun Wukong's skin, producing the shrill, metallic ringing of steel striking steel. Sun Wukong's 8-9 arcane technique had already reached great completion, rendering his physical body several times stronger than that of an average Daluo Golden Immortal. Although it could not yet compare to the indestructible Vajra body he had forged after consuming the golden elixirs in his past life, it was not far off. Yet under the relentless piercing of these giant blood mosquitoes, he still felt a sharp, stinging pain. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before his body was riddled with holes, drained dry just like the Sanctus of Turtle Spirit. Get lost, you vile vermin! He found himself swarmed by the mosquitoes, bitten and clawed with relentless fury. Given Sun Wukong's naturally wild and arrogant disposition, the flickers of dread in his heart were instantly incinerated by a raging inferno of anger. The true fire of the sun billowed out from every pore of his body, tearing every single blood mosquito into scorched fragments. Damn you and your ancestors! I shall stake my life against yours. After unleashing his law of heaven and earth technique, Sun Wukong's form swelled to the size of a mountain. He uprooted a nearby peak with one hand and smashed it down upon Wen Daoren with ferocious might. This strike nearly leveled the entire valley, yet Sun Wukong felt no hint of triumph on his face. The blow had been savage, but the mountain was, after all, merely composed of rock and earth. Compared to the destructive power of his Ruyi Jingu Bang, it was significantly lacking. It seemed that a divine weapon of proper weight was truly essential to elevating one's combat prowess. Once he returned, he would have to head straight to the East Sea Dragon Palace to retrieve his Ruyi Jingu Bang. But when the dust settled, the silhouette of Wen Daoren had vanished entirely. A heavy weight settled in Sun Wukong's heart. Suddenly, a violent gale erupted behind him. Before he could dodge, his back was tightly constricted. A giant blood-winged black mosquito was latched firmly onto his spine. Sun Wukong was filled with a mix of shock and dread. Knowing this wretch intended to siphon his essence, he immediately channeled the true fire of the sun throughout his body to incinerate the creature. Unexpectedly, a layer of blood-colored light radiated from the mosquito, stubbornly resisting the flames, while its sharp proboscis drove deeper into Sun Wukong's Dantian sea of energy. "You wretched dog, watch as I drain you into a husk," a malicious voice echoed from the blood-winged black mosquito, and the proboscis embedded in Sun Wukong's body exerted an incredibly powerful suction force. Sun Wukong felt the primordial energy within him beginning to wither away, as if it were about to be drained dry. "You bastard, you are truly insane." Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. To think that being a good person is truly such a difficult path. It was a rare occasion that he had tried to act with benevolence by saving another, only to be hunted down by a lunatic like Wen Daoren. A sense of despair rose from the depths of his soul. After the hardships of rebirth, he had finally attained a talent and destiny far beyond his past life. He had assumed that in this life, he would surely cleanse every past humiliation and allow the title of Great Sage equaling Heaven to truly echo across the heavens and earth. Yet he never expected to perish at the hands of this madman. As the sensation of his true essence being eroded washed over him, Sun Wukong could not help but lament. To think that in this second life as a monkey, he would fall in such a pathetic and unjust manner. Unexpectedly, Wen Daoren suddenly let out a bizarre shriek as if struck by lightning, retracting his proboscis from Sun Wukong's body with lightning speed. With a face full of horror, he stared fixedly at Sun Wukong and stammered, "The aura of chaos! You brat! How could you possibly emit the aura of chaos? Speak quickly! What kind of divine treasure is hidden within you?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong was left somewhat bewildered, silently wondering if it was a side effect of the extreme cold he endured during his rebirth, having felt like a mere onion bulb in the water curtain cave. After dispelling his Dharma manifestation, Sun Wukong replied with a sour expression, "And why exactly should I tell you? This fellow is truly a madman. I saved your friends and kin, yet you turned to hunt me down? Do you really think, just because you are a primordial ferocious beast, that I, old Sun, would fear you? Had I a weapon suited to my hands, I would have torn every wing from your body long ago. You saved my friends and kin?" At this moment, Wen Daoren, having reverted to his human form, looked toward the village, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. In his previous fervor to attack, he had completely disregarded the villagers. Had Sun Wukong not shielded them with his golden light, the few lucky survivors would surely have been crushed into pulp by the shockwaves of his assault. To think, after all that time, he had nearly slain his own benefactor, as if they were a sworn enemy. The woman who had been saved earlier stepped forward to bear witness on Sun Wukong's behalf. With the truth laid bare, Wen Daoren was so mortified he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He immediately forced a conciliatory smile and began to offer his apologies. "Fellow Taoist, it is I, Wen, who was too impulsive and misunderstood you. I hope you will not hold a grudge against a minor character. After all, enemies often become friends through such confrontations. Might I ask for the great name and title of this fellow Taoist?" This Wen Daoren was truly an ancient spirit who had lived for countless years. He changed his tune as quickly as flipping a palm, abandoning any pretension of an immortal of great Luo status. Sun Wukong glared at Wen Daoren, thinking to himself, if not for his current lack of cultivation, he would have extinguished this wretch long ago. Irritated, he retorted that he was the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Hearing the title, Great Sage equaling Heaven, Wen Daoren began to feel it was somewhat overblown. Although Sun Wukong's strength was not lacking, his cultivation base was indeed a bit wanting. But then he learned that Sun Wukong had been born for barely 100 years. Stunned, his expression shifted as he exclaimed that attaining the celestial immortal realm in only a century was truly unprecedented. Brother Wukong is truly a heaven-gifted prodigy. After the flattery subsided, Wen Daoren began to divulge his own history. He was, in truth, the primordial ferocious beast, known as the blood-winged black mosquito. During the conferred God's War, after feasting on the blood of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit, he fled to the nether blood sea of the Yellow Springs to enter seclusion. In less than a millennium, he had successfully severed one corpse, reaching the early stage of a quasi-saint. After emerging from his seclusion, his ambition grew to unify the Yellow Springs underworld. Yet he was unaware that the nether blood sea had long ago birthed the ancestor Minghe, who had already severed his good corpse and become one with the boundless blood sea. It was said that as long as the sea of blood remained, the ancestor would never truly perish. Later, in his pursuit of sainthood, the ancestor Minghe even attempted to emulate the goddess Nuwa by creating the Asura tribe from the clay and blood, but since the heavenly Tao did not recognize the use of the blood sea to forge life, he failed to gain the merit required to truly achieve the Tao. However, his cultivation base had indeed reached the late stage of quasi-saint. Thus, Wen Daoren, whose strength was inferior, was directly stripped of his cultivation by the Patriarch Minghe, dropping back to the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. He eventually fled from the Huangquan Hell and chose to live in seclusion in the North Sea of Beijulu Jiao, abandoning all worldly ambitions. Reflecting on this, Wen Daoren and Sun Wukong finally found common ground. The ice between them shattered. Sun Wukong then began to inquire about the true rank of the treasure hidden within his body. Facing this question, Wen Daoren scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Brother Wukong, I speak truthfully. I could not clearly discern the treasure within you earlier, but it is undoubtedly an innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to release such primordial chaos energy. If you trust me, allow my sword to pierce your body so I may observe it once more. I would surely be able to identify what it is." Sun Wukong was initially hesitant, but considering the disparity in their current strength, he realized that if Wen Daoren truly harbored evil intentions, he could have struck at any moment without such a tedious charade. Thus, he immediately agreed. As Wen Daoren's probe pierced from Sun Wukong's lower abdomen into his dantian, he finally caught a glimpse of the green lotus pedestal. At this moment, Wen Daoren leaped up from the ground, the corners of his mouth twitching from sheer agitation. "Brother Wukong, what lies within your body is the lotus stem of the 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus." Ha 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 ha, what great fortune! This is truly a supreme destiny. To have such a primordial treasure recognize you as its master. Your future potential is truly immeasurable. Upon hearing the name of the treasure, Sun Wukong stood stunned. He was no longer the ignorant and fearless Monkey King of his previous life. Back in the ancient texts of the Three-Star Cave, he had read records regarding this legendary artifact. The 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus and the creation jade disc were both primordial chaos treasures. Beyond these, there were three others born from the power of chaos: the primordial chaos divine pearl, the heaven-opening divine axe, and the Hongmeng sword. When Pangu opened the heavens and created the earth, he utilized the power of the world-cleansing green lotus and the creation jade disc, which ultimately led to the damage of these two supreme treasures. 24 lotus petals merged with the creation jade disc, shattering into 24 fragments that fell as innate treasures, each accumulating 3,000 great Daos, yet losing 36,000 lesser laws. They were eventually seized by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. The 5 lotus leaves transformed into 10 supreme innate spiritual treasures. The lotus pedestal became the 3 treasures. Jade Rui, the lotus root, became the Taiyi whisk. The remaining lotus leaves became the Qingping sword, and the yellow earth clinging to them became the 9 heavens-breathing earth, which were successively possessed by the primordial Heavenly Lord, the moral Heavenly Lord, the Master of Tongtian, and the goddess Nuwa. Yet of all these remnants, the only one whose location remained unknown was the lotus stem of the 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus. As one of the 4 core components of the world-cleansing green lotus, this stem inherited at least 1/4 of the great Tao laws and the primordial Hongmeng Qi. It is undoubtedly the root of all innate essences. It is just that Sun Wukong has only reached the celestial immortal realm. His cultivation is far too low, and his comprehension of the heavenly Tao is insufficient, let alone the laws of the great Daoyo. Thus, while Sun Wukong's current power is far from sufficient to manipulate such a treasure, the fact that the lotus stem chose him as its master is a stroke of unparalleled destiny. Realizing this, Wen Daoren spoke out of genuine concern. "Brother Wukong, I advise you in all sincerity, never reveal to another soul that you possess the lotus stem of the 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus. A supreme treasure of this caliber is enough to make even a saint lose their composure. Had you not saved Xiang and the others, I would have long ago abandoned my obsession with the Tao. Just now, I could hardly have controlled my own greed. You mentioned you must return to your master's sect to report. Might you tell me where you study? Perhaps with the few extra years of worldly experience I possess, I could offer you some advice." Sun Wukong hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Although his master, Patriarch Bodhi of this life, had not explicitly forbidden him from revealing his identity, the disciples who left the mountain before him had all met with calamity. It was clear he did not wish for others to know of his existence. Thus, Sun Wukong had always suspected that Patriarch Bodhi was none other than the Taoist Junti from the era of the investiture of the gods. If that were true, he would undoubtedly be at odds with the Western Buddhist kingdom. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong still wanted to probe, as the Taoist Wen had been captured by Taoist Junti in the past. If they were truly the same person, he would certainly know. "My master goes by the name Patriarch Bodhi." "Who did you say?" "Patriarch Bodhi? Damn it, you are actually a disciple of that old bastard Junti? When you return to your sect, you must never tell your master that you have met me." He emphasized the last sentence with intentional gravity, revealing how much the Taoist Wen feared Patriarch Bodhi, especially considering he had once degraded the rank of the Western sect's foundation-protecting treasure. If Patriarch Bodhi were to discover his whereabouts, it was not unlikely that he would personally arrive with a whisk in hand, seeking to strike him down. Once Sun Wukong had his answer, he nodded repeatedly in agreement, then mounted his somersault cloud, and departed from the Taoist Wen, flying toward his sect. As the Taoist Wen watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure, a vague sense of foreboding rose within his heart. This action of Sun Wukong would likely stir up a massive storm between the Eastern Heavenly Realm and the Western Buddhist Kingdom in the future. However, halfway through his journey, Sun Wukong suddenly stopped. That is not right. My master is a saint of the Heavenly Dao. With his connection to the Heavenly Dao, he will certainly be able to calculate that Brother Lei and I met. Would I not then have brought harm upon Brother Lei? I must find a pretext to conceal this and divert my master's attention. An idea struck him. Recalling that he had yet to obtain the Ruyi Jingu Bang in this life, he abruptly changed course and flew directly toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. At that moment, the multicolored glazed cup in the hand of Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, slipped and shattered into pieces. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? It is as if some misfortune is about to arrive at my door. While he pondered, he was interrupted by a sea-patrolling yaksha who rushed in. Great King, outside there is a heaven-immortal monkey demon, Sun Wukong, who claims to be the good neighbor that you miss the most. He did not even allow me to announce him, and is about to force his way in. I rule over the East Sea. Where could I possibly have such a neighbor? Just as Guang was astonished, Sun Wukong arrived at the palace gates. Seeing the Dragon King, the monkey flashed a wide grin. Old Dragon King, long time no see. Do you still remember your old friend? Guang looked at Sun Wukong with a blank expression, thinking to himself, who is this person? He acts as if he is so intimate with me, yet why do I have absolutely no impression of him? Seeing him stunned, Sun Wukong said nothing and stepped straight into the Crystal Palace. Regaining his composure, Guang hurriedly invited him to have tea, then curiously inquired about this mysterious immortal, as he seemed unfamiliar, asking when he achieved the Tao, and from where he had come. I reside at the Flower Fruit Mountain, right next door to your East Sea. After years of cultivation abroad, I have come today to visit my old neighbor, and, incidentally, to ask for a weapon that suits me. Sun Wukong had heard rumors that within the Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King possessed countless treasures, and being a man of such refinement and hospitality, he surely wouldn't let old Sun leave disappointed, would he? With words that were soft in tone but firm in intent, Sun Wukong made his demand. How could Guang dare to refuse? He immediately ordered his crab generals and shrimp soldiers to bring forth several weapons for inspection. Yet having come specifically for the Ruyi Jingu Bang, he naturally found these common armaments unworthy of his gaze. The story unfolded just as it had in his past life, with the Dragon King, desperate to save face, leading him to the side of the Dinghai Shenzhen, the stabilizing pillar of the ocean. However, this time, as soon as the Jingu Bang touched his hands, the Qinglian Lotus Sutra residing within his body suddenly began to react. The sutra transformed into a chaotic mist, swirling around the Ruyi Jingu Bang, causing the ancient runes etched upon the staff to undergo a strange metamorphosis. This sight truly startled Sun Wukong, yet he quickly realized that the sutra intended to fuse with the Jingu Bang to elevate its very essence and grade. One must understand that the Jingu Bang was forged in the 8 trigrams furnace of Taisheng Laojun. Although it was a post-heaven spirit treasure, it was crafted from a block of 9-turned divine iron, birthed from the very dawn of chaos. Yet Laojun had only forged the staff to serve as a pillar to pacify the heavens, not as a weapon of war. Thus, the true divine potential of the 9-turned divine iron had never been fully awakened. Now, having caught the attention of the 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus, if the fusion succeeded, it might truly ascend to the rank of a primordial supreme treasure. But how long would this process of fusion and evolution take to complete? Wouldn't that leave him without a suitable divine weapon during the interim? Sun Wukong's heart was filled with a mix of both joy and apprehension. Leaping out from the sea eye, he bowed to the East Sea Dragon King to offer a hasty apology, and in the blink of an eye he surged out from the surface of the sea, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the old Dragon King standing there in a daze, silently wondering if this monkey had come merely to make a mockery of him. Regardless, he considered it a blessing to have finally sent this calamity on his way. Meanwhile, upon returning to Fangkun Mountain, Sun Wukong paced back and forth, scratching his head and ears, his eyes constantly darting toward the cave entrance. Yet he dared not enter. He had intended to distract his master with the Ruyi Jingu Bang, but he never expected the staff to be melted down by the world-cleansing green lotus. How, then, was he to explain the events of the past few days to Bodhi Patriarch? With the Patriarch's ability to calculate the secrets of heaven, not only would the trail of Taoist Yun be exposed, but the existence of the 36-petal world-cleansing green lotus might also be divined. If that happened, what would his fate be? The mere thought gave Sun Wukong a pounding headache, but he shook it off, reasoning that perhaps his master wouldn't bother to calculate. Or perhaps, even if he tried, he might not be able to discern the truth. Finally, with resolve, Sun Wukong strode into the cave dwelling. But the moment he faced Bodhi, and claimed he had survived the fire calamity of the Great Sun and had broken through to the heaven immortal realm. A flash of golden light flickered in the Patriarch's eyes. He spoke in a cold, commanding tone. "Wukong, tell me, what exactly is your connection to that Taoist Yun?" The question sent a shudder through Sun Wukong's entire frame, thinking to himself, "It is not that old Sun does not wish to keep your secret, master." Truly, his master's ability to foresee the threads of fate was nothing short of miraculous. Without hesitation, he recounted the entire ordeal, detailing his encounter with the mysterious Wen Daoran. It was clear that the surroundings had been almost entirely decimated, yet the man beneath the rubble only bled from the corner of his mouth, appearing, at first glance, to have sustained no truly grave injuries. This fellow is formidable. To think he dared to face an onslaught from an ancient master head-on. At the thought, the desire for battle ignited within Sun Wukong once more. The true fire of the sun surged across his body in a flash, and he raised his fist to deliver a crushing blow toward the man on the ground. Yet the moment he touched his opponent, the Monkey King let out a bizarre shriek, withdrew his fist, and flickered away several meters in retreat. "You shameless scoundrel! To think you would stoop to such a sinister technique." It was revealed that the long sword in the man's hand had, at some unknown moment, been pointed directly at Sun Wukong's lower regions. Although it might not have been enough to cripple him, Wukong had no desire to test his luck, finally forcing him to catch his breath. The man wiped the blood from his lips and retorted with a roll of his eyes, "What do you mean by sinister? I never asked you to hurl yourself onto the tip of my blade." In truth, the heaven-shaking strike Wukong had just delivered had severed his meridians. Finding himself unable to fight in the short term, he had been forced to use this low-handed sword technique. After all, if one loses their life, what value does dignity hold? Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Sun Wukong, preparing to strike again, the man hurriedly waved his hands in submission. "Stop, stop, stop! Let us cease this battle. My friend, there is no enmity or grudge between us. To meet in this god-forsaken place can only be described as fate. You attacked with such ruthless intent the moment we met. Is that not a bit too heartless?" His train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Sun Wukong reconsidered. It did indeed seem as though he had attacked without rhyme or reason, so he scratched his head and replied, "Very well, let us call a truce for now. Who exactly are you, and why are you lurking within this secret realm of the three realms?" After some exchange, it was revealed that the man was named Luo Bai, known as the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, and like Wukong he had come to this chaotic land in search of a suitable blade. Yet, his next words caused Sun Wukong to shudder in alarm. 500 years? You say you have been trapped here for 500 years? Yet his master had clearly stated that after 100 years, whether a treasure was obtained or not, one would be transported out. Why had this Luo Bai been trapped here for 5 centuries? However, to Sun Wukong's remark, Luo Bai did not even hesitate, shaking his head immediately. "Your master, I fear, is deceiving you. This place is, by definition, a dead zone. There is entry but no exit, unless one can find a treasure that resonates with their soul. Only by borrowing the power of such a treasure to break the barrier is there any hope of leaving. Otherwise, being trapped for several millennia would be nothing out of the ordinary." He then proceeded to reveal everything he had learned and deduced about this realm over the past 500 years. This place was, in reality, the border wasteland of the three realms. From the day Pangu split the heavens and earth and the primordial era was born, this border wasteland had always existed at the edge of the three realms. Later, following the war between the Wu and Yao clans and the investiture of the gods, the ancient primordial world collapsed, and the Taoist ancestor Hongjun used supreme power to reshape the heavens and earth, turning this border wasteland into the source from which the entire three realms emerged. Everything was still in the chaotic state of the primordial era, where clear energy rose to form the heavens, and turbid energy sank to form the earth. Thus, neither the sun, moon, nor stars could be seen. The treasures here originated when the primordial world was first established, back when the Tao ancestor Hongjun distributed artifacts upon the treasure-distributing cliff. Yet, not all were bestowed, and a portion remained hidden in this borderland. Some of these treasures even now remain in a state of gestation. Knowing this, Luo Bai exhausted every means to open a spatial passage, venturing from the three realms into this borderland to seek these treasures. However, this borderland is caught in a state of chaotic flux, with naturally formed restrictive arrays scattered everywhere. As a sword immortal, he possessed no knowledge of such formations, which led to him being trapped alive in this place for 500 years. But upon seeing Sun Wukong, who could both shatter these arrays and continuously unleash great divine spells, he resolved to act as his subordinate, hoping that one day, the great sage would lead him out of this purgatory. Yet neither of them expected that time would slip away for 10 years in the blink of an eye. Over these 10 years, they trekked through the wilderness, dismantling countless arrays, and encountering many spirit entities condensed from chaotic energy. The two maintained a clear division of labor. Luo Bai was responsible for exterminating the spirit entities, while Sun Wukong directed their path, pushing toward locations most likely to harbor treasures. Treasures are sentient. They reside where spiritual energy converges, for items of true spiritual nature naturally gravitate toward the most potent areas. Yet, another 10 years passed in a flash before Sun Wukong and Luo Bai finally set foot in a unique domain. Here, 9 peaks rose straight like sky-piercing swords, enclosing a circular valley, entirely different from the terrain they had previously encountered. Seeing this, Luo Bai, who had been imprisoned for too long, excitedly dashed toward the path between the two mountains. But the next moment, he leapt back suddenly, as if stung by a scorpion. Damn it, it's so hot! Why is it so scorching here? Before his eyes, there was only empty space. Nothing out of the ordinary. Sun Wukong glanced at him as if he were a fool, before immediately activating his fiery eyes of truth. The path leading into the valley changed instantly before his eyes. Swirls of flames flooded the road, and Sun Wukong could sense that the scorching heat contained within them far surpassed his own true solar fire. Beyond the flames, clusters of icy blue fire floated along the path as well. These icy flames were infused with a frigid power, starkly contrasting with the crimson blaze. In Sun Wukong's estimation, whether it was the flames or the icy fire, a single touch would surely mean death. With such danger, how are we supposed to enter? Fortune favors the bold. The greater the danger, the more peerless the treasure within. This old sun shall not retreat. We must enter. A glint of golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He was the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. To put it in the words of another dimension, the word retreat did not exist in his dictionary. Then what should I do? Brother monkey, you cannot abandon me. Luo Bai lunged forward, clutching Sun Wukong's waist and putting on a pitiful display. We are good brothers, who have shared life and death throughout this journey. How could you bear to cast me aside, brother monkey? Sun Wukong wore a look of disgust, forcibly prying Luo Bai's arms away before kicking him aside. Scram! If you try to disgust me again, I will truly leave you here. So, that means, brother monkey won't abandon me then. That is excellent. But how exactly do you intend to bring me inside? Luo Bai scrambled to his feet, showing not a hint of resentment for the kick he had just received. Instead, he wore a look of immense satisfaction. If Sun Wukong was speaking in such a manner, it was proof enough that the great sage had no intention of abandoning him. You are familiar with the basic arts of transformation, are you not? Shrink your body and hide upon my person. I shall bring you inside myself. Luo Bai could not perceive the flames and freezing mists drifting through the air, but Sun Wukong could see them clearly, and with his cultivation, he only needed to remain vigilant to avoid the volatile elements. If Luo Bai simply reduced his size and clung to him, he would naturally be able to carry him through safely. What a brilliant idea! Why did I not think of that myself? As expected, brother monkey, your wisdom is peerless. Luo Bai's eyes lit up. Without another word, he flickered into motion, his body shrinking until he was no larger than an ant, and he darted straight into the collar of Sun Wukong's robe. Sun Wukong did not hesitate further. His figure blurred as he surged toward the entrance of the passage. The flames and freezing mists drifting within the corridor possessed no fixed form. They fluctuated in size, veering left and right, rising and falling in an entirely chaotic, unpredictable rhythm. Relying on his fiery eyes of truth, Sun Wukong was able to discern the trajectory of the hazards and maneuver around them before they could strike. Had anyone else attempted to enter, they would likely have been transformed into a gargantuan sphere of fire or ice within mere steps. Hidden within Sun Wukong's collar, Luo Bai could only feel the sage darting sharply to the left and right, at times surging forward with immense speed, at others retreating in a sudden, frantic rhythm. He knew full well that Sun Wukong was dodging those lethal drifting masses of flame and ice, yet he himself could perceive absolutely nothing. His heart hung suspended in his chest, gripped by a tightening dread. The unknown is often the most terrifying prospect, especially when one faces a threat that can neither be seen nor sensed. By now, Luo Bai's entire hope for survival rested solely upon Sun Wukong. If, by some misfortune, Sun Wukong were to be struck by the flames or the freezing mist, he would surely suffer the same fate. Damn it, why are these flames and freezing mists becoming so dense? As they ventured deeper into the passage, the drifting masses of fire and ice grew increasingly thick. In many places, there was barely enough space for a single person to pass through. Even Sun Wukong was forced to compress his own stature further. Little Bai, I am about to shrink my form even smaller. Follow closely, and do not, under any circumstances, fall behind. Having delivered his warning, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and shrank until he too was the size of an ant, darting into the air to continue his advance. He no longer concerned himself with the immense gravity consuming his immortal essence. Reaching the depths of the valley was now the only priority. Damn it! Brother monkey, wait! Do not leave me behind! Luo Bai was momentarily stunned, and by the time he reacted, Sun Wukong had already vanished ahead. Deathly pale with terror, he scrambled to give chase. To be cast aside here would mean the immediate end of his life. Staying close, weaving left and right, and maneuvering at diagonal angles, Sun Wukong carried Luo Bai through the gaps like a butterfly dancing amidst a field of thorns. The difference was that Sun Wukong could discern these spatial gaps, calculating every move within his heart. Luo Bai, on the other hand, was simply blindly following suit, tracing his exact path step by step. He dared not move too fast, nor did he dare move too slow. Too fast, and he would crash into Sun Wukong. Too slow, and he would be left behind. In all his years since becoming a sword immortal, this was the very first time he had been reduced to such a desperate state. Almost there, they were almost out. Up ahead, a faint glimmer of light finally broke through. Overjoyed, Sun Wukong suddenly accelerated, his body swaying left and right as he executed a series of sharp S-curves and V-shaped maneuvers. This brought absolute agony to Luo Bai, who was struggling to keep up directly behind him. "Monkey bro, slow down a bit, I can't keep up." Though Luo Bai cried out in misery, his body dared not slow down in the slightest. Sun Wukong had warned him that the fire and frost flame clusters here were extremely dense. Lagging behind by even a single body length meant he would likely collide head-on with a blazing inferno or a freezing flame. With his current size, he would instantly be reduced to ashes, or frozen into shattered ice in the blink of an eye. At last, only one final gap remained. Crossing it would grant them entry into the valley. Delighted, Sun Wukong was about to surge forward, when he suddenly noticed a cluster of frost flames on the right sharply shifting its direction, hurtling toward them. While he himself could barely dodge it, Luo Bai was guaranteed to be struck dead on. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong came to a sudden halt, turned around, grabbed Luo Bai's arm, and hurled him directly out of the crevice. In the very next instant, Sun Wukong was struck by the frost flame, frozen into a block of solid ice in a split second, reverting to his original size, before crashing heavily onto the valley floor, shattering into a pile of icy debris with a sharp snap. "Monkey bro!" Reverting to his original size, Luo Bai let out a sorrowful cry, and threw himself onto the pile of shattered ice on the ground, his face pale with grief as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. "How could you die like this? Why did you have to save me?" Crying so bitterly, "It seems you actually hold some genuine affection for old Sun, don't you?" Just as Luo Bai was weeping in deep sorrow, Sun Wukong's playful, mischievous laughter suddenly echoed from the side. Luo Bai's eyes widened in shock as he turned his head in disbelief toward the sound, staring right at that slyly smirking face. Who else could it be but Sun Wukong? "Monkey bro, you're not dead?" Luo Bai instantly leaped up from the ground, his face overflowing with overwhelming joy as he lunged forward, giving Sun Wukong a desperate bear hug, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish into thin air again. How could old Sun die so easily? A smirk played on Sun Wukong's lips as he patted Luo Bai on the back. Alright, that's enough touchy-feely stuff. Old Sun has no interest in men. But I clearly saw you, monkey bro. Luo Bai released his hold on Sun Wukong and pointed toward the shattered ice on the ground, his face filled with utter disbelief. He had clearly seen Sun Wukong frozen solid and shattered into pieces upon impact. How could he be standing here completely unscathed? That was merely old Sun's avatar clone. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Hearing those words, Luo Bai immediately understood. In that split second when Sun Wukong threw him out, he had simultaneously deployed a clone to take his place. Taking advantage of the moment his clone was struck, he had managed to escape. "Monkey bro, I am truly lost in admiration." Luo Bai clasped his hands solemnly toward Sun Wukong and bowed deeply in profound respect. Whether it was Sun Wukong risking his own life to turn back and save him, or his ability to summon a substitute clone to die in his stead at the critical juncture, such composure and sharp instinct in the face of mortal danger filled Luo Bai with utmost reverence for Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong's current cultivation base was inferior to his own, Luo Bai knew full well that this was merely a matter of time. As things stood right now, Sun Wukong's combat prowess was already by no means beneath his own. Once Sun Wukong achieved a breakthrough to the Taiyi Lu's immortal realm, his strength would undoubtedly shake the three realms. Sun Wukong chuckled, nonchalantly accepting Luo Bai's grand gesture, before shifting his gaze toward the depths of the valley. Golden light flashed intensely in his eyes as his divine eye of destruction swept across the entire valley. Compared to the raging flames and frost flames inside the passage, there was virtually no danger within the valley itself. At least, Sun Wukong saw no threats, nor could he detect the slightest ripple of a restrictive formation. While there was no danger, Sun Wukong saw no shortage of treasure radiance. This valley was indeed a blessed land, with various radiant treasures congregating beneath the vision of his divine eye of destruction. With a single glance, Sun Wukong locked onto the spot where the treasure light burned brightest. He also noticed another location where, despite its dim glow, he felt a mysterious, inexplicable attraction pulling at him. "Alright, we've made it into the valley. Old Sun has checked, and there is no danger. Let us split up and search for treasure." Whatever you find depends entirely on your own karma. Leaving those words behind, Sun Wukong executed the earth-shrinking technique and shot toward the location of the brightest treasure light, vanishing in the span of a few blinks. Monkey bro, where are we gonna meet up? Luoba shouted at the top of his lungs, but Sun Wukong was already far out of reach. Speechlessly curling his lips, he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings before dashing toward the direction that gave him the strongest intuition. Lacking a divine vision like Sun Wukong's divine eye of destruction, he could not discern the variations of treasure radiance in the valley, and could only rely on his inner instincts. What kind of treasure is this? Unbound by restrictive formations, the valley's basic gravity posed no hindrance to Sun Wukong's movements. Swiftly, he arrived at the location where the treasure radiance was at its peak. It was a sunken basin situated within the valley. A single orb rested quietly right at the center of the depression. Merely the size of a pigeon's egg, it appeared an inconspicuous ash gray, completely unextraordinary to the naked eye. Looking at it normally revealed not the slightest hint of splendor, yet Sun Wukong's divine eye of destruction clearly saw through the facade. Within it concealed a dazzling treasure light, one that almost outshone every other relic in the entire valley. This was unequivocally a supreme treasure. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, reaching out his hand to grab the orb, only for his hand to pass right through it, grasping at thin air. What is the meaning of this? Stunned and in disbelief, Sun Wukong tried snatching at it twice more, but the result remained unchanged. His hand passed through the orb every single time, as if it were nothing more than a phantom illusion rather than a physical object. Yet his divine eye of destruction clearly revealed that this orb truly existed right here, far from being a mere phantom image. What in the world was going on? Sun Wukong knitted his brows. As expected, a supreme treasure was never so easily claimed, and standing before it only to find it as elusive as the reflection of flowers in a mirror or the moon in water was truly agonizing. Could this be yet another type of spell barrier or array formation? As the thought crossed his mind, the golden light in Sun Wukong's eyes flared brightly as he pushed his divine eye of destruction to its limit. Yet, he found not a single trace of a restrictive formation, nor could his divine sense detect any anomaly. How peculiar! Perhaps this orb required a specific method to be claimed. Sun Wukong recalled the ancient texts within the library pavilion of the Three Stars Cave, which documented various methods for subduing heavenly treasures. Some relied on brute force using spiritual energy to forcibly subjugate them. Others allowed for direct retrieval, while some required heart's blood for ritual refinement. Yet none of these applied to the situation at hand. After pondering back and forth, perhaps only one viable method remained: refining it through his primordial true soul. Refining a treasure with one's primordial true soul was far more dangerous than using heart's blood. Should it fail, not only would the treasure remain unsubdued, but the primordial true soul itself would suffer devastating damage. At best, one's cultivation base would severely plummet. At worst, the sea of divine consciousness would shatter, leaving one an invalid or dispersing their soul entirely. And even if successfully refined, should the artifact be destroyed, its master would suffer the consequences as well. If the primordial true soul sustained equal damage, death was the only certainty. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one was foolish enough to refine a treasure with their primordial true soul. If the treasure's quality was insufficient, would its destruction not mean dragging its master down into the grave along with it? Should he truly attempt to subdue it using his primordial true soul? Sun Wukong found himself at a crossroads. Although his divine eye of destruction indicated this orb was a rare and precious relic, whose hidden radiance far surpassed the other treasures in the valley, he still had no idea what it actually was. What if it was merely an empty name with dazzling light, yet utterly useless in reality? Was it truly worth risking refinement via his primordial true soul? Circling the ash-gray orb a few times, Sun Wukong attempted various other methods, yet still could not touch the sphere. The orb seemed to exist in a completely different dimension, yet inspecting it closely with divine sense allowed him to trace its presence. It appeared that apart from refining it with his primordial true soul, there was truly no other way to claim this divine orb. A gamble it is then. A dead bird falls with its belly to the sky. Fortune favors the bold. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong made up his mind, knowing that to obtain a supreme treasure, one had to brave the greatest perils. Back in the water curtain cave, he had similarly survived a narrow escape from death before the 36th grade purifying world Green Lotus acknowledged him as its master. However, that lotus had only been refined using his essence heart's blood, which was a tier below primordial true soul refinement, leaving him unable to fully control it to this day. Furthermore, he knew not when the as-you-will golden-hooped staff would finally fuse completely to awaken the lotus core of the 36th grade purifying world Green Lotus. These days without a handy divine weapon in his grip were truly unbearable. Letting out a soft sigh, Sun Wukong sat down cross-legged. Refining and claiming a treasure with the primordial true soul was perilous beyond measure, allowing not a single lapse in concentration as the refinement had to seep in bit by bit, taking an unpredictable amount of time. Patriarch Bodhi had stated that once the 100-year deadline arrived, he would be teleported out. Whether this was true or false remained unknown, but if true, over 20 years had already elapsed, leaving him precious little time to delay. With a soft cry, a brilliant golden light burst forth from between Sun Wukong's eyebrows as fine golden threads extended from his forehead, slowly spreading toward the spirit orb resting on the ground before him. Thus began the precarious process of refining the artifact with his primordial true soul. The power of the Hunyuan true spirit rippled across the spirit orb, finally making contact with its very essence. Sun Wukong's heart swelled with joy. It seemed his chosen path of refining the orb with his Hunyuan true spirit was finally the correct one. This spirit orb indeed required the refinement of the Hunyuan true spirit to be truly subdued. Suppressing the excitement within, Sun Wukong steadied his mind, pouring his full strength into guiding his Hunyuan true spirit to envelop the orb. Refining with the Hunyuan true spirit is unlike any other method of subjugation. The connection between the cultivator and the treasure must remain unbroken, or the released energy cannot be reclaimed, leading to an immediate and grievous backlash. Just as Sun Wukong began the process, at the far end of the valley, Luo Bai had finally discovered the treasure he sought. A divine sword, whose aura resonated perfectly with his own. The sword hovered 3 zang above the ground, its blade glowing with azure and crimson hues, wreathed in violet lightning and azure flames. 2 chains of light, one black, one white, extended from the heavens and the earth, locking the weapon firmly in place. Every shred of the blade's divine might and brilliance was sealed away by these 2 glowing chains. Without a word, Luo Bai summoned his Zhu sword and struck a powerful blow against the white chain descending from the sky. He had ventured into the desolate borderlands for one purpose: to find the divine sword meant for him alone. With the weapon now before him, trapped and bound, he would spare no effort to shatter the seals and claim it for his own. Boom! The Zhu sword collided with the white chain, producing a thunderous explosion that shook the world. The white chain snapped, but a wave of destructive energy surged back from the impact, rushing down the length of his blade. Struck as if by a thunderbolt, Luo Bai was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the earth and vomiting a mouthful of blood before his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. On the other side of the valley, Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart as he continued to refine the spirit orb. He sensed the intense shockwaves from Luo Bai's direction. Such a collision was no small matter. Yet he could not afford to be distracted, forcing himself to remain focused on channeling his Hunyuan true spirit. Xiao Bai, this old sun is barely holding his own and cannot come to your aid, he thought. We must both rely on our own strength. May fortune favor you. Luo Bai remained unconscious for 3 full years before waking, only to repeat his previous mistake by shattering the black chain deep beneath the earth, triggering another violent shockwave. However, this time he was prepared, having activated his sword armor in advance. Though the rebound still left him wounded and spitting blood, he did not lose consciousness, and he gathered his courage to perform the blood bond ritual on the divine sword. The sword was named the Violet Lightning Azure Mang Sword, a primordial spiritual treasure birthed in the chaos, capable of unleashing the heaven-burning violet fire, one of the 4 great divine flames. This was the same divine fire housed within the 8 Scenes Palace lantern of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Furthermore, it possessed the power of the celestial lightning, a force equal to the divine fire. This was the Doomsday Thunder, a cataclysmic force whose destructive potential surpassed even that of the heaven-burning violet fire. With the violet fire and the Doomsday Thunder fused together and bolstered by the sword's own lethal formation, the power was absolute. Luo Bai's combat prowess surged by leaps and bounds in an instant, rivaling the strength of a true Daluo golden immortal. Filled with immense joy, Luo Bai mounted his sword and took to the skies, flying towards Sun Wukong's location. With the Violet Lightning Azure Mang sword in hand, he was no longer affected by the crushing gravity of the borderlands. The oppressive pressure of the divine will was also neutralized by the sword, allowing him to easily track Sun Wukong's aura. Yet, as Luo Bai approached, he found Sun Wukong still deep in the refinement process. The monkey's aura was faint, though relatively stable. Seeing the endless stream of Hunyuan true spirit energy flowing into the orb, Luo Bai's expression shifted in horror. Refining with Hunyuan true spirit? Has the great sage lost his mind? As a sword immortal of both refined taste and sharp intellect, Luo Bai, beyond his vanity and obsession with blades, had read enough to understand the risks. He knew all too well how perilous it was to refine a treasure using one's own Hunyuan true spirit. Even if he succeeded, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, where the treasure is won, but the cultivator's own essence is utterly destroyed. Furthermore, the refinement process allowed for not even the slightest margin of error or disturbance. What manner of treasure was this bead, that it could compel Sun Wukong to take such a grave risk. Though his heart was filled with a myriad of questions, Luo Bai dared not cause the slightest interruption to Sun Wukong. He knew all too well that in Sun Wukong's current state, he could not withstand the smallest external interference, lest the consequences prove unimaginable. Without delay, Luo Bai sat cross-legged to the side. After channeling his energy to heal his own wounds, he remained on guard to protect Sun Wukong. Deep within this valley, logically speaking, it was unlikely that anyone would happen upon them. Yet, in the world of cultivation, nothing is ever absolute. It is always better to be cautious. In the blink of an eye, 60 years passed, and Sun Wukong's refinement of the spirit bead finally reached its conclusion. The once grayish-white bead began to bloom with a brilliant, 9-colored radiance. Waves of precious aura emanated from within, leaving Luo Bai, who watched from the side, filled with immense admiration. Brother Monkey truly possesses the eye of wisdom. One look at this brilliant aura reveals that this bead is extraordinary. It is perhaps even more precious than my Qingzi Dian Qingmeng sword. It was little wonder that he was willing to sacrifice his primeval soul essence to refine it. Nonetheless, admiration was admiration. Luo Bai also understood the immense danger and agony Sun Wukong had endured to refine this bead. Due to the massive depletion of his primeval soul essence, Sun Wukong's face had long since turned as pale as parchment, with beads of sweat the size of peas streaming down his forehead, almost without ceasing. The ground beside him had already been soaked through by his sweat. Given this level of consumption, Luo Bai mused to himself, had it been him, he would have undoubtedly failed to persevere. Finally, the precious light of the bead reached its zenith, erupting in a violent ripple of energy that swept across the entire valley, before abruptly receding back into the spirit bead. Sun Wukong let out a long sigh and opened his eyes, his complexion having completely returned to its normal state. The spirit bead had been successfully refined. All the primeval soul essence expended had been restored, and even strengthened significantly. Sun Wukong sensed that he had reached the threshold of a breakthrough. The moment he departed from this barren wasteland, he would trigger the Black Sun Wind disaster, the first of the 3 disasters, which could no longer be suppressed. But this was for the best. Having suppressed his cultivation for nearly 200 years, his foundation was now unshakable. Sun Wukong no longer intended to hold back. It was time to ascend to the realm of the Taiyi Loose Immortal. Swish! The spirit bead transformed into a streak of light, entering Sun Wukong's Niwan Palace, the sea of his divine soul. Sun Wukong discovered that any treasure linked to one's primeval soul essence would be nourished within the sea of the divine soul in the Niwan Palace. Conversely, treasures refined through one's heart-blood essence would reside within the Dantian Qi Sea. The hard work of the past 60 years had, after all, not been in vain. The spirit bead was now thoroughly subdued by Sun Wukong. At that very moment, a flood of information surged from the spirit bead into Sun Wukong's mind. This bead was, in fact, the Chaos God bead, one of the supreme treasures of chaos, though in its current state, it was but a fragment, created by the division of the original Chaos God bead. In total, there were 9 such fragments. The one Sun Wukong possessed was a fragment that had been downgraded to an innate spirit treasure. Only by locating the other Chaos God beads could he fuse them to elevate its power. Every 3 Chaos God beads of the innate spirit treasure rank could fuse into an innate supreme treasure. Once all 9 were united, it would restore the original Chaos God bead, possessing the power to reshape heaven and earth. However, the Chaos God bead currently in Sun Wukong's possession held only one ability: the power of virtual reality transmutation. This so-called virtual reality transmutation, simply put, allows one to create a parallel space, dragging oneself and any person or object within its radius into that dimension, where they are visible to the naked eye, but impossible to touch. It was exactly like how Sun Wukong found himself unable to touch this Chaos Divine Pearl earlier. Only by using his divine sense could he perceive it, as if the physical object had instantly transformed into an ethereal phantom. Never underestimate such an ability, for in a critical moment, this is a heaven-defying power that is nearly invincible. Consider this. Your opponent spends ages gathering their strength to strike you, but you simply turn ethereal and slip into a parallel dimension. No matter how formidable their spell, it cannot strike you. It is absolute invincibility. Moreover, this Chaos Divine Pearl possesses this ability only temporarily. Once Sun Wukong obtains the other Chaos Divine Pearls and merges them, the power of this artifact will continuously ascend. This is an upgradable artifact with boundless potential, the brilliance of which goes without saying. As it currently stands at the rank of an innate spirit treasure, its structural integrity is beyond reproach, and there is no need to worry about it suffering any damage. Brother Monkey, congratulations. Hearing the words Chaos Divine Pearl through Sun Wukong's smile, Lu Bai's face was filled with unmistakable envy. His judgment had not been mistaken. This spirit pearl was truly no mortal item. A single one already reached the rank of an innate spirit treasure. Once all 9 were gathered and fused into one to become a chaos supreme treasure, the mere thought of such power was enough to shake one's very soul. Many thanks, little Bai. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. Your aura is brimming with divine essence. I assume you have also obtained a prized artifact? All these years, although Sun Wukong was pouring his full effort into using his primal spirit energy to refine the Chaos Divine Pearl, it did not mean he was unaware of the situation outside. On the contrary, he was well aware that Lu Bai had been carefully protecting him all along. Even though no danger had manifested during this time, Sun Wukong could not ignore this display of loyalty. Though this fellow was narcissistic and prone to chatter, he was truly a friend worth keeping. Among the human race, individuals with such genuine character were quite rare. As soon as Sun Wukong asked, a look of immense pride appeared on Lu Bai's face. With a mere thought, the violet lightning azure mang sword flew from his dantian, accompanied by a clear, crisp chime as it descended beside his hand, which Lu Bai reached out to grasp. This blade is known as the Violet Lightning Azure Mang Immortal Sword. It can unleash the burning heaven purple flame and the doomsday heavenly thunder. A fine blade. At that single comment, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Setting aside the rank of this Violet Lightning Azure Mang sword for a moment, the mere fact that it could release the burning heaven purple flame and the doomsday heavenly thunder already surpassed what any ordinary divine sword could hope to achieve. This Lu Bai's fortune was indeed extraordinary. Naturally, for I am the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Lu Bai stood with an air of carefree and unrestrained elegance. My character is, of course, second to none. A divine sword such as this is a perfect match for this immortal. A true union of excellence. Stop, stop, stop. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Sun Wukong was left speechless. This Lu Bai could not handle a compliment, as one word of praise immediately made his ego soar to the heavens. Or rather, this fellow had always been in the clouds. He had never come down to earth to begin with. Interrupted by Sun Wukong while lost in his own reverie, Luo Bai felt a spark of displeasure, yet he understood that the great sage would never deign to acknowledge his annoyance, leaving him to swallow his grievances in silence. Let us move on. We head to the next destination. The next destination? Luo Bai was momentarily stunned. Brother Monkey, do you still wish to claim more divine treasures? Nonsense. You have already secured a weapon that suits you. Old Sun, however, remains empty-handed. This Chaos Divine Pearl cannot serve as a weapon, so naturally I must acquire a divine armament that feels right in my grasp. Sun Wukong was left speechless. Why did this fellow Luo Bai never use his head before speaking? Did such a question even require asking? Had he not seen him fight throughout this entire journey without ever wielding a weapon? Naturally, one must claim another divine weapon. Who would ever complain about having too many treasures? Besides, the issue at present was not quantity, but existence itself, though to say he had absolutely nothing would not be entirely accurate. His Ruyi Jingu Bang still lay within his Dantian Qi Ocean, though it remained uncertain when its fusion process with the 36th-grade Pure World Green Lotus would finally reach completion. Until that moment, Sun Wukong could not remain empty-handed forever. The 8-9 Profound Technique was an unparalleled art for close-quarters combat, and a suitable divine weapon was an absolute necessity. Sun Wukong approached a colossal pillar that seemed to hold up the heavens. This pillar was his objective, the very treasure whose aura had beckoned him with such irresistible force. It was the same object he had glimpsed earlier through his indestructible divine eyes. Upon reaching the base of the celestial pillar, Sun Wukong came to a halt. This pillar evoked a strange familiarity within him, as if he had encountered it once before, long ago. Suddenly, a figure flashed across Sun Wukong's mind. The six-eared macaque. This was the Suixin Tigan Bing, held by that scoundrel. It was unmistakable. This was indeed the Suixin Tigan Bing, though the two ends were capped with silver rings instead of the familiar gold. Yet the aura of this treasure was identical to his own Ruyi Jingu Bang. So it had originated from this desolate wasteland. For all this time, Sun Wukong had believed his Ruyi Jingu Bang was forged within the 8 trigrams furnace of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, but it now appeared that might not be the truth. If his senses did not deceive him, both the Ruyi Jingu Bang and this Suixin Tigan Bing were divine iron birthed at the dawn of creation, with the mystical runes upon them formed during their very genesis. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord had likely retrieved his staff from this desolate realm, then merely performed a superficial refinement in his furnace, without truly altering its essence. The Suixin Tigan Bing in the hands of the six-eared macaque was likely procured by the Buddha Tathagata from this same frontier, fashioned to resemble his own staff, save for the replacement of the gold rings with silver. These two divine armaments shared the same origin and form. One could barely distinguish between them, and neither was inherently superior to the other, which was precisely why Sun Wukong had been unable to prove his innocence in the past. But this HMPH. He would see just where that old schemer Tathagata would find another matching divine weapon. Old Sun would simply claim them all for himself. Sun Wukong reached out to touch the Suixin Tianbing, only to be met with a powerful force of repulsion, far more violent than when he had first claimed the Ruyi Jingu Bang. This unrefined Suixin Tianbing proved to be incredibly untamed and defiant. Perhaps the reason his Ruyi Jingu Bang had been tempered in the furnace was not to increase its quality, but to suppress its innate, rebellious spirit. As this realization struck him, a fire of competitive spirit surged in Sun Wukong's heart. Old Sun refuses to believe that if I could subdue the chaos divine pearl, I cannot conquer you. The Suixin Tianbing, standing tall like a pillar supporting the heavens before him, was merely a Hoenetian spirit treasure. It had yet to reach the rank of an Xiantian spirit treasure. However, Sun Wukong knew clearly in his heart whether it was the Suixin Tianbing or the Ruyi Jingu Bang. In terms of sheer power, they both far exceeded ordinary Xiantian spirit treasures. With the Ruyi Jingu Bang currently fusing and ascending within his Dantian and Sea of Qi, his only choice was to seize this Suixin Tianbing immediately. Resistance would be futile. Boom! The true fire of the sun surged from his body, coiling around the pillar-sized weapon. Sun Wukong exerted his full cultivation power, suppressing the rod's defiance, and forcing it to shrink for his command. Shrink. His immortal essence transformed into a raging torrent of Dharma power, driving the true fire of the sun to crush the resistance of the weapon. While it is true that treasures possess a spirit, this Suixin Tianbing was but a Hoenetian treasure, its innate intelligence somewhat lacking. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Sun Wukong, it finally began to yield. Amidst a thunderous vibration, it slowly began to shrink. Sun Wukong compressed it until it was the size of a bowl and a zang in length. Wrapped in the true fire of the sun, it hovered before him, waiting to be refined. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of heartblood, which shot toward the weapon and merged into the true fire of the sun enveloping it. He intended to refine it with his own essence, fully subjugating this divine weapon while doing his utmost to preserve its innate spirit. He could absolutely not allow it to be like the methods of Taishang Laojun or the Buddha Tathagata, who would simply destroy the weapon's potential for further evolution. Seeing Sun Wukong enter the state of blood refinement, Bai Putui retreated with self-awareness, continuing to stand guard. Although blood refinement is less dangerous than the refinement of the primal soul, it still cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, one risks wasting all effort, or even suffering a backlash and sustaining injury. However, this time, Sun Wukong spent significantly less time than he had when subduing the Chaos Divine Pearl. In a mere 10 years, Sun Wukong had successfully subjugated the Suixin Tianbing. Save for the silver rings at both ends, this weapon was truly indistinguishable from the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Of course, this was the Ruyi Jingu Bang before its ascension. It was clear that once it merged with the lotus stems of the 36th rank Pure World Lotus, it would certainly undergo a transformation, likely elevating its rank to an Xiantian supreme treasure. Beyond that, Sun Wukong could not be certain of anything else. The name, Suixin Tianbing, was far too unappealing. It could not be called that. He would name it based on its appearance. I shall call you the Ruyi Yinguban, a perfect pair to my Ruyi Jingu Bang. What do you think? Sun Wukong gripped the bowl-thick, Zhanglong iron rod, pondering carefully. After all, this treasure had now fallen into his hands. That old man Tathagata had lost his chance to name it, and naturally it could not retain its original name. Since it was now Sun Wukong's divine weapon, the naming rights belonged solely to him. The silver-clad iron rod emitted a resonant vibration, appearing well pleased with the name Sun Wukong had bestowed upon it. Sun Wukong smiled with satisfaction. With a flicker of his thoughts, he shrunk the newly minted Ruyi Yinguban to the size of a sewing needle and tucked it away. Naturally, he could have stored it in his Dantian Sea of Qi, but at this moment, the Ruyi Jingu Bang was busy undergoing its fusion and ascension within his Dantian. It was best to keep these two rods apart until the ascension was complete, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Rumble! No sooner had he hidden the Ruyi Yinguban than a powerful peal of thunder echoed through the valley. This thunder arrived in a strange fashion, as if pressing down directly from the firmament. Along with the sound, a bolt of lightning suddenly flickered across Sun Wukong's body, and he felt a sudden, profound sense of rejection from the surrounding space. Could this truly be it? Sun Wukong was startled, recalling the moment Patriarch Bodhi opened the secret realm in the borderlands and tapped him lightly on the back. At the time, he felt as if something had been infused into his body through the Patriarch's palm, though he had thought nothing of it then. Now, it seemed it was this very surge of lightning. The lightning grew increasingly brilliant, manifesting completely from Sun Wukong's body and tearing open a spatial passage beside it. Sun Wukong finally understood why Patriarch Bodhi had stated that within 100 years, regardless of whether he obtained a Dharma treasure or not, he would be teleported out of the borderlands. It was a clear reference to the lightning power left within him. The 100-year deadline was still several years away, but perhaps because he had secured the divine weapon, the lightning power was triggered prematurely, opening the spatial corridor. If he did not leave now, he feared he would end up like Luo Bai, trapped in this desolate wasteland for hundreds of years. Brother Monkey, is this a passage to leave? Luo Bai's voice trembled slightly. Before meeting Sun Wukong, he had been trapped in this hellish borderland for over 5 million years, his cultivation level insufficient to ever open an exit. He had possessed no way to pierce the barrier between the borderlands and the three realms. Now, he had obtained the divine sword he had always dreamed of, and the path home had finally appeared. The sudden stroke of fortune was truly overwhelming. Indeed, this is the exit. Let us depart. Sun Wukong nodded and took the lead, stepping into the shimmering passage. There were still many treasures left in this valley, but having obtained the Chaos Divine Orb and the Ruyi Silver Staff, he had both artifact and weapon. As a monkey, one must not be overly greedy, for excess often leads to ruin. Brother Monkey, wait for me. Luo Bai was still lost in his thoughts when Sun Wukong entered the passage. Fearing to fall behind, he hurriedly dashed in after him. Who knew how long this spatial gateway would last? Should it vanish, he would regret it until his dying breath. The moment Sun Wukong and Luo Bai departed, the spatial passage formed by the lightning began to flicker, its edges wavering as if on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, two clouds of mist, one crimson, one black, surged from the depths of the valley, darting into the spatial passage almost simultaneously. In the next instant, the passage flashed violently twice before dissipating into nothingness. Deep within the 9 heavens of the heavenly court, in the jade pool, a sudden crackle of lightning sparked, manifesting a spatial portal glowing with a faint azure light. Sun Wukong and Luo Bai emerged from the portal one after another. Where is this? The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Luo Bai sniffed the air, a look of profound astonishment crossing his face. Sun Wukong's expression, however, turned peculiar, because this was a place he had visited before, or, to be precise, his previous incarnation had. This was the Jade Pool. Why had the exit of the spatial passage opened here? Master, old man, are you playing tricks on your student? Little Bai, this is the Jade Pool. I still have important matters to attend to. We shall part ways here. When you have the time, you are welcome to visit the Water Curtain Cave of Mount Huaguo in the East Victory Continent. Casting back these final words, Sun Wukong directly shook his body, transforming into a small honeybee, and with a soft buzz, he vanished from sight. Brother Monkey, where are you going? Damn it! Is he just gonna leave like that? Can this really be happening? Luo Bai stood there, his face etched with confusion. With Sun Wukong long gone, he could only let out a silent sigh of resignation, turning to pick a random direction before continuing his journey. Within the corridors of the Jade Pool, Sun Wukong, in his honeybee form, buzzed forward at an incredible speed. During his time in the Borderlands, he had already reached the threshold of a breakthrough. It was merely because the heavenly laws of the Borderlands were still evolving that the Black Sun Wind calamity had not yet been triggered. But returning to the Three Realms was an entirely different matter. The crushing pressure of the impending catastrophe was already weighing heavily upon his heart. The Black Sun Wind calamity could descend at any moment. He had to find a secure location to endure the tribulation. Yet, cursed be the luck that the spatial gateway had opened directly into the Jade Pool of the Heavenly Court. If he were to undergo his tribulation here, the entire Heavenly Court would be stirred into a frenzy. Sun Wukong had no desire to reveal himself to the deities of the Heavenly Court so soon, especially not in such a conspicuous manner. Flying with frantic urgency, and anxious about the descent of the Black Sun Wind calamity, Sun Wukong appeared visibly disoriented and ill at ease. As he rounded a corner, he suddenly collided with someone running toward him. Before he could react or evade, he slammed directly into their chest. "You lecherous scoundrel, I will slay you." Having been knocked back into his true form, a shrill cry, filled with both shame and fury, pierced his ears. In the following instant, a precious sword shimmering with cold light slashed directly toward his head. Clang! Sun Wukong tilted his head and raised his hand, catching the blade firmly between two fingers. This sword was merely an ordinary immortal blade, having not yet reached the grade of a post-heaven spirit treasure. To Sun Wukong, it was nothing more than scrap metal, incapable of even scratching a single hair on his body. However, the crux of the matter was not the quality of the blade, but the fairy who wielded it. The wielder was a celestial maiden draped in pale pink silk, layered with a thin purple cloak. Her skirt cascaded to the ground, shimmering like moonlight on water. Her raven hair was tied back with a silken ribbon, and her exquisite face, unparalleled in beauty, was flushed a deep red with indignation. Sun Wukong froze in his tracks. The realization of exactly what he had collided with dawned on him, and he could not help but blush with embarrassment. "Fairy, pray listen to my explanation. What just occurred was merely a misunderstanding. You lecherous thief, spare me your sophistry, and taste my blade." Seeing Sun Wukong attempt to justify himself, The purple-clad fairy remained convinced that he was a pervert who had intentionally molested her. A sharp cry cut him off, and she ripped her sword free, striking at him once more with ferocious intent. This time, the blade pulsed with flowing light, clearly imbued with her immortal essence and magical power. "I have urgent matters to attend to, and I shall come another day to offer my apologies, fairy. To argue with a woman in the throes of rage is a fool's errand." In both his past and present lives, Sun Wukong feared nothing more than entanglements with women. He threw these words over his shoulder, transformed into a gentle breeze, and fled the scene. "You wretch! You stand still this instant." The fairy in purple was nearing a state of absolute fury. She cast aside the tray of fruit she had been carrying, drew her sword, and took to the skies in hot pursuit of Sun Wukong. Curse it all! Why must this girl be so relentlessly persistent? Sun Wukong cast a glance over his shoulder. The fairy in purple was surprisingly swift. He could not ride the clouds to escape, for that would draw far too much unwanted attention. Yet, even by transforming into the wind, he found it impossible to shake her off. Forget it. If he could not lose her, then so be it. His primary objective was to find a place to transcend his tribulation. The oppressive sensation of the Black Sun Wind disaster grew increasingly intense. Sun Wukong could barely suppress it any longer, and with no mind left to spare for the fairy pursuing him, he surged directly toward the Heavenly River. This was the Jade Pool of the Heavenly Palace, located in the 9th heaven. The most desolate yet closest location was none other than the Heavenly River bordering the Jade Pool. Time was of the essence. Sun Wukong had no opportunity to seek another destination. He streaked forward, descending upon the Heavenly River. Sun Wukong reverted to his true form and gazed upward at the firmament. A colossal rift of wind was tearing through the 33 heavens, extending toward the 9th heaven. A formidable pressure bore down aggressively upon him as he stood above the river. Truly terrifying. This was merely the prelude to the Heavenly Tao's judgment, yet its power already dwarfed the Great Sunfire disaster by several magnitudes. Sun Wukong's expression turned grim. The final of the three disasters, the Black Sun Wind, was one he had faced in his previous life, yet it had never been this potent. The pressure was not even a third of what he felt now. What on earth was happening here? Before Sun Wukong could ponder further, the black, baleful winds erupted from the rift, swirling toward him with destructive intent. A startled cry rang out nearby. It was the fairy in purple, who had chased him all the way to the Heavenly River. The three disasters are the Heavenly Dabio's ultimate trial for a cultivator. When one undergoes such a tribulation, others must not enter the radius of the calamity. To do so is to challenge the heavens, and the Heavenly Tao will inevitably drag the intruder into the disaster as well. The fairy in purple had been blinded by rage. Intent only on capturing Sun Wukong, she had failed to notice the rift in the sky until it was far too late. The baleful wind erupting from the rift split into two currents. The primary force surged towards Sun Wukong, while the secondary stream screeched toward the fairy in purple. Sun Wukong had already gauged the fairy's cultivation. Having only just reached the heavenly immortal realm, she was utterly incapable of resisting the Black Sun Wind disaster. "You foolish woman," Sun Wukong muttered a soft curse under his breath. Though he had been preparing to utilize his arts of transformation to evade the disaster, he stopped abruptly and twisted his body, flying toward the fairy in purple. With one swift motion, he pulled her securely into his embrace, while a brilliant golden light erupted around his body, forging a protective barrier that held the baleful winds at bay. Boom! The two currents of wind collided, slamming violently into the barrier. While the shield absorbed the brunt of the impact, a portion of the wind pierced through, striking Sun Wukong squarely in the back. Sun Wukong let out a low groan, his complexion turning deathly pale. He immediately channeled the 8-9 profound art within his body, exhausting all his immortal energy to neutralize the baleful winds ravaging his internal meridians. Even with the formidable strength of Sun Wukong, resisting the chilling gales of the Black Sun Wind disaster was proving to be a struggle, and this was to say nothing of Fairy Ziyi, for had she been struck directly, her physical form would have been reduced to dust in an instant. "Why would you do this?" Fairy Ziyi gazed in stunned silence at Sun Wukong's pale face, unable to comprehend why this lecherous rogue would risk his very life to save her. "Enough chatter! Quickly! Get out of here!" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in a low growl, putting all his strength into his hands as he hurled Fairy Ziyi far away from the center of the storm. The Black Sun Wind disaster consisted of more than just a single gust. The subsequent waves of wind would only become far more ferocious. He could perhaps shield Fairy Ziyi from one strike, but he could not hope to withstand them all. Taking advantage of the brief respite before the next wave, getting her to a safe distance was the only viable strategy. In truth, even Sun Wukong did not understand why he had stepped in to bear the brunt of the tribulation for Fairy Ziyi. He had never before taken an interest in the charms of women. Yet he felt an indescribable sense of intimacy toward this particular fairy. It was this very sense of inexplicable familiarity that moved him to endure such self-inflicted wounds just to ensure her survival. Watching with his own eyes as Fairy Ziyi fell outside the reach of the Black Sun Wind disaster, Sun Wukong finally heaved a sigh of relief, his gaze darkening as he looked back up toward the vortex in the heavens. From within that swirling wind pit, countless gales roared forth, descending upon Sun Wukong with relentless fury. Now unencumbered by the need to protect the fairy, Sun Wukong fully unleashed the path of transformation. Ethereal images of all living things manifested around him, neutralizing each gust into nothingness, leaving him unscathed. This fellow is truly formidable. Having landed on the banks of the Heavenly River, Fairy Ziyi looked toward the silhouette of Sun Wukong as he stood against the heavens. A flash of astonishment sparked in her eyes, soon followed by a surge of confusion within her heart. When she was held in his arms moments ago, why did she feel such an incomprehensible sense of warmth and closeness? Since the day she first cultivated her divine sense, she had never experienced such a feeling until now. Strange indeed. In the 33rd layer of Lihan heaven, Taishang Laojun, who was busy refining pills, seemed to sense something amiss. He turned his head toward the Heavenly River, his gaze piercing through the rafters of his dwelling to observe the wind pit tearing through the layers of the celestial firmament, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes. The Black Sun Wind disaster. Someone dares to undergo such a tribulation within the heavenly court? Their audacity is truly boundless. As he calculated the fate of the intruder, a look of bewilderment and astonishment crossed Taishang Laojun's face. The stone monkey of heaven, Sun Wukong. His master is unknown, his cultivation manual is unknown, even his past experiences are shrouded in mist. It was truly bizarre. The capabilities of a saint could calculate all things under the heavens, yet Taishang Laojun could discern nothing of Sun Wukong's origin, as if he were obscured by an impenetrable veil. This was the first time such a situation had ever occurred. By all conventional logic, only one who had reached the realm of the quasi-saint, and possessed the power to conceal the heavenly secrets, could thwart the calculations of a saint of the heavenly Tao. This matter was far from ordinary. Sun Wukong, what an interesting little monkey. With him causing such an uproar, I fear many will no longer be able to sit in peace. After a moment of silent contemplation, a mysterious smile played upon the corners of Taishang Laojun's mouth as he closed his eyes and returned to his alchemy. It was as if he had never noticed Sun Wukong undergoing the Black Sun Wind disaster within the heavenly court at all. In the Yujing Palace of Yuqing Heaven, Primordial Heavenly Lord, who was mid-lecture on the Tao, also discovered the commotion unfolding within the celestial palace. He paused, and after performing his own calculations, an expression of confusion mirrored that of Taishang Laojun. Soon after, he smoothed his expression and resumed his lecture as if nothing had happened. High Lord Tongtian, residing in the Bu Palace of Shangqing Heaven, similarly sensed Sun Wukong's tribulation raging above the heavenly river. However, his focus did not lie with Sun Wukong, but rather on the azure lotus sword immortal, Luo Bai, who was wandering aimlessly within the jade pool. With a flick of his hand, he reached through layers of celestial barriers, plucking Luo Bai directly from the jade pool and pulling him straight into the Bu Palace. Master! Luo Bai felt the world spin violently around him. As his senses returned and clarity dawned, he realized he was standing before the sect leader, Tongtian. He was instantly stunned, but quickly regained his composure, dropping to his knees with a heavy thud. He performed the 3 kneels and 9 knockheads ceremony in the direction of the sect leader. Disciple pays respects to master. Little Bai, it has been 1,000 years. Your cultivation progress has far exceeded this master's expectations. A flicker of admiration shone in the sect leader's eyes, yet he asked, "But how did you come to be in the jade pool?" "I am not entirely sure, master. It was Brother Monkey who brought me here from the borderlands." Luo Bai scratched his head in confusion. "Master, where is this place? Is this your personal Taoist sanctum?" Luo Bai was a disciple, whom the sect leader had accepted on a whim while traveling the mortal realms. After imparting the Tongtian sword manual, he had departed on the clouds. In truth, Luo Bai had never realized that his master was none other than the Lingbao Tianzun, one of the 3 pure ones. He remained ignorant that during the investiture of the gods, his master was the illustrious ancestor of sword immortals, and that he currently stood within the Bu Palace of the Jade Pure Heaven, high above the 33rd heavens. The sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand, conjuring a water mirror that revealed Sun Wukong enduring the Black Sun Wind tribulation above the celestial river. "Is it him?" "Indeed. That is my brother. His name is Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. It was he who helped me obtain the violet lightning azure sword in the borderlands and brought me out to safety. He is my sworn brother." "Brother Monkey." Luo Bai nodded repeatedly, failing to notice the subtle change in the sect leader's expression. A flicker of golden light flashed across the eyes of the sect leader, revealing a shift in his demeanor. "The great sage equal to heaven. The child certainly has a bold ambition. So you have traversed the borderlands and obtained a formidable spirit treasure. Not bad. Not bad at all. You are truly worthy of being my disciple, to have been brought out of such a place. This monkey's abilities appear far greater than I had initially imagined. Who dares to undergo a tribulation within the celestial court? It was not just Taishang Laojun. Others within the celestial court also sensed the abnormal fluctuations emanating from above the celestial river, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. To undergo the Black Sun Wind tribulation within the celestial court itself? Such a person must truly have a death wish. Everyone knew that the spiritual energy within the celestial court far surpassed that of the mortal realm and the underworld, for it was the pure chi of immortality. The higher one ascended, the denser the immortal energy became, which was beneficial for cultivation. Yet simultaneously, should one trigger a heavenly tribulation here, its destructive power would be amplified several times over compared to the mortal realm. Thus, whenever celestial deities sought a breakthrough, they would always depart the celestial court for the mortal realm. Never had anyone dared to face their tribulations within the heavens themselves. Men, head to the heavenly river at once. See who is bold enough to dare undergo their tribulation within the celestial court. Upon the Jade Emperor's decree, a legion of heavenly soldiers and generals hurried toward the heavenly river. Unable to suppress their curiosity, many immortals and deities of the celestial court also rushed toward the scene. Above the heavenly river, Sun Wukong's figure was completely enshrouded by dark, baleful winds. His appearance was utterly impossible to discern. As the gathering of celestial soldiers and immortals reached the banks of the heavenly river, they witnessed only a gargantuan vortex of wind swirling at the center of the river. They were all acutely aware of the terror inherent in the black solar wind calamity. Moreover, the calamity Sun Wukong was enduring was an even more potent, enhanced version of that very disaster. Not a single soul dared to draw near. To be touched by such a force would surely mean certain death. Just who is daring enough to undergo their calamity here? Their courage is boundless. Regardless of their identity, they must be an arrogant expert who relies solely on their own prowess. If not, how could they dare attempt a breakthrough in the celestial court? Do they no longer value their own life? Perhaps it is truly nothing more than a fool with a death wish. Just wait and see. There is an 80 or 90% chance that this person will perish under the black solar wind calamity. I am not so sure. Shall we place a wager? Very well. What shall we bet? The immortals and heavenly soldiers clamored, debating heatedly, with some even using the unknown cultivator as the subject of their gamble. Yet, Sun Wukong remained indifferent to their trivialities. The power of the black solar wind calamity had reached its peak, and the force of the final strike would surely surpass the sum of all previous winds combined. If he could only endure this final onslaught, the black solar wind calamity would be considered successfully overcome. Once the calamity concluded, the dark winds would disperse, revealing his form to everyone present, and that would bring grave trouble. Until this moment, the celestial court likely remained unaware of Sun Wukong's very existence. He had not intended to reveal himself to the celestial court so soon, nor fall under the scrutiny of the immortals and the Jade Emperor. He had hoped to wait a few more years to better prepare himself. Rumble! The final wave of the calamitous wind had begun its assault. From within the vortex, a sound like a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. A colossal tornado of baleful wind erupted from the vortex, crashing down upon Sun Wukong with such overwhelming force that it swallowed his entire presence. The wind vortex lashed out for a few heartbeats, shook violently, and then dissipated entirely into the void. The crowd stared in anticipation, eyes fixed upon the spot where the dark winds had vanished, yet Sun Wukong's figure was nowhere to be seen. The center of the vortex was desolate and utterly empty. Splash! A faint sound of rippling water echoed. A sharp-eyed deity turned toward the noise, but discovered nothing. Ha! I told you so. To dare undergo tribulation within the celestial court is nothing but an invitation to death. He has likely been reduced to nothingness by the black solar wind calamity. Now, pay up. A lost bet must be honored. Hand over the payment. Hand over the payment. Do you truly expect me to accept these low-grade immortal crystals? Hurry and exchange them for mid-grade ones, though naturally, high-grade ones would be best. The host of immortals and deities all assumed that Sun Wukong had been ground into dust by the Black Sun Gale. Each wore the expression of one watching a tragedy, and those who had placed bets were already clamoring to collect their winnings. Not a single soul noticed that the Zihi fairy, who had been standing by the riverbank, was nowhere to be seen. 10 meters beneath the surface of the heavenly river, the Ziyi fairy stared at Sun Wukong, who was clutching her tightly, her face a mask of panic and indignation. When the black gale of the black sun had dispersed moments ago, a large hand had reached out and dragged her into the water. It was Sun Wukong, and he had even taken the opportunity to cast an immobility spell upon her. Now, unable to move anything but her eyes, and rendered mute by his sorcery, she had been dragged along by Sun Wukong the entire time. From the depths of the heavenly river, He swam directly toward the South Heaven Gate. Upon reaching the section of the river closest to the South Heaven Gate, Sun Wukong finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, those immortals and deities had not discovered his trail. He had survived this hurdle, but there was still one pressing complication that needed to be resolved. Sun Wukong turned his gaze to the Ziyi fairy in his arms and said in a low voice, "Old Sun is about to lift the immobility spell, but you must not scream or raise an alarm. If you do, don't blame me for being discourteous. Do you understand?" The Ziyi fairy nodded, and Sun Wukong recited an incantation, releasing the spell. Are you still not going to let me go?" The Ziyi fairy could barely conceal her shyness, as her face flushed crimson. Although Sun Wukong had lifted the spell, his large, warm hand remained firmly gripped around her slender waist. Their bodies remained pressed closely together. She could even feel the intense heat radiating from his form. My apologies. It was only then that Sun Wukong realized the compromising nature of their embrace. A flash of embarrassment crossed his face as he let her go. He cleared his throat and said, "Fair maiden." Old Sun merely wandered into the water pavilion by mistake. "I had no intention of causing offense. All that transpired before was simply a misunderstanding. I ask that you keep your word and tell no one that you encountered me here." Before he had even finished speaking, Sun Wukong's figure flickered. He transformed into a squid to leap from the water, then shifted into a bird and soared toward the South Heaven Gate. Before the gathering of heavenly soldiers and generals could react, he smashed a massive hole directly through the barrier of the South Heaven Gate, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The guards at the South Heaven Gate only caught a glimpse of the large tail of a white swan swaying amidst the clouds. By the time they realized what had happened and sought to pursue him, Sun Wukong's silhouette was long gone. Did my eyes deceive me just now? A mere bird actually managed to pierce the barrier of the South Heaven Gate? Your eyes did not deceive you. Look, there is still a massive hole in the barrier. We must report this to the Virudhaka Heavenly King immediately. Report what, exactly? If we report it, what are we supposed to say? That a white swan crashed through the South Heaven Gate barrier and flew away? We have only caught a glimpse of the swan, without even grasping a single feather. Are you brainless? Or did you get your head stuck in a door? If you must commit such blunders, do not drag your brothers down with you. Sun Wukong had not traveled far. Instead, he turned invisible and concealed himself within the clouds, pricking his ears to eavesdrop on the guards of the Nantian Gate. Upon hearing them decide to cover up the fact that he had breached the barrier and escaped the Nantian Gate, just to avoid punishment, a wicked, triumphant smile curled upon his lips. He turned his somersault cloud and departed from the Nantian Gate, soaring toward the Dongsheng Divine Continent. Within the water pavilion of the Yaoqi Sacred Grounds, Zilan and Fairy Zilan entered the pavilion, and Zilan tapped the shoulder of Fairy Ziyi. What are you thinking about, Zilan? Why are you here, lost in a daze all by yourself? It is nothing. Fairy Zilan jolted from her reverie, her eyes darting away in evasion. Truly, it is nothing. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. That is hardly nothing at all. Confess truthfully. Have you set your sights on some handsome and dashing immortal god? Though it is forbidden for the immortals of the heavenly court to engage in love affairs, the Queen Mother dotes upon you so dearly. If you but go and plead with her, and I add a few favorable words, she might even bestow a marriage upon you. You wicked girl. I suspect it is your own heart that is brimming with longing. Take this. I shall tickle you for your insolence. The two maidens frolicked within the pavilion. Yet Fairy Zilan did not speak a word of her encounter with Sun Wukong, not even to her dearest sister, Fairy Zilan. She felt as though there existed a profound, inexplicable connection between herself and Sun Wukong. Her intuition told her that this was certainly not the final time they would meet, and perhaps it was not the first time either. On the Huaguo mountain of the Aolai Kingdom, in the Dongsheng Divine Continent, Sun Wukong rode his somersault cloud back to his home. 300 years had passed since his departure. He wondered how the monkey clan of Huaguo Mountain fared now, and if many demon kings of the world had achieved success in their cultivation. You have come to my water curtain cave time and time again to provoke me. Do you truly believe there is no one left to defend it? Standing upon the cliffs above the waterfall outside the water curtain cave of Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong concealed his presence, observing two factions locked in a standoff on the clearing beneath the pool. He raised a brow. A demon king of the world? Ah, that is right. There was such a fellow. Old Sun had almost forgotten the name. Sun Wukong recalled that in his previous life, when he returned after mastering his arts at the Three-Star Cave, he had indeed dealt with such a creature, one who styled himself the demon king of the world. At the time, Sun Wukong was still green and inexperienced, and in his strikes, he knew not the measure of his strength, utterly annihilating the demon king and his minions, leaving not a single soul behind. It was later discovered that this creature was a branch of the ape clan, known to humanity as the Shangxiao, a beast far larger and more formidable than any ordinary monkey. Had he not been slain then, but instead recruited into one's ranks, he would have surely become a significant force to be reckoned with. In this lifetime, That Chaos Demon King has indeed returned to trouble the ape clan of Huaguo Mountain. Some fates are truly written in stone, though it seems he will not be gaining any advantage today. Sun Wukong, cease your arrogance. You escaped me once before, but this time, I shall carve you into 8 pieces. With a face full of murderous intent, the Chaos Demon King stared down the monkeys of Huaguo Mountain, fixing his gaze upon the apes gathered there, especially the one wielding an iron staff, standing at the very forefront. His posture was far more upright than that of a common primate, and he let out a low, ferocious growl, brandishing a great blade over 3 feet in length. He charged toward the ape with the iron staff, descending upon him with a strike as heavy as Mount Tai. Sun Wukong watched clearly from the sidelines. This ape was a Lingming stone monkey, or rather, a Tongbi ape, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys of the world, according to the teachings of the Tathagata Buddha. However, he was distinct from the Lingming stone monkey, that is Sun Wukong, or the 6-eared macaque. While both the Tongbi ape and the Qijiao horse monkey belong to the 4 great spiritual species, they are not limited to a single existence per generation. Several can coexist in the world at once. Seeing the Demon King's blade descend, the Tongbi ape let out a cold laugh, shouting, "A fine move!" He swung his iron staff to parry the heavy blade, countering with a fluid, sweeping strike, and engaged the Chaos Demon King in a fierce melee. This lad shows promise, Sun Wukong mused. To think the Huaguo Mountain ape clan could truly produce such a character. The lifespan of the ape clan is naturally short, often reaching only 50 years. While cultivation can break these mortal limits to extend one's life, it all depends on the level of mastery one achieves. When Sun Wukong departed from Huaguo Mountain, he had indeed bestowed a simplified version of the 8-9 arcane arts upon the clan. But the simian nature is playful, and without the pressure of a powerful foe, or the presence of their great sage to supervise them. The apes of Huaguo Mountain had been practicing with little discipline, and few had achieved any real merit. In these 300 years, most of the apes who once followed Sun Wukong had already perished, yet the simplified version of the 8-9 arcane arts had been passed down, albeit in an incomplete and fragmented state, which made the cultivation path of the later generations exceedingly difficult. As it stands, the strongest among them is the Tongbi ape, Sun Wukong, currently locked in a desperate struggle with the Chaos Demon King. He had just endured the first of the 3 disasters, the Tribulation of Thunder, and ascended to the Earth Immortal realm. Sun Wukong's attacks lacked formal technique. He relied solely on his agility, wielding his iron staff to strike at the Chaos Demon King's vital points. Although the Demon King's cultivation was slightly superior to Sun Wukong's, he also lacked refinement, relying only on brute force and chaotic swings of his blade, unable to utilize magic to bolster his combat prowess. After observing for a moment, Sun Wukong lost all interest. Could this truly be called a life-or-death duel? It was nothing more than a farce. With a subtle flick of his toe, he sent a stone the size of a fist into the air, and Sun Wukong blew a gentle breath upon it. In the blink of an eye, the stone transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Sun Wukong and the Chaos Demon King as they clashed. With a crisp impact, it struck the ground directly between them, igniting a shockwave that sent both combatants reeling. Who dares to strike from the shadows? Are you tired of living? The Chaos Demon King knitted his brows, his face twisted in a mask of savage fury as he roared. Sun Wukong, however, felt his pupils constrict. If the sheer force of a single stone could force them back, the one who struck was undoubtedly a peerless master. Striking from the shadows? With which eye did you see me strike from the shadows, little one? Sun Wukong dispelled his concealment technique, revealing his figure atop the rocky cliff, walking down through the air step by step. This display of supernatural movement alone was enough to prove his extraordinary nature. Unfortunately, the Chaos Demon King was a foolish brute. Seeing that he could not discern Sun Wukong's cultivation level, and noting that his stature was far smaller than his own, he grew arrogant, brandishing his great blade and pointing it directly at Sun Wukong with a mocking cry. "From where did this unweaned monkey come? Stop meddling in affairs that do not concern you, or I shall cleave you into 8 pieces with a single strike, and you will not even know how you died." Cleaved into 8 pieces? A look of disdain appeared upon Sun Wukong's face. Do you lack the ability to count? Come, come! Take your blade and cleave this piece of wood into 8 pieces for me to see. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched a fragment of wood from the distance, tossing it before the Chaos Demon King. Go on, let us see those 8 pieces. I shall count for you, you bastard. The Chaos Demon King was driven into a mindless rage. He had only spoken in jest, yet Sun Wukong had seized his words to humiliate him. He let out a primal roar and swung his great blade towards Sun Wukong. Clang! Sun Wukong had no intention of evading. The Chaos Demon King's great blade was but a common weapon, not even a magical artifact. How could it possibly harm him? As the blade was about to strike the top of Sun Wukong's head, an iron staff emerged from an angle to parry the strike. It was the long-armed ape, Sun Wukong. Brother, this is a matter concerning our Flower Fruit Mountain. There is no need for you to involve yourself. Sun Wukong nodded towards Sun Wukong, Offering a word of gratitude, he spun the iron staff in his hands, engaging the Chaos Demon King in a fierce clash of steel once more. The affairs of Flower Fruit Mountain are no concern of mine? Sun Wukong felt a sense of irony, mixed with deep emotion. It seemed he had indeed been away for far too long. So long that the simian descendants of Flower Fruit Mountain had shifted through many generations. Few of the monkeykin from the past remained alive, and these new descendants no longer recognized the handsome monkey king that was he. With a soft sigh, Sun Wukong could not be bothered to intervene. Leaning his frame against a stone pedestal beside the pond, he watched Sun Wukong and the Chaos Demon King battle, opening his mouth to provide guidance. To the left, swing your staff horizontally. Right? He intends to strike your lower vitals. Step back to open your stance. Turn your body and sweep. With Sun Wukong's guidance, Sun Wushuang's staff techniques became incomparably precise, and his combat effectiveness soared instantly by several ranks. The Chaos Demon King took several blows in succession, grimacing in pain and trembling with rage. After retreating aggressively, the Chaos Demon King pointed his long blade toward Sun Wukong and let out a thunderous roar. You spineless coward! If you have the guts, then step forward and face me yourself. What kind of hero hides on the sidelines and prattles on? Who are you calling a coward? No sooner had the Chaos Demon King finished his sentence than Sun Wukong utilized the technique of shrinking the earth to inches, appearing directly before him. His eyes narrowed, and he stared coldly at his opponent. A suffocating pressure radiated from Sun Wukong's body. It felt to the Chaos Demon King as if the figure standing before him was not a small monkey, but a colossal titan, whose head touched the heavens and whose feet stood upon the earth. Cold sweat instantly poured down the Chaos Demon King's forehead. Say those words once more if you dare. The Chaos Demon King's legs began to tremble, his lips quivered, and the aura emanating from Sun Wukong grew even more overbearing. The monkeys and minor demons all changed color, their faces filled with horror as they retreated in panic. Wah! Crushed to his breaking point by Sun Wukong's aura, the Chaos Demon King could no longer hold back. With a desperate cry, he raised his great blade high and swung it fiercely down towards Sun Wukong's head. He sought to crush this scrawny small monkey who possessed such a terrifying presence into a pulp, hoping to eradicate the suffocating fear gripping his heart. Clang! A sharp sound of clashing metal rang out as the blade struck Sun Wukong's head, sending sparks flying in all directions. Yet, Sun Wukong remained completely unscathed. Not even a single hair upon his head was broken. How could this be? The Chaos Demon King's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Is this monkey's head made of forged steel? Why is it so impossibly hard? Clang, 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 clang. Refusing to believe such sorcery, the Chaos Demon King roared again, launching a dazzling, relentless barrage of strikes all across Sun Wukong's body. Yet, without exception, nothing followed but the deafening sound of clashing metal. Amidst the spray of sparks, Sun Wukong's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely maintained a mocking, chilling smile as he observed the Chaos Demon King. Huff! Huff! The Chaos Demon King finally ceased his assault, panting like a dying dog, gasping for air in deep, ragged breaths. The great blade in his hands had been chipped in several places, while Sun Wukong remained entirely unbothered. He reached out to brush the dust from his shoulders and raised an eyebrow toward the Chaos Demon King. Big fellow, don't stop now. Pray, continue. Your massage technique is quite impressive. This old son has not yet had his fill of the sport. The Chaos Demon King collapsed directly onto the ground, his face pale and drained of color. I will fight no more. I will fight no more. You are simply too formidable. I, Yuan Tong, am no match for you. If you wish to execute me, then strike swiftly, and grant this Demon King a clean death. Did this old son ever say he intended to kill you? Sun Wukong laughed heartily, turning his gaze towards Sun Wushuang. You are called Sun Wushuang? Yes, I am Sun Wushuang. Does the senior have any instructions for me? Sun Wushuang hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Sun Wukong. The demon race has always revered the strong. Furthermore, Sun Wukong belonged to their own monkey kin, and had just rescued Huaguo Mountain from the Chaos Demon King, so it was only fitting that he be treated with the utmost reverence. Senior. That title is certainly unique. Sun Wukong shook his head. It seemed he had indeed been away for far too long. Long enough that the descendants of the monkeys at Huaguo Mountain had forgotten their own great sage. Great sage? At Huaguo Mountain, we have only ever had one great sage, the handsome monkey king, Sun Wukong. Could it be that you, senior, are... Sun Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. The eyes of the other monkeys of Huaguo Mountain similarly stretched wide in astonishment. In the very next moment, including Sun Wushuang himself, all the monkey descendants knelt prostrate upon the earth. They performed a grand ceremony of obeisance towards Sun Wukong, crying out in joy, "It is the great sage! The great sage has returned! The great sage has returned! We welcome the great sage back to the mountain!" The great sage has returned. The great sage has returned. The news spread rapidly into the depths of the water curtain cave. The monkeys within the cave poured out in a torrential stream, bowing to pay their respects to Sun Wukong before gathering behind him, gazing at this legendary handsome monkey king with faces full of excitement and adoration. This was the first time they had ever beheld Sun Wukong in the flesh, having only heard of him through the stories told by the elder monkeys of Huaguo Mountain. Even the 8-9 profound art that they had always cultivated was a technique handed down by this very great sage. Yet, according to legend, this handsome monkey king had left 300 years ago to seek immortality and study the Tao, and had remained missing ever since. The monkey kin of Huaguo Mountain had feared that he had met with some misfortune. Little did they expect that Sun Wukong would suddenly return today, effortlessly subduing the Chaos Demon King who had plagued their clan for days. This was truly an occasion for great celebration. You are their great sage? The handsome monkey king, Sun Wukong, who left to study the Tao? The Chaos Demon King, Yuan Tong, stood dazed, lamenting his miserable fate in his heart. He had originally been a mountain demon who attained consciousness, residing in the water burial cave of Canyuan Mountain, and it was only by chancing upon a cave dwelling abandoned by an ancient immortal that he had attained his current level of cultivation. He had intended to seize a powerful territory like the water curtain cave of Huaguo Mountain, but never did he expect to kick such a solid iron plate. The monkey clan of Huaguo Mountain had indeed mentioned it before, that they once had a great monkey king. It was just that this great monkey king had left 300 years ago to study the Tao, and with not a single word sent back in all that time, Yuan Tong had dismissed the matter entirely from his mind. Yet he never expected that at this very critical moment, Sun Wukong would return, and his strength had grown to a truly monstrous level. In Sun Wukong's hands, he was like a giant facing a toddler waving a tiny twig. He was simply no match for him. The Chaos Demon King, Yuan Tong, collapsed onto the ground, defeated and paralyzed, his heart as cold as dead ashes. To Huaguo Mountain, he was nothing but an invader, and now that he had fallen into the hands of Sun Wukong, he feared his life was at an end. Thinking back on all the years of suffering he had endured for his cultivation, Yuan Tong could have slapped himself twice. It was his own greed that had brought this disaster upon him. My life is surely forfeit this time. Are you not going to kill me? Inside the water curtain cave, the bound Chaos Demon King, Yuan Tong, stared at Sun Wukong seated upon the throne, unable to believe his own ears. What, are you tired of living and seeking a swift end? Sun Wukong chuckled, casting a sharp glare at the Chaos Demon King. If you are truly tired of life, I could certainly grant you that wish. Not tired, not even in the slightest. The Chaos Demon King Yuan Tong shook his head frantically, joking. Who would choose death when they could live? Was it easy to cultivate to the earth immortal realm he had achieved today? He believed that while a glorious death is honorable, even a miserable life is better than nothing. Great King, he has severely wounded many of our brothers. We cannot let him off so easily. The long-armed ape, Sun Wushuang, stood beside Sun Wukong, glaring at Yuan Tong with indignation as he urged, "But are they only severely wounded? Has anyone been killed by his hand?" "Well, no, not yet." "Then that is fine." This Yuan Tong is also of the monkey clan. He only invaded because of the cave dwelling. He had no intention of a massacre. Old Sun sees him as a talent. It would be a pity to kill him. It would be better to have him lead his subordinates to join our Huaguo Mountain. As Sun Wukong spoke, he shifted his gaze toward the Chaos Demon King kneeling below the steps, a smirk playing on his lips. "Yuan Tong, are you willing to submit to me? This blessed land of Huaguo Mountain can easily accommodate your several thousand demon followers. You wish to make me submit?" The Chaos Demon King Yuan Tong was stunned. "What? Are you unwilling to surrender? Fine. You are indeed a brave man. Old Sun has always admired a true hero such as yourself. I have decided. Rather than setting you free, it would be better to kill you and fulfill your wish to be a hero." A flicker of playful mockery flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and the Chaos Demon King, terrified and trembling, shouted without a moment's hesitation, "No, no, no! I am willing to surrender. I am truly willing to surrender. Are you not being forced?" "Not forced. Not in the slightest. Truly, I am not being forced. Having a great king to lead us is the greatest blessing for me, Yuan Tong. Truly, a wise man submits to the circumstances. You are quite clever. I happen to favor the clever. Rise. From this day forward, we are all of one family, so there is no need for such formalities." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, and with a flick of his finger, the ropes binding the Demon King of Havoc, Yuan Tong, instantly snapped apart. "Ah Tong, our Huaguo Mountain Monkey Clan all take Sun as our surname. From now on, you shall also change your name to Sun and be called Sun Tong. How does that sound?" "Many thanks to the great king for bestowing this surname upon me, the Demon King of Havoc," Yuan Tong replied. And so, he became Sun Tong. Sun Tong did not hesitate for a moment, agreeing immediately. The name, Yuan Tong, had been one he simply plucked from thin air. He was merely a member of the ape clan, but due to his unique physique, he was dubbed a stamma, mountain spirit, by the humans. Since Sun Wukong was so formidable, joining Huaguo Mountain was no misfortune. It might even be far superior to struggling on his own. Changing a name was a small price to pay to demonstrate his loyalty. Compared to one's own future and survival, such trifles meant nothing. Someone, prepare a banquet. Following Sun Wukong's command, the water curtain cave erupted in festivities, with a grand feast lasting 3 full days and 3 nights, leaving every monkey and demon, great and small, thoroughly intoxicated. Sun Wukong quietly pulled Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong aside, leading them to the shade of a great tree, deep within the water curtain cave. This was the place where he had once obtained the 36 petals of the golden lotus, and the pure world green lotus, the deepest sanctum of all Huaguo Mountain. He cast a spell upon the two, instantly clearing their drunken stupor. Under their astonished gazes, Sun Wukong laid out the true purpose for bringing them here in private. Hearing his words, the eyes of Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong brightened, and they nodded repeatedly. "Great King, rest assured. Leave this matter to us. We shall handle it with the utmost care." "Great King, you are absolutely right to entrust this to us. We will certainly establish a reliable set of regulations that will not disappoint you." What Sun Wukong had discussed with Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong concerned the future development of Huaguo Mountain. Simply put, Sun Wukong wished to establish a proper code of conduct for the Monkey Clan and other demon tribes to follow and practice. The first priority was the system for imparting cultivation techniques and the implementation of rewards and punishments. 300 years ago, before he set out to seek the Tao, Sun Wukong had already bestowed a simplified version of the 8-9 profound technique upon the Huaguo Mountain Monkey Clan. He had initially hoped that at least a few cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm would have emerged, alongside a great number of spirit and human immortal experts, but upon returning to assess the situation, he was deeply disappointed. Without Sun Wukong's supervision, and lacking any binding rules, these monkeys did not cherish the techniques they were granted, wasting the vast majority of their time in idleness. As a result, many exhausted their lifespans, and their souls returned to the underworld. Even the inherited manual of the 8-9 profound technique had developed errors, causing each generation to be weaker than the last. If not for this, they would not have been reduced to having only one Earth Immortal expert like Sun Wushuang, allowing the Demon King of Havoc, Sun Tong, to march right to their doorstep. Sun Wukong remembered clearly that his own lifespan in the Book of Life and Death was 342 years. Now, 308 years had passed since his birth, leaving only 34 years before the soul-snatching envoys of the underworld would arrive to claim his soul. When that time came, it would be difficult to avoid the attention of the Heavenly Court. Sun Wukong had to seize these remaining 34 years to expand the power of Huaguo Mountain, recruit demon tribes from all corners, and raise their collective strength to build the foundation required to defy the heavens. But how was he to raise their strength? Imparting cultivation techniques was essential, yet he could not simply bestow the same techniques upon everyone. If the treatment for everyone remains identical, lacking any distinction or comparison, then there is no incentive to strive for excellence. The outcome would undoubtedly mirror the last 300 years. Nothing would change for the better. Therefore, the crux of the matter lies in establishing a practical and feasible management system, one that categorizes and ranks the demons of Huaguo Mountain. To reach a certain level, one must fulfill specific conditions to earn corresponding rewards. All must be clearly defined, for merit must be rewarded, and transgressions must be punished. The dissemination of cultivation techniques and secret manuals must also be tiered, so that the demon clans at the lower levels feel the pressure, and through that pressure, find the motivation to toil in their cultivation, seeking to perform meritorious service to earn their rewards. In this regard, Sun Wukong was not particularly skilled. Although he possessed memories from an alternate dimension that provided a general direction, he required others to help him refine the details. Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong were the perfect candidates for this task. Sun Wukong saw it clearly. Before his return, Sun Wushuang had been the leader of the Monkey Clan of Huaguo Mountain. As for the Demon King of the Chaotic World, Sun Tong, it goes without saying, commanding several hundred minor demons of various kinds, his administrative ability was naturally not lacking. Sun Wukong would define the grand vision and the structural framework, while delegating the intricacies to Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong to complete. Moreover, both were deeply intrigued by Sun Wukong's proposals. It seemed he would not need to fret over these matters any longer. Sun Wukong now had other concerns to consider, such as the issue of weaponry. He himself possessed the Rui Golden Cudgel, which was currently undergoing fusion and upgrading within his dantian. And, with the Chaos Divine Pearl in his possession, his own armaments were already peerless. His concern now was equipping the demon clans of Huaguo Mountain. The iron staff of Sun Wushuang and the heavy saber of Sun Tong were, at best, mundane weapons. In the mortal realm, they might be considered divine armaments. But if they were truly to clash against the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Heavenly Court, they would do little more than scratch the surface. They needed to reach at least the grade of treasured artifact to be of any use. As for the other monkeys and minor demons, the weapons in their hands were even more pathetic. Much like the cultivation realms of practitioners, artifacts are also divided into tiers. The lowest, naturally, are mundane weapons, which are merely harder and sharper than ordinary blades, and cannot be considered true artifacts. Above mundane weapons, ranked from lowest to highest, are Dharma artifacts, treasured artifacts, spirit artifacts, immortal artifacts, and post-heaven spirit treasures. Above these are post-heaven supreme treasures and pre-heaven spirit treasures. Then come pre-heaven supreme treasures and chaos spirit treasures, followed by chaos supreme treasures, Hongmeng spirit treasures, and finally, Hongmeng supreme treasures. Anything from post-heaven spirit treasures and above is not easily obtained. Even immortal artifacts are rarely seen. Even with the vast numbers of heavenly soldiers and generals in the heavenly court, not everyone possesses an immortal artifact. The majority still utilize treasured artifacts, spirit artifacts, or even mere Dharma artifacts. Sun Wukong's intention was to ensure that every demon of Huaguo Mountain possessed at least a Dharma-grade weapon or artifact. Naturally, the more the better. Deciding to first visit the kingdom of Aolai to assess the situation, Sun Wukong flashed out of the water curtain cave and rode the somersault cloud, flying toward the east. 200 miles east of Huaguo Mountain lay the capital of the kingdom of Aolai. Within the capital stood a royal armory, housing a vast collection of weapons. In his previous life, Sun Wukong had ignored all distinctions and swept the entire armory clean in one go. However, this time he did not intend to do so. No matter how many mundane weapons he gathered, they were of little use. He would focus solely on selecting those that reached the level of Dharma artifacts and above. Sun Wukong ransacked the armory of Aolai, but in the end he only managed to find 10 Dharma artifacts, 6 treasured artifacts, and a single spirit artifact, truly a drop in the ocean. Currently, the monkey clan of Huaguo Mountain, alongside the great demons and lesser monsters brought by the Demon King of Havoc, Sun Tong, numbered over 40,000. These 17 magical artifacts were nowhere near enough to distribute, and it seemed a journey to the East Sea Dragon Palace was inevitable. Sun Wukong shook his head. He had held little hope for the armory of Aolai country to begin with, and now that hope had completely shattered. If he truly desired artifacts, he would have to seek out his old neighbor, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. However, before departing for the East Sea, Sun Wukong intended to take, or rather borrow, a few more things from Aolai country. Huaguo Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Great King, you have returned. The Great King is back. Seeing Sun Wukong descending upon a cloud from the heavens, the monkey clan cheered in unbridled excitement. After 3 days of joyous feasting, the demons of Huaguo Mountain were all deep in a drunken stupor. When they awoke, Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong had told them that Sun Wukong had set out to seek weapons for them, so when they saw him riding the clouds back, they were naturally electrified. Great King, have you found the armory? Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong led the demons forward to greet him. Within Aolai country, there are indeed many weapons and armors, but they are essentially mortal-grade items. Old Sun has scoured every corner, and these 17 artifacts are all I could find. Keep them in your care for now. Once I have secured better armaments from the East Sea Dragon Palace, I shall distribute them accordingly. But before that, you have a task to perform. Wushuang, tell me, why would the Great King suddenly decide to cooperate with mortal cultivators? He even instructed us to trade these discarded stones for spirit grains. It is truly bizarre. How could one possibly fathom the Great King's intentions? Since the Great King has commanded it, there must be a profound reason behind his choice. Cease your grumbling, and simply see it done. We are approaching Aolai country. Let us hasten to reunite with the Great King's clone. Half a day later, high above the clouds of Aolai country, Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong, leading a dozen lesser demons of the human immortal realm, flew toward the capital and descended upon a Taoist temple within the city. This was the Tianmu Taoist temple, considered the state temple of Aolai country. The Taoists within possessed mediocre cultivation. The strongest among them had not even reached the human immortal realm. However, unlike other temples, Tianmu possessed a vast expanse of spirit fields, used for cultivating various types of spirit grains. Spirit grains, as the name implies, are crops imbued with spiritual energy. Unlike the common grains of the mortal realm, consuming spirit grains leaves no impurities in the body. The spiritual energy contained within can be absorbed directly, making them invaluable for cultivation. It was exactly this that caught Sun Wukong's eye, prompting him to leave behind a clone to negotiate with the temple master. Naturally, he had to display a bit of his prowess and promise the master some benefits, which instantly moved the man to accept with great delight. Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong were leading the group to collect the spirit grains and finalize the terms of the trade. While there, they also sought advice on how to reasonably structure the administration of the Huaguo Mountain Demon Clan. In this regard, humanity possessed advantages that the demon race could not match. After all, the three realms were currently under the domain of the human race, and the royal dynasties of the mortal world were all established by humans. They were well versed in such administrative arts. The great king descended upon his cloud at the edge of the spirit fields behind the Tianmu temple. Sun Wukong and Sun Tong led the lesser demons to pay their respects to Sun Wukong, who was currently sipping tea and chatting with the temple master in a pavilion beside the fields. This was Sun Wukong's clone, a manifestation created through supernatural powers that was identical in every way to the original. This is the greatest advantage of a divine ability over a secret technique. The clones created by the clone technique can exist independently of the true body for a long time. This alone caused Sun Wushuang and his companions to feel immense admiration. "Rise," Sun Wukong commanded, raising a hand to signal the group of Sun Tong to stand. He turned toward the Taoist master, Tianmu, and said with a smile, "Master of the temple, these are the disciples of my Huaguoshan demon sect. From now on, they shall be responsible for all matters regarding the exchange of spirit grain. As for the medicinal elixirs you require, this old sun shall ensure they are delivered to you periodically." "Understood. Understood. Many thanks, great king." Taoist Tianmu smiled until he could barely close his mouth. The only foundation of Tianmu Temple were those spirit fields, and aside from them, he possessed nothing of value. Sun Wukong was willing to teach him magical arts and provide medicinal elixirs for cultivation in exchange for spirit grain. In his eyes, this was truly a windfall falling from the heavens. Demons and monsters had always resorted to violence, burning, killing, and looting, never bothering to discuss terms like Sun Wukong did. Indeed, this was the first time Taoist Tianmu had encountered such a figure. Looking at these subordinates of Sun Wukong, he realized their cultivation levels were all superior to his own. How could Taoist Tianmu dare to harbor even the slightest thought of obstruction? "Very well. I leave matters here to you. This old sun departs." Before his words had even faded, Sun Wukong's figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished from sight. The group, led by Sun Wushuang, understood clearly that the clone technique had been dispelled. Taoist Tianmu, however, could not fathom the mechanics behind it. His eyes widened, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his reverence for Sun Wukong deepened significantly. Deep within the Eastern Sea, as Sun Wukong swam toward the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, a stream of essence energy traversed time and space, flowing directly into his body. "The matter of the spirit grain is resolved. Good. Now I must have a proper talk with the old Dragon King. Last time I came and left in such a hurry, I didn't even have a chance to share a cup of wine with him." A smile played on his lips as Sun Wukong shook his frame and accelerated toward the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Inside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, was enjoying a banquet with the Southern Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, the Northern Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, and the Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Run. Suddenly, they heard the shrimp soldiers and crab generals report, "The Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the one who took the Donghua divine needle last time, has returned." The news caused the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, to tremble in terror. The luminous cup in his hand fell directly to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yet, he seemed completely unaware of it. Muttering incessantly, he whispered, "Disaster, disaster, disaster has come to our doorstep again. Big brother, is it not just a single demon immortal arriving? Why be so panicked?" The Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, was utterly bewildered. "Good brother, you simply do not understand. This Monkey King, Sun Wukong, is not like an ordinary demon immortal. He possesses vast divine abilities and boundless magical power. Last time he came to my palace to beg for a weapon, he tested every single divine artifact in my treasury. He dismissed them all as being too light, and in the end he brazenly took the star-fixing pillar, stealing the foundation of my East Sea's eye, before vanishing without a trace. I know not what he desires this time, but rest assured, it surely bodes no good. That arrogant monkey is truly audacious. How dare he bully my aquatic kin to such an extent? Elder brother, allow me to go out, bind him, and hack him into 1,000 pieces to vent your frustration." Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, possessed the most volatile temper. Hearing Ao Guang's words, he flew into a towering rage and prepared to charge out to settle the score with Sun Wukong, causing a panicked Ao Guang to hastily restrain him. Just as he intended to offer words of caution, a crisp, clear laugh echoed from outside the palace gates. "Who possesses such burning fury? To think you desire to hack old Sun into 1,000 pieces. How majestic, how murderous you sound." As the words faded, a silhouette flickered. Sun Wukong had utilized the art of shortening the earth to step directly into the Dragon Palace. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were left stunned, unable to even react. All 4 Dragon Kings watched in terror, and even the aggressive and hot-headed Ao Qin, Dragon King of the South Sea, could not help but shrink back. Sun Wukong glanced at Ao Qin, raised a brow, and laughed. Old Sun was wondering who it could be. Is it not the Dragon King of the South Sea? Ao Qin, did you not just say you wanted to bind Old Sun and hack him into 1,000 pieces? Come now. Old Sun shall stand here without moving an inch. Try to bind me if you dare. You truly intend to stand there without moving? The Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qin, let out a cold snort. Indeed? You will not move? But Old Sun must state this first. If you can truly bind and hack me, you may do as you please. However, should you fail, then Old Sun and you shall have a long, thorough account to settle. Sun Wukong's expression was etched with a clear, calculated temptation. Witnessing this scene, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, inwardly cried out that disaster was looming. For Sun Wukong to speak with such confidence, he must surely hold the upper hand. If the Dragon King of the South Sea truly took the bait, he would inevitably suffer a great loss. Just as he prepared to intervene, the Dragon King of the South Sea had already loudly accepted the challenge. Very well. If you seek death, then do not blame this king. Witness my magic treasure. With a flick of his wrist, a rope surged from Ao Qin's sleeve, spiraling tightly around Sun Wukong, binding him in an instant into a perfectly immovable bundle. This was a replica of the immortal binding rope. While it could not compare to the true artifact, it was refined from the tendons of a deep-sea subdragon. Unless one's cultivation had reached the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal, escaping its grasp was an utter impossibility. HMPH. You speak with such arrogance. I had expected true mastery, but it seems you are nothing more than a disappointment. Sun Wukong, you have courted your own death, and you have no one but yourself to blame. As the imitation binding immortal rope ensnared Sun Wukong, Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the South Sea, laughed in triumph. He drew his longsword and struck directly toward the crown of Sun Wukong's head. Standing nearby, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, narrowed his eyes, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at him. How could Sun Wukong be so easily restrained by Ao Qin? Clang! A sharp metallic ringing echoed through the hall as sparks showered the air. The longsword had struck home, yet Sun Wukong remained completely unscathed. The sheer recoil was so immense that it nearly sent the sword flying from Ao Qin's trembling grip. This is impossible. Ao Qin's eyes widened in horror. The blade in his hand was a peerless immortal artifact, capable of cleaving even the strongest steel as if it were parchment. How could it fail to leave even a mark upon the monkey's head? Just how impenetrable was this creature's body? Refusing to believe his eyes, Ao Qin swung the sword again, but Sun Wukong would no longer stand idly by. With a sudden burst of strength, he tore the binding immortal rope asunder and flicked his fingers, catching the Dragon King's lethal strike with mere ease. This. Ao Qin's lips trembled violently. He stumbled backward, collapsing to the floor, his face drained of all color. It seems you cannot bind me, nor can you harm me. Since that is the case, do not blame me for returning the favor. A ferocious grin flashed across Sun Wukong's face, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, vastly different from the power he had shown before. The pressure was so crushing that the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Dragon Palace collapsed to their knees, and even the 3 Dragon Kings found their legs buckling in terror. Great Immortal, spare us. Let us discuss this calmly. There is always room for reason. Ao Guang cried out in desperation, while Ao Run of the West Sea and Ao Shun of the North Sea joined in, begging for mercy. He just tried to strike me down with his blade, and now you ask me to discuss this calmly? Though his words remained cold, Sun Wukong ceased his advance, his oppressive aura receding slightly. Could Ao Guang not understand the implication? Sun Wukong was offering them a chance to pay for their transgressions, and the Dragon King hurried forward, a fawning, anxious smile plastered on his face. Great Immortal, you jest. With your peerless cultivation, how could my brother ever hope to harm you? Naturally, he was wrong to raise a hand against you, and we are more than willing to offer compensation. We only ask that the Great Immortal suppresses his anger. Indeed. Please name your price, Great Immortal. Anything within our power, we shall not refuse. Ao Run and Ao Shun echoed their brother's pleas in rapid succession. As for Ao Qin, he remained on the floor, pale and shaken, for the brunt of Sun Wukong's murderous intent had been directed entirely at him. Though he held the noble title of the South Sea Dragon King and the cultivation of a Taiyi Golden Immortal, he had lived a life of luxury and indolence. He had never faced a true life-or-death struggle, and his battle prowess was vastly inferior to his rank. He stood no chance against such overwhelming pressure. At this moment he was utterly spent, his heart consumed by sheer, unadulterated terror. Ao Guang, old friend, look at all these treasures and weapons. It seems I cannot possibly carry them all away by myself, can I? Half a day later, Sun Wukong surveyed the vast horde of artifacts piling up in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, his tongue darting over his lips in mounting excitement. Great King, If you cannot take them all, then we shall simply gather as much as you desire. What say you?" The eyes of Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, brightened as he stammered. "No, this cannot be. How could such a thing be permitted?" Sun Wukong immediately shook his head. "This is the heartfelt sincerity of you 4 Dragon King brothers. If I, old Sun, do not take it all, would I not be insulting the great effort you have put into this?" Heartfelt sincerity indeed, you wretched monkey. The 4 Dragon Kings of the East Sea were cursing internally, their hearts bleeding with every passing second. These armaments and artifacts were treasures scraped together from the vaults of the 4 seas. Each one was, at the very least, a magical tool of significant caliber. In this single sweep, Sun Wukong had emptied nearly 1/3 of the entire 4 seas treasury. These treasures represented ages of accumulation and painstaking effort. How could they not feel the agony of such a loss? Were it not for the fact that they knew they could never defeat Sun Wukong in battle, they would have torn this monkey limb from limb and devoured him alive. I have an idea. Brother Ao Qin, do you not possess a replica of the Qiankun bag? Hand it over to Old Sun as well. That way, even if there are more treasures, I shall have ample space to store them. How could you possibly know I possess the Qiankun bag? A true master always has a trick up his sleeve. Do not trouble yourself with the details, Brother Ao Qin. Just surrender the bag at once. Sun Wukong had learned of Ao Qin's secret possession of the replica bag in a past life during his journey to the west. He had merely made a lucky guess. Yet the honest Ao Qin was so startled by the revelation that he surrendered it without a fight. While this replica could not compare to the authentic artifact, which could contain the heavens and earth themselves, it was still vast beyond measure. Stowing away 2 massive mountains would be trivial, let alone these few weapons and trinkets. Since obtaining the treasure, Ao Qin had never revealed its existence to a soul. Now that Sun Wukong had singled it out, the Dragon King's terror was palpable. He even began to wonder if Sun Wukong had planted spies deep within the palace of the South Sea. Hey, why are you standing there frozen? Quickly, hand over the Qiankun bag. Old Sun is in a hurry to pack these away. Sun Wukong nudged the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, with his elbow, his gaze sharp, and his expression growing impatient. Or perhaps, you would prefer that Old Sun takes it himself? I will give it. I will give it. Trembling in fear, Ao Qin winced as he retrieved the replica Qiankun bag, handing it over to Sun Wukong with great reluctance. Is this not much better? Sun Wukong patted the South Sea Dragon King on the shoulder, satisfied. Ao Qin, brother Ao Qin, you truly know how to conduct yourself. Old Sun thinks very highly of you. Even as he spoke his praises, Sun Wukong's hands were far from idle. He activated the Qiankun bag and swept every last weapon and artifact into its depths. To the onlookers, the bag barely swelled, showing almost no sign of the immense hoard it had just consumed. Trisk, trisk. What a marvelous treasure. Even a mere replica is this formidable. It is no wonder that at the Little Thunder Monastery, that scoundrel 6-eared macaque was pushed to such desperate straits by the yellow-browed demon that he had to scurry about begging for help. Sun Wukong pondered deeply. Back on the peak of Mount Ling, he had been plotted against by the Tathagata Buddha, and the 6-eared macaque had usurped his identity to escort the monk Tong on the remainder of his journey. All that followed, he had gleaned from the memories of an alternate timeline. The yellow-browed demon of the Little Thunder Monastery had stolen the original Qiankun bag from the Maitreya Buddha, leaving the 6-eared macaque in such a pathetic, flustered state that he was forced to seek reinforcements. Sun Wukong had always felt the accounts were exaggerated. After all, the 6-eared macaque's techniques were identical to his own, and their strength was evenly matched. How could he have been tormented so utterly? However, after witnessing the sheer might of this simulated Qiankun bag, Sun Wukong was finally convinced. The true Qiankun bag is undoubtedly many times more powerful than this replica. It could contain the very heavens and earth within itself, let alone a mere mortal. That so-called King Huangmei calls it a humanity bag. What a disgrace to the true name of the Ruyi Qiankun bag. I am truly grateful for this generous gift from you 4 Dragon Kings. You make this old Sun feel quite embarrassed. Not at all, not at all. It is our brotherhood that was at fault first. Please, accept this as a token of our apology. Do not feel embarrassed. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings forced smiles, feigning goodwill. Deep down, however, they were cursing incessantly. Embarrassed? What was there to be embarrassed about? This damnable monkey's skin is as thick as a fortress wall. Where on earth does he feel even a shred of embarrassment? Right. Let us consider today's incident a mere minor dispute among friends. Since it has been resolved so satisfactorily, the 4 of you need not stir up any more tiresome trouble. This old Sun's eyes cannot tolerate a single grain of sand. I have no desire to hear any idle gossip or whispers behind my back. Having stowed his weapon and artifacts, Sun Wukong tucked the Qiankun bag into his robe, downed a few cups of the Dragon Palace's exquisite nectar, and rose to take his leave. But just as he reached the palace gates, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, and with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked. "Now, great king, be at ease. There will absolutely be no idle chatter, you may rest assured." The four of them immediately understood the underlying threat, and hurriedly offered their guarantees. Only then did Sun Wukong nod in satisfaction, his figure flashing out through the barrier of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and surfacing toward the sea. "Big brother, are we really going to just swallow our pride and endure this insult?" "Indeed, big brother. Let us report this to the Heavenly Court. With the divine might of the Jade Emperor, I do not believe a mere demon immortal can truly overturn the heavens." Watching Sun Wukong's silhouette vanish, the smiles on the faces of the three Dragon Kings, including Ao Qin of the South Sea, vanished instantly, replaced by enraged bellows directed at Ao Guang. Originally invited by Ao Guang to a banquet, they had instead been extorted by Sun Wukong. The Southern Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, was the most miserable of all. Having lost his own Qiankun bag, it was no longer a matter of physical pain, but an agony that pierced his very heart and soul. "Report to the Heavenly Court? Have you brothers forgotten the words that Monkey spoke as he departed?" That was a direct threat. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, cast a grim, dark glance at his three brothers, and spoke coldly. "He was able to point out that you possessed the Qiankun bag with a single sentence. It is clear he knows our four seas better than we imagined. If we truly petition the Heavenly Court, I fear that before they can even dispatch an army to punish him, that monkey will have already arrived at our doorsteps." After a moment of hesitation, Ao Guang smiled bitterly. "My three virtuous brothers, is there any one of you who dares claim you can hold off that monkey?" At this, the three brothers, including Ao Qin, looked at one another, suddenly struck silent. Moments ago, Sun Wukong had relied solely on his aura and pressure to render them unable to move. If it were to come to a real fight, it was highly likely that none of them could last even a single exchange against him. How could they possibly stop him? Yet, were they to simply let it go? This grievance was truly too bitter to swallow. The Southern Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, wore a cold and savage expression, his voice a low, reluctant growl. "Forget the other treasures. That Ruyi Qiankun bag was the very apple of my eye. Although it was merely a replica, it was still a Hushan-grade spirit treasure. To have it snatched away so easily by Sun Wukong, who could possibly keep their composure? Second brother, let us endure this for now. This matter shall not be cast aside so easily." A golden light flashed in Ao Guang's eyes. That monkey's strength was tyrannical, and his conduct so brazen, he would surely offend other powers in time. Once he has gathered enough enemies, we shall find an opportunity to report this to the Heavenly Court. There is no doubt the Jade Emperor will mobilize his forces, and by then, with powerful foes lurking on every side, he will have no time to keep his gaze fixed upon us. Hearing this, the three brothers of Ao Qin nodded, the anger on their faces subsiding as they were led back into the Crystal Palace by Ao Guang, completely unaware that a sea fish was lurking in a nearby rock crevice, eavesdropping on their conversation. Seeing them return to the Crystal Palace, the fish flicked its tail and swam away, and after traveling a few miles, its figure shimmered as it returned to its original form. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Four fools standing at the gate to discuss such matters. Do they not know that walls have ears? A trace of disdain flickered across Sun Wukong's lips as he muttered to himself, his heart now completely at ease. He had worried that the four Dragon Kings of the Seas would hasten to the Heavenly Court to lodge a complaint, which was why he had threatened them before departing, and executed a countermaneuver to eavesdrop in disguise. As it stands, his display of overwhelming power had clearly intimidated these four ancient Dragon Kings, and there should be no trouble for some time. Emerging from the surface of the sea, Sun Wukong rode the somersault cloud toward Mount Huaguo, noticing from afar a caravan of carts heading in the same direction. Taking a closer look, the carts were fully laden with spirit grain, escorted by Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong, with a human man traveling alongside them. A flash of surprise ignited in his eyes. Sun Wukong did not descend, but instead continued deep into Mount Huaguo, landing finally before the gates of the Water Curtain Cave. Under the enthusiastic welcome of the lesser demons, he stepped inside the Water Curtain Cave. Not long after, the caravan escorted by Sun Wushuang and the others arrived. Sack after sack of spirit grain was carried into the depths of the cave. "Great King, the matter has been resolved successfully. Here is this batch of spirit grain." Seeing Sun Wukong seated upright upon his throne, Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong hurriedly stepped forward to bow and report. Sun Wukong nodded, offering a few words of praise before shifting his gaze to the young human man surrounded by the lesser demons. This man's cultivation had reached the ghost immortal realm, yet facing him and the entire demon host of the cave he showed no fear, a faint smile always lingering on his face. Intuition told Sun Wukong that this youth was far from simple. "Great King, this man was recommended by Taoist Tianmu to help us establish rules of management." Sun Tong leaned close to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered, "Someone recommended by Tianmu?" A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He gestured with his hand, and the lesser demons, understanding the signal, quickly laid out a feast of fine fruits and wines, inviting the young man to join the table. This man, named Leng Xuan, was a wandering Taoist who had sought lodging at the Tianmu temple a few days prior. Hearing that he possessed great talent and had learned of the demon race's desire on Mount Huaguo to establish a code of conduct, he had volunteered for the task and received the blessing of Taoist Tianmu. Taoist Tianmu had essentially used borrowed flowers to present a Buddha, recommending him to Sun Wukong and Sun Tong to accompany them to Mount Huaguo. Sun Wukong listened to the brief introduction, a golden gleam flickering in his eyes as he quietly activated the Eyes of Destruction. After carefully assessing Leng Xuan, his heart stirred, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you a half-demon, carrying the bloodline of both the human and demon races?" As soon as the words left Sun Wukong's lips, Leng Xuan's expression shifted violently, a terrifying killing intent flashing in his eyes before he quickly masked it. Yet, it did not escape Sun Wukong's sight. "Indeed, you are truly a half-demon." Sun Wukong chuckled. To the naked eye, Leng Xuan appeared to be a mere human, but beneath the Eyes of Destruction, a stream of extremely concealed demon energy flowed through his body, a distinct aura that only a half-demon could possess. It bears some resemblance to the Heavenly Demon Physique of Sun Wukong, yet it appears somewhat more impure. One could say the half-demon physique is the closest to the Heavenly Demon Physique. It possesses both the meridians of the human race and the formidable flesh of the demon race, though the durability of its meridians and the strength of its body fall several degrees short of the Heavenly Demon Physique. Even so, it remains superior to an ordinary demon. Yet it is simultaneously feared, or perhaps shunned, by the demon race at large. Observing Leng Xuan's demeanor, he was likely ostracized for his half-demon heritage. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the world disguised as a human. Nor would he have reflexively exuded such killing intent when Sun Wukong exposed his true nature. "How could you possibly see through me?" Leng Xuan's expression flickered between shadow and light. He had carefully concealed the only lingering trace of his half-demon aura. For all his years wandering the four directions, not a single soul had ever discovered his true identity. Yet, Sun Wukong had seen through him with but a single glance. There has yet to be anyone born in this world capable of escaping the eyes of this great sage. That is nothing worth mentioning. Sun Wukong waved his hand, disinclined to offer further explanation. His fiery golden eyes were a divine innate ability, a gift possessed of many powerful functions he had yet to fully excavate, and besides, there was no need to speak at length of them. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Leng Xuan with newfound interest. "Tell me, if this great sage recalls correctly, you volunteered to assist our Flower Fruit Mountain this time. Speak plainly. What is your objective?" "My objective?" A cold glint flickered in Leng Xuan's eyes as he raised his head to stare intently at Sun Wukong. "If I speak it, will you help me fulfill it?" "That remains to be seen. It depends on what that objective is." Sun Wukong shrugged. "If it falls within this great sage's capabilities, and if I happen to find it interesting, lending you a hand would be no trouble at all." "I seek vengeance." A bone-deep hatred erupted from within Leng Xuan's gaze. "I wish to make those clansmen who once looked down upon me pay the price. I want them to know that my mother was not a sinner of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. She was framed by others." "Your mother? The Nine-Tailed Fox clan? You are of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox bloodline? Who was your mother?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. The affair was becoming increasingly intriguing. Any matter involving the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan was, without question, of great consequence. "My mother's name was Bai Mei, of the Tushan lineage of the Qingqi Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan. She had another name as well, one you may have heard before." "Su Daji? Damn it all, the demon fox Su Daji from the investiture of the gods? She is your mother? Was she not killed during that great war?" Sun Wukong nearly leapt to his feet. Truly spectacular. This Leng Xuan was actually the son of Su Daji. It turned out that Su Daji's true name was Bai Mei, of the orthodox Qingqi fox clan descending from the Tushan lineage, which holds the white fox in high regard, hence the change of surname to Bai. Put that way, it was not incorrect, though Su Daji should not have been referred to as Bai Mei. "Was Bai Mei not killed during the War of the Investiture of the Gods? My mother merely shed the human shell she had possessed. Her soul returned to her original body hidden within the Xuanyuan tomb. She never truly died." "Oh. So she did not perish? That is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Then why do you still wallow in such sorrow here?" Sun Wukong plucked a peach and took a single bite. Most of what he knew of the Fengshen War came from the memories of a different space-time, yet they were far too detailed. It was said by all that Su Daji had perished, yet Leng Xuan now claimed that only the physical vessel Su Daji inhabited had died. The soul of Bai Mei had returned to the Xuanyuan tomb, reuniting with her true heavenly fox body. On the surface, this sounded like a fortunate turn of events. What could be wrong with that? "My mother did not die during the Fengshen War, but those wretched elders of our clan sealed her cultivation and banished her from Qingqi, leaving her to watch helplessly as my father fell in battle, unable to save him. Finally, after giving birth to me, she died of grief. All of this was caused by those scoundrels. I, Leng Xuan, swear that in this life, I shall make those who harmed my mother pay the ultimate price. Leng Xuan growled, his eyes filled with bloodshot crimson veins. Every demon in the entire water curtain cave could feel the overwhelming sorrow and hatred radiating from him. A resentment against a blind heaven and an unjust Dao, and none could remain unmoved. Even Sun Wukong shed his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. Was this surge of resentment and grief radiating from Leng Xuan not exactly how he felt when he was plotted against by the Tathagata atop Mount Ling? A sense of shared destiny surged in Sun Wukong's heart. He filled a cup of wine and pushed it toward Leng Xuan, saying, "Speak plainly, and tell this old monkey exactly how your mother was betrayed." Leng Xuan accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp, the blood-red hue in his eyes dimming slightly as he began to recount his tale in a low, pained voice. As Sun Wukong listened, his own expression grew increasingly grim. He had never expected that the Feng Shen War, touted as a campaign to reward the virtuous and punish the wicked, was actually built upon such filthy conspiracies. Could a conflict defined by such treachery truly be considered an act of heaven's will, or a crusade for justice? From the words of Leng Xuan, Sun Wukong finally understood the hidden, dark side of the Feng Shen War. The claim that King Zhao of Shang was decadent, leading Nutua to send Bai Mei to Zhaoge in the guise of Su Danji to bewitch him, was merely a surface-level facade. In truth, it was a plot orchestrated by the primordial Heavenly Lord and the Western sects, Jia Yin Taoist. The Xia dynasty had been a realm ruled by the Wu clan. After the Great War between the Wu and the demons, the Xia fell and the Shang rose, allowing humanity to replace the demons and the Wu as the masters of the heavens and earth. Yet, at that time on earth, the human race, with the Shang dynasty at its center, revered only the heaven and earth, not the spirits and deities. Though they were eager to seek the path of immortality, it was only to enhance their own strength. They held no fixed religious faith. The primordial Heavenly Lord, the moral Heavenly Lord, and the current Taishang Laojun, spurred on by the two saints of the Western sect, decided to launch the Feng Shen War to force their immortal faith upon the world. King Zhao of Shang Dixin was a monarch of great literary and martial talent, gifted with extraordinary potential and strength that few could rival, who had once vowed to expand his borders and carry forward the glorious legacy of his ancestors. Once more, within the Nuqua temple, he dared to pen a poem that insulted the goddess Nuqua herself. In her fury, Nuwa dispatched Bai Mai, disguised as Su Daji, to enter the Shang dynasty capital of Zhaoge, intending to bewitch King Zhao and topple the foundations of the Shang lineage. Yet, upon encountering Dijin, Bai Mei discovered that he was nothing like the depraved tyrant the world claimed him to be. Through their conversations, she learned that even Dijin himself found his own erratic behavior within the Nuwa temple utterly incomprehensible. Being a man of immense pride, he chose to bury his suspicions rather than investigate further, fearing it would bring shame upon his crown. As a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, a master of charm and illusion, Bai Mei realized immediately that Dijin had been struck by a bewitching technique, which explained his uncharacteristic behavior within the temple. It became clear that a grand conspiracy was unfolding in the shadows. Through countless investigations, Bai Mei finally confirmed that it was the Taoist Ji Yin who had been pulling the strings from the darkness. The old Taoist had arranged for his disciple, the reincarnation of the flying bear, to be reborn as Jiangxia. He had Jiangxia enter the service of the primordial Lord of Heaven as a disciple of the Chan sect at Yuxu Palace, using this cover to infiltrate the city of Zhaoge. It was Jiangxia who, within the Nuwa temple, cast the spell to enchant King Zhao Dixin. It drove the king to madness, compelling him to compose the poem that would provoke the wrath of goddess Nuawa. Though she uncovered the truth, Bai Mei's original mandate remained: to bewitch Dixin and hasten the collapse of his empire. Regarding the machinations of Jiangxia, she could only turn a blind eye, for behind him stood the weight of the primordial Lord of Heaven and the Western sect leader, Ji Yin. The bewitching technique employed by Jiangxia was forged from the miasma of his flying bear manifestation. If left unchecked, it would gradually consume the soul of its victim. Under the influence of this dark spell, the character of King Zhao Dijin grew increasingly tyrannical, eventually igniting the fury of the common people. The great Zhou dynasty rose to capitalize on this turmoil, and with the backing of the moral Heavenly Lord, the primordial Lord of Heaven, and the two leaders of the Western sect, the investiture of the gods began. The primordial Lord of Heaven utilized this war to orchestrate the demise of countless righteous immortals from the Ji sect, followers of the Master of Heaven, Tongtian. Thus, the Ji sect fell into ruin, while the Chan sect rose to prominence. The two Western sect leaders seized the opportunity to deceive and recruit many, swelling the ranks of their own faith. It can be said that the greatest beneficiaries of the investiture war were the primordial Lord of Heaven and the Taoist Ji Yin, yet they cast the blame entirely upon Bai Mei. They declared that the depravity and moral decay of King Zhao Di Qin were solely the result of the enchantments cast by the concubine Su Daji, whom Bai Mei had embodied. After the war concluded, the fallen, including King Zhao himself, were either granted titles as gods or ascended to immortality. Yet Bai Mei received no reward. Instead, she was branded a scapegoat, her cultivation sealed away by Jiang Xia in league with the newly established Heavenly Court. The elders of the Qingqi Nine-Tailed Fox clan, without seeking the truth, held her accountable for the Heavenly Court's displeasure, expelling her from the clan, stripping her of her power, and casting her out into the wilderness. Alone and destitute, Bai Mei drifted through the mortal realm, eventually crossing paths with Leng Xiao, the father of Leng Xuan. Regrettably, not long after their marriage, Leng Xiao was conscripted into the army and fell in a great war. At that time, Bai Mei watched from afar. Had her cultivation been profound enough, she surely could have intervened to save him. Yet she could only watch helplessly, as Leng Xiao was pierced by 1,000 arrows and perished. Leng Xuan was born into such utter despair and the heart-wrenching agony of his mother, Bai Mei, bearing the bloodline of a half-demon. From the moment of his birth, he possessed an intelligence and physical constitution that no ordinary human child could ever hope to match. Yet it was precisely because of this that he felt, more deeply than anyone, the sheer desperation and torment his mother endured in those final moments. Leng Xuan watched with his own eyes as his mother, Bai Mei, took her own life to join her husband in death. Before she perished, Bai Mei shattered the seal of the heavenly gods, bestowing every shred of her remaining cultivation upon Leng Xuan, propelling him to the realm of an earth immortal. Throughout these years, Leng Xuan has traveled the four corners of the world, cultivating with singular focus, driven by the desire to attain the power necessary to avenge his mother. But in truth, although he has now reached the realm of a Taiyi Loose immortal, a cultivation level equivalent to that of Sun Wukong, to challenge the various gods, immortals, Buddhas, and demons to avenge his mother, is no different from a fool speaking of dreams. He is in need of aid, in need of a champion powerful enough to help him fulfill his vow of vengeance. So, you hope that Old Sun can help you exact your revenge, is that it? On what grounds do you believe that Old Sun can help you? Or rather, what makes you think Old Sun would be willing to assist you? It must be said that the tale of Leng Xuan moved Sun Wukong greatly. Like attracts like, and he could feel the profound sorrow etched into Leng Xuan's heart. Yet he was not a man of such idle kindness. Sympathy is one thing, and friendship is another. There was no deep bond between them, and to invite such formidable enemies upon himself for the sake of a single story. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem worth the cost. After all, the enemies of Leng Xuan are far from simple. Primordial Heaven Lord, the Junti Taoist, and the various immortal elders of the Heavenly Court. The enemies facing Leng Xuan were even more numerous than those Sun Wukong would eventually encounter. On what grounds, you ask? It seems I truly have nothing to rely upon. A glimmer of desolation flashed in Leng Xuan's eyes as he lowered his head, his fists clenched tight, before he looked up once more at Sun Wukong. No, I can see that the great sage and I are of the same kind. We share the same gaze. And surely, there is a deep-seated hatred buried within your heart as well, is there not? Are you not intending to establish your own rules of governance? If I have not guessed wrong, you will not be content to remain in a corner of the Flower Fruit Mountain. You surely intend to use this mountain as your foundation and expand your influence, do you not? If that is indeed the case, sooner or later, you will inevitably clash with the Heavenly Court. Is being an assistant not good enough for you? Oh, are you so certain that I, the great sage, will end up clashing with the Heavenly Court? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, observing Leng Xian with a flicker of genuine interest. I am certain. Leng Xian did not show a shred of weakness, staring directly back at Sun Wukong. Without the ambition to achieve something grand, there would be no need to establish such rigorous management protocols. I presume you wish to revitalize the demon sect and restore the ancient glory of the demon clan, is that correct? If that is truly the case, then a confrontation with the Heavenly Court is unavoidable, and we shall be the best of allies. Leng Xian's voice trailed off, and for a moment, Sun Wukong remained silent. After locking eyes for a long duration, Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. What you say makes perfect sense. I truly have no argument against it. It seems I have no choice but to accept your allegiance. Welcome to the Huaguo Mountain Demon Sect. May our cooperation be fruitful. My gratitude, great king. May our cooperation be fruitful. A smile spread across Leng Xian's face as he reached out to clasp hands with Sun Wukong. Men, prepare some avian beasts. Tonight we shall roast them. Every demon shall have one, and we shall feast to our heart's content. Why avian beasts? Specifically, simply to invite a favorable omen, a sign of great fortune. Tonight, we feast on chicken. With Leng Xian joining Huaguo Mountain, he assisted Sun Wukong in drafting detailed rules of governance. From the categorization of the demon ranks to the responsibilities, benefits, and the systems of reward and punishment for each level, everything was organized with absolute clarity. Furthermore, he proposed that Sun Wukong construct a transmission tower deep within the water curtain cave, where all cultivation techniques would be categorized by grade and stored, with specific conditions established for accessing them. In this way, even if Sun Wukong were absent from Huaguo Mountain, it would have no impact on the daily cultivation of the demon subjects. Following Sun Wukong's suggestion, the entire Huaguo Mountain demon sect was divided into 11 ranks. From lowest to highest they were Demon Soldier, Junior Guard, Median Guard, Senior Guard, Junior Major, Median Major, Senior Major, Colonel, Brigadier General, Major General, and General. Each rank carried specific requirements regarding cultivation level and combat prowess, with the criteria determined through discussions between Lang Xian, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Tong. With these rules in place, the entire spirit of the Huaguo Mountain Demon Clan underwent a transformation. Previously, everyone lived and ate together. Aside from their leader, the great sage Sun Wukong, the status gap between the other demons was negligible. But now, everything had changed. With ranks defined by cultivation and strength, the benefits accorded to each level were entirely distinct. Watching their former peers, who were once no different from themselves, now occupying higher positions, eating better, dressing finer, and possessing superior cultivation resources, was a shock to the system. Those demons at the bottom of the hierarchy felt a deep sense of imbalance. In the past, there was little difference between any of them. On what basis does he fare better than I do now? If he can achieve this, then I too can attain the same, if I only put in the effort. Once this spirit of competition took root, the motivation to improve followed in its wake. The entire demon clan of Huaguo Mountain fell into a surging wave of cultivation. Sun Wukong officially proclaimed the title of the Huaguo Mountain Demon Sect, recruiting demons from all corners of the world, while setting off himself to visit the 6 sworn brothers from his previous life, one by one. The first to be visited was the great Bull Demon King, Niu Haiba, according to the timeline. At this moment, the Bull Demon King should be enjoying his blissful, newlywed life with Princess Ironfan, living within the Plantain Cave on Mount Qiyun. Regardless of the others, this powerful Bull Demon King was a necessary ally to secure. Should a war with the Heavenly Court erupt, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable reinforcement. As Sun Wukong rode his cloud toward Mount Qiyun, he pondered how to entice the Bull Demon King to join the Huaguo Mountain Demon Sect. At the very least, to get him to verbally acknowledge himself as a member of the sect. Brother Niu, are you home? The handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong of Huaguo Mountain, has come to pay a visit. Brother Niu Haiba, pray come out and meet me. After thinking it over along the way, Sun Wukong decided it was best to go straight to the point, bridging the gap by emphasizing the brotherhood between himself and the Bull Demon King. True enough, Sun Wukong gathered his strength and shouted loudly. As his voice echoed deep into the Plantain Cave on Mount Qiyun, the massive gates swung open in an instant. The sturdy, imposing figure of the Bull Demon King appeared at the entrance, his long strides taking him outside, where he tilted his head to scan the sky, and asked in a booming voice, "Who is it, being so boisterous outside my cave?" "It is I, Old Sun," Sun Wukong replied, leaping down from the sky. He cupped his hands toward the Bull Demon King and said with a grin, "The handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong of Huaguo Mountain, has come specifically to pay respects to Brother Niu Haiba. But tell me, brother, is this how you receive guests at your doorstep? Why do you stand at the threshold to welcome a visitor? How do you know the name of Old Nikyu? And why do you address me as brother?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the Bull Demon King's eyes as he scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe. He had indeed heard that recently, a Huaguo Mountain demon sect had emerged in Aolai country within the Eastern Victory continent, led by someone claiming to be the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong. But he had never met him. He had no prior acquaintance with this Sun Wukong, so why would he come to visit? And how could he possibly know his name? The Bull Demon King's real name had always been a secret. Apart from Princess Ironfan, very few knew he was called Niu Haiba. Where could Sun Wukong have heard it? And where did this sense of brotherhood come from? In a flash, the Bull Demon King's mind was filled with questions, and he felt deeply suspicious of Sun Wukong's true intentions. "Brother Niu, do not be anxious. Old Sun will naturally clear up your doubts. What is the matter? Will you not invite me inside to sit for a while? It is my discourtesy, Old Nikyu. Please, enter." Sun Wukong followed the Bull Demon King into the Plantain Cave, and Princess Ironfan hurried to instruct a handmaiden to serve tea, only to be stopped by the Bull Demon King's shout, "We are all heroes here. What is the point of serving tea? Bring out the wine immediately. Let us drink 2 large bowls first, then we shall talk." Brother Nikyu speaks wisely. Old Sun also came to your abode hoping to share a drink. Sun Wukong chimed in with a laugh, and Princess Ironfan ordered the staff to replace the tea with fine wine in cups, served a few rounds for the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong, then found an excuse to depart, leaving the two of them alone in the main hall. It was evident that Sun Wukong had matters to discuss with the Bull Demon King. She had been hesitant to speak while lingering, so it was best to give them the chance to converse in private. Brother Wukong, from where did you learn my true name? Furthermore, you keep addressing me as senior brother. Where did this even begin? Earlier, with Princess Ironfan Rakshasa standing right beside us, the Bull Demon King could not bring himself to ask. But now, he could no longer suppress the burning curiosity in his heart. Brother Ninyu, we both hail from the lineage of the Shiyu Sangxing Cave on Lingtai Fangkun Mountain. When you departed from the sect, I caught a glimpse of you from afar, so it is only natural that I address you as senior brother. Sun Wukong did not attempt to conceal the truth. Although Bodhi Patriarch had warned them not to disclose their sect to outsiders, he never forbade fellow disciples from revealing their identities to one another. As fate would have it, this move by Sun Wukong proved to be a masterstroke. The moment these words left his lips, the Bull Demon King's expression shifted instantly. He lowered his voice, his face filled with a mixture of pleasant surprise and nervous tension as he asked, Brother Wukong, are you also a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch? Indeed. When I was admitted into the sect, it happened to be the very day you completed your studies at Lishan, which is why we missed each other by such a slim margin. However, I have heard many tales of your heroic deeds from our other martial brothers, and I have always held you in high esteem. Even a saint may fail, but flattery never misses its mark. As soon as these words of praise spilled from Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King's bull-like face beamed with delight. His eyes narrowed, and he waved his large hand with feigned modesty. Oh, not at all, not at all. Brother Wukong, you truly flatter me. You speak too highly. Though he was clearly pleased, the Bull Demon King did not forget to offer a word of caution to Sun Wukong. Brother Wukong, it is better if we continue to address each other as brothers from this point forward. Let us refrain from mentioning senior or junior titles again. Our master has explicitly forbidden us from mentioning our sex lineage to the outside world, and this rule must not be broken. Understood. Understood. I am well aware of this, Brother Nigu. Sun Wukong's eyes shifted before asking, setting aside the matter of our seniority, how should we address one another from now on? What I mean is, how shall we determine our order of ranking? I have heard that you, Brother Nikenu, have 5 close companions. Why not summon them here so we can all become acquainted and discuss this properly? In his previous life as one of the 7 great sages, Sun Wukong's position as the 7th was not a reflection of his strength being the lowest. In truth, their abilities were evenly matched, and since no one had engaged in a definitive duel, the rankings were based simply on age. In this life, Sun Wukong refused to be the last in line again. His goal was to revitalize the demon clan and restore its ancient glory. Therefore, he could not simply call others Big Brother. This ranking could not be based on age. It had to be based on strength. He would absolutely not yield the position of the first sage to anyone. Unaware of the complex schemes swirling in Sun Wukong's mind, the Bull Demon King found the suggestion reasonable and signaled for the 5 great demon kings: the Flood Dragon Demon King, the Rock Demon King, the Lion Camel King, the Macaque King, and the Snub-Nosed Monkey King. Before long, billows of demonic clouds gathered and descended from the horizon. The 5 great demon kings arrived at the Palm Leaf Cave on Mount Kuyun and proceeded into the cavern one by one. Brother Niu, you summoned us in such haste. What could possibly be the matter? After taking his seat, the Macaque King turned toward the Bull Demon King, his gaze shifting to Sun Wukong, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. This brother looks quite approachable. Is he an honored guest at your manor, Brother Nisyu? He is a rising demon king from the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Aolai Kingdom of the eastern Purva-Videha continent. The handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has a long-standing friendship with this old Nigu. He has come here today to... The Bull Demon King stopped mid-sentence, turning his head to look at Sun Wukong, scratching his head as he asked, Wukong, what exactly is the purpose of your visit this time? Old Sun has come here today to acquaint himself with all you great demon kings, to forge friendships, and furthermore, to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes in secret. The Bull Demon King was no fool. How could he not know the reason for his visit? It was clearly a deliberate pretense. An alliance? The Macaque King's eyes lit up as he asked with a smile. I wonder, what exactly does Brother Wukong mean by an alliance? You all know that the human race's power is vast and overwhelming. We of the demon race can only hide and survive in the wild mountains and forests, and from time to time, we are snatched away by immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons to serve as mere mounts or beasts of burden. Ultimately, this is because we demons act solely for ourselves. We are far too scattered, never having truly united as one. Therefore, I have established the demon sect at Flower Fruit Mountain, intending to recruit the demons of the world to plot a grand design together. Among the 7 great sages of his previous life, the Ventilation Great Sage, the Macaque King, was the most sagacious. Sun Wukong knew well that if he lied, he would never deceive such an opponent. Moreover, he had no intention of lying, so he stood tall and spoke of his intentions with a clear, resonant voice. These ambitious and unreserved words from Sun Wukong truly caught the Macaque King and the others off guard. Listening to Sun Wukong's tone, was he planning to expand his influence and prepare for open war against the Heavenly Court? Was this not akin to throwing an egg against a rock? With the current strength of the demon race, could they truly be rivals to the Heavenly Court? That was not even accounting for the Western Buddhist kingdom standing guard on the sidelines. The whole plan sounded utterly implausible. Brother Wukong, having such passion and ideals is a virtue, but in some matters one must measure one's strength before acting. With our meager strength, we are simply not qualified to challenge the human-led Heavenly Court. The Rock Demon King's eyes shifted as he spoke. The other great demon kings looked at Sun Wukong with expressions of deep skepticism, their gazes as if they were observing a madman lost in delusions. Old Sun never said we would declare war on the Heavenly Court this very moment. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes again. My intention is that we first unite, consolidate as much of the demon race's power as possible from all directions, and slowly develop our strength. In the end, there will come a day when we can contend with the human-led Heavenly Court as equals, just as in the ancient times. Back when our demon Heavenly Court ruled the three realms, was the human race not just as they are today? By secretly gathering our strength and growing more powerful, are we not seeking the chance to replace them and become the masters of the three realms once again? Putting it that way, perhaps there is some logic to it after all. The great demon kings exchanged meaningful glances and nodded. If this alliance promised mutual prosperity, then it would surely benefit them all. As for the matter of declaring war against the Heavenly Court, they could decide on that depending on how the situation unfolded later. Wukong's words carry reason. I, Old Niu, am in favor. What do you all think? The Bull Demon King spoke first. For there existed a silent, underlying bond of brotherhood between him and Sun Wukong. When the time came to stand his ground, he had to provide his support. He owed his junior brother at least that much face. I also agree. I agree that we should form an alliance. With the Bull Demon King already in agreement, cunning figures like the Macaque King would naturally offer no opposition, and so the alliance was settled. Though it was clear that once formed, a hierarchy of status would have to be established. The formidable strength of the Bull Demon King was beyond dispute. The other 5 great demon kings knew well in their hearts that compared to this old ox, their own cultivation and mastery were still lacking. However, exactly how much weight this beautiful Monkey King, Sun Wukong, truly carried was a matter that required closer inspection. Since an alliance was to be formed, they needed to select a leader and clearly define the ranks of power. Among us, Brother Niu is the eldest and possesses the greatest strength. Why not name Brother Niu as our leader and have the rest of us compete to determine our respective standings? What say you? Upon hearing the Macaque King's suggestion, none of the demon kings voiced any objection. Yet, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows slightly. What was this talk of installing the Bull Demon King as their supreme leader? While he was indeed the eldest in age, when it came to true strength, that was not necessarily the case. The Sun Wukong of today was no longer the beautiful Monkey King, who had just returned from his cultivation at the 3-star cave in his previous life. A leader must be chosen, but to command the respect of all factions, one had to possess the martial prowess to subdue those beneath them. Sun Wukong stood up and gave a light cough, saying, Our demon race differs from humanity. We have no need for such convoluted formalities. In my view, let us simply settle this with a contest of strength. Whoever possesses the greatest skill shall be the leader. How does that sound? Oh, this declaration from Sun Wukong made it clear that he had no intention of submitting to the Bull Demon King's authority. The Macaque King and the other great demon kings traded looks, clearly saying that Wukong had arrived today with the intention of stirring up trouble. By the sound of that, Brother Wukong, you seem to have great confidence in your own abilities. The Macaque King stepped forward and said, My own strength is the lowest among us brothers, so allow me to be the first to challenge Brother Wukong and test his capabilities. Very well, Brother Yuan. Since you have such an inclination, I shall gladly oblige. A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Among the demon race, the strong were revered above all else. He had long anticipated that battles would be inevitable today, and to claim the position of leader, he would have to speak with his fists and force them to concede through sheer power. My 2 virtuous brothers, let this be a friendly sparring match. Remember, stop once the point is made. Do not let this undermine our harmony. The Bull Demon King's words sounded like a mediation, but his tone already carried the air of one who considered himself the leader. Hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes, though he remained silent. After all, he would soon have his opportunity to test his mettle against the Bull Demon King directly, and there was no need to squabble over petty words. A trial of strength could hardly take place within the confines of the Bashao cave. With the power held by both Sun Wukong and the Macaque King, should the battle turn heated, they might well reduce the cave to rubble. The group moved out from the Shaodong cave, ascending into the sky above the peaks of Qiyun Mountain. High above the clouds, apart from Sun Wukong and the Macaque King, the 5 demon kings stood back to observe. "Brother Wukong, please, allow me," the Windfire Ghost King stated with a bow. With a flick of his wrist, the Macaque King summoned a trident. A cold aura of wind and fire swirled around the weapon, revealing the faint, haunting image of a demon. In his past life, the Macaque King was known as the Great Sage Who Drives Away Gods, a title earned solely through this very trident, a weapon that even deities and demons feared. He was known for his remarkably low profile. Even Sun Wukong had rarely seen him take action, and today, he was finally ready to engage in a true duel to determine who was the superior fighter. With a devilish smirk, Sun Wukong tilted his head and drew the Ruyi silverband staff from his ear. Golden light shimmered across the weapon as the true fire of the sun surged from his palms, rapidly engulfing the entire staff. Pointing the staff toward the Macaque King, he let out a sharp cry. "This Ruyi silverband staff weighs 13,500 caddies. I ask for your guidance." The Ruyi golden band staff and the Ruyi silver band staff shared the same origin. Save for the golden and silver bands at each end, they were identical in weight, power, and essence. Naturally, the Macaque King was unaware of this, yet hearing that the staff weighed over 13,000 caddies caused his expression to shift, his spirit becoming significantly more solemn. To wield such a heavy weapon, Sun Wukong's strength was clearly extraordinary. At the very least, he possessed heaven-sent power that could not be taken lightly. Of course, a weapon's efficacy is not measured by weight alone. One must also account for its spiritual resonance. The Macaque King did not believe that his Windfire Ghost King trident would falter before Sun Wukong's staff. With a thunderous roar, the Macaque King seized the initiative, his trident weaving a sky full of illusory strikes as he lunged fiercely towards Sun Wukong. A fine move. Sun Wukong let out a long, thunderous roar, kicking the base of his staff so that it slid upward into his grip. Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the heavens as he blocked the Macaque King's trident head-on. In an instant, the sea of illusory trident strikes vanished into thin air. Through the eyes of the destruction god, he saw through the trickery. Sun Wukong could distinguish the real from the false with perfect clarity. What? The Macaque King let out a cry of shock and disbelief, never expecting his technique to be dismantled with such effortless ease. Surprise filled his heart, but it was quickly eclipsed by a surge of ruthless intent. Channeling his inner magic, the aura of wind, fire, and ghostly spirits on his trident surged forth, rushing along the staff towards Sun Wukong. HMPH. True fire of the sun, incinerate all for your grandfather. Sun Wukong let out a cold hum and pushed his own magic to the limit. The true fire of the sun flickering on the staff erupted in brilliance, instantly engulfing the massive wave of incoming ghost energy. This true fire was a primordial flame, the pinnacle of strength and vitality, making it the natural nemesis of the ghostly windfire aura. The menacing ghost energy was incinerated in moments, and the true fire began to crawl from the trident, threatening to consume the Macaque King himself. Arg! The Macaque King let out a strange, pained cry as he hurriedly retreated. Frantically channeling his magic, he struggled in a panic to extinguish the encroaching flames of the sun. He felt the very heavens turn black, and as he looked up, the colossal Ruyi Jingu Bang descended upon him like the crushing weight of Mount Tai. Take this strike from your grandfather. In martial combat, seizing the initiative is paramount. If a problem can be solved with a single strike, there is no need for a second. This has always been the fighting philosophy of Sun Wukong. Seizing the moment when the true fire of the sun forced the Yurong King to retreat, Sun Wukong roared and charged forward, one end of the Ruyi Jingu Bang extending and expanding as he unleashed a ferocious blow. The Ruyi Jingu Bang weighs 13,500 jin, and that is merely its weight in a dormant state. With the force channeled into it by Sun Wukong, that weight had multiplied several times over. The power behind this single strike was enough to cleave mountains and drain seas, shattering the very earth itself. Before the staff even landed, the immense pressure of the gale turned the Yurong King's face deathly pale. The terror in his heart was beyond words. How can this fellow possess such monstrous strength? There was no time for deeper thought, as the surrounding space was sealed off by an unfathomable force, blocking all paths of escape. The Yurong King had no way to dodge. He had no choice but to brace himself and meet the blow head-on. Gritting his teeth, he gathered every ounce of his spiritual power into his windfire demonic fan, struggling desperately to withstand the staff that looked no different from a falling mountain. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, a shockwave rippled through the air. A figure was sent hurtling from the point of impact like a cannonball, crashing violently into the mountain range below and forming a deep crater hundreds of meters wide. In the very next instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, plummeting from the sky toward the Yurong King at the bottom of the pit. Wukong, enough! Cease your hand at once. The Bull Demon King's expression shifted dramatically as he roared and lunged toward the deep crater. Sun Wukong's assault had been far too violent. A block, a forced retreat, and then a strike that sent the Yurong King plummeting from the heavens. Even the Bull Demon King felt a sense of dread at such peerless and savage power. If he were the one to face such a blow, he could not claim to walk away without a scratch. Not to mention the Yurong King. His opponent did not possess a physical constitution as formidable as his own. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed across the heavens and the earth. The Bull Demon King held his iron rod aloft, successfully parrying Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jingu Bang, yet the sheer magnitude of the force drove his feet deep into the solid earth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong performed a single backflip and landed with graceful ease. As smooth as flowing water, the disparity in their prowess was immediately clear, and the Bull Demon King's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Sun Wukong had descended from above, holding the advantage of height, the Bull Demon King had always been renowned for his immense strength. Yet, in this clash of power, he had vaguely fallen into the disadvantage. The strength of this great sage equaling heaven was truly unfathomable. Wukong, I thank you for showing mercy. Pulling his feet from the earth, the Bull Demon King raised his staff and cupped his hands toward Sun Wukong. He understood clearly that in the final moment, Sun Wukong had redirected his strike. He had swung the Ruyi Jingu Bang toward him, not the Yurong King standing beside him. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance of blocking such a blow. Big Brother Bull, even if you hadn't intervened, I would never have truly brought the blow down upon him. Sun Wukong flashed a wide grin. He knew perfectly well how much combat strength the Yurong King had left, and his aerial descent was merely intended to startle him. Of course, he had also been placing a wager, a gamble on whether the Bull Demon King would step in. If the Bull Demon King had chosen to remain idle, Sun Wukong would have been profoundly disappointed. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King did not let him down. He remained that same righteous and mighty Bull Demon King, refusing to retreat despite the savage display of power from Sun Wukong. In this light, it was only natural that the other 5 great demon kings held him in such high regard, and even Sun Wukong often admired the elder brother with whom he had once stood shoulder to shoulder. Yet on this occasion, he could not yield. The position of supreme leader was one he was determined to claim. The Bull Demon King nodded, believing that Sun Wukong spoke the truth. There was no need for deception, and he vaguely understood that perhaps Wukong was merely putting them to the test. The Yurong King leapt from the depths of the crater, his robes tattered and his aura slightly unstable. He had been wounded by the strike, though not severely. He could sense that Sun Wukong had held back and had not utilized his full strength, otherwise it would be questionable whether he could even stand. Brother Sun, your cultivation is peerless. I am in awe. Among the demon clan, the strong are respected, and age is of no consequence. Sun Wukong had defeated the Yurong King openly and honestly, and had done so with remarkable ease. The Yurong King was utterly convinced. His disdain vanished, even changing his address from Brother Wukong to Big Brother Sun. Brother Yuan, you are too kind. Sun Wukong smiled in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the other great demon kings. Is there anyone else among you who wishes to offer some guidance? The Macaque King and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Sun Wukong had just demonstrated transcendent strength. Even if they were to challenge him, it was unlikely they would gain any advantage. The Macaque King, in particular, knew his own strength was only marginally greater than that of the Yurong King, and that margin was extremely limited. Seeing the Yurong King defeated so cleanly and decisively, he realized he would likely face the same fate. Big Brother Sun's strength is formidable. I shall not go up there and make a fool of myself. The Macaque King darted his eyes toward the 3 figures of the Lion Camel King, the Peng Demon King, and the Flood Dragon King. These 3 great demon kings possess strength superior to his own. If anyone were to subdue Sun Wukong, it would have to be them. Allow me to test him. The Lion Camel King flipped his hands, and 2 massive purple gold hammers appeared in his grip. He snorted, 2 long streams of white mist venting from his nostrils. His body surged forward, launching into the air. He pointed towards Sun Wukong and declared, Brother Wukong, come up here and let us have a battle to our heart's content. Show me what you are truly capable of. Is that all the great sage Shituo has to offer? With a sneer, Sun Wukong kicked off the ground with such force that the earth shattered beneath him, launching his body forward like a cannonball toward Shituo. The Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand thrust forward, instantly extending to strike directly at Shituo's chest. The sheer speed and power of Sun Wukong's assault caught Shituo completely off guard. He had expected Sun Wukong to trade empty pleasantries before battle, never imagining the monkey would strike without a moment's hesitation. Barely managing to cross his twin purple gold hammers in defense, Shituo collided head-on with the tip of the Ruyi Jingu Bang. A wave of violent, surging power erupted from the impact. The momentum forced the purple gold hammers backward, slamming them into Shituo's own chest. Feeling the breath leave his lungs, Shituo was sent hurtling backward, launched high into the firmament by the sheer force of the blow. The Ruyi Jingu Bang continued to extend, thrusting Shituo's body further through the layers of clouds. That weapon of his? It is far from ordinary. As Niu Moang and Yu Rongwang returned to the side of the other demon kings, they watched the Ruyi Jingu Bang continue to stretch in Wukong's grip. their expressions turning grave. The strength of a divine weapon, beyond its raw destructive power, lies primarily in its spiritual intelligence. It was clear that Sun Wukong's legendary weapon possessed an abundance of spiritual essence. It was truly detestable. High above the clouds, Shituo's body was pushed upward, piercing layer after layer of sky, rising rapidly toward the heavens. Having already shattered several celestial barriers, if they continued, they would strike the ninth heaven, sure to draw the unwanted scrutiny of the heavenly court. Gritting his teeth, Shituo resisted the pressure, performing a violent backflip to escape the tip of the staff. He took a deep breath to quell the pain in his chest, his face pale, before letting out a furious roar and diving back towards Sun Wukong. "Mountains, descend! Crush him for me!" Waving his purple gold hammers, Shituo channeled his Dharma power, instantly tearing two massive mountains from the earth and hurling them down upon Sun Wukong. In his past life, Shituo was known as the Great Sage Who Moves Mountains, a title earned through true strength, not empty boasts. In the art of moving mountains and filling seas, he had reached the realm of divine mastery. With a single thought, he could command the earth, lifting colossal peaks to suppress his foes with ease. Well played. But let us see if two mere mountains are enough to crush me. A flash of green light ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes, as his fighting spirit surged to an unprecedented peak. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly under opponents with such earth-shattering abilities, and the memory of being pinned under the Five Elements Mountain by the Buddha for 500 years remained a bitter, life-defining humiliation. But in this life, he would see who dared try to suppress him again. Break for me. Gripping the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands, he unleashed the blazing solar true fire, alongside the profound power of his 8-9 mysterious art. The entire staff erupted in a blinding, crimson gold radiance. Sun Wukong unleashed a roar that shook the very foundations of the heavens. Swinging the Rui Jingu Bang with ferocious intent, he struck directly at the two towering mountains. In the blink of an eye, it manifested 72 distinct shadows of the staff. Every single one was a physical manifestation, striking the base of the mountains almost simultaneously. 72 heaven-shattering strikes. This was a staff technique, self-created by Sun Wukong, a synthesis of all the enlightenment he had gained across his past and present lives. The destructive power of this move could be considered the strongest among all his current techniques. Yet, this was merely the first form. Beyond it lay 5 further forms: the 36 strikes, the 18 strikes, the 9 strikes, the 3 strikes, and the final strike, each increasing in power exponentially, even dozens of times over, yet becoming infinitely more difficult to execute. At present, Sun Wukong could only manifest the first 2, the 72 strikes and the 36 strikes. The remaining 4 were still mere conceptual theories, far beyond his current ability to unleash. Boom! Rumble! A violent explosion echoed across the heavens and earth, as a ferocious shockwave rippled outward in all directions. The clouds within a radius of dozens of miles were swept away in an instant. The 2 colossal mountains were pulverized by the blast, turning into a rain of shattered rock that filled the sky. A figure surged forth from the debris of the ruined mountains, hurtling into the sky toward the plummeting Shituo Wang. 72 heaven-shattering strikes. Once more, the 72 shadows of the staff reappeared, raining down upon the body of Shituo Wang. His face turned pale as ash. If this move could shatter 2 massive mountains, how could he possibly hope to withstand it? His own flesh and blood were surely not as resilient as those mountain peaks. These 72 shadows were all tangible entities, not mere illusions to deceive the eye. Even if he risked his life to block them, he could only parry a few. The outcome would be calamitous. "Brother Sun, show mercy." Shituo admits defeat. Shituo Wang was truly terrified. Better to concede than to lose his life. To be struck by this technique would mean certain death, or at the very least, a grievous injury. As his cry echoed out, the 72 shadows dissipated in an instant. Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang came to a halt just inches from Shituo Wang's nose, then retracted as the latter stood drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with lingering fear. Chuckling lightly, Sun Wukong remarked, "Brother Shituo, you are too kind. I merely concede the victory. Brother Sun, you are being humble. My skills are inferior to yours. I have nothing more to say. I am completely convinced." Shituo Wang shook his head with a bitter smile, for the mountain-moving, divine power he had always prided himself upon had been crushed by Sun Wukong's overwhelming force. The offensive power of this monkey was truly terrifying to behold. Only now did Shituo Wang understand the truth. This Sun Wukong was a master of high arts and immense courage, having come here fully prepared. It was no wonder he dared to have the Bull Demon King invite the 5 great demon kings to the Shangtan Mountain to discuss an alliance. He even sought to contend for the position of the alliance leader. He was not merely arrogant or conceited. He truly possessed capabilities that far transcended those of ordinary beings. How laughable that he had stepped forward to test the other's methods, only to be left in such a wretched state. He had truly lost all face today. Is there anyone else who wishes to offer pointers? Flying toward the side of the Bull Demon King and his companions along with the Lion Camel King, Sun Wukong swept his gaze across the Macaque Demon King, the Rock Demon King, and the Bull Demon King. Though his focus remained fixed upon the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong understood clearly that if he wished to become the leader, the supreme sovereign of these lands, a confrontation between himself and the Bull Demon King was inevitable. Brother Wukong, your combat prowess is truly peerless. This old brother of yours feels humbled by comparison. However, do you dare to test your speed against mine, to see whose pace is swifter? Should you prove victorious, your word shall be law from this day forth. I shall never go back on my promise. The Macaque Demon King rolled his eyes, whispering a few instructions to the Rock Demon King. The Rock Demon King's eyes ignited. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he looked at Sun Wukong, his words dripping with provocation. Very well. This old sun shall match speeds with you. The great rock rides the wind for a day and soars 90,000 miles. The Rock Clan is undeniably the master of speed within the three realms. Even Sun Wukong's somersault cloud felt slightly inferior. Yet, within the depths of Sun Wukong's heart, there was not a trace of trepidation. He no longer relied solely on his somersault cloud. He now possessed the divine ability to traverse space with a single step. To wield both simultaneously, it would be no exaggeration to call it the ultimate speed beneath the heavens. Even against the golden-winged Rock Clan, who were born with the gift of velocity, Sun Wukong remained confident that he could hold his own. The Rock Demon King did not expect Sun Wukong to agree so readily without a moment's hesitation. Caught off guard, he parted his lips. But soon, a surge of mockery rose within him. He let out a cold snort through his nostrils. This monkey was far too arrogant. He was a distinguished talent of the golden-winged Rock Clan. Beyond his own kin, who in these three realms could hope to rival his speed? Name the destination then. We shall see who arrives first. The Rock Demon King's entire being radiated an arrogance that pierced the very clouds. He would make Sun Wukong understand that the skies belonged to the golden-winged Rock Clan alone. Let the coast of the North Sea, near the northern continent of Beiju Luzhao, be our destination. The eastern, southern, and western seas were either under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, or within the sphere of influence of the Western Buddhist Kingdom. Only the fringes of the North Sea, near Beiju Luzhao, remained a lawless region. His recent battles with the Macaque Demon King and the Lion Camel King might have already alerted the immortals of the Heavenly Court. It was best to remain low profile. The Rock Demon King had no objection to Sun Wukong's proposal. To him, the destination mattered little. At his full speed, he could traverse that distance in less than half an incense stick of time. Wukong, Peng Fei, we two shall head out first to serve as judges at the destination. The rest of you may rest for an incense stick's time before departing. The flight speed of the Bull Demon King's group was naturally far inferior to that of the Rock Demon King, though not to such an extreme degree as to be 4 or 5 times slower. However, neither the Rock Demon King nor Sun Wukong voiced any dissent. 2 hours was nothing, a mere matter of sharing a cup of wine or entering a brief state of meditation. It was not too late to depart then. With the Bull Demon King and the others as witnesses, the outcome would be clear, and there would be no room for excuses. 2 hours later. The time is near. Wukong, you may go first. I shall overtake you soon enough. The Rock Demon King spoke with a haughty expression, instantly unfurling his golden wings behind him. With 2 flaps, sand and stones swirled in the surrounding air as he rose slowly into the firmament. Are you certain you wish for this venerable one to go first? Be warned, I shall not pause to wait for you. Sun Wukong curled his lip. It seemed this Peng Demon King was far too prone to looking down on others. Did he truly believe that victory was already within his grasp? I am certain. Wukong, you need not stall. In any case, it will not take me long to overtake you. Unaware of the true thoughts swirling within Sun Wukong's mind, the Peng Demon King maintained his arrogant posture, his words laced with undisguised disdain. Sun Wukong gave a curt nod, saying nothing more. He gripped his staff tightly, eager to see if this fellow would still be smiling later. With a somersault he vaulted into the air, and in an instant, spirit energy coalesced beneath his feet to form a golden cloud. Sun Wukong's silhouette flickered, and with a sudden surge, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Indeed, he is quite swift. No wonder he dared to accept my challenge. A flash of surprise crossed the Peng Demon King's eyes. Yet a cold, mocking smirk immediately tugged at the corners of his mouth. However, it still cannot compare to our golden-winged Great Peng Clan. With a powerful beat of his wings and a flash of wind and lightning, the Peng Demon King transformed into a streak of golden light, trailing in the direction Sun Wukong had vanished. It is said that a Great Peng can traverse 90,000 miles in a single wing beat. While that may be an exaggeration, the Peng Demon King's speed was truly terrifying, far outstripping the somersault cloud, and he quickly closed the distance until he was mere paces behind Sun Wukong. Wukong, I told you, it would not take long for me to catch up. The Peng Demon King roared with mocking laughter, preparing to soar past Sun Wukong, when suddenly, he heard Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. With a seamless movement, the golden cloud beneath Wukong's feet flickered, and in the next heartbeat, his speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he had become but a speck at the very edge of the horizon. What? How is this possible? The triumphant expression on the Peng Demon King's face froze instantly, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? How could his speed suddenly increase to such an extent? In this world, what cloud soaring technique could possibly be this fast? This is impossible. His heart was filled with shock. Gritting his teeth in fury, the Peng Demon King flickered and revealed his true form as the golden-winged Great Peng, his body wreathed in the power of wind and thunder as he flapped his wings to pursue Sun Wukong, slowly closing the distance once more. Your cloud soaring technique is formidable indeed, forcing me to reveal my true form. Wukong, you have earned the right to be proud. In these three realms, aside from our golden-winged Great Peng clan, none can surpass us in the art of flight. Is that so? Shrinking the earth into inches, Peng Demon King once again regained his sense of superiority. Regrettably, this feeling of superiority did not last for long. In response, Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. His flight speed surged once more, leaving the Demon King far behind, vanishing toward the horizon in the blink of an eye. Damn it. This time, Peng Demon King almost plummeted headlong from the sky. What kind of situation was this? How could this be? Was he hallucinating? Since when could the cloud-stepping technique toy with the innate flight mastery of the golden-winged Peng clan? A nightmare. This had to be a nightmare. I will not lose. I am the Peng Demon King, a genius of the golden-winged Peng clan. How could I lose to a mere monkey in a race of speed? It is absolutely impossible. Consumed by rage, Peng Demon King pushed himself to the limit, burning his very life essence to further accelerate his flight. Yet no matter how much he accelerated, he could not close the distance. No matter how he pushed, Sun Wukong remained just a fraction faster. Despair began to seep into the depths of Peng Demon King's heart. The distance that should have taken half an hour to traverse was covered in only a quarter of an hour, thanks to their desperate race. Sun Wukong arrived first, performing a somersault in the air before landing gracefully on the shore. 5 great demon kings, including Bull Demon King, were already waiting by the seaside. Sun Wukong? Why is he the one to arrive first? Seeing Sun Wukong descend from the clouds, Bull Demon King's expression shifted, and he stood up, shocked to his core. A moment later, Peng Demon King arrived from the horizon, a streak of golden light transforming into human form on the shore, though his face was a mask of dark humiliation. Having been utterly crushed in the one area of speed he prided himself on most, his mood was now at its absolute lowest. Furthermore, recalling his previous arrogance and condescending sense of superiority towards Sun Wukong, his face burned with shame. He wished he could simply vanish into the earth. Brother Peng, it seems this contest of speed has been won by this old sun, has it not? Sun Wukong cared little for what the Demon King was thinking. A win was a win, and he intended to make sure Peng Demon King acknowledged it. Brother Sun possesses vast and boundless supernatural powers, I am convinced. Aside from admitting defeat, Peng Demon King truly knew not what else to say. His own flight speed was unmatched in the 3 realms, anchored by the innate natural ability of the golden-winged Peng clan. Yet, what was Sun Wukong's foundation? Among the monkey kind, the Macaque King and the Gibbon King were far inferior to Sun Wukong in the art of cloud riding. How could he have trained this technique to a level that even he could not reach? This Sun Wukong was truly an anomaly, a freak of nature. Against such a monster, envy was useless. One could only yield in admiration. Who is next? Sun Wukong laughed, turning his gaze toward Flood Dragon Demon King and Bull Demon King. Of the 6 great demon kings, only these 2 had yet to show their stance. Flood Dragon Demon King and Bull Demon King exchanged glances. In truth, the prowess and skill that Sun Wukong had displayed had already earned him the deep admiration of the Flood Dragon Demon King. He was arguably no less formidable than the Bull Demon King. Yet to humble himself like the Macaque King, conceding defeat without even an exchange of blows, was a loss of face he simply could not endure. After a moment of deliberation, the Flood Dragon King pointed toward the nearby northern sea and spoke. Brother Wukong, your strength is peerless. I, Long Chao, admit that neither in the heavens nor on earth am I your match. However, do you dare to descend into the depths and test your mettle against me? If you can best me underwater, I, Long Chao, shall henceforth follow your commands without hesitation. A battle beneath the waves? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows slightly, for water combat was not exactly his forte. In his past life, he could barely muster 1/3 of his true combat prowess while submerged. In this life, although his transformation arts were perfected, and he had gained profound insights into various natural laws, having even practiced in the water, he had never once engaged in true, life-or-death combat beneath the surface. How much of his strength he could actually manifest underwater remained a significant uncertainty. "How about it? Are you afraid?" The Flood Dragon King raised an eyebrow. "Water combat it is. What has this old sun ever had to fear?" A surge of stubborn determination was instantly ignited within Sun Wukong's heart. The past was the past, and this life was a new beginning. He refused to believe that he would be held back by the water for the rest of his existence. "Refreshing." The Flood Dragon King laughed boisterously. His figure blurred as he skated across the crests of the northern sea, coming to a halt 10 miles from the shore. He stood firmly upon the turbulent waves, a dragon's tail manifesting behind him, as all the spray around him vanished. The churning waves bowed to his presence, spiraling beneath his dragon tail and coalescing into a current of raw power that held his form aloft. "Brother Wukong, please!" In the Flood Dragon King's hand appeared a pale azure spear, adorned with swirling dragon motifs. The tip was carved in the likeness of an azure dragon, with the spearhead emerging from the beast's gaping maw. The moment the weapon was unsheathed, the surrounding seawater wrapped itself around the shaft, forming a flowing, fluid layer that seemed to amplify the spear's presence tenfold. A peak-grade post-celestial spirit treasure. A golden glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he activated his fiery golden eyes. With a single sweeping glance, his pupils tightened in realization. Until this very moment, among the weapons of the 6 great demon kings, the Bull Demon King's iron rod possessed the highest rank, standing alongside the Ruyi Jingu Bang as peak-grade post-celestial spirit treasures. The armaments of the others had always been slightly inferior, but this azure spear in the Flood Dragon King's hand was clearly of equal caliber. This second brother from his past life was truly far from simple. In his previous incarnation, Sun Wukong had never crossed blades with the Flood Dragon King. Though he had seen his weapon, he had lacked the fiery golden eyes to discern its true quality, and thus had never paid it much mind. Looking at it now, this Flood Dragon King, known in the past as the Great Sage who equalizes the sea, was far more formidable than any of the so-called Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Severing wave strike! Watching Sun Wukong hurtle toward him just above the surface, the Flood Dragon King roared. He swung his spear in a sweeping arc, causing the vast sea to churn into a violent, raging tidal wave that crashed madly toward Wukong. The sheer force of the waves, rising several dozen yards high, struck terror into the hearts of the Macaque King and the others watching from afar, for its power was no less devastating than the crushing weight of a falling mountain. Facing such immense tidal waves, Sun Wukong could certainly brute force his way through, but that would hardly be the path of wisdom. Knowing the Demon King surely possessed more than just this simple trick, only a fool would blindly rush into a reckless confrontation while his opponent held cards still in reserve. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. In a flash, he transformed into a swordfish, diving headlong into the towering wall of water. The colossal waves failed to hinder him in the slightest. With a few swift flicks of his tail, he pierced through layer after layer of water, closing the distance to the Flood Dragon Demon King. Taste the strike of old sun. With another shimmer, he reverted to his true form, pulled the Ruyi Jingu Bang from his ear, expanded the weapon, and swung it with devastating force toward the crown of the Flood Dragon Demon King's head. A flicker of golden light flashed in the Demon King's eyes. He was stunned to see such a fluid, seamless display of transformation, allowing Sun Wukong to bypass his waves with such effortless grace. Faced with the incoming, ferocious strike, the Demon King did not attempt to parry. Instead, he flicked his dragon tail, sinking instantly into the depths of the sea. Sun Wukong's staff slammed into empty space and struck the surface of the water, the sheer power instantly parting the sea and sending waves 100 feet high surging into the sky as the beast vanished beneath the depths. Having missed his target, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed slightly. Did the Flood Dragon Demon King intend to draw him into a battle beneath the waves? HMPH. If it is an underwater battle you seek, then so be it. Old Sun has never feared any challenger. With golden light blazing in his eyes, Sun Wukong pointed his Ruyi Jingu Bang toward the water and dove straight down after. The 100-foot waves behind him began to settle, but in an instant, even greater surges erupted from beneath, turning the surface of the sea into a roiling, chaotic cauldron. Tidal waves, ranging from hundreds to nearly 1,000 feet in height, stacked upon one another, rolling outward in all directions, crashing past the coastline and over the high cliffs to penetrate deep into the land of Beiju Luzhao. Dozens of feet beneath the surface, Sun Wukong and the Flood Dragon Demon King had already exchanged over a dozen blows. Sun Wukong still found himself somewhat unaccustomed to underwater combat, feeling as though his movements were slightly constrained. Even so, he was performing far better than he had in his previous life. It was merely that exerting his full strength beneath the currents remained a daunting challenge. Daily cultivation is, after all, only training. It can never reveal as many flaws as the fires of true combat. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong's dissatisfaction with his own performance, the Flood Dragon Demon King was filled with genuine terror. They were deep beneath the ocean, Yet the combat prowess Sun Wukong displayed was not the least bit diminished. No, that was an understatement. His strength was just as formidable here as it was on solid ground. As a flood dragon, he was of the Dragon Clan, the natural kings of the ocean, and his power was vastly amplified in these waters. Even the great sage bull demon king would not dare face him in such a domain. Yet Sun Wukong was holding his own, showing absolutely no sign of being at a disadvantage. This reality completely shattered the Flood Dragon Demon King's understanding of the Monkey Clan. Since when could a monkey maneuver through the water with such ease? Even the martial Tianpeng of the Heavenly Court could not match the performance Sun Wukong was displaying right now. Their battle in the deep ocean was sending tremors across the entire northern sea, especially with a clash of such titanic intensity between Sun Wukong and the Flood Dragon Demon King as the shockwaves of their struggle rippled through the ocean, spreading out to the very edges of the world, causing the entire North Sea to tremble within the North Sea Dragon Palace. Go quickly and see what in the world is happening. Tao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, roared in terror and fury. Just moments ago, he had no idea what had transpired, yet the entire North Sea suddenly shook violently, shattering countless treasures within his palace. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were sent tumbling, collapsing onto the seabed. Even the majestic Dragon King himself could not keep his footing. A powerful shockwave of energy surged from the deep northern waters, leaving Agyo Shun trembling with fear. Could some strange disaster have struck Beiju Luzhao again? Father, calm your rage. I shall depart at once to investigate. Awa Rui, the eldest prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, replied. He signaled his commanders and a legion of armored soldiers to depart the palace, rushing toward the source of the turbulent energy. At the heart of the battlefield, Sun Wukong and the Flood Dragon King were locked in a scorching confrontation. With a sudden twist of his frame, the Flood Dragon King transformed. He manifested directly into a colossal, indigo-hued flood dragon. Save for the single horn upon his brow, the rest of his form bore little difference to the true Dragon Clan. Yet his strength was more formidable than any member of the Dragon Clan Sun Wukong had ever encountered, stirring the North Sea into an endless, raging frenzy. Every strike carried the crushing weight of 10,000 acres of seawater, relentlessly assaulting Sun Wukong from all directions. Sun Wukong was forced onto the defensive, struggling to parry the fierce currents closing in on him from every side. As the battle raged, the fires of his fury burned brighter, fully awakening the madness deep within his soul. With a sudden savage roar, the true fire of the sun surged from his core, manifesting as a ring of blazing flames around his body that forced the surrounding seawater to recede. Massive quantities of seawater vaporized into steam, and the temperature of the ocean began to rise at an alarming rate. Heaven-shattering 72 strikes. Solar flare. As you wish. The Ruyi Jingu Bang swung outward, manifesting 72 illusory images of the staff. Unlike before, every staff shadow was wreathed in the raging true fire of the sun. It illuminated the ocean floor, as if countless miniature suns had fallen into the deep. The seawater for dozens of miles began to boil violently. Boom! The 72 blazing staff shadows crashed directly onto the massive form of the Flood Dragon King. This was the first time Sun Wukong had combined his heaven-shattering staff technique with the true fire of the sun. He had only imagined such a technique in his mind, but in the throes of his battle madness he had executed it perfectly, sealing off the entire sea with the shadows of his staff. The Flood Dragon King felt his body go rigid, his movements slowed instantly, rendering him unable to evade the onslaught of the 72 strikes. Yet he was a vicious combatant. Since he could not dodge, he chose not to retreat at all. He channeled all his demonic essences, condensing his power into countless ice arrows and lightning-imbued water bolts, launching them to collide head-on with the staff shadows. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deep beneath the North Sea, a series of deafening explosions echoed. The force of the impact sent the water scattering in all directions, as plumes of ocean spray erupted thousands of feet into the sky. The 5 great demon kings, including the Bull Demon King, who had been standing on the shore, were forced to soar into the clouds to evade the colossal tidal waves surging from beneath. Witnessing the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding upon the sea, the 5 great demon kings could not help but draw a sharp breath, their expressions twitching in disbelief. Heaven above! Do these two intend to obliterate the entire North Sea? To stir up such a cataclysmic disturbance? Brother Sun is truly formidable. To think he could fight the old flood dragon to this extent beneath the ocean depths. Tell me, are all of you in the Monkey Clan such monstrous freaks? Damn it, how would I know? Never in the history of our clan has such a freakish individual appeared. The 5 great demon kings were experienced and knowledgeable, having encountered many formidable figures within the demon race. Yet they had never seen a Tai Loose immortal possess such overwhelming power, and one who seemingly stood without a single flaw. If every member of the Monkey Clan were like Sun Wukong, how would the other demon tribes even survive? Thankfully, there is only one such freak in the Monkey Clan. That is something we can reluctantly accept. Oh, someone approaches. It is the dragon tribe of the North Sea. The ears of the macaque king suddenly twitched as he turned to gaze toward the distant horizon of the sea. Ao Rui, the eldest prince of the North Sea dragon tribe, led a massive legion of aquatic soldiers across the waves, clearly drawn by the titanic collision between Sun Wukong and the Flood Dragon King. Long Chao has always been at odds with the North Sea dragon tribe. I fear there is trouble brewing. The Bull Demon King's expression darkened instantly. Having been brothers for many years, they had all heard whispers of each other's pasts. The Flood Dragon King, Long Chao, had always harbored a deep-seated hatred for the dragon tribe, particularly those of the North Sea. Though the Bull Demon King did not know the true origin of this grudge, an encounter between Long Chao and the eldest prince, Ao Rui, would certainly not end in peace. Boom! With two thunderous explosions, a pair of figures erupted from the sea. It was Sun Wukong and the Flood Dragon King, both having returned to their human forms. The Flood Dragon King's body was stained with blood, his aura ragged and chaotic. Conversely, Sun Wukong's garments were merely tattered, showing no signs of grave injury. It was evident that, in their final clash of ultimate techniques, the Flood Dragon King had been defeated. Brother Sun, your strength is peerless. I, Long Chao, am convinced. I have no objections to you becoming our leader. It now rests solely on the will of Brother Bull. The Flood Dragon King's physique was immensely resilient. His wounds were already beginning to scab, proving they were merely superficial and of no concern. After drawing a deep breath, he looked at Sun Wukong with eyes filled with newfound reverence. To be defeated in one's own domain, the strength of this Monkey King was truly terrifying. To accept such a warrior as one's elder brother was no disgrace. However, whether or not this arrangement would hold still depended on the Bull Demon King. Who dares to run rampant in my North Sea? Do you truly believe the North Sea Dragon Tribe has no one left to challenge you? Sun Wukong had just clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the Flood Dragon King and was preparing to take flight, when a piercing shout echoed from the distance. An army of aquatic warriors clad in heavy armor emerged, cutting through the still surging waves. At the vanguard stood a figure wearing a purple gold crown, draped in matching armor, and wielding a formidable halberd weight, was Ao Rui, the eldest prince of the North Sea Dragon Tribe. The thunderous roar had come from him. Judging by his frigid expression, he had clearly arrived to hold them accountable and demand blood. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the Flood Dragon King, a flicker of intrigue flashing within his eyes. For Zhao Mo was staring intensely at the North Sea Dragon Prince, Ao Rui, who stood at the vanguard, his eyes burning with a deep-seated resentment, and his expression twisted in fury. Sun Wukong could clearly perceive a profound murderous intent emanating from his very body. Could it be that the Demon King and this North Sea Dragon Prince harbored a deep grudge? While he pondered, Prince Ao Rui led his legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to the very front, his gaze sweeping past Sun Wukong before locking onto Zhao Mo. This prince was wondering who dared to run wild here. So, it is merely the bane of existence born from that lowly concubine of yours. A lowly concubine? A bane of existence? A flicker of astonishment crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. Could it be that this Zhao Mo, Long Chao, was actually the son of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun? Judging by Ao Rui's tone, it seemed Zhao Mo was an illegitimate son of the North Sea Dragon King, and furthermore, he held a bitter enmity toward the North Sea Dragon clan. What could possibly be the reason for this? With a quick movement, Sun Wukong shifted his stance, somersaulting into mid-air as auspicious clouds gathered beneath his feet, carrying him before Niu Moang and the others. Does Long Chao share some sort of grievance with the Dragon Clan? Sun Wukong glanced at Niu Moang and his companions, asking the question directly. Brother Chao and the Dragon Clan indeed have bad blood, though we do not know the exact cause. We only know that whenever the Four Seas Dragon Clan is mentioned, he reveals an expression of utter loathing and hatred. Long Chao and the Dragon Clan, especially the North Sea, have always been at odds. Even I, Old Ox, do not know the origin of this hatred. However, judging by the insults hurled by that North Sea Prince Ao Rui, it seems Long Chao does indeed hail from the North Sea. The Mi Hao Wang and Niu Moang spoke in succession. The other demon kings nodded in agreement. A brilliant light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The Zhao Mo was, in all likelihood, the illegitimate son of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun. In truth, in his previous life, Sun Wukong had once heard rumors from Feng Qing, claiming that the great sage equaling the sea, Zhao Moang Long Chao, was the product of an illicit affair between the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, and a low-born water snake spirit in the palace. Thus, despite possessing a draconic form, he lacked dragon horns. Cast out by the North Sea Dragon Clan, he rebelled in his fury and proclaimed himself the Zhao Mo. Sun Wukong had always dismissed these as mere rumors, but now it appeared that rumors were not entirely groundless. There is no smoke without fire, and there must be a reason for such talk. On the sea surface, Zhao Mo stood in a tense standoff against the North Sea Prince, Ao Rui. Facing the mockery of Ao Rui, the murderous intent in the Zhao Moang's eyes intensified, his voice dropping to a temperature colder than ever before. Ao Rui. Long Chao, you and your North Sea Dragon clan have long since severed all ties. If you dare to open your mouth with such arrogance again, I will show you no mercy. Spit, Aro Chao. A base-born creature like you, sired by a lowly sea snake, dares to act insolent before this prince? You have wreaked havoc in the North Sea realm. If you know what is good for you, bind yourself and come with me to seek forgiveness before my royal father. Otherwise, do not blame this prince for being ruthless. The North Sea Dragon Prince's face was filled with utter disdain. To him, the Zhao Moang was merely a stain born from the North Sea Dragon King's indiscretion with a low-class snake spirit. How could he possibly be compared to him? He did not even deign to look at Zhao Moang with both eyes. My name is Long Chao, not Ayo Chao. I have no connection whatsoever to the Ayo family of the Dragon Clan. Taste the might of this spear. The words of Ao Rui, the great crown prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, had thoroughly enraged the fled Dragon Demon King. Long Chao let out a thunderous roar. The ocean-subduing spear in the Demon King's hands trembled, tearing through the air with the frigid light of purple lightning as he lunged straight for Ao Rui, unleashing a ferocious strike. How bold! To raise your hand against this prince, seems you have yet to see the coffin before you shed your tears. Today, this prince shall teach you that a mere sprout of disaster will remain a disaster for all eternity. Ao Rui was taken aback. The Flood Dragon Demon King actually dared to strike at him, and his arrogance quickly curdled into a scorching rage. He bellowed in fury, brandishing his Fangtian halberd to parry the ocean-subduing spear, engaging the Flood Dragon Demon King in a fierce battle right above the surface of the sea. Scarcely had they crossed weapons, when Ao Rui, the great crown prince of the North Sea, found himself forced onto the defensive by Long Chao, his heart seized by sudden terror. How could this be? You are merely the bastard sprout of a lowly concubine. How could you possibly surpass me? Do you truly believe a hero's worth is measured by their lineage? Your Four Seas Dragon Clan wallows in luxury and vice, neglecting your cultivation while cowering before the heavenly court. Do you really think you are fit to compare your lack of backbone to me? A cold, piercing light flickered in the eyes of the Flood Dragon Demon King, Long Chao, as his movements became even more frantic. Ignoring the old wounds from his battle with Sun Wukong, which began to tear open once more, he directed every strike toward the fatal weaknesses of the North Sea Crown Prince. He fought with the clear intent of not stopping until Ao Rui was slain upon his spear, leaving the prince struggling desperately to defend himself from all sides. Having severed ties with the North Sea Dragon Clan in his youth, the Demon King had spent countless years traveling the vast lands, honing his skills through endless trials. He had endured more life-or-death struggles than could be counted. How could a prince like Ao Rui, raised in a gilded cage, ever hope to be his match? Do not be deceived. Though both were at the Taiyi Loose Immortal stage, the gap in their actual combat prowess was as vast as heaven and earth. Were it not for the injuries and the exhaustion of his vital energy from the previous duel with Sun Wukong, Ao Rui would surely have been cut down by his spear long ago. Within the cultivation systems of the three realms, before reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, the difference in one's cultivation level does not inherently dictate the outcome of a battle. It serves merely as a gauge for the quantity and purity of one's internal energy. The true deciding factors remain the refinement of one's martial techniques, the mastery of magical arts, and the power of one's mystical artifacts. However, once one achieves the state of the three flowers gathering at the crown and 5 cues converging at the origin, reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the disparity becomes insurmountable. At that level, one no longer competes in the accumulation of energy, but in the profound comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Dali. Within the Dragon Clan, there were many who had attained the Taiyi Loose Immortal stage. The various crown princes of the Four Seas Dragon Clan were all essentially at this baseline standard. While the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas themselves were at the Taiyi Golden Immortal level, their actual combat strength was nothing to speak of. Naturally, the Dragon Kings rarely engaged in combat themselves. They left such matters to their sons and subordinates. The combat prowess of the North Sea's great crown prince, Ao Rui, might have been considered passable among his peers, but when faced with the Flood Dragon Demon King, he was utterly outclassed, forced into a pathetic retreat. You bastards! Are you just going to stand there and watch? Why haven't you swarmed him to assist this prince in his execution? Having taken 2 strikes, the ocean-subduing spear carved 2 long, bleeding gashes into his body. Suffering through the agony and abandoning all pretense of dignity, the North Sea Crown Prince scrambled backward, roaring at the formation of aquatic soldiers standing on the sidelines. The warriors of the North Sea, responding in unison with a deafening war cry, charged headlong toward the Flood Dragon Demon King, ganging up on a lone warrior. How utterly shameless. Enough. Old Sun can no longer bear to watch this display. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed as he surged toward the ocean surface. The Rui Jingu Bang spun in a fierce arc, instantly drawing the entire Northern Sea aquatic army into his vortex of battle. Long Chao, focus on your fight. Leave these small fries to me. I shall ensure not a single one of them disturbs you. No sooner had he spoken than the Rui Jingu Bang swept horizontally across the fray. A vast legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals shrieked in agony as they were sent flying. Those struck directly were reduced to mere pulp, while those who merely grazed the edge suffered shattered bones and severed tendons. Only 2 Earth Immortal level sea yakshas managed to escape with nothing more than minor injuries. The remaining aquatic warriors were fundamentally incapable of withstanding a single strike from the divine staff. My thanks, great sage, Zhao Mawang shouted, his voice brimming with gratitude toward Sun Wukong. The ocean-splitting spear in his hands bloomed with a brilliant cyan-violet radiance. Enveloped in cold ice and violet lightning, he thrust the spear forward with lethal intent, aiming directly for the chest of Ao Rui, the eldest prince of the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Mystic Ice Shield, protect me! Ao Rui's face turned deathly pale as he scrambled to deflect the spear, but his Fangtian halberd was struck aside by the sheer, overwhelming force of the assault. In a panic, he pulled a small, circular white shield from his robes and cast it into the air, where it transformed into a massive mystic ice shield, manifesting directly before him. With a sharp, crystalline sound, the tip of the ocean-splitting spear slammed into the center of the barrier. Though it halted the momentum, the violent power channeled through the spear pierced a jagged hole through the defensive artifact. The cold ice and violet lightning seeped into the fissures, spreading rapidly. Within moments, the mystic ice shield shattered into countless white fragments that dissolved into the seawater, vanishing into nothingness. Ao Chao, how dare you wound me? This is an act of treason. A heinous crime against your bloodline. The Dragon King will never forgive you for this. Taking advantage of the brief reprieve provided by the shield, Ao Rui retreated in a flurry, shouting threats, to which his opponent retorted, I have already told you, my name is Long Chao, and I have no connection whatsoever to you of the Northern Sea Dragon clan. I should very much like to see how that old man, Ado Shun, intends to stop me. Before this is over, I shall use your life to honor the spirit of my departed mother. Dragon Flood. Overturn the seas. Amidst a roar filled with burning hatred, Zhao Mawang soared into the sky, before plunging downward toward the eldest prince, with the force of a thunderous army. His spear aimed true at the space between Ao Rui's brows. Had that strike landed, Ao Rui would have been reduced to a lifeless dragon, beyond all hope of resurrection. Yet, at the very instant the spear was to pierce him, Zhao Mawang's body suddenly shuddered. The immense power fueling his strike vanished in a heartbeat, and he plummeted into the sea below with a wretched cry. Meanwhile, a round, luminous pearl had appeared in Ao Rui's hand. Floating within the pearl was a single, shimmering cyan-violet dragon scale. As Ao Rui crushed the pearl, Zhao Mawang reacted as if his own heart were being squeezed in a vice, writhing in agonizing torment within the ocean depths. Ha ha ha! The eldest prince of the Northern Sea Dragon clan laughed with maniacal triumph. You wretched half-breed, Ao Chao. Surely you never expected that I would possess this dragon spirit pearl, refined from your very own soul-bound scale? You wish to slay me? Do you truly believe you are capable of such a feat? Your pathetic life is held firmly in the palm of my hand. I only need to crush this dragon spirit pearl, and even if you do not die, you will lose half your life. With a flick of his hand, Ao Rui summoned the Fangtian halberd that had been knocked away. The blade pierced through the lower abdomen of the Flood Dragon King, Long Chao, hoisting him high upon the shaft, a wicked smirk curling at the corner of his lips. You wretched breed! Show me your arrogance now. Flaunt your pride now. Were you not so formidable just a moment ago? Did you not wish to kill me? Why then do you now hang like a dead dog impaled upon my blade? Why do you not strike back? I have already said, my name is Long Chao. I have no relation to the North Sea Dragon clan, you bastard. Enduring the bone-chilling agony, the Flood Dragon King spat the words through gritted teeth, hurling a mouthful of blood-stained saliva directly into Ao Rui's face. Ah, you lowly mongrel, you dare to defy me while at death's door? This crown prince shall tear you asunder. Struck square in the face, the smug expression on Ao Rui's features instantly froze. In disbelief, he raised a hand to touch the thick, viscous saliva clinging to his skin. His eyes twitched violently, and in the next heartbeat he threw his head back and roared in fury toward the heavens. His right hand tightened around the Fangtian halberd, exerting immense force, intending to shatter the body of the Flood Dragon King. Clang! A massive hand, covered in golden fur, clamped firmly onto the shaft of the Fangtian halberd, neutralizing all of Ao Rui's strength within the palm of his hand. A wicked, mischievous grin spread across Sun Wukong's handsome face. I am sorry, but he is a brother of Old Sun. If you wish to touch him, you must first ask whether Old Sun allows it. Who are you? This is a matter concerning the North Sea Dragon clan. You would be wise not to meddle in the affairs of others. Ao Rui, the great crown prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, attempted to shove Sun Wukong's hand away, but his efforts were like a stone, sinking into the vast, bottomless ocean. Sun Wukong's hand was as immovable as the ancient pillars of the gods, not even shifting by a fraction. A chill crept into Ao Rui's heart. His instincts warned him that this creature of the monkey tribe was not someone he could contend with. Hoping that mentioning the North Sea Dragon clan would make Sun Wukong hesitate, Ao Rui did not realize he had chosen his target very poorly indeed. Meddle in the affairs of others, you say? Old Sun does not find this matter trivial in the slightest. Are your ears failing you, or is it your memory? I have already stated that he is my brother. If you wish to move against him, you must ask if Old Sun agrees. Before the words had even faded, the true fire of the sun surged from Sun Wukong's palm, racing along the shaft of the halberd, and engulfing Ao Rui's hand in flames. The searing, blinding heat forced a shrill cry from Ao Rui. He released his grip on the Fangtian halberd, and the Flood Dragon King was lowered safely from the blade by Sun Wukong. Long Chao, are you alright? It is a minor wound, not fatal. But that bastard possesses the Dragon Spirit Pearl, refined from my own life-bound dragon scales. If it is not reclaimed, my life will remain in constant peril. Rest easy, leave it to Old Sun. Sun Wukong let out a sharp, devious chuckle. His form flickered, and for a moment, it seemed as if something had emerged from within his body, yet a closer look revealed absolutely nothing. Monkey, I warn you, do not act rashly. Otherwise, I will crush this Dragon Essence Pearl instantly, and ensure this wretched bastard, Long Chao, meets his end. Having had his weapon stripped away so effortlessly by Sun Wukong, Ao Rui, the eldest prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, was utterly terrified, leaving him no choice but to use the Dragon Essence Pearl, refined from the life scale of the Flood Dragon King, Long Chao, as a desperate threat. However, his threat seemed to have no effect whatsoever. A blur flickered past, and just as his grip loosened, the mocking voice of Sun Wukong echoed from another direction. The Dragon Essence Pearl, is it? It seems there is indeed a fragment of dragon scale hidden inside. This must be the life scale of Long Chao, right? Not bad. Not bad at all. I shall claim this for him. Ao Rui turned his head in shock, only to find Sun Wukong standing directly behind him, turning the pearl over in his hand with a smirk. While looking forward, he saw another Sun Wukong still standing right beside the Flood Dragon King, Long Chao. How are there two Sun Wukongs? What kind of devilry is this? Recall. Sun Wukong, who was supporting the Flood Dragon King, curled his lip, and softly whispered a single word. The Sun Wukong on the other side immediately transformed into a strand of essence and vanished into his body. The Dragon Essence Pearl in his hand was then handed over to the Flood Dragon King, Long Chao. This belongs to you. Let it return to its rightful owner. From now on, the North Sea Dragon clan will have nothing left to threaten you with. The one who had snatched the Dragon Essence Pearl from behind the eldest prince, Ao Rui, was naturally a clone of Sun Wukong. This was a manifestation of his divine ability. It was indistinguishable from his true form, so it was only natural that someone with Ao Rui's limited perception could not tell the difference. Brother Sun, many thanks. The Flood Dragon King took the Dragon Essence Pearl and swallowed it into his belly. As this item was refined from his own life scale at the time of his birth, he would now reclaim it and use his internal fire to refine it once more. From this day forward, the North Sea Dragon clan would never again hold a weakness over him. How are your wounds? Is it nothing serious? Sun Wukong glanced at the wound on the Flood Dragon King's lower abdomen, where the heaven-piercing halberd had struck, and noted it had already begun to close. It seemed the Flood Dragon King's regenerative abilities were still quite impressive. Since it is nothing serious, I shall leave this fellow for you to deal with personally. I will meddle no further. With that, Sun Wukong's thoughts flickered, and he withdrew the heavy heaven-piercing halberd into his Rui universe pouch at his waist, before leaping into the sky and soaring toward the Bull Demon King and the others. That old man, Ao Shun, has gifted me quite a few weapons and treasures. To strike his son down dead would be somewhat unseemly. It is better that I simply watch the show. Are you Sun Wukong, the handsome monkey king of Huaguo Mountain? The eldest prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, Ao Rui, finally realized exactly who Sun Wukong was. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, had once mentioned being extorted by a monkey demon at the East Sea Dragon Palace. But Ao Rui had always brushed it off as nonsense, believing his father to be too weak. He had always thought that if he had been there, he would have taught that arrogant monkey a lesson. Yet now, he finally understood why his father, Ao Shun, had chosen to concede when facing Sun Wukong all those years ago. This monkey is truly a madman. Even though the realization dawned on him, it was already far too late for Ao Rui. Ao Rui attempted to turn and flee, but the Jiao Demon King, gripped by a maddening frenzy, pierced his right thigh with a single thrust of his spear, forcing a wretched scream from the prince as he collapsed into the churning sea. The Zhao Demon King did not pause, continuing to swing his trident, striking mercilessly at the body of the North Sea's first prince, Ahurui. In the span of a few short breaths, over a dozen bloody wounds appeared on Ahurui's body. The Zhao Demon King intentionally avoided any fatal points, ensuring the prince suffered only pain, not death, leading Ahurui to howl and curse in agony. "Oh Chao, you base-born wretch spawned by a low-born servant, my father will never spare you. You filthy mongrel, you traitor. I shall have my father strip your tendons and peel your skin. Father, come quickly and deal with this unfilial, lawless beast." Regardless of the North Sea Prince's agonizing screams and curses, the Zhao Demon King maintained a cold, expressionless face, tirelessly thrusting his trident to carve hole after hole into his opponent's flesh. Sun Wukong, hidden within the clouds above, watched the scene unfold through his fiery golden eyes. The Zhao Demon King was not striking aimlessly. Though he took care not to kill him, every blow was calculated to destroy a vital meridian connection within the body of the North Sea's first prince. Physical injuries might heal with time, but shattered meridians are nearly impossible to mend. Even if the first prince of the North Sea were to miraculously survive this day, he would surely be nothing more than a cripple for the rest of his life. Furthermore, in Sun Wukong's estimation, the Zhao Demon King was showing no mercy. It was unlikely he intended to let Ahurui leave this place alive. The prince's cries and curses began to grow faint. As the wounds on the first prince's body reached a critical threshold, he lost all capacity to resist. A flash of light enveloped him, and he reverted to his true form. A silver-scaled white dragon lay amidst the roaring waves, his body drenched in blood, his mouth agape, gasping his final breaths. "Stop! Cease this at once!" A furious roar thundered from the distance. Atio Shun, the North Sea Dragon King, led a massive legion of sea troops as they parted the waves and surged forth, riding the tides toward the center of the battlefield. Seeing the wretched state of Ahurui, the North Sea Dragon King was overcome with grief, nearly shedding tears, while his eyes burned with a murderous, soul-searing rage toward the Zhao Demon King. "You rebellious wretch! You are just like your mother. All of you are base and vile. You dare to act against heaven and severely injure the first prince? It is unforgivable. Kneel and beg for your death." The North Sea Dragon King roared, his gaze devoid of any paternal affection, filled only with hatred and the intent to kill. "Shut your mouth, you shameless, cold-hearted old dog. You are not worthy to speak of my mother." Upon hearing this, the fury within the Zhao Demon King erupted with volcanic intensity. His face twisted in malice as he shifted his form, manifesting into a colossal Zhao dragon spanning 10,000 zang. "Ao Shun. Years ago you heeded the incitement of Ahurui to hound my mother to her death, and today you dare to insult her memory. I, the Zhao Demon King Long Chao, swear to the heavens. As long as I draw breath I will raise your North Sea Dragon clan to the ground to appease my mother's spirit, and today I shall begin with your precious son." With those words, the dragon's jaws opened wide, and a violent, abyssal suction force began to draw the world into his blood-stained maw. The first prince, Ahurui, now stripped of all strength, was instantly caught in the vortex and pulled, along with a massive torrent of seawater, into the Zhao Demon King's gaping throat. The wretched wail was abruptly silenced, replaced by the bone-chilling sound of flesh and bone being crushed between teeth. The first prince of the North Sea, Ahurui, had been devoured alive by the Zhao Demon King, Long Chao. In an instant, the eyes of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, turned blood red. With a roar of tragic grief, his body shifted, transforming into a silver dragon of 10,000 zang. He lunged at the Zhao Demon King, and the two dragons began to tear and claw at one another in a savage, life-or-death struggle upon the North Sea. "Long Chao, that fellow is truly ruthless. He actually devoured that wretch, Ahurui, alive." High in the air, Sun Wukong clicked his tongue. He had expected the Flood Dragon King would not spare Ahurui, the great crown prince of the North Sea, but he had never imagined the hatred ran so deep that he would actually devour him alive. Would that old man, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, not go completely insane after this? Oh? Why does it feel as though someone is watching? Suddenly, the sensation of being secretly observed flickered into his mind. Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward the clouds above, a piercing golden light flashing within his eyes. Deep within the cloud layer, several figures emerged into his vision, one of whom was an acquaintance of Sun Wukong, the Taoist Wen, Luo Wen. Standing beside Taoist Wen were three others, one with hair as white as snow and a bewitchingly handsome countenance, another dressed in golden robes, wearing a phoenix-crested crown, possessing a rugged and powerful build, yet a face that betrayed a cunning nature. There was also a woman draped in a cloak of phoenix feathers, yet the aura of vital essence radiating from her was the most intense Sun Wukong had ever witnessed. Compared to his current diamond indestructible body refined from the 8-9 profound art, she was infinitely stronger. Even his immortal golden body at the peak of his previous life paled in comparison. Just what kind of deities were these people? Why did each one feel even more terrifying than the last? Sun Wukong felt a tremor of shock deep within his heart. It was clear that the four of them had been drawn here by the energy fluctuations from his previous battle with the Flood Dragon King. Yet they had remained hidden, watching in silence. Their true intentions remained a complete mystery. Sun Wukong glanced to the side. The eyes of the Bull Demon King and his companions were fixed entirely on the battle between the Flood Dragon King and Ao Shun upon the sea, evidently oblivious to the spectators lurking above. If not for his eyes of truth, he likely would never have detected the four figures hidden from plain sight. With a slight shift of his body, Sun Wukong left behind an afterimage created by his transformation technique in his original position, while his true self dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Ascending into the heavens, he revealed himself directly before the four of them, and with a grin he spoke. Luo Wen, my old friend, it has been a long time. Have you all come here to enjoy the scenery? As expected, nothing escapes the eyes of Brother Wukong. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Taoist Wen, but he immediately broke into a laugh, waving his hand to expand the hidden barrier, enveloping Sun Wukong within it as well. He gestured toward the other three to introduce them. Come, allow me to make the introductions. This is the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, whom I have spoken of to you all. He then turned to Sun Wukong, gesturing to the others. This is Bai Zhe, this is Kunpeng, and this is Zhu Feng. They are all, in a sense, your seniors, Brother Wukong. However, there is no need for such formality. You may simply address each other as brothers. Taoist Wen spoke with such casual ease, but Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, golden light flashing frantically within them as he scrutinized the trio with his eyes of truth again and again. The astonishment in his heart was truly beyond words. As for the handsome man with the long, silver-white hair, the reflection within Sun Wukong's gaze revealed his true form to be that of a celestial lion. With dragon horns and a goat-like beard, his entire body surged with a razor-sharp aura. He was unmistakably one of the 10 great demon sages of the primordial era. Behind the man known as Mo Jin Bao appeared the phantom of a massive fish obscuring the heavens and a giant bird. He was clearly the Demon Master Kunpeng of the ancient Heavenly Demon Court. As for the remaining woman, her physical appearance seemed no different from an ordinary human, yet the vitality flowing within her was defying the heavens. Furthermore, coupled with the name Zhu Feng, Sun Wukong could think of only one person, the younger sister of Qiang Liang, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the primordial era, the most formidable expert of the ancient witch clan, the Great Witch, Zhu Feng, Demon Sage Bai Zhe, Demon Master Kunpeng, and Great Witch Zhu Feng. All of them were legendary figures of the primordial era. Moreover, Sun Wukong was completely unable to perceive their true cultivation levels. It was highly likely that all of them were at the quasi-saint level. Never would he have imagined that they, too, were living in seclusion here in the North Sea, just like Wen Daoren. It seems that younger brother Wukong has heard of us. For a moment, Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, feeling nothing but profound agitation. Apart from Great Witch Zhu Feng, both Bai Zhe and the Demon Master Kunpeng were immensely renowned, omnipotent figures of the ancient demon clan. Seeing Sun Wukong's expression, the three figures, Bai Zhe and his companions, found the situation rather amusing. In the current 3 realms, there were truly few who still remembered their names. I have heard of you. Of course, I have heard of the illustrious reputations of the 3 seniors. Sun Wukong scratched his head, rolled his eyes, and continued. Seeing as you are old friends with Brother Lubo, and I address him as a brother, it would be improper of me to address the 3 of you as seniors. So following Brother Luo's example, Brother Bai, Brother Kunpeng, and Sister Zhu Feng, you would not mind if I address you in this manner, would you? Of course we do not mind. This way of addressing us is quite fitting. Great Witch Zhu Feng laughed aloud. Indeed, she was a great witch of the primordial era, but being a woman, she naturally did not wish to be called a senior every time someone opened their mouth. This manner of address from Sun Wukong was perfectly to her liking. Bai Zhe and the Demon Master Kunpeng had no objections either. A title was, after all, a trivial matter. What mattered was who it was addressed to. Having heard from Wen Daoren, this little monkey named Sun Wukong was truly extraordinary. Back when he was only at the Heaven Immortal stage, he had already resisted Wen Daoren's gravitational pull, his combat strength far exceeding his cultivation. And now he had already reached the stage of a Tai Lus Immortal. According to Wen Daoren, once he ascended to the realm of a Daluo Golden Immortal, he would undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of a quasi-saint. This was no ordinary assessment. Treating such a junior, the 3 Bai Zhe, Kunpeng, and Zhu Feng naturally would not view him as an ordinary youngster. It would be far better to establish a relationship as equals. Sun Wukong exchanged a few more words with the group. As it turned out, They had indeed been drawn here by the commotion caused by the battle between him and the Flood Dragon Demon King. Those towering waves crashed directly into the North Sea continent, obliterating several villages in their wake and leaving Bai Zine and his companions in a state of absolute fury. The North Sea continent was under their protection. Even the Celestial Court and the Western Buddhist Kingdom dared not stir up trouble here. They wondered, who could be so audacious as to cause such a catastrophe at the border of these seas? Following Wen Daoren to investigate, they were shocked to discover it was Sun Wukong and the Zhao Demon King engaged in a fierce battle upon the waters. Wen Daoren and the others concealed themselves within the clouds to watch the spectacle, little suspecting that they had already been discovered by Sun Wukong. Younger brother Wukong, between that Zhao Demon King and the North Sea Dragon King, who do you think will emerge victorious? Wen Daoren tilted his head toward the Zhao Demon King and the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, who were locked in a savage struggle atop the waves, and posed the question to Sun Wukong, who was certain that Long Chao would win. That old Dragon King, Io Shun, although his cultivation base is slightly higher, he is slothful in his practice. His combat prowess is mediocre at best, and he is fundamentally no match for Long Chao. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, speaking without the slightest hesitation. Although Long Chao suffered injuries previously, the physical frame of the dragon race is inherently formidable. Not to mention, he has now assumed his true Zhao Dragon form. Such minor wounds are of no consequence. Wen Daoren and the others exchanged glances, offering faint smiles before falling silent. They held the same assessment as they watched the ape and the dragon clash so violently. In truth, the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, had acted only out of a surge of rage upon seeing his son, Ao Rui, swallowed alive by the Zhao Demon King. He was currently fighting, fueled only by a desperate, bloody courage. If the battle were to drag on, once that fleeting courage withered, he would undoubtedly be no match for the Zhao Demon King. You wretched beast, you vile spawn, you wait for me, for I swear that the North Sea and you shall not share the same sky. It was exactly as Sun Wukong had predicted. After an exchange of blows, the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, could no longer hold his ground. His body had been savagely mauled by the Zhao Demon King, losing large swaths of dragon scales and flesh, and the bloody courage in his heart began to evaporate. Terror began to take hold of him, and with a final, vicious curse thrown over his shoulder, he attempted to flee. The North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, turned and plunged into the depths of the North Sea, racing toward the deepest waters. You old geezer! Where do you think you are running to? Seal the sea! Swallow the earth! The Zhao Demon King raised his head to the heavens and let out a furious roar, his entire body coiling in mid-air, a violent, overwhelming suction force erupting from his maw. A vast volume of seawater surged wildly toward his open mouth, identical to the moment he devoured the North Sea's eldest prince, Ahorui. Yet this time, the force was far more cataclysmic than before. The seawater for 100 miles began to churn violently, forming a gargantuan waterfall that flowed in reverse, vanishing into the Zhao Demon King's colossal throat. Damnation! This fellow Long Chao has lost his mind. To force himself to execute such a massive technique, he is courting death. High above the clouds, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. Possessing the fiery golden eyes, he could clearly perceive the state of the dragon essence within the Zhao Demon King's body, and the toll this was taking on his physical form. The Zhao Demon King's body was currently incapable of sustaining such a terrifying, heaven-swallowing, earth-consuming art. He was pushing himself to the absolute brink, dragging the endless volume of seawater into his maw. The water level of the North Sea began to drop, at a rate visible to the naked eye. Fragmentary text. The waters began to recede, yet the body of the Flood Dragon King trembled violently. The wounds across his flesh began to tear open, fresh blood surging forth in an endless crimson flow. You unfilial wretch! Are you truly determined to court death? By pushing a forbidden technique to such an extent, your own body will collapse from the strain. The massive form of the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, was ensnared by the Flood Dragon King's sea-swallowing technique, unable to escape and instead being dragged backward, inch by agonizing inch. Fear had taken hold of him, for the tragic fate of the eldest prince, Ao Ye, remained fresh in his memory. If he were to be swallowed whole by the Flood Dragon King, his ancient life would undoubtedly come to an end. The Flood Dragon King held no regard for their ties of blood. He was consumed by such hatred that he longed to claim his life immediately to avenge his mother. Even if I must discard my own life, I am resolved to swallow you whole this day, you old scoundrel, to seek vengeance for my mother. The voice, dripping with malice, resonated from the Flood Dragon King's maw, yet the flow of the sea-swallowing technique remained unbroken. He was channeling his divine intent to project this voice, desperate to slay the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, regardless of the cost to his own soul. You madman! You are a complete madman! The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, bellowed in utter despair. The Flood Dragon King's mastery over divine arts far exceeded his own, and he was powerless to break free from this overwhelming gravitational force. Dragged back from the depths of the abyss, in less time than it takes to burn half an incense stick, he would be pulled into the cavernous throat of the Flood Dragon King. By then, regardless of whether the Flood Dragon King succumbed to the backlash of his own technique, he himself would be the first to cross the threshold into the afterlife. The North Sea had already receded by nearly 100 meters. A significant portion of the entire sea's volume had already been consumed by the Flood Dragon King. The Flood Dragon King's body was reaching its limit. His frame was cracking in every direction, riddled with wounds, as thick, dark dragon blood poured out in torrents. By now, the North Sea Dragon King, Shun, had been pulled above the surface, dragged inch by inch toward the gaping, monstrous mouth of his foe. Cries of furious, desperate cursing erupted incessantly from his lips. Yet, the Flood Dragon King ignored him entirely, disregarding his own rapidly worsening injuries, and gritted his teeth to further fuel his technique. "You shameless old dragon, take a taste of this staff, courtesy of old Sun." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as a staff as massive as a mountain descended from the clouds, smashing violently into the colossal form of the North Sea Dragon King, Shun. The blow sent his 10,000-foot dragon body reeling, effectively shattering the gravitational pull of the sea-swallowing technique, unleashed by the Flood Dragon King, and casting him far into the waters on the distant horizon. At the same moment, a telepathic message slipped into Shun's ear. "Old Dragon King, consider this life saved as gratitude for the armaments and treasures you gifted me previously. When I have time, I shall find you for a drink. Make sure you have the finest wine waiting for old Sun." Struck by the savage force of the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the North Sea Dragon King's aged spine was nearly shattered, his bones broken in 7 or 8 places. As he crashed into the sea, he coughed up a spray of congealed blood, his vitality more than halfway extinguished. Yet, upon hearing those words from Sun Wukong, he felt no resentment. Instead, his heart was overwhelmed with a profound sense of gratitude. The might of the Flood Dragon King's sea-swallowing technique was simply too great. Without this strike from Sun Wukong, he would have possessed no means of escape. Though this blow from Sun Wukong had left him gravely wounded, it had, in the same breath, granted him his life. "Brother Sun, what have you done?" Watching helplessly, as the North Sea Dragon King, Shun, was sent flying by a single strike of Sun Wukong's staff, the eyes of the Flood Dragon Demon King nearly burst from their sockets. He let out a roar, filled with uncontrollable resentment. His body flickered once, and his 10,000-foot dragon form reverted back into human shape, though his entire body was drenched in blood, turning him into a living corpse. "Long Chao, do not be so impulsive. Everything old Sun has done is for your own good." Sun Wukong descended beside the Flood Dragon Demon King, grinning as he spoke. "The life of that old dragon is not worth comparing to your own. To trade your life for an act of vengeance is simply not worth it. That one strike of mine was enough to claim half the old man's life. There will be plenty of opportunities later for you to finish him off personally, so why rush this moment? But to let that old scoundrel escape just like this, I truly cannot accept it." The Flood Dragon Demon King knew that Sun Wukong spoke the truth, yet he remained deeply unreconciled, having watched the North Sea Dragon King, Shun, nearly within his grasp, only to see him slip away. Once this chance was missed, when would he ever have the opportunity to settle the score with that old villain and avenge his mother? Was he truly expected to storm the North Sea Dragon Palace itself? Rest assured, that old Dragon King took my blow head on. He will not recover from those wounds for at least 7 or 8 years. The Four Seas Dragon Clan acts as lackeys for the Heavenly Court. We are destined to clash with them sooner or later, so why fear that you will lack the opportunity for revenge? As Sun Wukong offered his counsel, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, calculating smile. Among the demon race of the 3 realms, the Four Seas Dragon Clan was the only clan officially recognized and granted titles by the Heavenly Court, acting as their agents to command the aquatic tribes of the Four Seas and control the rain and clouds. Sun Wukong knew that a confrontation with the Heavenly Court was inevitable, and when that time came, he would make an example of the Four Seas Dragon Clan first, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. "Long Chao, are you all right? Quickly, consume this medicinal pill." The Bull Demon King and the others descended from mid-air at this moment. The Bull Demon King retrieved a bottle of elixirs from his robes and offered them to the Flood Dragon Demon King, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King knew the Flood Dragon Demon King's nature well. He could not tolerate a single grain of sand in his eyes, and in terms of ruthlessness, he stood among the peak of the great demon kings. Thus, even though he knew the Flood Dragon Demon King was gambling with his life to kill the North Sea Dragon King, Shun, the Bull Demon King had not stepped in to stop him. What he had not expected was for Sun Wukong to intervene, striking down the North Sea Dragon King with one blow, and saving the Flood Dragon Demon King from a mutually destructive fate. Judging by the current situation, Although the Flood Dragon Demon King felt a trace of frustration, he harbored no resentment toward Sun Wukong. Reflecting on the decisiveness displayed in such a situation, the Bull Demon King admitted that he still trailed Sun Wukong by a significant margin. Everyone, this northern Beiju continent is the territory of the ancient clans. If we continue to stir up such a commotion here, I fear we shall alert the powerful experts hiding within. To avoid further complications, it would be wise for us to depart now. Sun Wukong spoke while casting a brief glance toward the clouds above. Earlier, his true form and his avatar had moved simultaneously toward the Flood Dragon Demon King, completing a silent exchange mid-air. His avatar was currently standing alongside the likes of Yun Daoran and Bai Zi, and as he was not yet ready to reveal himself to the other factions of the demon race, claiming the timing was not yet right, Sun Wukong urged the other great demon kings to take their leave. The Bull Demon King and the others nodded in agreement. Causing such a massive disturbance meant that even if the clans of northern Beiju Luzhou did not intervene, the Heavenly Court would likely not remain idle and ignore it. After all, this location was merely on the border. They had not yet stepped foot into the depths of northern Beiju Luzhou, and it remained well within the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. Long Chao, you swallowed nearly half of the northern sea just now. Is there no need to spit it out? What does a little water like this matter? If my physical body were unharmed, I could even drain the entire northern sea. That is true power. I, Old Sun, believe that among the entire Four Seas Dragon Clan, not a single one can compare to you. That old dragon Ayo Shun truly has eyes, yet he is blind to talent. Ha ha. Amidst their conversation, Sun Wukong and the great demon kings rode the clouds, soaring toward Kuiping Mountain. High above the clouds, Sun Wukong's clone bid farewell to the group led by Taoist Wen. At present, consolidating the forces of the 6 great demon kings, including the Bull Demon King, was his top priority. Rekindling old friendships and building rapport with Taoist Wen would have to wait for another time. Wukong, if you have leisure time in the future, you are welcome to visit Bailey Gorge in northern Beiju Luzhou, so that we may have a proper discussion. Certainly. Most certainly. I bid you all farewell. Cupping his hands toward Taoist Wen and Baize, Sun Wukong's clone transformed into a streak of essence, piercing through space and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Old Wen, the person you recommended this time is not bad. This lad is quite interesting. The destiny of the 3 realms might truly be altered because of him. A golden light flashed in Baize's eyes as he glanced at Taoist Wen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just wash your eyes and wait to see. Demon Master Kunpeng let out a sigh. The group exchanged glances, and with a single turn, they vanished into the clouds. At the Plantain Cave on Kuiping Mountain, we are no longer fighting, yet we have never truly tested our skills, so we do not know who is stronger or weaker. Brother Ninu, what is the meaning of this? Upon returning to the Plantain Cave, Sun Wukong was full of vigor and eager to challenge the Bull Demon King to a duel. Yet the Bull Demon King refused. Wukong, your combat prowess is immense, your potential is extraordinary, and your conduct is sufficiently resolute. I, Old Nikyu, admit that I am no match for you, so there is no need to make a fool of myself. According to our agreement, it is settled that we 6 shall recognize you as our alliance leader. The Bull Demon King knew clearly that in the previous battle, Sun Wukong had not used his full strength. The power this monkey concealed was unfathomable, and far beyond what he had displayed on the surface. The mighty Bull Demon King had a lifetime of reputation to uphold, and could not let it be ruined so easily. By admitting defeat voluntarily, he appeared humble and self-aware, whereas being beaten to a pulp would have caused him to lose all face. What if we were to swear an oath of brotherhood, to share in blessings and burdens alike, and together, revitalize the demon clan? What say you? I find that to be a commendable proposal. Yet, the suggestion from Sun Wukong did not receive a unanimous consensus from the 6 great demon kings. Nevertheless, in the 3 treasury cave, the 7 of them cut their fingers to seal their oath, becoming brothers of a different surname. Sun Wukong, as the sworn leader, naturally became the eldest, with the Bull Demon King as the 2nd, the Rock Demon King as the 3rd, the Peng Demon King as the 4th, the Lion Camel King as the 5th, the Macaque King as the 6th, and the Mishan King as the 7th and youngest brother. Beyond Sun Wukong transitioning from the 7th in his past life to the eldest in this one, the ranking of the others remained unchanged. After the 7 celebrated their bond in the 3 treasury cave, Sun Wukong arranged to meet them 6 months later for an assembly at the Water Curtain Cave of Mount Huaguo, before rising to bid them farewell. Perhaps having consumed a significant amount of wine, Sun Wukong felt somewhat intoxicated. He chose not to travel at his usual breakneck speed, instead drifting slowly upon the clouds toward the eastern Victory Continent. Having not traveled far from Kuiping Mountain, Sun Wukong, while drifting on his cloud, suddenly heard a shrill, panicked scream echoing from a ravine below, mingled with the faint, sinister laughter of those who felt triumphant. He frowned and came to a halt, golden light flashing in his eyes as he activated his fiery golden eyes to gaze down into the ravine beneath the clouds. Is this not Mount Jilei? A trace of bewilderment flickered across Sun Wukong's face. In the memories of his past life, this would later become the stronghold of the Bull Demon King, where the Demon Cloud Cave stood. Though, at this moment, it likely remained the dwelling of the so-called Myriad-Year Fox King. Naturally, what struck Sun Wukong as strange was not the location, but the sight in the ravine below. A young girl being tightly surrounded by several monks. This young girl was dressed in a pale pink gown and appeared to be no more than 11 or 12 years old, looking truly pitiful. Yet, under his fiery golden eyes, Sun Wukong could clearly discern that this child was actually a young pink fox spirit who had transformed into human form. In the three realms of this era, the hunting of demons by humans was an incredibly common occurrence, and since she was merely a small fox spirit who had not even reached the Earth Immortal realm, she was nothing more than a minor demon. However, an uncontrollable flame of rage ignited within Sun Wukong's heart. Human beings hunting demons might be considered the natural order of the world in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Sun Wukong, it was absolutely intolerable, especially when the hunters were monks of the Buddhist faith. These scoundrels typically acted with righteous dignity, their mouths filled with talk of benevolence, morality, and compassion, yet deep down, each one of them was cruel and cold-blooded. For so many to surround and attack a young fox spirit, truly, they were utterly shameless. Today, I shall collect a bit of interest from the heads of you stinking, shaven-headed hypocrites. A cold, golden light flashed through his eyes. Sun Wukong cast an invisibility spell, lowered his cloud, and descended right into the ravine, stopping just 2 zang away from the Buddhist monks and the young fox. What is it you truly want? The young fox wore an expression filled with terror. She had merely wandered into the region of Mount Jilei, and had no intention of causing trouble. Yet she had been ensnared by these monks. HMPH, you demon! You have sabotaged the offerings of our Qingyuan temple at the foot of the mountain. Today is the day you shall reap what you have sown. The leading monk, his expression filled with malice, shouted coldly, Senior brother, why waste your breath on this little she-demon? She dared to ruin the prosperity of our Qingyuan temple. We absolutely cannot let her go. Senior brother, this little succubus has fair skin and tender flesh. It would be a pity to simply kill her. Why not take her back as a servant girl? Morning and night, we can all practice the joyous Zen with her. Would that not be far better? That makes sense. Charge and capture this little succubus so we may refine her properly. The monks let out lecherous chuckles as they rushed forward, surrounding the little fox spirit. The little fox attempted to flee, only to find herself trapped by a golden barrier manifesting from the earth beneath her. As the monks closed in, her delicate, youthful face revealed a look of utter terror and despair. Great masters, wait please. Let us discuss this reasonably. Suddenly, a figure burst from the forest path, shouting loudly to draw their attention. Sun Wukong, who had been preparing to strike, paused and narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. The man was draped in fine brocade, appearing incredibly wealthy and influential. Yet, with a single glance, Sun Wukong pierced through his true form. He was an ancient fox spirit of 1,000 years, though his cultivation was mediocre, barely reaching the Earth Immortal realm. 1,000 years of cultivation for a mere Earth Immortal realm. Truly, he was lacking. Still, in Sun Wukong's estimation, this old fox did not lack innate potential. Given such low cultivation, he had clearly poured all his heart and effort into other pursuits. Seeing his extravagant attire, it was clear he was exceptionally rich. In this region of Jilei Mountain, only the Myriad-Year Fox King of Mafun Cave could possibly fit such a description. Who are you? We of the Qingyuan Temple are here to slay demons and eliminate evil. Why do you interfere? These monks of Qingyuan Temple had cultivation levels lower than the Earth Immortal realm, failing to recognize the Fox King's true nature, but his luxurious brocade robes kept them from acting with arrogance. The tone of their voices shifted, becoming significantly more tempered than before. I am Su Wanian, residing at the Mavun Villa here in Jilei Mountain. I have long maintained a cordial relationship with the abbot of Qingyuan Temple. This little fox is a distant relative of mine. I implore the great masters to show mercy and not hold her actions against her. I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. For any losses she has caused your temple, I am willing to compensate you twofold. The Myriad-Year Fox King wore a humble smile, bowing deeply to the monks. His etiquette was flawless, and he was highly skilled at granting others face. Hearing his offer, the eyes of the monks began to gleam with greed. So it is, Squire Su. We have often heard the abbot mention your name. You are indeed a great benefactor of our Qingyuan temple. The leading monk immediately adopted a friendly, beaming expression. They were well aware that Su Wanian was the Myriad-Year Fox King, a demon. But, even among demons, there were distinctions. The one standing before them was a renowned tycoon of the Jilei Mountain region, possessing vast wealth and contributing endless incense money to their temple every year. He was a literal gold mine that they dared not offend. Squire Su, this little demon has sabotaged quite a bit of our incense offerings. If we let her go so easily, we fear we would have no way to answer to our abbot. Indeed, this little creature has caused us significant losses. We cannot simply let her walk away." The monks chimed in one after another, their intent crystal clear. If the myriad-year Fox King wanted them to let the little fox go, he would have to pay a steep price. That price, naturally, was to be paid in coin. This is only natural. I would never allow such esteemed masters to suffer a loss, nor would I let Qingyuan Temple lose out. The myriad-year Fox King remained all smiles. He certainly did not fear these monks, who had not even reached the earth immortal realm. The only thing he truly feared was the Buddhist influence that stood behind them. There is a saying, with enough money, one can even purchase the favor of immortals, or perhaps even a Buddha. If a matter can be resolved with wealth, it is no longer a true burden. In the eyes of the 10,000-year Fox King, this principle had always been infallible. Yet he wondered how much incense money would be required to compensate the temple and these high monks for their losses. As for that, I shall need to consider it carefully. Puffed. The lead monk wore a smug, triumphant grin, preparing to name a price so exorbitant it would make a lion's maw look small. Yet, before his extortion could leave his lips, a colossal iron staff descended from the heavens, crushing him into a heap of gore. Why bother wasting your breath on these shameless, deceiving scoundrels? As for compensating their losses, I suggest you simply hand that payment over to Old Sun instead. These creatures, I have already cleared them away for you. It is only natural for you to have Sun Wukong step in. He had originally intended to witness just what capabilities the 10,000-year Fox King possessed to justify such a grand title. He never expected that the old man's method of handling adversity was merely to pave the path with gold. Money is not a vice, of course, but squandering it upon these foul, shameless monks is a complete waste, and it only serves to demean oneself. What manner of demon are you, to dare slay the disciples of our Qingyuan temple? Are you truly tired of living? Seeing their leader struck down by a single blow from Sun Wukong, the other monks recoiled in shock, roaring with a bravado that masked their inner terror. They frantically formed hand seals and chanted Buddhist scriptures, casting golden Buddha imprints that surged towards Sun Wukong. You dare display such parlor tricks before Old Sun? Sun Wukong let out a cold, scornful scoff. He allowed the Buddha imprints to strike his body. Yet he stood unmoved, not even bothering to furrow his brow. You lot have such large heads and bloated ears. Why are you so utterly useless? Have you not eaten your fill today? With a mocking retort, Sun Wukong exerted the slightest pressure on the Ruyi Jingubang gripped in his right hand. The Ruyi Jingubang swept horizontally in a singular arc, slamming heavily into the ranks of the monks. These monks had not even reached the earth immortal realm. How could they possibly withstand a strike from the Ruyi Jingubang? Before even a single scream could escape their lips, they were all blasted into nothingness. Flesh, blood, and shattered bones rained down across the sky. A flicker of the true sun fire erupted in Sun Wukong's palm, sweeping over the remains and incinerating everything into ash, which then vanished upon the wind. In the blink of an eye, the monks of Qingyuan Temple were eradicated so thoroughly that not even a speck of dust remained. You! What have you done? The 10,000-year Fox King stared in gaping horror, his mind momentarily completely blank. After a long moment of stunned silence, he suddenly let out a shrill, mournful wail. It is finished. This is a catastrophe of massive proportions. Catastrophe, my foot. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the 10,000-year Fox King, with an expression of utter disdain. This old man has lived all these years in vain. He might as well have thrown his life to the dogs. Other than knowing how to hoard wealth, he knows nothing else, possessing not even a shred of backbone. It is no wonder that before he died, he offered up his entire fortune as bait to lure the Bull Demon King to become his son-in-law, hoping he would take good care of his daughter. It is simply a pity for that jade-faced fox, who lived a peaceful life, only to be struck down by Zhu Baji in an unforeseen tragedy. Ah, that is not right. At this moment, the daughter of the myriad-age Fox King, the jade-faced fox, is still alive and well. In this lifetime, Sun Wukong will certainly not be trapped within the 8 trigrams furnace of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Nor will he overturn the cauldron to let shards rain upon the mortal realm, transforming into the flaming mountains. Since the jade-faced fox has not encountered them, she can naturally continue her affections with the Bull Demon King, and she will not perish so easily. Shaking his head, he cast those chaotic thoughts from his mind. Sun Wukong shot a cold glare toward the myriad-age Fox King, who was still wailing and lamenting that disaster had arrived. With a hint of impatience, he shouted, "If you, old fox, continue your incessant wailing, do you believe that I, your grandpa's son, will slaughter you right here?" The myriad-age Fox King immediately clamped his mouth shut, for he had seen the violent display of power from Sun Wukong with his own eyes. If he were to whimper any further, this god of slaughter might truly end his life on the spot. This cowardly display, utterly devoid of backbone, earned the myriad-age Fox King even more contempt from Sun Wukong. Too lazy to bother with the old man any longer, He turned around, dissolved the barrier the monks had erected, and looking toward the trembling little fox spirit, he smiled and said, "Very well, little girl. I have already cleared away those villains for you. Where is your home? Hurry home now. I am called Su Zhaoqing, and I have no home." The little fox spirit spoke timidly, her eyes shimmering with tears, her small mouth pouting as she began to sob uncontrollably. "No home? Do not weep over this." Sun Wukong was momentarily dazed. He feared the tears of women more than anything, especially those of a young girl. He was even less prepared when the little fox spirit, while sniffling, threw herself directly into his arms and clung tightly to his waist, as if afraid he might run away. "Big brother, could you take Qing'er with you? Qing'er does not want to be left here alone. Those wicked men would beat me to death." Her pathetic, innocent voice rang out, and that sense of helplessness struck the deepest, most tender part of Sun Wukong's heart. Not knowing what else to do, Sun Wukong nodded and bent down to lift the little fox spirit into his arms. "Very well, I shall take you with me. From this day forward, you shall be my younger sister. You shall take my surname and be called Sun Xiaoqing. Does that suit you?" "Yes. Qing'er will listen to brother. From now on, Qing'er shall be called Sun Xiaoqing." The little fox spirit smiled, her eyes curling into crescent moons. She wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's neck, nuzzled her small face against the soft fur on his cheek, and before she had even blinked twice, she fell into a deep slumber. It seems the little girl had truly been terrified for far too long, exhausted to the point of collapse. "Wait! Young master, wait!" Just as Sun Wukong was about to depart with the little fox, Sun Xiaoqing, he was intercepted by the myriad-age Fox King, his brows knit tightly together. "What is it you want?" "Young master, it was I who attempted to stop those people first. You cannot simply walk away with the child." "Oh? Is that so? Do you also wish to make things difficult for her?" Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within his gaze. No, that is not my intention at all." The myriad-year Fox King waved his hands frantically. "My intention is merely to take this young girl as my foster daughter." "Young master, rest assured. I shall treat her exactly as if she were my own flesh and blood." "Do you not already have a daughter? Why would you still want Qing'er?" "Young master, what do you mean by that? I have no children of my own, so where would I have a daughter?" "You have no daughter?" Sun Wukong widened his eyes, staring at the myriad-year Fox King. The old demon's confused and bewildered expression did not look like he was lying. This was truly strange. Was the myriad-year Fox King not supposed to have a daughter known as Princess Jadeface? Wait a moment. Sun Wukong shifted his gaze toward the little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqing, who was sleeping soundly against his shoulder. Could this little girl be the fated Princess Jadeface? That is right. Based on the previous course of events, if I had not passed by and intervened, the myriad-year Fox King would have surely used his wealth to ransom Sun Xiaoqing from those monks, then brought her back to the cloud-capping cave to adopt her as his foster daughter. Once she grew up, would she not inevitably become Princess Jadeface? It seems that every sip and every bite is predestined by the heavens. This must be the fate of our current lifetime. Gently, he raised his hand to stroke the soft hair at the nape of the little fox spirit's neck. Sun Wukong turned toward the myriad-year Fox King and flashed a cold, sharp grin. "I apologize, but she has already accepted this old son as her elder brother. She is now my younger sister, Sun Xiaoqing. I am afraid she can no longer be your daughter. Furthermore, a man like you, who constantly hides behind such flowery formalities, is not worthy of being Qing'er's father." With those words, Sun Wukong swept up the little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqing, and took to the skies on a cloud, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He left the myriad-year Fox King standing there, as if turned to stone. After a long moment, the king's expression crumbled, and he stomped his feet and beat his chest in utter frustration. Where on earth did that wretched monkey come from? To just snatch away my daughter like that! That was the perfect daughter I spent so much effort trying to find. From the moment Sun Xiaoqing arrived in the territory of Mount Jile, the myriad-year Fox King had already set his sights on her. While there were many fox spirits on Mount Jile, there was truly none as obedient, adorable, and kind-hearted as Sun Xiaoqing. The myriad-year Fox King had long desired to take her as his foster daughter, merely waiting for the right opportunity to earn her gratitude so she would willingly accept him as her father. He had waited with great difficulty for the moment Sun Xiaoqing angered the monks of the Qingyuan temple. Just as the myriad-year Fox King was about to step forward to rescue her, Sun Wukong appeared, slaughtered every monk from Qingyuan temple at the scene, and spirited Sun Xiaoqing away. His long-cherished plans had vanished into foam in an instant. The myriad-year Fox King was so enraged he felt as if he might vomit blood. Sun Wukong cared not whether the myriad longevity Fox King was coughing up blood in his fury. Riding the somersault cloud, he carried the slumbering little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, and sped toward the water-curtain cave of Mount Huaguo. It seems the preparations have already begun to bear fruit. As he halted his cloud in mid-air above the water-curtain cave, Sun Wukong observed that the entirety of Mount Huaguo had been reinforced with layers of formations. Some were grand illusions, while others were powerful defensive arrays. Though they were not of the highest complexity, they were a world apart from the neglected state of his domain just a short time ago. Beyond that, from the perimeter to the heart of the mountain, guard posts had been established, and numerous structures had risen around the water curtain cave. Compared to how it once was, it would be no exaggeration to say that Mount Huaguo was now as secure as a fortress of bronze and iron. This Leng Xuan truly possesses some remarkable talent. Intrigued? My new book, Creating the Supreme Primordial World in the Journey to the West, is now available on Kidan. I invite all of you to add it to your collections and enjoy the tale. As for Sun Wukong bringing back a young fox demon, the demon kin of Mount Huaguo were taken by surprise, especially when Sun Wukong declared that this little fox was named Sun Xiaoqing and would henceforth be the younger sister of the handsome Monkey King, the jade-faced princess of Mount Huaguo. Every single one of them widened their eyes in shock. What is the meaning of this? Do you have any objections? Sun Wukong raised a brow, casting a cold gaze over the gathered demon horde. None. None at all. The demons offered a forced, awkward smile. Silence is for the best. Even if you had objections, they would be futile. This is my own decree. Merely a notification to you all, not a request for your counsel. Sun Wukong spoke in a calm tone, yet his words carried an authority that brooked no dissent. Sun Tong and Sun Wushuang hurriedly signaled the other demons, and all of them knelt upon the ground, prostrating themselves before Sun Wukong and the jade-faced princess, Sun Xiaoqing. Thus, Sun Xiaoqing began her new life, settling into the tranquility of the water curtain cave on Mount Huaguo. The young girl was exceptionally perceptive, and possessed a sweet tongue. Though Sun Wukong had bestowed upon her the title of jade-faced princess, she carried herself without a shred of arrogance. Within a few days, she had grown close to the demon kin of Mount Huaguo, forming a particularly strong bond with Sun Wushuang. Sun Tong and Leng Xuan treated her like a younger sister, all of them finding this little girl truly endearing. Sun Wukong watched it all unfold, nodding to himself in approval. He was well aware that Sun Xiaoqing was intentionally drawing closer to Sun Wushuang and the others. Although Mount Huaguo had absorbed the followers of the demon king of havoc, Sun Tong, and had taken in the demon tribes from the 72 caves who had come seeking refuge, its core remained the monkey clan of the water curtain cave. Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong were the individuals Sun Wukong held in the highest regard among the monkey clan. The elite palace guard of the water curtain cave was commanded entirely by the two of them. As for Leng Xuan, he was a particularly unique existence on Mount Huaguo. Bearing a half-demon constitution, he appeared no different from a human. Sun Wukong valued him greatly, entrusting the entire planning and defense of Mount Huaguo to him, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Tong, though the vast majority of the strategic insight originated from Leng Xuan himself. More importantly, Leng Xuan carried the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. It was only natural that Sun Xiaoqing felt an innate sense of kinship toward him. Unlike the chilling, indifferent facade he wore for others, Leng Xuan's expression softened whenever he faced Sun Xiaoqing, often revealing a gentle smile. The icy aura of a man who demanded strangers keep their distance began to slowly fade away. According to their earlier decision, Sun Wukong held deep deliberations with Leng Xuan's group. Huaguo Mountain needed to rapidly develop its influence, yet they could not be too ostentatious, lest they attract the unwanted gaze of the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect. In other words, every move had to be carried out in the shadows, and to operate in such secrecy, they would certainly require the backing of Aolai Valley. Thus, Leng Xuan, Sun Wusong, and Sun Tong were currently utilizing the Tianmu Dao Temple to establish contact with the Aolai royal family, extending their influence deep into the heart of the Aolai kingdom. The method was simple. It was nothing more than bestowing minor benefits upon the royal family and the high ministers of Aolai. Whether it was healing ailments or providing medicinal elixirs, these boons helped them grow strong and vibrant, extended their lifespans, and conveniently allowed them to bolster their military might. To a nation of mortals, this was a temptation of immense proportions, a lure that, essentially, no one could resist. If not for Leng Xuan's fear that acting too openly would alert the Buddhist and Taoist sects, the king of Aolai likely would have already volunteered to make the Huaguo Mountain Demon sect the state religion. After returning to Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong found himself with little to do, spending his days wandering aimlessly around the mountain. In the past, Sun Wukong lacked knowledge of feng shui and grand formations, feeling only that the water curtain cave of Huaguo Mountain was a true paradise of the immortals. But having spent 300 years cultivating under the tutelage of Patriarch Bodhi, and having pored through more than half of the ancient texts within the Three Stars Cave, he had attained extraordinary achievements in the arts of feng shui and spiritual arrays. Upon his recent return to Huaguo Mountain, he naturally began to notice its hidden peculiarities. While the water curtain cave was indeed a celestial paradise, compared to the cave itself, the entire mountain of Huaguo appeared even more profound in the eyes of Sun Wukong. In terms of feng shui layout, The main peak of Huaguo Mountain was the convergence point of 9 great dragon veins, forming the 9 dragons gathering the essence formation. The immortal stone from which he was born sat atop this very peak. Only through such a formation could it gather the spiritual quintessence of heaven and earth, condensing into an egg of stone to gestate him. However, what struck Sun Wukong as strange was that the lily lines of the 9 dragons gathering were exceedingly rare. Within the current 3 realms, there were only 2 other known locations with such a Li line layout: Western Kunlun and the western heaven of Mount Ling. Without exception, both locations had become the foundational sites for major religious sects. Yet the geography of Huaguo Mountain was peculiar. Despite sharing the 9 dragons layout, it lacked the vast, overwhelming momentum of Western Kunlun or Mount Ling, as if the energy of the dragon veins were being suppressed by some unknown force. It was not as if Sun Wukong had not considered using his eyes of truth to peer into the mystery and see what was suppressing the energy of the 9 dragon veins. The difficulty, however, was that a power of immense magnitude seemed to block any external scrutiny directed at the veins. Even with the eyes of truth, it was nearly impossible to pierce through. To push them to their limit would exact a massive toll. Unless he possessed medicinal elixirs with heaven-defying properties to replenish his stamina, he would likely suffer significant damage from the overexertion, even if he managed to break through the veil and gaze upon the source. With less than 30 years remaining until he reached his destined age of 342, he would soon be forced to take a stroll through the underworld. By then, no matter how humble Sun Wukong tried to remain, it would be difficult to avoid the attention of the heavenly court. Whether a great conflict would erupt, even he could not yet foresee. In short, before that moment arrives, one must ensure they remain at their peak state, for any injury sustained now would be unacceptable. It seems the time has come to include the refinement of medicinal pills in my daily schedule. The only problem is, I lack a proper alchemy furnace. Sun Wukong scratched his head in frustration. He had indeed read many ancient texts on alchemy, and remembered numerous potent formulas, many of which promised heaven-defying results. Yet while the raw materials were easy to come by, where was he to find a suitable cauldron to refine high-quality elixirs? A top-tier furnace is an absolute necessity. Otherwise, even that old man, Taishang Laojun, would not have treasured his 8 trigrams purple gold furnace so dearly. The mountain of magical artifacts and weapons plundered from the 4 Dragon Kings was stored within a tower at the depths of the Water Curtain Cave, meticulously categorized and organized by Leng Xuan's team based on their grade and function. But regrettably, there was not a single alchemy furnace among them. Perhaps I should pay another visit to the 4 Seas Dragon Palaces to see what can be found. Great Sage, 6 groups of demon clans have arrived outside, claiming to be your sworn brothers and here for the alliance meeting. Sun Wukong was deep in thought when a patrol scout rushed in to report that the Bull Demon King and his forces had arrived to join the assembly. Only then did Sun Wukong realize that 6 months had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The time for the meeting of the 7 brothers had arrived, yet he had prepared nothing. Fortunately, Huaguo Mountain had undergone a complete restructuring and planning, no longer the disorganized collection of spirits it once was. With a single command from Sun Wukong, preparations were swiftly set in motion, and he himself led the core generals of the Huaguo Mountain Demon Sect to the perimeter of the protective barrier to greet them personally. Big brother, this Huaguo Mountain of yours has developed quite impressively. The Bull Demon King and the 6 Great Demon Kings led their troops into the mountain, where they were directed by Sun Wukong to encamp in the outer perimeter. Seeing the orderly and disciplined state of the mountain, the Bull Demon King and his companions were utterly astonished. Their own mountain strongholds were usually just chaotic gatherings of various minor spirits, lacking even the semblance of a proper military camp. Not to mention the way Huaguo Mountain was divided into distinct zones with sophisticated defensive structures. It felt more like stepping into a human sect's domain. It is modest. Merely modest. My subordinates are simply a bit quick-witted, Sun Wukong replied with a humble wave, though the pride on his face could not be concealed. After a grand celebration, Sun Wukong and the 6 Demon Kings officially reached a covenant in the main hall of the Water Curtain Cave. They agreed to form an offensive and defensive alliance, using Huaguo Mountain as their central gathering point, and Sun Wukong opened his personal domain to host the 6 Great Demon Kings. Within 30 years, the 6 Demon Kings would gradually relocate their forces in waves to settle permanently on Huaguo Mountain. Initially, the 6 kings were somewhat hesitant. After all, their own domains were renowned blessed lands of high spiritual energy. If they were all to move here, could the spiritual energy of Huaguo Mountain sustain the consumption of so many powerful beings? This anxiety was completely dispelled the moment Sun Wukong revealed the 9 dragons gathering the stars geomantic layout of the mountain. Though Sun Wukong could not yet fully probe the deepest secrets of the 9 dragon veins, he could easily manifest enough spiritual essence from the layout to show the Bull Demon King and the others exactly what they would be gaining. Big brother, say no more. I shall return at once to gather my brothers and prepare for our departure. There is no need to wait 30 years. Within 10 years, every last one of my kin will be moved here. Not a soul left behind. and we shall ensure not a whisper of this movement reaches the outside world." The Macaque King, being the quickest to react, was the first to voice his agreement. The Bull Demon King and the others also hurried to express their willingness to relocate their sects here. However, they all requested that Sun Wukong prepare caves for them that were as identical as possible to their former dwellings. After all, they had spent so many years there. They had grown accustomed to them. That is simple enough. "Brothers, just sketch the layout of your respective caves, and I shall build the new ones accordingly, ensuring not a single detail is missed." Sun Wukong's proposal was excellent, but the 6 great demon kings were hardly masters of the brush. What they drew looked like deformed gourds, utterly unrecognizable. Sun Wukong was left helpless and could only send men to accompany the 6 great demon kings to their respective caves to document the structures themselves. "Long Chao, leave the relocation of your cave to your subordinates. Are you interested in accompanying me on a journey?" After the Bull Demon King and the others had departed, Sun Wukong secretly used his spiritual sense to call the Flood Dragon Demon King, Long Chao, to stay behind. "Where to?" "The North Sea Dragon Palace." Sun Wukong grinned, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "In any case, I once saved the life of the old Dragon King, Io Shun of the North Sea. This life-saving grace cannot be left as an unpaid debt indefinitely. In short, it is time to collect some interest. What do you think?" "Interesting. I shall accompany you, elder brother." The eyes of the Flood Dragon Demon King, Long Chao, lit up with intensity. Sun Wukong was clearly intending to take him along to vent some frustration. Why should he hesitate? "Let us go." The two mounted the clouds and soared, speeding toward the North Sea. Along the way, Sun Wukong couldn't help but ponder what expression the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, would wear when he saw them, especially upon seeing the Flood Dragon Demon King, Long Chao. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth curled into an unconsciously wicked and sinister smile. "Old Dragon King, I am bringing someone to collect on your debt." Strange. Why do I feel such a persistent sense of unease? Inside the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, was sipping wine in agitation when his hand slipped, causing the cup to fall to the floor and shatter into pieces. "Great King, Su, Sun Wukong has arrived." A shrimp soldier stumbled inside, his face twisted in terror, as he reported the news to the North Sea Dragon King, Akio Shun. "What? Sun Wukong? Why has that monkey come to my North Sea? Is he truly here all alone?" Io Shun was startled, leaping from his throne in a state of sheer panic. It seems... What does it seem? Speak quickly. Could it be that the Flood Demon King is also standing right beside Sun Wukong? What? Atio Shun's complexion turned deathly pale. Long Chao, the Flood Demon King? Why would he arrive alongside Sun Wukong? Could the rumors circulating before have been true? Had the Flood Demon King truly sworn an oath of brotherhood with Sun Wukong and the others? Is that rebellious son bringing that monkey here to seek his revenge? Before the Northern Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, could process these frantic thoughts, Sun Wukong and the Flood Demon King, Long Chao, strode side by side into the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. From afar, Sun Wukong waved his hand in a casual greeting toward the Northern Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun. "Old Dragon King, I have come to pay you a visit." "Visit, my foot." The Northern Sea Dragon King Io Shun cursed inwardly, seething at the sight of that rebellious Flood Demon King trailing behind him. "What sinister intentions are you hiding behind this facade?" "Old Dragon King, your expression tells me that you do not seem very pleased to see me. Have you forgotten so soon that I once saved your life?" Sun Wukong stepped before the Northern Sea Dragon King, pursing his lips and narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Ao Shun from head to toe, before letting out a cold, annoyed huff. "How could that be? I am overjoyed to see such an esteemed immortal." The Northern Sea Dragon King Io Shun immediately shifted his expression, plastering a radiant, artificial smile onto his face. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly at the sight. "Ao Shun, this old Dragon King truly lacks any shred of backbone. He clearly possesses the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal. Yet he insists on groveling and calling me an esteemed immortal at every turn. It is no wonder the dragon clans of the Four Seas are held in such low regard these days. They are nothing but a spineless lot, devoid of any true dignity. But, esteemed immortal, what is the purpose of your visit, and why are you accompanied by this rebellious son of mine?" After his humble pleasantries, the Northern Sea Dragon King Io Shun shifted his gaze toward the Flood Demon King, Long Chao, his brows furrowing in deep suspicion. Years ago, he had nearly perished at the hands of the Flood Demon King, who had even drained a portion of the Northern Sea's waters. Fortunately, the Four Seas each possessed an oceanic eye capable of continuously generating new water. Otherwise, as the Northern Sea Dragon King, he would have become the laughingstock of all the great factions. It was true that the Flood Demon King was indeed Ao Shun's own flesh and blood. However, Ao Shun knew clearly that between this son and himself, there existed not a drop of familial affection, only a deep, festering hatred, for it was he who had driven the Flood Demon King's mother to her death. Ever since the Flood Demon King had betrayed and abandoned the Northern Sea, he had made it his life's mission to sow chaos. By confronting the Northern Sea Dragon clan directly and bringing himself to their doorstep, he clearly meant to do them harm. Old Dragon King, this is entirely your fault. I have already heard of the grievances between you and Long Chao. Since you have severed the bond of father and son, stop opening your mouth to call him a degenerate son at every turn. Long Chao is now my sworn younger brother. Shouldn't you show at least a modicum of courtesy? Sun Wukong widened his eyes, speaking in an extremely dissatisfied tone, before leaning in close to the ear of the North Sea Dragon King. Io Shun, he said in a hushed, oppressive voice. You are the one who knows Long Chao's strength best. He originally came to the North Sea Dragon clan to settle old scores, and it was only by chance that I happened upon him and persuaded him otherwise. If you do not hold your tongue and provoke his wrath, do not blame me for failing to intervene. The North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, felt a chill run through his heart. Sun Wukong's words, soft in tone but hard in intent, were clearly filled with threats, yet they were not without reason. Within this North Sea Dragon Palace, there truly was no one who could stand as an opponent to the Zhao Demon King. If he were to truly fly into a rage and wreak havoc regardless of the consequences, the one to suffer would be him alone. Forget it. A moment of patience brings calm seas. A step back leads to a vast sky. Today, I shall endure this degenerate sun for the moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress the resentment in his heart, the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, invited Sun Wukong to the seat of honor, swallowed his pride to arrange a seat for the Zhao Demon King, and ordered his servants to bring forth fine wine and delicacies. Only then did he ask with a forced smile about the purpose of Sun Wukong's visit. There is no special purpose. I simply missed the old Dragon King, and came to pay a visit, and, incidentally, to request a cup of fine wine. Only a fool would believe that. The North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, was speechless. He did not believe a single word Sun Wukong had said. How could this wretched monkey travel all the way to the North Sea Dragon Palace just for a drink? If he truly desired wine, were there not far more options within the East Sea Dragon Palace? Furthermore, it would have been a much shorter journey, right, old Dragon King? I have heard that you possess a top-tier alchemical furnace, known as the Yin-Yang Taiji furnace. All the medicinal pills for the dragon clans of the Four Seas are refined by you, are they not? After downing 2 cups of wine, Sun Wukong raised his eyes to look at the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, asking about the treasure with an air of feigned indifference. Sun Wukong had long known of Ao Shun's passion for alchemy, and one who loves alchemy must surely possess a magnificent furnace. Sun Wukong had come precisely for Ao Shun's furnace. Otherwise, he would never have gone to the trouble of visiting the North Sea Dragon Palace. The moment Sun Wukong posed this question, the heart of the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, trembled violently. It was here. This was the true objective of this wretched monkey. So he has set his sights on my alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace of the North Sea Dragon King, Io Shun, was no ordinary object. Compared to the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishang Laojun, its grade was even a tier higher. It had reached the level of a Xiantian spirit treasure, known as the Yin-Yang Taiji furnace. The furnace was capable of gestating yin and yang energies, fueling the Xiantian yin-yang divine fire to conduct the refinement of pills. The medicinal pills produced, whether in quality or quantity, were far superior to ordinary elixirs. Sun Wukong spoke the truth. Every high-grade medicinal pill within the Four Seas Dragon Tribe was supplied by none other than Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea. Beyond his masterful alchemy techniques, the secret lay in his innate spirit treasure, the Taiji Yin-Yang Cauldron. Yet, how could Sun Wukong have discovered such a well-kept secret? Aside from the 4 Dragon Kings themselves, the king had not even whispered a word of this to his own sons. As for that, Sun Wukong remarked, the things this old son knows are countless. This is hardly worth mentioning. Sun Wukong chuckled, offering no explanation, his gaze locked intently upon the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun. Old Dragon King, this old son is in need of a top-tier cauldron, and I have come today specifically to borrow your Taiji Yin-Yang Cauldron. I trust the old Dragon King will not leave this old son disappointed, will he? As for the matter of the Taiji Yin-Yang Cauldron, Sun Wukong had only heard rumors of it during his journey to the west. It remained a guarded secret, known to almost no one. However, Sun Wukong would never reveal this to Ao Shun. He simply needed to get his hands on the treasure. Exalted immortal, I possess many fine cauldrons in my treasury, but that Taiji Yin-Yang Cauldron is a mere trinket, unworthy of one of your stature. Why not allow this king to offer you a seat for a moment? I shall immediately command my subordinates to bring out my entire collection, so you may choose one to your liking. What say you to that? The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, let out a nervous laugh, about to order his shrimp soldiers and crab generals into the vault, only to be cut off by Sun Wukong. There is no need for that. This old son simply favors that Taiji Yin-Yang Cauldron. The name alone sounds quite intriguing. Since the old Dragon King claims it is a mere common item, why not simply gift it to this old son now? There is no need to look at any others. Gift it? You wish to be gifted? The North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun, nearly choked, barely restraining himself from cursing aloud. This damnable monkey was blatantly extorting him. No, he was outright plundering him, an act of daylight robbery. That was his Taiji Yin-Yang cauldron, his most prized alchemical treasure. How could he possibly hand over an innate spirit treasure to an outsider? What is wrong? Old Dragon King, do you disagree? Seeing the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun, remained silent. Sun Wukong's expression suddenly darkened. His gaze turned frigid as he stared down Aryo Shun and spoke coldly. Was it not you, old Dragon King, who stated with your own lips that the Taiji Yin-Yang cauldron was a common object? Are you truly so unwilling to part with such a common item? Or perhaps you intended to deceive this old son from the start, treating me as nothing more than a jest? Along with this icy interrogation, a tyrannical killing intent erupted from Sun Wukong's body, instantly enveloping the entire Dragon Palace hall. Every aquatic creature in the hall felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain crushing down upon them, causing them to lose their footing and collapse in a chaotic heap. Beads of cold sweat immediately broke out across the forehead of the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun. The terrifying pressure Sun Wukong unleashed was directed squarely at him. Did this monkey crawl his way out of the depths of the Yellow Springs hell? Why does he possess such terrifying, violent killing intent? The imposing pressure radiating from Sun Wukong was fundamentally different from any ordinary display of power. It carried a sensation of extreme tyranny and an overwhelming intent to kill. This was an aura that could only be forged by those who had waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in grand, cataclysmic wars. Those who had never walked such a path, no matter how high their cultivation realm, could never hope to possess it. A flicker of intense apprehension streaked through Aryo Shun's eyes as he gazed towards Sun Wukong. How many lives had this monkey stained his hands with? It was not just the aquatic clans of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun. Even the Flood Dragon Demon King, Long Chao, seated beside Sun Wukong, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. His mouth trembled repeatedly. The killing intent surging from Sun Wukong was far too terrifying. Even a seasoned warrior like himself, who had experienced 100 battles, had never been able to cultivate such a tyrannical bloodlust, yet it poured forth from Sun Wukong as if it were second nature. Was it not said that he had only been born a few hundred years ago? If one excludes the time spent in secluded meditations, Sun Wukong surely could not have experienced many grand battles. Where in the world did this bloodlust originate from? Could it be that he had carried it with him? From the very stone that birthed him? High Immortal, please suppress your anger. I implore the High Immortal to calm your divine wrath. I shall gift you the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace. Is that not sufficient? Was the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun, truly a coward? Naturally, he was reluctant to simply hand over the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace, but observing Sun Wukong's current posture, it was clear that he would not rest until he achieved his goal. If he stubbornly refused to yield and provoke this unruly monkey into a frenzy, would the creature not simply tear down his entire North Sea Dragon Palace? While the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace was indeed a primordial spiritual treasure, in the hands of the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun, it served as nothing more than a cauldron for refining elixirs. It held no other profound utility, serving only to consume fewer resources during the refinement process and ensuring the elixirs produced were of a slightly higher grade. Losing this Taiji Yin-Yang furnace was acceptable, for he possessed other cauldrons to serve as replacements. But if he were to infuriate Sun Wukong, leading to the destruction of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the loss of his own life, then no matter how precious the treasure, it would only end up in another man's hands. Wait! This Taiji Yin-Yang furnace cannot be given away. As everyone watched the North Sea Dragon King, Aryo Shun, compromise, just as he was prepared to enter the inner chambers to retrieve the furnace, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the main hall. Sun Wukong's brows could not help but furrow. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound and saw two youths, standing with heroic and spirited bearings, stepping inside. One figure was clad in black robes, the other in silver-white armor, and both were acquaintances of Sun Wukong. The one in black robes was the eldest son of the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, the West Sea's first prince, Ao Mangang. The one in silver-white armor was the West Sea's third prince, Ao Lai. He was the very same white dragon horse from the previous life who accompanied them to the west to obtain the scriptures, known then as the Jade Dragon Third Prince, whom Sun Wukong called Xiao Beilong. Why had these two princes of the West Sea come all the way to the North Sea, and why did they dare to intervene, preventing North Sea Dragon King Aryo Shun from offering his treasure? Sun Wukong heard clearly that it was indeed Xiao Beilong, Ao Li, who had spoken. Confronted with this former sworn brother who was now a complete stranger, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, his expression shifting in uncertainty. Third uncle, You must not hand the treasure furnace to this monkey. Xiao Beilong, Ao Li, strode into the great hall, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong with a look of undisguised provocation. Having no memory of his previous life, he did not know Sun Wukong's might, nor could he perceive the terrifying killing intent the great sage had unleashed moments ago. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Sun Wukong appeared, he was merely a monkey spirit. Within the depths of the Dragon Palace, did he truly believe he could stand against their noble dragon clan? Sun Wukong let out a low laugh. The fleeting hesitation in his heart was utterly shattered by the arrogance in the prince's voice and the disdain in his eyes. A past life is but a memory, and this life is a new beginning. In his previous existence, he was forced to journey for the scriptures, which was how he came to know Aolai. Furthermore, the white dragon horse of that time was not this arrogant, short-sighted third prince of the West Sea Dragon Clan standing before him now. There is no need for such formalities. Tell me, to whom did you say this treasure furnace could not be given? The corner of his mouth curled into a cold, dangerous smile. Sun Wukong stepped directly in front of Xiao Beilong Aolai and muttered, "Old Sun did not hear you clearly. Why don't you say it once more? I said that you cannot hand the treasure furnace to a filthy monkey like you." Thwack! Before Aolai could finish his sentence, a blur of motion flashed, and he was struck violently across the face. He was instantly sent flying, crashing straight into the palace wall, shattering it into a gaping hole as he tumbled out of sight. The third prince, Ao Mangang, was startled. He had only seen Sun Wukong move his leg, and yet Ao Li had been launched away, completely devoid of any ability to resist. Was the disparity in their strength truly this vast? Casting a wary look at Sun Wukong, Ao Mangang moved with haste, leaping through the very hole in the wall that Ao Li had created. A moment later, he returned, carrying the unconscious Aolai, his expression profoundly grim. Sun Wukong, do you hold the West Sea in such contempt, believing we have no one of standing? He handed the senseless Aolai over to the officers under the command of North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun. The West Sea's first prince, Ao Mangang, darkened his face as he stepped within a pace of Sun Wukong, his eyes cold and murderous as he questioned, "Oh, and why might the first prince have such a grievance?" Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged as he retorted, "Is it because of the third prince? Old Sun has shown enough restraint. Had it been anyone else who dared to speak to me in such a manner, I would have crushed them with a single strike of my staff. A mere kick was a mercy." It was true. Xiao Beilong, Ao Li Lai, had been sent flying by a single kick from Sun Wukong. Had the Ruyi Jingu Bang been involved, Ao Li would not have simply fallen unconscious. He would have surely perished. Sun Wukong spoke only the truth. But to the ears of the West Sea's first prince, Ao Mangang, his words sounded nothing but arrogant and wild. With a wave of his hand, a three-edged mace manifested in Ao Maang's grip. He let out a cold snort. "The Monkey King is truly arrogant. I, Ao Maang, the great crown prince of the West Sea, wish to seek your guidance. Old Dragon King, if my old grandson accidentally beats him to death, you wouldn't have any objections, would you?" Sun Wukong gestured toward Ao Maang and turned to face Ao Shun, the North Sea Dragon King, with an expression of profound sincerity. A sincerity so genuine that it made Ao Maang's eyes bulge with rage. To him, this was nothing but naked contempt. Before the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, could utter a word, the agitated Ao Mahang could restrain himself no longer, swinging his mace downward in a ferocious strike toward Sun Wukong. A fine attempt. Golden light flashed within Sun Wukong's eyes as the fiery eyes of truth were activated. The trajectory of Ao Maang's attack was laid bare before him. With a subtle sway of his body, Wukong dodged the blow and flashed a mocking smile at his opponent. Under Ao Maang's stunned gaze, the Monkey King seized his arm and, with a single fluid motion, sent him and his weapon flying through the air. With pinpoint precision, he was sent hurtling out through the very hole in the palace wall that Aolai had crashed through moments before. Too weak. A disdainful, icy laugh followed, echoing clearly into the ears of the sent-flying Ao Maang. "Damn you!" A flash of fury crossed Ao Maang's face. As the preeminent master of the Four Seas Dragon Clan, when had he ever been treated with such utter disregard? "Sun Wukong, if you have the skill, come out and face this crown prince for 300 rounds." Roaring toward the heavens, Ao Mandang turned and surged out of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He felt constrained within the great hall, and he was determined to make this wretched monkey pay a heavy price for provoking the great crown prince of the West Sea. Inside the hall, Sun Wukong shifted his gaze toward the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun. He pointed toward the shattered wall. "Old Dragon King, my old grandson just showed you some respect and held back his strength. But it seems your nephew does not appreciate the gesture. So do not blame me if I start fighting in earnest. Exalted Immortal, please, calm your anger. Mang is young and rash for offending you. I shall offer his apologies in his stead." "Exalted Immortal, I beg you, do not lower yourself to his level." The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, frantically held Sun Wukong back. Ao Shun had witnessed the strength Wukong displayed. It was an absolute suppression of Ao Maang. Even if Ao Mashang were to reveal his true form and risk his life, he was likely no match for Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong were to slay Ao Mahang, how could he possibly answer to his fourth brother, the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Run? Wretched monkey! Are you afraid of this crown prince? Come out and face me! Before Sun Wukong could respond, the indignant roars of the West Sea's crown prince, Ao Machang, echoed from outside the palace. Sun Wukong let out a cheerful laugh. Old Dragon King, it is not that I refuse to show you face. You have seen for yourself how aggressive your nephew is. If I do not go out to meet him, he will truly think I am afraid of him. With those words, he reached into his ear and withdrew the Ruyi Jingu Bang, expanding it to the size of a bowl before dragging it across the floor as he strode out of the hall. That is correct. Ensure the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace is prepared immediately. I shall return to claim it shortly. Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, watched in stunned silence as Sun Wukong dragged his Ruyi Jingu Bang, sparks flying with every step out of the great hall. His face twitching with uncontrollable anxiety, the Dragon King suddenly spun on his heel and raced toward his private pill chamber. He had to prepare the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace at once. Perhaps if the great sage were pleased with his service, he might spare the life of Ao Maang. Standing aside, the Demon King Longzhu watched with cold indifference. Seeing Akyu Shun rush frantically into his inner sanctum, a mocking, disdainful smile curled upon his lips. He had come today solely to witness the spectacle. With a slight shift of his form, the Demon King Longzhu glided out from the great hall. He was eager to see just how much talent this cousin of his, hailed as the greatest among the Four Seas Dragon Clan, truly possessed, and how long he could endure under the great sage's hand. Beneath the deep waters outside the North Sea Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong and Ao Madang, the Grand Prince of the West Sea Dragon Clan, had already begun their clash. Sun Wukong stood with one hand behind his back, wielding the Ruyi Jingu Bang as if it were a mere twig, flicking it up and down without the slightest exertion, parrying every strike of Ao Mahang's trident with effortless grace. Though Ao Matang attacked with mounting fury for a long duration, he could not even graze the hem of Sun Wukong's robe. Conversely, the tremendous force vibrating from the Ruyi Jingu Bang sent waves of numbness through his arms with every blocked strike. Whack! A single swing of the staff sent the Grand Prince of the West Sea reeling backward. Sun Wukong withdrew his left hand from behind his back, casually picking his ear, and cast an indifferent glance toward Ao Maang. Very well. The warm-up concludes here. Prince Maang, I shall no longer hold back. You must be on your guard. Curse you! Who asked for your mercy? Ao Maang roared in indignation. This wretched monkey was far too arrogant. How dare he look down upon him with such patronizing restraint? Then, very well. With a sharp shout, the tip of the Ruyi Jingu Bang suddenly elongated, thrusting directly toward Ao Mashang's chest. Ao Maang scrambled to evade the strike, the staff grazing past him. Yet before he could find relief, the elongated rod swept horizontally, slamming heavily into his ribs. Another sharp cry echoed as Sun Wukong suddenly released his grip on the staff, sending the Ruyi Jingu Bang spinning wildly. The rotating staff struck Ao Mahang twice in rapid succession, sending him tumbling backward like a discarded ball. A hit. Once again, a direct hit. Sun Wukong formed a sword gesture with his fingers, commanding the spinning staff with his focus. The weapon flew wherever he pointed, treating the Grand Prince of the West Sea like a plaything, batting him about the depths of the ocean. In the span of a single stick of incense, his body had suffered countless blows from the Ruyi Jingu Bang. He felt his mind reeling in a daze, every fiber of his being aching, as if he were being torn asunder. Even the physical resilience of a Dragon Clan member could not withstand such relentless assault from the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Wretched monkey, you have truly enraged this prince. I shall swallow you whole today. To be batted about like a ball, even a Buddha would grow wrathful, let alone a figure as prideful as the Grand Prince of the West Sea. Ao Maang, with a thunderous roar, his form surged in size, reverting to his true manifestation, a colossal black dragon spanning 10,000 feet. A roar of primal fury echoed throughout the North Sea, agitating the surrounding currents and churning the waters into massive vortexes swirling around the majestic black dragon form of Ao Mahang. Amidst the roar of a dragon, countless swirling vortexes of various sizes converged, rushing towards Sun Wukong, sealing off every path of retreat with no gaps to be found. Seeing this formation, Ao Maang clearly intended to crush Sun Wukong into dust, yet he seemed to have severely underestimated the Monkey King. Mad Monkey's chaotic dance. Shatter for this old son. The Mad Monkey's chaotic dance was a technique Sun Wukong derived from the Mad Dog Wind Demon Fist. Its essence lay in the single word, madness, swinging the Ruyi Jingu Bang with such flawless precision that the swirling vortexes could not even draw near. Following a thunderous roar from Sun Wukong, all the vortexes, both large and small, shattered simultaneously as a colossal iron staff, wreathed in the blazing golden flames of the true sun fire, erupted from within, smashing directly into the dragon face of the West Sea Great Prince, Ao Mahjong, sending him spiraling away with a shrill cry of agony. His massive body thrashed, causing the entire North Sea to tremble violently. Arg! This prince will never forgive you. A massive, blood-stained dragon fang tumbled out from his maw. With just a single strike, Sun Wukong had broken one of Ao Mahjong's dragon fangs. His dragon eyes widened in fury, his enraged bellows echoing across the North Sea. Yet Sun Wukong remained as composed and leisurely as ever, picking at his ear and muttering, "What are you howling about? You are making so much noise my ears are ringing. Let's see who can shout louder." Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, executing the divine art of contracting the earth into an inch, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived directly before the massive black dragon head of Ao Mahjong, opening his mouth to unleash a ferocious roar, a terrifying sonic wave erupting from Sun Wukong's throat, transforming into a massive shimmering arc that slammed into Ao Mahjong's draconic form, directly blowing him away for thousands of miles, before he could finally stabilize his form. "My voice is hardly quieter than yours, is it?" Sun Wukong paused, smacked his lips, and let out a dark chuckle. The very next second he lunged once more toward the West Sea Dragon Clan's great prince, Ao Mahjong. Once again the monkey and the dragon clashed in a fierce battle. Deep within the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, had retrieved the yin-yang taiji furnace from the alchemy chamber. This treasure was usually no larger than a palm, making it easy to carry. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, had obtained it by pure chance. It was a pity his inner fire lacked the necessary potency, leaving him unable to refine it. Had he succeeded, even if Sun Wukong wished to seize it, he likely would have found it impossible. Clutching the yin-yang taiji furnace, the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, hurried out of the Crystal Palace, leading a troop of aquatic soldiers toward the source of the battle's shockwaves. On the battlefield, the duel between Sun Wukong and the West Sea Dragon Clan's great prince, Ao Mahjong, had reached a fever pitch. Or rather, the spectacle of Ao Mahjong being beaten had reached its absolute climax. From start to finish he failed to land a single strike on Sun Wukong. Instead, he was forced to endure a relentless barrage of blows. Even with the physique of a black dragon, considered among the finest within the Dragon Clan, his body could not withstand such brutal impacts. Under the overwhelming assault of the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the dragon scales began to fall away in massive slabs, and deep wounds marred his form, clearly signaling his inevitable defeat. How could this monkey be so monstrously powerful? This will not do. I am no match for him. If I continue to fight, I fear my life shall be forfeit. The fury and resentment in Ao Mahjong's heart were gradually being eclipsed by a cold, encroaching dread. Having witnessed the true extent of Sun Wukong's strength, he was left with a profound sense of helplessness. He finally understood why his father spoke of Sun Wukong with such a mixture of hatred and forced resignation. A desperate urge to retreat flooded Ao Mahjong's mind. Seeing Ao Mahjong feign a strike and attempt to flee by lashing his tail, golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he utilized the earth-shrinking technique to block his path. He invoked the Umaha, law image of heaven and earth, divine ability, his stature instantly swelling to a height of 10,000 feet. He hurled the Ruyi Jingu Bang forward, piercing it directly through the nostrils of Ao Mahjong. The staff then instantly expanded, stretching the dragon's nostrils until they were taut, acting like a nose ring that anchored Ao Mahjong firmly in place. With a thunderous crash, the weapon pinned him deep into the seabed of the North Sea. Muttering an incantation, Sun Wukong commanded the Ruyi Jingu Bang to shrink, and Ao Mahjong's 10,000-foot dragon form was forced to shrink along with it. His nostrils remained skewered upon the Ruyi Jingu Bang, leaving him utterly incapable of struggle or escape. Was it not you who claimed you would swallow this old sun whole? Go on, swallow me if you dare. Sun Wukong stood upon the seabed, propping himself up against the Ruyi Jingu Bang, gazing down at the tip of the staff, where the tiny black dragon dangled, fruitlessly struggling with his pierced nose. His face wore a look of mockery. "You cur! You wretched monkey, release me at once, or I shall never forgive you." With an iron staff run through his nose, the great crown prince of the West Sea, Ao Mahjong, was filled with both shame and rage. He roared in agony, though his breath was stifled, making his words garbled and unclear. "In such a pathetic state, yet you remain so arrogant. You truly are someone who will not shed a tear until they see the coffin. Very well, let us see exactly how long that tongue of yours can remain so sharp." With a cold snort, Sun Wukong focused his intent, and the true fire of the sun erupted upon the Ruyi Jingu Bang, spreading along the staff to engulf Ao Mahjong, burning him until he shrieked in wretched torment. "Immortal, please show mercy." Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he nearly collapsed from fright. From a distance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, accelerating towards Sun Wukong to plead for his life with desperate, folded hands. Great Immortal, it is my foolish nephew who, ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, has offended you. Exalted Immortal, I implore you, with your vast magnanimity, do not hold this transgression against him. Do you truly think this is a mere matter of offense? Old Dragon King, had my own skills been inferior to his, I fear the outcome for me would have been far more tragic than this. It was he who first cast insults and provocations. Do you expect me to simply release him based on a few empty words? That would be far too easy, would it not? Sun Wukong smiled. Yet the warmth did not reach his eyes, as he glanced at Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea. The meaning was clear. Whether Ao Maang lived or died rested entirely upon his whim, and its success depended solely on the price the Dragon King was willing to pay. Boss, this old man keeps offering excuses while withholding the pill furnace. Why waste any more breath on it? Why not simply roast this little loach? Wouldn't it make for a satisfying feast for us brothers? Zhao Mo Wang, who had been observing the standoff, stepped forward to stand beside Sun Wukong. Seeing a subtle signal from his master, he immediately understood the intent, and feigned impatience to echo the sentiment. Is dragon meat truly such a delicacy? Sun Wukong blinked, feigning a look of profound curiosity. Indeed, it is said that in the heavens there is dragon meat, and on earth there is fine game. Has boss never heard of this? Should one grill it, steam it, or perhaps consume it raw? I find it best when grilled. Eating it raw is somewhat nauseating. As Sun Wukong and Zhao Mo Wang discussed the methods of devouring dragon meat, the great prince of the West Sea, Ao Maang, turned deathly pale. At the thought of these two creatures skinning him and roasting his bones for a meal, his heart trembled with primal terror. Do not eat me. I was wrong. I admit my error. Third uncle, give him the yin-yang taiji furnace. Save my life, I beg you. The pride and dignity of the great prince of the West Sea finally crumbled beneath the crushing weight of his fear of death. Accustomed to living in heights of glory, how could Ao Maang have ever endured such humiliation? With his life hanging by a thread in the hands of another, he was on the verge of a total collapse. Exalted Immortal, this is the yin-yang taiji furnace. I offer it to you, praying only that you spare his life. The Dragon King of the North Sea hurriedly raised the furnace before Sun Wukong, while secretly signaling Ao Maang to remain silent. Exalted Immortal, this lowly one knows his faults. Please, spare my life. At this moment, Ao Maang had completely discarded all pretense of face. When one is about to lose their life, what value does pride hold? One need not even mention Sun Wukong. Zhao Mo Wang was a notoriously vicious and ruthless being, having once devoured the flesh of Ao Lai, the great prince of the West Sea, alive half a year prior. Refusing to bow now would truly enrage Sun Wukong, to the point of swallowing him whole. Sun Wukong reached out and snatched the yin-yang taiji furnace, activating his fiery golden eyes to scan the artifact repeatedly. Within this treasure, yin and yang energy surged, yet there was no trace of any spiritual imprint upon it. It appeared that the Dragon King of the North Sea had yet to successfully refine it. Very well. In consideration of your sincerity, old Dragon King, I shall spare this one tonight. But hear this. This is the first and last time. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so easy to reason with. With a flick of his intent, Sun Wukong retracted the size of his Ruyi Jingu Bang. Finally freed from his confinement, the great prince of the West Sea took human form, though he lacked the countenance to remain a moment longer. After offering a stiff bow to the Dragon King of the North Sea, he swam toward the North Sea Palace, gathered the still unconscious little white dragon, Ao Lai, and fled back to the West Sea in haste. Sun Wukong did not linger. The yin-yang taiji furnace was finally in his hands. Having indulged in enough fine wine, it was time to return to Huaguo Mountain to practice alchemy. He had to refine spirit elixirs quickly, for the shattering divine eye needed them to unearth the secrets hidden deep beneath the 9 dragon veins of Huaguo Mountain. Without this, Sun Wukong felt a restlessness gnawing at his heart like the claws of a cat. He was consumed by an insatiable and maddening curiosity. Upon leaving the North Sea, the Demon King bade farewell to Sun Wukong to return to his own sect and begin preparations for relocation. Sun Wukong immediately mounted his somersault cloud to return to Huaguo Mountain, diving straight into the depths of the water curtain cave. Within the alchemy chamber built beside the great tree, he began the process of refining spirit elixirs. During his time studying under the Bodhi Patriarch, Sun Wukong had scoured the ancient alchemy texts within the library of the Three Stars Cave many times over. Although the various alchemy recipes were long ingrained in his mind, this was the first time he had attempted to refine them himself, and he felt far from confident. Fortunately, as a precaution, he had prepared several portions of the medicinal herbs. Surely he wouldn't be so unlucky as to fail every single attempt. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the water curtain cave, followed immediately by a plume of black smoke spiraling upward. Outside the cave, the demon clansmen by the waterfall glanced at the drifting smoke, but quickly lost interest and turned away, as if accustomed to the sight. Has the great king failed at alchemy again? That is the 4th time now, isn't it? Shh, keep your voice down, lest the great king hear you and vent his rage upon you. Over the past 3 years, this was the 4th time Sun Wukong's alchemy had resulted in an exploding furnace. Fortunately, the yin-yang taiji furnace was a primordial spirit treasure. Had it been a common cauldron, it would have been shattered and ruined long ago. He had originally assumed that alchemy was a simple matter of following the records in the recipe, adding the spirit herbs one by one to be refined and fused. Yet, when he truly put his hands to the task, he discovered it was far from the case. The greatest challenge was controlling the intensity of the flames. Sun Wukong possessed a heaven-sent advantage that ordinary alchemists lacked. Unlike his previous life, in this existence he possessed the true sun fire, a peerless flame for alchemy. Yet, it was also the very cause of his furnace explosions. The true sun fire belonged to the ranks of primordial divine fires. While its destructive power was not quite on par with the 4 great heavenly fires, it was not far behind. Furthermore, the true sun fire could evolve into the great solar golden flame, a power even more terrifying than the 4 great heavenly fires. What troubled Sun Wukong now was not a lack of power, but the fact that the true sun fire's intensity was far too overwhelming. It was incredibly difficult to control, and the slightest lapse in focus would cause the flames to flare, leading to an explosion. Thanks to the true sun fire, Sun Wukong had refined the yin-yang taiji furnace in just 3 days, allowing him to store it within his dantian at will, unlike the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, who had to find a specific place to house his. However, when refining elixirs, the intensity of the true sun fire was not easily managed. With flames of this caliber, even a tiny excess could incinerate all the materials or trigger a furnace explosion. Throughout the process, which usually took several months, the fire had to be maintained at a specific, constant state. For Sun Wukong, this was a monumental struggle. The nature of a monkey is inherently restless and impatient. The fact that Sun Wukong had remained in the depths of the water curtain cave for 3 full years to practice alchemy was already a rare feat. But to force himself to focus entirely and maintain the fire at a single, steady point for such a long duration was an immense burden. In these 3 years, the furnace had exploded 4 times, and he had ruined his materials through failed attempts no fewer than 10 times. The reserve of medicinal herbs he had prepared was already exhausted, and he had been forced to order more twice, yet it seemed there were only enough materials left for 2 more attempts. With such an abundance of materials and a cauldron of such superior quality, would it not be a source of endless humiliation if this old sun failed to refine even a single pill? Deep within the inner alchemy chamber of the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong sat with disheveled hair, staring at the debris of his shattered furnace, his expression bordering on madness. He had once boasted with great conviction that he would successfully master alchemy within a single year. Yet, 3 years had now passed. Beyond the repeated destruction of his alchemy chamber, all he had to show for his efforts was a heap of useless slag. If the 6 great demon kings, including the Bull Demon King, were to arrive at his abode only to find him still unable to refine a single medicinal pill, the loss of face would be truly immeasurable. This old sun refused to accept defeat. Having faced the heavens and the earth, braved mountains of blades and seas of fire, he would not be bested by a mere pill. He was determined to succeed. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Sun Wukong ignored the ruined chamber and once again seated himself in meditation. The true solar fire enveloped the Taiji yin-yang cauldron, and once more, the heating process began. Under the shroud of the true solar fire, the Taiji yin-yang cauldron began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that the yin and yang energies within were accelerating their formation. With the assistance of these yin and yang energies, the grade of any pill produced could be elevated significantly. Yet precisely because these volatile energies existed within the furnace, the demand for precise flame control was paramount. Even the slightest excess of heat would cause the yin and yang forces to surge, inevitably leading to another explosion. Regarding such explosions, Sun Wukong could say he had gained painful, bone-deep experience. This time, he was doubly cautious. Sensing that the yin and yang energies within the cauldron had reached their limit, he halted immediately, utilizing his divine will to control the lid and introduce the medicinal herbs in the precise sequence. The yin and yang energies wrapped around the herbs, and under the intense heat of the true solar fire, they began to melt into spiritual liquid. Thread by thread, impurities were purged, and the gathered spiritual liquid slowly began to coalesce. This process was the most grueling. The flame could not be interrupted, and had to be adjusted continuously according to the fusion of the liquid, channeling the outward pressure generated by the merging liquids and refining them into purity. This was the greatest hurdle of all. It was at this very stage that Sun Wukong's previous 4 attempts had met with failure. The fusion of the spiritual liquid was an agonizingly slow process, requiring at least 3 months of constant focus. While Sun Wukong had initially maintained his composure, 2 months of effort had left him feeling increasingly irritable. It is the nature of the monkey to prefer action over stillness. For Sun Wukong to have displayed this much patience was already a testament to his growth. If not for the experiences from his previous life, and the fragments of memory gleaned from other dimensions, he never could have possessed the patience to refine alchemy himself. No, I cannot fail again. Another failure will shatter my resolve entirely. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong forced himself to calm his agitated heart. This time, his perseverance far exceeded any of his previous attempts. He was mere moments away from successfully merging all the spiritual liquid. To abandon the effort now would be to let all his hard work go to waste. Taking 2 deep breaths, Sun Wukong manifested a clone to maintain the furnace and sustain the true solar fire. He himself leaped up, rushing toward the exit of the water curtain cave, piercing through the waterfall, and plunging into the pool below. The icy, deep water cooled the burning frustration in Sun Wukong's head, bringing him back to clarity. After swimming freely through the lake, the vexation in his heart had dissipated considerably. Sun Wukong swiftly leaped from the pool and, with the greatest possible speed, returned to the depths of the water curtain cave. What has happened to the great king? Has the alchemy failed once again? There is no black smoke rising, so surely it cannot be a failure. Then why did the great king rush back in such a hurry? Let it be. How could we, mere subordinates, hope to fathom the great king's mind? We should simply focus on training our troops. Sun Wukong, of course, remained entirely unaware of how his unusual behavior would stir speculation among the demon clans of Huaguo Mountain. Nor did he have the leisure to concern himself with what his demonic subordinates might be thinking. Successfully refining the spirit elixir was his most pressing concern. Instantly employing the divine ability of shortening the earth into inches, he returned to the alchemy chamber, where his clone had reached the very limit of its patience. Sun Wukong hurried to take over for the clone, and the spirit essence, which had been trembling and oscillating violently, stabilized once more, allowing the fusion process to continue. Is it truly possible to have the clone and his old son alternate in controlling the alchemy? Why did I not think of this sooner? Previously, commanding the clone to control the true fire of the sun to continue the refining was merely an act of desperation. Sun Wukong had not expected that such a thing could actually be achieved. With the clone and his true self taking turns to rest, he could ensure a clear mind and stable focus at all times. Half a year later, a peculiar and potent fragrance suddenly wafted from within the water curtain cave, while dark clouds gathered ominously over the skies of Huaguo Mountain. The alchemy tribulation for Sun Wukong's spirit elixir had finally arrived. Every demon on Huaguo Mountain was drawn to the spectacle, craning their necks to inhale the scent while gazing toward the gathering tribulation clouds. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared before the entrance of the water curtain cave. They were the Demon King and Peng Demon King, the very first to relocate their dwellings to Huaguo Mountain. Naturally, they had not arrived long ago, only a few days past, and were still in the midst of settling their own caves when they sensed the fluctuations of the alchemy tribulation. Big brother, what kind of pill is being refined here? It must have reached the level of a celestial elixir, must it not? Otherwise, it could not have triggered an alchemy tribulation. The Peng Demon King, Peng Fei, clicked his tongue, remarking that their big brother was truly a freak of nature. Despite his young age, his abilities were monstrous, and he even possessed the mastery of alchemy. Trisk Titsk. The decision to form an alliance back then was indeed correct. That is something I have never once doubted. Peng Demon King smiled slightly, though deep within his heart, he could not help but feel moved. Prior to this, he had witnessed with his own eyes Sun Wukong demanding this Taiji Yin-Yang furnace from the Dragon King of the North Sea, Agyo Shun. He had initially assumed it was for the alchemists of Huaguo Mountain. Yet never did he expect that the alchemist was Sun Wukong himself. Capable of refining pills at the immortal grade, Sun Wukong's craftsmanship in the alchemical arts was truly profound. Among the demon clan, those who grasp the art of alchemy are few, and those capable of refining immortal-grade elixirs are as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. In the realm of alchemy, it is a widely acknowledged truth that the human clan far surpasses the demon clan. Now that Sun Wukong himself can refine immortal-grade pills, there will be no need to worry about the supply of spirit elixirs for the entirety of Huaguo Mountain in the future. To follow such a leader is, for Peng Demon King and Zhao Demon King, a matter of immense fortune and great joy. The pill tribulation did not gather for long. It quickly descended toward the water curtain cave, piercing through the cliff face and into the cavern, striking directly at the Taiji Yin-Yang furnace resting beneath the great tree. Naturally, Sun Wukong could not allow this tribulation lightning to destroy his hard-earned spirit pills. These were items he had painstakingly refined with great effort. He let out a thunderous shout and drew his Ruyi Jingu Bang, swinging it with ferocity to shatter the strike of tribulation lightning directly. Sun Wukong's defiance seemed to have enraged the Heavenly Tao, for even more bolts of tribulation lightning manifested within the thunderclouds above, descending upon the water curtain cave in a unified barrage. The cliff face of the water curtain cave was shattered to pieces, and the tribulation lightning converged into a violent storm of thunder, striking the great tree beneath the cliff, yet it failed to cause the slightest damage to the tree's trunk. The energy passed straight through the great tree, plunging directly toward the Taiji yin-yang furnace and the Sun Wukong standing beside it. The tree, grown from the roots of the 36th grade world-purifying lotus, and nourished by the primordial essence, was indeed extraordinary. Even the tribulation lightning could not leave a single mark upon it. Sun Wukong marveled inwardly, but his hands remained busy as he swung the Ruyi Jingu Bang to dissipate the thundercloud storm. These were the spirit pills he had refined with his life's blood. How could he possibly allow the pill tribulation to destroy them? Furthermore, the power of this pill tribulation was far weaker than the thundering calamity of the three great disasters, and Sun Wukong barely held it in any regard. With the wild monkey dancing in a flurry, only the blurred trajectory of the staff could be seen, shielding the Taiji yin-yang furnace with absolute, impenetrable precision. The streaks of tribulation lightning within the storm were relentlessly shattered by the sheer force of his staff, and after the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the storm finally dissipated completely. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to realize they could do nothing against Sun Wukong, and could not prevent the birth of these spirit pills. After a violent tremble, they faded away without a sound. The pill tribulation has ended. Retrieve! With a thought from Sun Wukong, the lid of the Taiji yin-yang furnace opened, and 3 spirit pills flew out, attempting to scatter and flee, only to be tightly controlled by his retrieval technique, and fall obediently into the jade bottle in his hand. To have successfully refined 3 pills, this should be sufficient for Old Sun to investigate the state of the dragon vein. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. The elixirs he had refined were called 9 spirit yuan gathering pills, containing such staggering spiritual energy that a single pill could sustain the consumption of his fiery golden eyes for half a day. As long as the fiery golden eyes can be continuously activated, uncovering the secrets buried deep within the dragon vein of Huaguo Mountain will no longer be a difficult task. Why are you all looking at Old Sun with such gazes? Is there something amiss with this old monkey? From the deepest reaches of the water curtain cave, he emerged into the main hall, the council chamber of the Huaguo Mountain demon sect. The eyes of every demon gathered there were fixed upon Sun Wukong with strange expressions, leaving him utterly bewildered. Great King, your face! Sun Wukong pointed a finger toward his own face. Sun Wukong, stunned, blinked, and recited a spell, manifesting a mirror of water before him to look into. It would have been better had he not looked, for at the sight, Sun Wukong nearly jumped out of his skin. His entire body was charred black, covered head to toe in thick grime. Ever since the furnace explosion, he had been so preoccupied with refining medicinal pills that he hadn't bothered to glance at his reflection. He looked as if he had just crawled out of a coal heap. He truly was a wretched sight to behold. Pretend you saw nothing today. None of you are permitted to speak of this, or this old monkey will not be so lenient. Leaving behind that stern warning, Sun Wukong turned and bolted toward the iron bridge at the entrance of the cave, leaping into the waterway that connected directly to the eastern sea. Swimming through the currents into the eastern sea, he thoroughly cleansed the filth from his body, before turning back toward the coast near Huaguo Mountain. He navigated through a separate passage, entering the hidden dwelling of the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Dragon draws water. The abode of the Jiao Demon King sat adjacent to the water curtain cave, carved directly into the cliffs of Huaguo Mountain, where they met the eastern sea. Each of the 6 great demon kings had chosen a location on Huaguo Mountain that suited them to establish their own dwellings. However, up to this point, only the abodes of the Jiao Demon King and the Pang Demon King had been fully renovated and completed. The others, such as the Bull Demon King, were still busy with their own preparations. Big brother, why have you come to my dwelling without any prior notice? We were just at the water curtain cave looking for you. As Sun Wukong stepped into the Jiao Demon King's dwelling, the magical alarms installed at the entrance immediately signaled his arrival. In an instant, the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King appeared within the hall. This old monkey was merely bathing in the eastern sea, and I thought I would drop by to see your handiwork, third brother. You have quite the flair for decoration, don't you? Sun Wukong cast his eyes around the surroundings, clicking his tongue in appraisal. Among the 6 great demon kings, the Jiao Demon King's dwelling was arguably the most lavishly decorated, filled in every corner with dazzling, brilliant night-luminescent pearls. Sun Wukong could have sworn he had stepped directly into a villa belonging to the Dragon Palace. It is nothing of note, just a bit of haphazard work, mere surface-level vanity. Items such as these could be gathered by the ton in any Dragon Palace. The Jiao Demon King shrugged in response, and Sun Wukong did not refute him. The Dragon Clan was known for their obsession with gleaming, radiant treasures. I was a common affliction shared by their entire race. While the items within the Jiao Demon King's dwelling might not have been counted as peerless treasures, they exuded an air of immense wealth and grandeur, reminiscent of the architecture of the heavenly court, radiating an aura of overwhelming scale. Indeed, every realm possesses its own distinct style and essence. Sun Wukong pondered whether he should properly renovate the water curtain cave, clearing out the clutter to ensure it no longer looks so desolate. Third brother, let us set aside the pleasantries. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter of great importance. Sun Wukong shed his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. Whatever it is, eldest brother, speak plainly. As long as it is within our power, we shall not refuse. The Zhao Demon King and the Peng Demon King exchanged glances, their countenances also turning solemn. For Sun Wukong to make such a formal request, it surely must be a matter of grave significance. In truth, it is nothing overly grand. I intend to examine the condition of the dragon veins beneath the earth of Huaguo Mountain. But the process requires the activation of a secret technique that drains vast amounts of spiritual essence. I cannot afford any disturbances from the outside world. I hope you two might guard the perimeter for me. Guard the perimeter? Will the process create such a massive disturbance, eldest brother? Or do you fear that someone might attempt to interfere? That is unlikely, but one must always be prepared for the unexpected. I simply wish to have you nearby to keep watch. At present, the Bull Demon King and the others were all preoccupied with organizing their own cave dwellings, leaving only the Zhao Demon King and the Peng Demon King with their tasks already completed. Their subordinates had also begun to integrate into the daily cultivation routines of the Huaguo Mountain Demon Clan. The two of them were currently idling about the mountain, peering here and there. Asking them to serve as laborers was only logical, so there was no need for mental burden. It was no issue at all. Was it not just a matter of guarding the perimeter? A trivial matter. As long as we are here, no one shall be able to disturb you, eldest brother. The Peng Demon King had always been fascinated by the 9 dragon star configuration that Sun Wukong had mentioned, so upon hearing that he wished to inspect the dragon veins, he agreed without a moment's hesitation. Eldest brother, besides guarding you, is there anything else we can do to assist? The Zhao Demon King inquired. Prepare some additional food and spirits to replenish my strength. Furthermore, do not speak of this to others. The fewer who know, the better. The matter was settled. Sun Wukong planned to formally investigate the underground dragon veins in 3 days' time. By then, perhaps he could finally unravel the hidden reason why Huaguo Mountain, despite also possessing the 9 dragon star configuration, lacked the soaring, majestic aura found elsewhere, such as that of West Kunlun or the western heavens Mount Ling. Leaving the Zhao Demon King's dwelling, Sun Wukong made his way toward the water curtain cave. Upon arriving at the pool beneath the waterfall outside the cave, he spotted the little fox spirit, Sun Zhaoqin, sitting alone by the water's edge, listlessly tossing pebbles into the depths. Intrigued, he approached and sat down beside her. Little girl, what are you doing here all by yourself? Big brother. Zhaoqin was startled, but upon turning to see Sun Wukong sitting right beside her, her face blossomed into a joyous smile. She leaned over, tucking herself into his embrace and acting like a spoiled child. Big brother, what have you been busy with? Chincher has not seen you for such a long time. Big brother has naturally been busy refining elixirs. A clever girl like Shinner should know that, should she not? You seem unhappy. Why not go play with Wu Shuang or Sun Tong and the others? Sun Wukong asked, with an indulgent smile, gently stroking the hair behind Sun Zhaoqin's head. Brother Wu Song and Brother Tong were constantly preoccupied with their cultivation, even attempting to drag Qinjuer into their regiment, yet she possessed no taste for their obsession with constant strife and slaughter. Sun Zhaoqin pouted and shook her head. The 8-9 profound technique, capable of tempering the physical body into a divine state, was suited for the monkey clan, but it was entirely ill-suited for her. What she truly desired was a life of tranquil meditation, rather than spending her days dancing with blades and sticks. Furthermore, being among the other monkeys of Huaguo Mountain was nowhere near as comfortable or carefree as being by Sun Wukong's side. Is it not true that I heard you and Lang Xuan have been quite close lately? Why not seek him out to talk? A glimmer of guilt flashed within Sun Wukong's eyes. He had indeed neglected Sun Zhaoqin. Busy with refining elixirs, it had been nearly 3 years since he had last spent time with the little girl. Over these 3 years, the girl seemed to have grown significantly, and her once childish features had begun to reveal a trace of budding, youthful charm. That scoundrel Lang Xuan, Shinner couldn't care less about him. Upon Sun Wukong's inquiry, Sun Zhaoqin's face flushed red, but she quickly pursed her lips and emitted a discontented huff. Oh, it seems there is something more to this situation. A strange light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Why does this little girl, Sun Zhaoqin, possess the demeanor of a young maiden, experiencing her first stirrings of love? Could it be that something truly transpired between her and Lang Xuan? However, Sun Wukong dared not draw any conclusions. His own experience in matters of the heart was practically non-existent. One might even say he was quite obtuse. His meager understanding stemmed only from the temporal memories hidden within the divine palace of life and death. Yet the little fox spirit's demeanor did indeed appear quite peculiar. Rolling his eyes, Sun Wukong decided to probe further. How did that fellow Leng Xuan manage to provoke our Qinye? Tell me about it. And I, old son, shall see justice done for you. That would be wonderful. Truly wonderful. Big brother, you must give brother Leng Xuan a proper lesson. He has hidden away precious treasures and refuses to show them to Xinye. The little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqin, clapped her hands in delight, her large, watery eyes curving into crescents as she beamed at Sun Wukong. What? That fellow Leng Xuan possesses precious treasures? What kind of treasure could be so valuable that he feels the need to conceal it so furtively? Sun Wukong felt a sense of bewilderment. When Leng Xuan first arrived at Huaguo Mountain, he possessed nothing. To say he was destitute would be an understatement. He was impoverished to the core, so what treasures could he possibly have? It is truly a precious treasure. The little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqin, insisted with great seriousness. I heard brother Leng Xuan chatting with brother Wusong and brother Tong. He claimed to know a formidable dual cultivation technique that he could teach them. And although I expressed my desire to learn it as well, brother Leng Xuan simply refused to teach me. Big brother, could you perhaps speak to brother Leng Xuan and convince him to teach me this formidable dual cultivation technique? It must be truly extraordinary. Wait, what exactly is a dual cultivation technique? Sun Wukong was left speechless. He naturally knew what a dual cultivation technique was. It was a method of cultivation meant only for Taoist companions. Leng Xuan had once mentioned to him that within the three realms, the most supreme dual cultivation techniques were those possessed by the nine-tailed fox clan of Qingqi. Even the dual cultivation methods of the joyous sect within the Buddhist schools were said to be inferior by comparison. The cultivation of dual cultivation techniques requires absolute sincerity, a fusion of spirit and flesh. Leng Xuan could explain the mantra to Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong, but how could he possibly broach such a topic with Sun Xiaoqin? After all, she is still just a young girl. You see, this dual cultivation technique is, well, it is a rather unique form of cultivation. Little Xiaoqin, you are still too young. Why not wait until you have matured further, until your figure has fully developed, and then we shall continue. Once I have grown, big brother, I shall certainly ensure that brother Leng Xuan teaches me properly. He let out a dry cough, attempting to mask his visible embarrassment. Sun Wukong struggled to keep his expression natural, smiling stiffly as he persuaded her. Is it truly impossible to learn it now? The little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqin, blinked her eyes. Yes, I am not yet fully grown. I do not meet the requirements for this cultivation, and practicing it now would only invite harm. Sun Wukong nodded. Perhaps then, big brother shall teach you a technique that is both powerful and enjoyable? I guarantee it will capture your interest. As long as it is taught by big brother, Xiaoqin is willing to learn anything. Seeing that the little fox demon was no longer dwelling on the dual cultivation technique, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief and bestowed upon her a manual titled The Illusionary God Art. This technique, preserved within the library of the Three Stars Cave, focused on the art of illusions, and was perfectly suited for the celestial fox constitution of Sun Xiaoqin. With it, her cultivation would surely progress with minimal effort. Having obtained the new manual, the little fox demon excitedly returned to the water curtain cave with Sun Wukong before retreating to her quarters to begin her training. Sun Wukong breathed a long sigh before entering his own chambers. Not long after, he stepped out, departed from the water curtain cave, and soared toward the highest peak of Mount Huaguo. Mount Huaguo possessed the Nine Dragons Gathering formation, yet it lacked the overwhelming aura of sharpness. Surely, some force had suppressed the lethality of the 9 dragon veins. Once Sun Wukong unveiled this secret, and the essence of the dragon veins manifested, it would undoubtedly trigger a celestial phenomenon. When that time came, the entire 3 realms would know, including the Heavenly Court and the Western Buddhist Kingdom. Though Sun Wukong longed to uncover the mystery of the dragon veins beneath Mount Huaguo, he did not wish to expose himself to the eyes of the Heavenly Court and the Western Buddhas so prematurely. He still had over 20 years remaining on his natural lifespan. He had to wait until he had struck his name from the records of life and death in the underworld before making his next move. Furthermore, the 6 great demon kings had yet to fully relocate their caves and subordinates to Mount Huaguo. Now was not the time to incite a conflict with the Heavenly Court. Therefore, Sun Wukong prepared himself, intending to establish a grand formation upon Mount Huaguo capable of shielding the secrets of heaven. This was a grand array recorded within the ancient Taoist scriptures. Naturally, given his current level of cultivation and his nascent understanding of the great Tao, he could not yet unleash the full, true power of the formation. Yet to merely block the prying eyes of the Heavenly Court and the Western Buddhist Kingdom, it would prove more than sufficient. Arriving at the summit of the main peak of Mount Huaguo, Sun Wukong walked toward the spot where the immortal stone of his birth had once rested. He remembered clearly that beside the stone stood a purple orchid, upon whose petals he had dripped a single drop of his own heartblood. 300 years had passed. Surely, that orchid must have attained a physical form by now. It was gone. How could the purple orchid have vanished? leaving not even a trace of its roots behind, the very earth itself long since leveled. Judging by the stillness of the terrain, it had been a long time since any man or beast had set foot here. Where could that purple orchid have gone? Could it be that it had already cultivated into a sentient spirit? This cannot be right. Plant-based spirit essences differ greatly from those of birds and beasts. Without profound cultivation, there is no way to fully shed one's original form. In a mere 3 years, even a prodigy of peerless talent could not possibly cultivate a spirit essence from a simple plant, let alone achieve a perfect transformation into human form. Could it be that someone has dug it up? Sun Wukong's expression turned grim instantly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Who would dare to act so audaciously on his territory? He had once bestowed a drop of his own heartblood upon that purple orchid branch to absorb. Sun Wukong had long since come to view the purple orchid as his own kin. For years he had held it close to his heart, yet now he discovered that this connection had been ruthlessly severed. An immense, overwhelming rage surged from the depths of his soul, and a murderous aura, so thick it seemed to condense into reality, billowed outward, forming a blood-colored vortex around him. Who is it? Who in the world could have done this? Show yourself at once. A roar directed at the heavens shook the earth and sky. A peerless, bloodthirsty killing intent shot straight into the clouds, shrouding the entire expanse of Huaguo Mountain. What has happened? The strange phenomenon occurring atop the highest peak of Huaguo Mountain immediately drew the attention of the demon clans. One by one, they looked up in astonishment, sensing a blood-chilling murderous intent. Even the mighty Bull Demon King and his peers paled in alarm. This aura, it belongs to our leader. What has happened to him? This is not good. His murderous intent is far too potent. If this continues, he will surely succumb to the path of the demon. It must be related to the dragon vein beneath the earth, the Zhao Demon King and Peng Demon King said, taking flight at once toward the main peak of Huaguo Mountain. The other demon kings also set aside their tasks and took to the clouds, racing after them. In the jade pool of the Heavenly Court, within the 100 Flowers Palace, 100 Flowers Fairy. Sister, why have you summoned me so urgently? As the Zilan Fairy stepped into the palace and addressed the 100 Flowers Fairy sitting in the center, the latter replied, Zilan, have you not always asked me to help you keep watch over the place of your origin? There is news. As the 100 Flowers Fairy spoke, she cast a spell toward a silver mirror at her side, and instantly, an image projected from the mirror into the center of the hall. It was the scene of Sun Wukong, head tilted back, roaring in madness atop the main peak of Huaguo Mountain. It is him. Zilan Fairy covered her mouth in shock. Who is him? Zilan, do you know this monkey? The 100 Flowers Fairy was quite surprised, as it was Zilan Fairy who had requested her help in monitoring the main peak of Huaguo Mountain, the place of her birth. As a deity of flowers, anywhere that flora grew could serve as her eyes and ears. Achieving this was not difficult for her. However, it seemed that Zilan Fairy was acquainted with the demon ape in the image, so why would she have asked for her assistance? No, I do not know him. He just looks somewhat familiar. 100 Flowers Sister, thank you. I beg of you, sister, keep this secret for me, and do not speak of it to anyone else. As Zilan Xianzi spoke, she turned and hurried out of the Baiwa Palace, mounting a cloud of auspicious mist to fly toward the southern heaven gate. After exchanging a few words with the celestial soldiers on guard, she was allowed to pass, and flew directly toward Huaguo Mountain. At the summit of the main peak of Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong had ceased his thunderous roar. Yet the tyrannical killing intent radiating from his body had not diminished. On the contrary, it seemed to grow ever more intense. The sky above the entirety of Huaguo Mountain was shrouded in a blood-red aura of slaughter, which was steadily spreading outward into the heavens. If this were to continue, it would surely be detected by the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Court before long. This cannot go on. We cannot allow our leader to continue unleashing such malevolent energy. If he does, the Heavenly Court will certainly take notice. A golden glimmer flashed through the eyes of the Macaque King. Sun Wukong had previously declared that the time for a direct confrontation with the Heavenly Court had not yet arrived. It would be best to remain patient and develop their strength in the shadows. But this sudden, inexplicable emotional outburst from Sun Wukong would, in all likelihood, cause the Heavenly Court to discover the existence of the demon clan of Huaguo Mountain far sooner than anticipated. The Macaque King prepared to intervene, but stopped, thinking, wait for our leader to act in such a manner, there must be a reason. To strike now might yield the opposite effect. Let us instead join forces to suppress and contain this killing intent. Zhao Moang stopped the Macaque King, for he was equally perplexed by Sun Wukong's state, naturally recalling that Sun Wukong had previously mentioned his desire to investigate the condition of the dragon veins deep beneath the earth. Perhaps Sun Wukong had been influenced by the subterranean dragon veins, causing this transformation, To act rashly without understanding the root cause would not be a wise choice. The suggestion of Zhao Moang received the unanimous agreement of Niku Moang and the others. The 6 great demon kings joined forces to cast a barrier, enveloping the entirety of Huaguo Mountain within it. The blood-red killing intent released by Sun Wukong was now trapped within the barrier and ceased to spread outward. Yet inside, the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. The demon troops of Huaguo Mountain were all affected, their eyes beginning to glaze over with a crimson hue. Seeing this, the 6 great demon kings felt a sense of growing anxiety in their hearts. The nature of the demon race was inherently direct and violent. Influenced by this blood-red killing intent from Sun Wukong, it was highly likely that they would soon descend into chaotic infighting. If that happened, they would not even need to face the heavenly court before their own ranks slaughtered one another. Just as the 6 great demon kings, along with Sun Wushuang, Sun Tong, and Lang Xuan, were filled with unease as the demon troops began to succumb to the aura, a streak of purple light descended from the heavens, shooting toward Huaguo Mountain. The silhouette of Zilan Xianzi appeared outside the barrier of Huaguo Mountain. Witnessing the killing intent that had condensed into an almost tangible form within, her brows furrowed deeply, and with a gritted teeth resolve she plunged straight through the barrier, descending onto the summit of the main peak of Huaguo Mountain. Who is that? She is shrouded in immortal energy. She must be a fairy from the heavenly court. What is she doing coming to Huaguo Mountain? Could it be that the heavenly court has already discovered us? The aura upon Zilan Xianzi was completely distinct from that of the demon race. It was the pure, ethereal energy of an immortal, instantly recognizable as originating from the heavenly court. Niu Moang and the others felt their hearts sink, almost moving to seize Zilan Xianzi on the spot. Seeing that she displayed no malicious intent, they reluctantly restrained themselves. They chose to wait and observe the turn of events. Who goes there? The moment Zilan Xianzi landed on the summit of the main peak of Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong immediately sensed her presence. Yet at this moment, his entire being was lost in a state of uncontrollable rage and unquenchable bloodlust. With eyes burning blood red, he resembled a primal beast as he whipped his head around, his gaze as sharp as a blade, locking onto Zilan Xianzi. In the next heartbeat he lunged forward with explosive speed, his massive hand reaching out to seize the fairy Zilan by the throat. Is it you? Was it you who fled? Tell me, was it you? Low, guttural growls filled with murderous intent crashed toward fairy Zilan. The face of Sun Wukong was twisted with a savage, unrestrained ferocity. At this moment, he desired only to tear apart everything in his path, to numb the hollow ache and the agony of losing his kin. Brother, are you truly the one who poured your heart's blood into me? Choked by Sun Wukong's grip, Zilan struggled to speak, yet within her eyes flickered a trace of agitation, a profound tenderness, and deep-seated longing. Heart's blood? A glimmer of doubt flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, as a memory suddenly streaked across his mind. The sight of him extracting a drop of his own heart essence and letting it fall upon a sprig of purple orchids. At that time, he had been entirely alone. Aside from himself, there was no second soul who could have known. No, that was not right. There was one other, the purple orchid, that had received that drop of his heart essence. You are that purple orchid. The terrifying killing intent radiating from Sun Wukong suddenly plummeted, and the hand constricting fairy Zilan's throat went limp. It is me, your Zilan. I have searched for you for so long. A single, crystalline tear fell from the corner of fairy Zilan's eye, landing directly upon the large, loosened hand of Sun Wukong. A sudden surge of ancestral connection welled up within Sun Wukong's heart, and all the savagery and murderous intent vanished, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, his consciousness regained its clarity, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. How dangerous! Just moments ago, in his instability, he had fallen victim to the heart-mind trial of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. He had nearly drowned in infinite rage and slaughter, descending into the demonic path. The 3 calamities carry clear warning signs, triggered by the sensing of the heavenly Dabio. But the 9 tribulations are far more treacherous. The 9 tribulations follow in sequence: the tribulation of lightning, humanity, demon god, samadhi fire, essence, karma, heart-mind, soul, and finally, the tribulation of destiny. Practitioners do not always face all 9 tribulations. The circumstances of every individual differ greatly. Some may face the entirety of the 9, while others encounter only a few. And there are those who face none at all, their hearts already reaching a state of perfection. Sun Wukong had triggered the heart-mind tribulation precisely because his emotions had fluctuated beyond his control. Unlike the 3 calamities, which usually provide omens before they arrive, the 9 tribulations often manifest in total silence. The one undergoing the ordeal is often completely unaware that the tribulation has already crept upon them. Just as with Sun Wukong's plight, he had fallen into the heart-mind tribulation without a sound, nearly resulting in his fall into the demonic path, a fate of eternal damnation. Fortunately, Fairy Zealand had appeared just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too horrific to contemplate. Those trapped within the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations must never be disturbed by outsiders, for the Heavenly Dato would view such interference as a provocation, drawing the intruder into the tribulation as well. It could be said that it was fortunate the Zhao Demon King intervened and advised the Mi Monkey King's group. Otherwise, they would have likely succumbed to the Heart Demon tribulation, which would have spelled disaster. The situation of Fairy Zealand was quite different from that of the Mi Monkey King's group, for she had cultivated her spirit only after being nourished by a single drop of Sun Wukong's heart-blood essence. Although she was later discovered by the 100 Flowers Fairy, who brought her to the 100 Flowers Garden in the Jade Pool of the Heavenly Court, and used celestial nectar to cleanse her mortal roots, helping her condense a celestial form. Yet, the bloodline connection between her and Sun Wukong had never truly been severed. Among all those present, she alone could approach Sun Wukong without being affected by the Heart Demon tribulation. Similarly, it was thanks to Fairy Zealand that Sun Wukong was pulled back from the tyrannical killing intent of his Heart Demon tribulation. With his spiritual altar and consciousness restored to a normal state, he managed to overcome this tribulation without suffering a catastrophe. Everyone disperse. Return to your duties. With his consciousness clear once more, Sun Wukong could naturally perceive his surroundings. Nearly all the demon kind of Huaguo Mountain had gathered around the main peak. The 6 great demon kings, including the Bull Demon King, were still maintaining the barrier to seal the killing aura he had just unleashed. However, this killing aura was rapidly dissipating following the command Sun Wukong had just issued. The group led by the Bull Demon King instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Though they did not understand exactly what had transpired, they were fortunate that Sun Wukong had finally returned to his senses. Obey the great king. Everyone withdraw. Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong called out loudly. The demon horde, awakened from the influence of the killing aura, shook their heads and dispersed in all directions. The 6 great demon kings also dissolved the barrier, exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Wukong, and retreated to their respective caves. Very quickly, only Sun Wukong and Fairy Zealand remained on the main peak of Huaguo Mountain. The two stood in silence, gazing at each other for a long time, neither knowing how to begin. Finally, it was Fairy Zealand who laughed first. When we met last in the Heavenly Court, I should have realized that you were the one who gifted me your essence blood. I searched for so long, yet when we truly met, I failed to recognize you. Truly ridiculous. Sun Wukong laughed as well. A flash of realization crossed his heart. No wonder he had felt such a strangely familiar sensation when facing Fairy Zealand, as if a unique connection existed between them. Now he understood. It was precisely because of the drop of heart-blood essence he had left within her that they had shared a bloodline connection and linked minds for so long. Zealand, how did you ascend to the Heavenly Court and become a celestial maiden? There was no sense of estrangement, as if they had known each other for many years. Sun Wukong and Zealand stood side by side beneath a great tree by the cliff, leaning back against the trunk as they sat down. Their hands joined naturally, and they smiled at one another. Sun Wukong asked with a hint of curiosity. It was the 100 Flowers Fairy. When she traveled through the mortal realm and discovered me here, she brought me back to the Jade Pool in the Heavenly Court, planted me in the 100 Flowers Garden, and used celestial nectar to cleanse my mortal roots, helping me take human form. Later, I was favored by the Queen Mother and became her personal handmaiden. The Zealand Fairy smiled faintly. Years ago, after you passed your essence blood to me and departed, I had just birthed my spirit. My consciousness was not yet fully formed, so I could not retain your likeness. Only a vague impression remained. Over these years, I have searched Huaguo Mountain, yet none among the monkeys bore any resemblance to you. Thus, I had no choice but to implore the Baiwa Fairy to keep a watchful eye on the affairs of Huaguo Mountain. It was only today that she observed your condition and reported it to me. The Baiwa Fairy. Is she monitoring this old sun? Does the Celestial Court truly have eyes and ears here in Huaguo Mountain? Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat. If Huaguo Mountain truly were under the surveillance of the Celestial Court, then matters had become grave indeed. Would everything they had accomplished not be under the constant scrutiny of the heavens? They are not the eyes and ears of the Celestial Court. It is simply that the Baiwa Fairy governs all flowers under the heavens. She is born with the ability to commune with nature. Should she desire it, every plant on Huaguo Mountain can serve as her eyes. Furthermore, she only entrusted the flora on these peaks to monitor the situation. It does not constitute formal surveillance. The words of the Zealand Fairy brought a sigh of relief to Sun Wukong. Fortune was on his side. It seemed the Celestial Court had not yet taken notice of him, or the anomalies of Huaguo Mountain. It had been nothing more than a coincidence. Nevertheless, this incident served as a stark reminder to Sun Wukong. The establishment of the Hunyuan Yiki Great Array to obscure the heavenly secrets at Huaguo Mountain must be executed as soon as possible. Otherwise, to speak of no further distance, with so much vegetation flourishing on Huaguo Mountain, Could they not all potentially become the eyes of the celestial court? Then, is the Baiwa fairy still monitoring us at this very moment? Of course not. While these flowers and grasses can monitor our movements, transmitting visual information back to the celestial court consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy. How could she possibly keep her gaze fixed upon you at all times? Sun Wukong's vigilance caused the Zilan fairy to chuckle softly. She extended her hand, fair and delicate as a willow branch, and gently tapped her fingertips against Sun Wukong's forehead. Suddenly realizing that such a gesture was perhaps far too intimate, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and she turned her head away. Sun Wukong, however, had failed to notice this entirely. His mind was occupied with a single thought. He must act while the celestial court remained oblivious. Or rather, before the Baihua fairy could disclose the state of Huaguo Mountain to others in the celestial court, he must hasten to lay out the Hunyuan Yiki Great Array. He must sever all external observation of Huaguo Mountain. Regardless of the intentions of others, Huaguo Mountain could no longer remain exposed to the eyes of the world, completely devoid of defenses as it was now. Zilan, help this old sun with a task. Sun Wukong reached out with his other hand, steadying the Zilan fairy's shoulder and turning her to face him. What is it? Caught off guard by Sun Wukong's sudden movement, a flicker of shyness crossed the Zilan fairy's face, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Return to the celestial court at once, and hold the Baihua fairy back. Do not let her continue to monitor the situation at Huaguo Mountain. This old sun intends to set up a formation, a grand array. She had initially expected Sun Wukong to propose something far more scandalous. She had not expected it to be this. The Zilan fairy was stunned, looking up in surprise. Indeed, to set up the Yiki, Hunyuan Yiki Great Array. This old sun wishes to sever the world's ability to pry into Huaguo Mountain. Sun Wukong, failing to notice the unusual behavior of Fairy Zilan, wore a look of solemn gravity. Zilan, I shall hide nothing from you. In the future, a great and brutal war between myself and the Heavenly Court is inevitable. Right now, Mount Huaguo is in a period of critical development. We absolutely cannot allow the Heavenly Court to turn their gaze upon us. As you just mentioned, if the 100 Flowers Fairy so desires, every flower under the heavens could become her eyes and ears. Since she serves the Heavenly Court, there is no guarantee when they might dispatch her to monitor the situation here on Mount Huaguo. Therefore, I must swiftly establish a formation to sever the secrets of the heavens, ensuring that no one can peer into the inner workings of Mount Huaguo. Why must you go to war with the Heavenly Court? Is living in peace not a better path? Fairy Zilan could not fathom it. She had manifested her immortal body at the Jade Pool in the heavens. From her perspective, what was wrong with the Heavenly Court? Why was Sun Wukong so determined to exhaust his resources, planning a war against the very seat of divinity? This matter cannot be explained in a few short sentences. I will tell you everything in time. For now, you must return to the Heavenly Court. Sun Wukong scratched his head, for he truly wished to keep no secrets from Fairy Zilan. He knew well that she would never betray him, yet the complex web of power and danger involved was too intricate to unravel in a single moment. Time was of the essence. Once the primordial unity great formation was established, there would be ample time for explanations. The future is long, he thought, choosing to keep his silence for now. Fairy Zilan could only nod in agreement. After so many years, it had been difficult to finally reunite with Sun Wukong. She had 1,000 words she wished to share, yet now, she was forced to swallow them back into her heart. With a lingering sense of reluctance, she gently embraced Sun Wukong. Then, her face blushing slightly, she mounted a cloud and soared into the sky. As she vanished into the clouds, Sun Wukong stood silently, his gaze fixed upon her departing figure. For a fleeting moment, his eyes shimmered with tenderness, but soon, that look vanished, replaced by his characteristic ironclad resolve. He took a deep breath and produced his universe wish-granting pouch. With a single thought, the materials required for the grand formation began to emerge. Having just weathered the trials of the heart, his spiritual energy and cultivation base were already significantly depleted. Ideally, Sun Wukong should have returned to the water curtain cave to enter seclusion, absorbing the insights gained from his tribulation and refining them into true power. But after learning from Fairy Zilan that the 100 Flowers Fairy was closely monitoring Mount Huaguo, he could no longer find the peace required for seclusion. Only by completing the formation would his heart finally be at ease. With a single leap, he soared into the high heavens, activating his heaven and earth law manifestation, divine ability. His figure grew to tens of thousands of feet tall, and he drew the Ruyi Jingu Bang from his ear, using the staff as a brush to carve a formation diagram into the void. The scattered materials were drawn by an unseen force, spiraling toward the tip of his staff. Engulfed in the blazing heat of the sun's true fire, the materials were refined into streams of spiritual essence, etching glowing Tao runes above Mount Huaguo that flickered before anchoring themselves into the very fabric of space, utilizing his supreme divine ability to weave the grand design. Such a generous display of resources is something few in this world could ever hope to achieve. However, if the Hunyuan Yiki Grand Formation is arranged in this manner, it will be far more complete, and its power will be significantly greater than any ordinary configuration. Sun Wukong naturally held nothing back, keeping no secrets for himself. The only thing he worried about was the Baihua fairy, who was currently keeping a watchful eye over Huaguo Mountain. But upon further reflection, Fairy Zilan should have already intercepted her. For a short while she would likely not pay any attention here, so he must seize this opportunity to complete the formation immediately. Within the Shangqing heaven of the Heavenly Court, at Bijou Palace, disciple Luo Bai emerged from the sword pool, stepped into the Great Hall, and bowed respectfully to the Tongtian sect leader. Not bad. You have reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, and your sword heart has been successfully condensed. Lupo Bai, you are truly a peerless genius of the sword Dao. The Tongtian sect leader's gaze swept over Luo Bai as golden light flickered in his eyes. He smiled in satisfaction. I am grateful to Master for allowing me to enter the sword pool to forge my sword heart. Otherwise, I could not have broken through to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm so quickly. Lu Zhoubai was deeply moved and bowed once more to the Tongtian sect leader. This is the result of your own diligent efforts. I have merely provided the opportunity. Whether or not you can seize it is a testament to your own capability. The Tongtian sect leader let out a soft laugh and waved his hand. In the air above the hall, an image materialized. It was the scene of Sun Wukong setting up the grand formation above Huaguo Mountain. Your monkey brother certainly knows how to stir up trouble. The Hunyuan Yiki Grand Formation. HMPH. I truly do not know where this little monkey learned such a technique. With this momentum, he intends to completely isolate Huaguo Mountain, preventing anyone from peering inside. How interesting. Brother Monkey is truly remarkable. A glint of golden light flashed in Luobai's eyes as he spoke in admiration, followed by a proud laugh. However, my current cultivation has already surpassed Brother Monkey's. When he sees me, he will surely be struck with astonishment. That is not necessarily true. The Tongtian sect leader glanced at Luo Bai and gave a light huff, laughing mockingly. Your cultivation is indeed stronger than that monkey's, but what about your true strength? That monkey is far from as simple as he appears. Master, do you know the truth behind Brother Monkey's situation? I know a little, though not much. The trajectory of that monkey's fate does not lie within the control of the Heavenly Dafo. Even as your master, I can only discern one or two parts of it. That monkey is no ordinary being. His future achievements are perhaps beyond measure. Maintaining a close association with him will certainly be of benefit to you. Master, do you know Brother Monkey's true origin? I have only heard that he was born from a celestial stone. Beyond that, I know nothing. He was indeed born from a celestial stone. But the origin of that stone is far from simple. It is a 5-colored celestial stone, transformed from the stone used by the demon Saint Nua to mend the heavens. Concealed within it is a trace of the Saint Nua's essence and blood. His innate nature is already extraordinary, yet... The Tongtian sect leader paused, a look of confusion appearing on his face. However, even with the inheritance of a trace of saint essence, logically speaking, that monkey should not have been able to reach the heights he has today. There must be some hidden secret within him, likely some profound, fortuitous encounter yet to be revealed. As a sage, I, Luobai's master, cannot interfere too deeply in the affairs of the 3 realms. That monkey brother of yours is, without question, an extremely rare variable. If you wish to reach even greater heights and achieve true greatness in the future, growing close to him will only be to your benefit. Master, your teachings are wise. This disciple will engrave them in my heart, Luo Bai replied respectfully, before smiling and adding, Master, I have been in seclusion for so long, I wish to go and visit my monkey brother. He is always boasting about how marvelous his Huaguo Mountain is, yet I have never seen it for myself. I knew you were a restless child. Tongtian Jiaozhu chuckled, shooting a playful glare at Luo Bai. Go then, follow that monkey closely, and venture forth into the world. Take this formation map. If the opportunity arises, help your master recover those 4 immortal swords, and reunite them as one. The item Tongtian Jiaozhu bestowed upon Luo Bai was the core map of the Zuxian sword formation. It was no larger than a palm, shaped like a tortoiseshell, covered in dense, intricate Taoist inscriptions, and 4 small slots designed to hold the 4 Zuxian swords. During the ancient investiture of the gods, the Zuxian sword formation was broken. Guang Chengzi seized the Zuxian sword. Qi Jingzi claimed the LV Exian sword. Yuding Zhenren snatched away the Hengxian sword. Daoxing Tianzun took the Juexian sword for himself. Later, when the Taoist patriarch Hongjun appeared to mediate the conflict, he did not compel the 4 of them to return the treasures to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Given Tongtian Jiaozhu's status, it was naturally beneath him to personally demand the swords back from those 4. Once separated, the 4 Zuxian swords are merely Xiantian spiritual treasures, with slightly elevated power. While they appear precious to others, they do not truly catch the eye of a sage of the heavenly Tao. Only by gathering all 4 swords together with the formation map can one recreate the true Zuxian sword formation, reaching the level of a Xiantian supreme treasure. It would then manifest as the most lethal formation in the primordial world. But the era of the great calamity has long since passed, and we are not currently in a time of boundless slaughter. Whether the Zuxian sword formation exists or not makes little difference to Tongtian Zhaozhu. He simply harbors a lingering grievance in his heart. In the War of the Investiture of the Gods, his Jijiao sect suffered such devastating losses that it crumbled, and even his personal treasures were looted by 4 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao sect. If this is not rectified, the dignity that Tongtian Zhaozhu lost will never be reclaimed. However, he himself cannot take action, and most of his disciples have already perished. Thinking it over, the only person who might accomplish this is Lupo Bai, who shares an unbreakable bond with Sun Wukong. Under the influence of Sun Wukong, perhaps Luo Bai truly could recover the 4 Zuxian swords. One can never be certain. Master, rest assured, if the opportunity presents itself, this disciple will do everything in his power to retrieve the 4 immortal swords. Bowing respectfully, he kowtowed 3 times before the master. Luo Bai sprang to his feet, stretched his limbs, and strode out of the Bu Palace. Riding the clouds, he descended the heavenly staircase, presented his Bu Palace token to the guards at the southern heaven gate, and drifted leisurely toward Huaguo Mountain. High above Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong had finished tracing the final, grand array. Only the final activation remained to bring the Great Formation to life. The Hunyuan Yiki Great Formation relies above all else on the essence of the primordial breath. As the saying goes, a man lives by his breath, just as a Buddha lives for the offering of incense. The vital essence exhaled by the caster serves as the catalyst to ignite the formation. The purer this breath, the more formidable the initial power of the Great Formation will be. Taking a deep breath and circulating the 8-9 profound technique, Sun Wukong prepared to release his vital essence, when suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the clouds behind him. Brother Monkey, I have arrived. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Wukong's vital essence was instantly thrown off course, causing him to fall into a violent fit of cough. He turned his head to look at the source of the noise, only to see Luo Bai emerging from the clouds with an expression of great excitement, riding his sword straight towards Sun Wukong. Or perhaps, one should say he flew toward the face of his heaven and earth Dharma form. Compared to Sun Wukong, Luo Bai looked no larger than a mere ant. Brother Monkey, it has been a long time. Did you miss me? Luo Bai remained as incorrigible as ever, still hopelessly in love with his own reflection. He had originally intended to embrace Sun Wukong, but upon realizing the gargantuan disparity in their current sizes, he promptly abandoned the idea, stopped before him, and offered a playful grin. Miss you, my foot. Why did you have to pop up so suddenly? You nearly made old Sun suffer a qui deviation. Sun Wukong glared at Luo Bai in frustration. This rotten brat chose the worst possible moment to arrive, interrupting him right as he was channeling his energy to activate the formation. Ah, my apologies. Luo Bai scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Monkey, I was only joking. Very well. I shall stand aside and watch. We can speak later. Taking another deep breath, Sun Wukong refocused his gaze upon the Great Formation, circulated his 8-9 profound technique to gather his vital essence, and exhaled a powerful blast toward the very center of the array. A wave of tremors rippled outward from the formation, expanding into a protective barrier that enveloped the entirety of Mount Huaguo. A chaotic, shimmering light flickered for a moment, before fading into invisibility. The Hunyuan Yiki Great Formation was now fully established. The formation was now operating autonomously, drawing upon the ley lines of Mount Huaguo to sustain its flow. Given the geographical layout of Mount Huaguo, this was an effortless task. Of course, this was merely its most basic function. The true power of the Hunyuan Yiki Great Formation far exceeded this. Under normal circumstances, the formation served primarily to veil the heavenly secrets and the realm itself, rendering it impossible for those in the outside world to detect. Should anyone breach the barrier and enter Mount Huaguo, Sun Wukong would immediately be alerted. That was its standard state. Yet once Sun Wukong exerted his full power, the Hunyuan Yiki Great Formation would instantly transform into an impenetrable iron fortress. Without Sun Wukong's express permission, no one would be able to force their way into the interior of the barrier. Not even magical attacks could hope to pierce through the formation's defenses. Naturally, save for the sages, all beings beneath the saintly realm are but ants. No matter how formidable a grand formation may be, it cannot hope to withstand the true power of a sage. Yet Sun Wukong's purpose in establishing this Hunyuan Yiki Grand Formation was never to guard against sages. He merely sought to shroud the heavenly secrets, preventing the heavenly court from discovering the existence of the Huaguoshan demons too prematurely. Simultaneously, it served to conceal the secrets that likely lay dormant beneath the dragon veins deep within the earth of Huaguoshan. With the Grand Formation fully activated, Sun Wukong dispelled his Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth, and descended toward the summit of the main peak of Huaguoshan. "Brother Monkey, wait for me!" Luo Bai, momentarily stunned, hurriedly called out before scrambling to catch up. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth. At the very moment Luo Bai passed through the barrier of the Hunyuan Yiki Grand Formation, Sun Wukong had already sensed the ripple transmitted through the seal. The records within the Taoist treasury secret scriptures are truly accurate. Is this truly Huaguoshan? It is indeed a convergence of the heaven and earth's purest essence. A single glance is enough to see that its aura is truly extraordinary. Standing at the cliff's edge on the mountain peak, Luo Bai cast his gaze across the vast expanse of Huaguoshan, clicking his tongue in marvel. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "Spare me the pleasantries. Can you truly perceive what makes my Huaguoshan so extraordinary? This? Well?" Luo Bai offered a sheepish, awkward smile. "Brother Monkey, if you see through me, please do not speak it aloud. Grant me at least a shred of dignity." "Very well. Just stay put and watch quietly. Once I have finished the task at hand, I shall take you on a proper tour of Huaguoshan." After giving Luo Bai this instruction, Sun Wukong sent out 2 sound transmissions. Before long, the Flood Dragon Demon King and the Rock Demon King arrived at the summit. After briefly introducing the 2 parties, Sun Wukong nodded toward the Demon Kings, saying, "I am about to begin. I must entrust the protection of this place to you both. Rest assured, boss. With us here, absolutely no one shall be able to disturb you. Proceed without worry, brother." The Flood Dragon Demon King spoke, though his gaze flickered intentionally toward Luo Bai. "Luo Bai is one of our own. There is no need to keep secrets from him." Sun Wukong spoke only that single sentence, offering no further explanation. The Flood Dragon Demon King nodded, and remained silent, watching quietly as Sun Wukong activated his fiery golden eyes. A brilliant golden light erupted from Sun Wukong's eyes, focusing intently upon the base of the main peak. Golden light rippled across the ground at the mountain's foot, and gradually, the earth itself turned semi-transparent. Deep beneath the surface, the sight of 9 converging dragon veins was finally revealed. How magnificent! Luo Bai's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Beyond the shock, he was consumed by an insatiable, clawing curiosity. What on earth was Sun Wukong planning to do? It was all too incredible to comprehend. Whoosh! Whoosh! The colossal disturbance atop the main peak of Huaguo Mountain once again drew the attention of all the demon kind, though they remained subdued under the overwhelming authority of the destroying void divine eyes. Driven by a violent force, the gravity surrounding the main peak of Huaguo Mountain had now become exceptionally strange. Excluding the great demon kings such as Niu Mowang, the only ones capable of ascending to the summit were those at the Taiyi Loose Immortal Realm, such as Ling Xuan and Sun Wukong. What is our leader doing? As the group led by Niu Mowang reached the peak, Zhao Mowang and Peng Mowang stood behind Sun Wukong, unable to suppress their curiosity as they voiced their confusion. Simultaneously, their gazes flickered toward Luo Bai standing nearby, a flash of wariness in their eyes. A Taiyi Golden Immortal. A sword immortal of the human race. Why would he appear here? A sharp, piercing sword aura faintly emanated from Luo Bai's body. This was a hallmark unique to the sword immortals of the human race. With the sharp perception of Niu Mowang and his peers, one glance was enough to discern that Luo Bai's cultivation surpassed everyone present, having already reached the realm of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Yet, his demeanor did not seem that of someone who had come to stir up trouble. Peng Mowang and Zhao Mowang felt no malice from him, though their current expressions remained full of wonder. This is a friend of our leader, named Luo Bai. The leader has stated he can be trusted. There is no need to conceal anything from him. Mo Wang then revealed Sun Wukong's intention to investigate the secret of the 9 dragons gathering stars formation hidden within Huaguo Mountain. Understanding dawned upon Niu Mowang and the others, their gazes becoming bright and intense. Sun Wukong had long ago mentioned the 9 dragons gathering stars phenomenon to them. The primary reason the 6 great demon kings were willing to leave their dwelling caves for Huaguo Mountain was precisely for this. But what exactly were the advantages of such a geographical vein? Sun Wukong had not yet gone into detail, and it seemed the time had finally come to reveal the secret. 9 massive dragon veins from the bases of the 9 mountains of Huaguo Mountain converged toward the main peak bordering the East Sea, meeting at a single point deep beneath the earth. Looking down from the summit, through the now translucent layers of earth, one could vaguely perceive a colossal mass of golden light. This was the star essence spiritual energy formed by the convergence of the 9 dragons gathering stars. Star essence spiritual energy typically only exists in the distant starry sky, and is extremely rare within the 3 realms. To obtain it, one usually requires special methods to harvest it from the void. Of course, there is one exception. The star essence spiritual energy produced by the 9 dragons gathering stars formation, which causes the stars to shimmer in the heavens. Compared to the heavy spiritual energy of the earth, star essence spiritual energy is far more refined. It possesses the unique property of levitation. The heavenly courts of the human race today was built upon the ancient foundations of the demon heavenly court from the primordial Honghuang era. The heavenly court is able to remain suspended above the nine heavens precisely because of the star essence spiritual energy generated by its own nine dragons gathering stars formation. Through the passage of countless ages, the nine dragon veins of the heavenly court transformed from tangible to intangible, becoming the unbreakable cornerstone of the heavenly court. The Western Heavens Spirit Mountain also possesses a similar nine dragons gathering stars formation, though the star essence energy has not yet reached a level capable of transforming the dragon veins. Thus, Spirit Mountain remains connected to the earth. The current situation of Huaguo Mountain is somewhat similar to that of Spirit Mountain, yet there are distinct differences. The nine dragons gathering stars formation of Spirit Mountain has fully manifested and continues to grow stronger as time passes. However, the formation at Huaguo Mountain has not yet manifested at all. It appears to be suppressed by some unknown power. What could that be? The nine-tailed celestial fox clan has always delved deeply into the study of formations and restrictions, being most proficient in natural arrays and illusionary traps. Among the gathered crowd, Leng Xian was the first to discern the abnormalities within the nine dragons gathering stars formation beneath the main peak. Beside the colossal orb of light, formed by the condensation of celestial spirit energy, sat a tiny black speck, nearly invisible to the untrained eye, obscured by the brilliant radiance of the spirit essence. As the wielder of the Eye of Destruction, Sun Wukong was the one to speak, for he alone could perceive the truth of the situation with perfect clarity. Even before Leng Xian, Sun Wukong had discovered the dark speck beside the spirit orb. It was a human figure, bound tightly by nine shimmering beams of light, anchored to the heart of the essence. Behind the figure lay a spatial rift, a dark abyss nearly impossible for mortal eyes to detect. Among all those present, only Sun Wukong possessed the sight to identify it for what it truly was: a spatial black hole. From within it, waves of dark energy radiated with a violent, chaotic intent, bearing an unsettling resemblance to the aura emanating from the figure trapped before it. Withdrawing the golden light from his eyes, Sun Wukong suppressed the exhaustion that washed over him as he deactivated his fully empowered Eye of Destruction. He produced a Jushi Juyuan pill, swallowed it in one motion, and sat cross-legged to begin refining its potency. Even after consuming a previous elixir to sustain his vision, he found that he could not maintain the technique for long. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the medicinal pill, despite the immense drain, his fundamental foundation remained unharmed. The dragon veins beneath Huaguo Mountain were indeed compromised. Through his divine eyes, Sun Wukong saw the reality clearly. The celestial spirit energy, gathered by the nine dragon veins of Huaguo Mountain, was apparently being used to suppress the entrance of a spatial passage, along with an individual trapped within it. His intuition told Sun Wukong that the prisoner was no simple entity. Otherwise, they would have been swiftly executed, rather than wasting such vast amounts of precious spirit energy. With the aid of the Juling Juyuan pill, the spiritual drain upon Sun Wukong was recovered in short order. He opened his eyes, stood up, and turned to find everyone staring at him intently, forcing a chuckle. "Do you all have nothing better to do? Why are you all staring at old Sun? Boss, who is that person standing beside the celestial spirit energy? Did you see clearly?" Zhao Mo Wang, Long Chao, was the first to speak up. Everyone gazed intently at Sun Wukong, awaiting his answer. "I did not see clearly, but they are undoubtedly sealed. Behind them lies a spatial passage. Both the figure and the passage are sealed together by the spirit energy. That is why the nine dragons gathering stars formation of our Huaguo Mountain cannot manifest its true power." Sun Wukong shook his head gently and said, "Old Sun must continue to observe further, to determine how to break the seal and liberate the celestial spirit energy. To have so much spirit energy diverted for the sake of suppression is a truly monumental waste." Sun Wukong would certainly not stand idly by while such a tremendous advantage for Huaguo Mountain was squandered so carelessly. However, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be approached with caution. Without offering further explanation, Sun Wukong dispersed the gathering crowd. Niu Mo Wang and the other great demon kings returned to their respective caves to continue overseeing the relocation efforts. As the demon kings departed, Sun Wukong led Leng Xian and Luo Bai back to the newly constructed wooden house beside the ancient tree, deep within the water curtain cave heaven. "Elder brother monkey, do you not intend to break that accursed seal immediately?" Luo Bai seemed somewhat puzzled. Huaguo Mountain possesses the potential to evolve into a realm as grand as the Heavenly Court or the Western Spirit Mountain. All that is required is the unraveling of the spirit energy seal. Yet looking at Sun Wukong, he showed no such intention. What exactly was passing through his mind? The seal must naturally be broken, but not at this moment. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "In 20 years, my lifespan will reach its end. By then, the underworld will dispatch soul-reaping envoys to claim me. It will not be too late to break the seal only after I return from the underworld." Ever since he discovered the sphere of spiritual essence deep beneath the main peak of Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong had calculated every step. now was definitively not the time to shatter the seal. Though he had established the primordial one-chi great array upon Huaguo Mountain, capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets and isolating the realm from outside scrutiny, once the spiritual essence was unleashed, the array would fail to mask the soaring, piercing aura of such power. At that point, it would be impossible for the Heavenly Court and the Western Buddhist Kingdom to ignore Huaguo Mountain. The underworld governs the reincarnation of all living beings in the three realms, relying solely on the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's brush of spring and autumn. Every reincarnation within the three realms manifests upon the Book of Life and Death, and only the Judge's brush can alter those entries. Furthermore, such modifications are irreversible. What Sun Wukong truly desired was to allow events to unfold along their predetermined path, to wait for the soul-reaping envoys to descend and escort him to the underworld, and to wait for the 10 kings of Yama to personally present the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's brush before him, so that he might strike his name, and the names of all the demon clans of Huaguo Mountain, completely from the book, freeing them forever from the shackles of life, death, and reincarnation. Elder Brother Monkey, you have already reached the cultivation realm of a Tai Loose Immortal. You have long since transcended the three realms and escaped the 5 elements. The underworld should have no jurisdiction over you anymore. How could they possibly send soul-reaping envoys to seize your soul? Are you not overthinking this? Luo Bai and Leng Xuan exchanged glances, blinking in bewilderment. It was not just that they failed to grasp his logic. If such a claim were to spread, anyone would find it deeply perplexing. The entire purpose of cultivating the Tao is to achieve transcendence. Once one overcomes their tribulations, first and foremost the lightning ordeal within the 3 tribulations and 9 calamities, one's life and death are no longer held by the underworld, and one's name is automatically stricken from the Book of Life and Death. Sun Wukong was already a Tai Loose Immortal. How could his name possibly remain in the book? I cannot fully explain it myself, but my name is undeniably still inscribed within that Book of Life and Death. Of that, there is no doubt. In truth, Sun Wukong himself could not fathom it. Others find their names vanished from the book upon reaching the Earth Immortal realm, so why was he the exception? This defied all reason. Of course, if someone had been interfering from the shadows, that would be an entirely different matter. A faint suspicion flickered in Sun Wukong's heart, though he lacked the evidence to prove it. Once he reached the underworld, he was determined to uncover the truth behind this mystery. Speaking of which, little Bai, since we parted at the Heavenly Court, where have you been? And how has your cultivation progressed so rapidly? After instructing his underlings to prepare a lavish spread of wine and meat, Sun Wukong sat down with Luo Bai and Leng Xuan in the wooden hut to drink. Having finished 2 cups, Sun Wukong smiled and looked at Luo Bai. Upon this reunion, the aura emanating from Luo Bai had clearly become something entirely different. This lad had undoubtedly stumbled upon a profound, fortuitous encounter. Tongtian Zhaozhu, Sun Wukong, and Leng Xuan all stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished as they gazed at Luo Bai. Ling Bao Tianzun, one of the 3 pure ones, revered by both humanity and the demon race as the Tongtian Zhaozhu, was the very saint of the Ji school. Heh? Did you not expect this? Luo Bai wore an expression of immense smugness. To have a saint as one's master was not a privilege granted to just anyone, let alone receiving the true teachings of Tongtian Zhaozhu himself, even manifesting a sword heart of his own. Well, this is truly a surprise. Leng Xuan remained slightly dazed, though Sun Wukong's expression had already returned to normal. A saint as a master was indeed awe-inspiring, but his own master was Subhuti, also a saint, who was surely no less capable than Tongtian Zhaozhu. There was nothing here to be envious of. Were it not for the strict orders from Subhuti forbidding the disclosure of his lineage to them, he would have spoken up long ago to refute Luo Bai. The smug expression on this brat's face was truly asking for a beating. Very well, Xiao Bai. I must enter seclusion next. You may wander Huaguoshan as you please, or have Leng Xuan show you around the territory. Among the 3 pure ones, Tongtian Zhaozhu was renowned for preaching the Tao without discrimination. Since ancient times, he treated humans and demons as equals. The vast majority of his Ji school disciples were what others condescendingly called beasts in human skin. It is only a pity that during the investiture of the gods, the experts of the Ji school were nearly wiped out, and those who remained lacked the strength to change their fate. Otherwise, the demon race would not have declined to its current state. As Luo Bai was a disciple of Tongtian Zhaozhu, Sun Wukong possessed some insight into his character. He was not like those who despised the demon race, and while Leng Xuan appeared cold on the surface, he was warm-hearted underneath. If these two were to be paired together, they might just complement each other perfectly. Big brother, you were hiding here eating delicious food without calling Chinger. A knock sounded at the door, followed by the wooden cabin door being pushed open. The figure of the little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, darted in from outside and hopped directly in front of Sun Wukong. She curled up in his arms, muttering complaints while grabbing the food from the table and stuffing her mouth full. Brother Monkey, Who is this little sister? Luo Bai's eyes immediately lit up. Although the little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, was young, and her physical form had not yet fully matured, her jade fox constitution, combined with the illusionary god technique imparted to her by Sun Wukong, caused her to naturally exude a bewitching charm. Furthermore, as she was still innocent and naive, this combined with her pure, untainted aura made her incredibly captivating to others. Of the 3 men present, other than Sun Wukong, who viewed her purely as a younger sister, no one else held such detached thoughts. The gazes of Luo Bai and Lang Xuan as they looked at Sun Xiaoqing were decidedly peculiar. This is my younger sister, Sun Xiaoqing Qinger. This is Luo Bai, a brother of mine. Greetings, brother Xiao Bai, she said after swallowing her food. Sun Xiaoqing smiled sweetly at Luo Bai, leaving him completely dazed, his face beaming like a blooming flower. Very well, my dear Qinger. You are such a good girl. Rummaging through his belongings for some time, he finally produced a small, pocket-sized wooden sword. Luo Bai hesitated, stroking the item with visible reluctance, before gritting his teeth and offering it to Sun Xiaoqing. Qingxir, little sister. Your brother Xiao Bai arrived in such a hurry that I didn't prepare much, but please, accept this as a token of our first meeting. A post-heaven spirit treasure, a rare and precious artifact. A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as his fiery eyes of truth swept over the tiny wooden sword, causing his gaze to brighten instantly. This Luo Bai was truly generous to offer a flying sword of post-heaven spirit treasure rank as a mere greeting gift. He hurriedly urged the little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqing. Qinger, this is a remarkable treasure. Thank the young master, and put it away quickly. Thank you, brother Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, the little fox spirit Sun Xiaoqing reached out to accept the small wooden sword, flashing a sweet smile at Luo Bai. This little lass was sharp. She knew that if something could earn praise from Sun Wukong, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure, and she would be a fool not to accept. Qinger, drip a drop of your essence blood onto it. From now on, should you ever encounter danger, simply cast it out. Luo Bai instructed Sun Xiaoqing on how to perform the blood bond ritual. This was a Dharma treasure bestowed upon him by the Master of Heaven, a post-heaven spirit treasure capable of storing a massive amount of sword energy. When facing an enemy, one only needed to toss it out to unleash the stored sword energy, allowing the user to command it for either offense or defense. To Luo Bai, it might not have held much utility, but for the little fox spirit Sun Xiaoqing, it was an incredibly rare defensive artifact. Qingfer, isn't it true that you have always wanted to learn the secret arts of the Celestial Fox Clan? Come along then. Brother Lang Xuan shall teach you today. Watching Luo Bai desperately curry favor with Sun Xiaoqing, Lang Xuan's brow furrowed deeper, until he suddenly reached out, grabbed Sun Xiaoqing's hand, and pulled her to her feet. Yes, I would love to. The little fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqing, beamed until her eyes curved into crescents. Today was truly a fortuitous day. Usually, no matter how much she pestered Lang Xuan, he would never agree to teach her the Celestial Fox secret arts, yet today he had brought it up himself. She nodded eagerly, snatched 2 more pieces of roasted meat from the table, and followed Lang Xuan out of the wooden hut. Hey, wait! I still need to teach Sister Qinger how to control the Dharma treasure. Luo Bai jumped up, calling out as he chased after them. Sun Wukong watched the 3 exit the hut one after another, shaking his head lightly as he waved his hand to sweep the remaining wine and meat into his Ruyi universe bag. Going into seclusion? Indeed, Sun Wukong had merely used that as an excuse. His true intention for the next 20 years was to delve deep underground and thoroughly investigate the state of the Spirit Qi seal. Although he had no intention of breaking the seal for the time being, he still needed to grasp the situation clearly. Muttering an incantation and activating the earth-escaping technique, Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he dove into the earth, Fifi moving toward the convergence point of the 9 dragon veins. The resistance was immense. While he had felt nothing when first entering the ground, the closer he drew to the dragon veins, convergence, the more powerful the crushing pressure became. Sun Wukong pushed the 8-9 profound technique to its absolute limit, struggling against the crushing resistance as he inched toward the orb of spiritual energy. The pressure grew ever more suffocating. One could only wonder how the entity sealed within had managed to survive such conditions. Feeling the resistance intensifying, Sun Wukong poured every ounce of his cultivation and the raw strength of his physical body into his efforts, advancing bit by bit as if bearing the weight of entire mountain ranges upon his shoulders. Finally, he no longer needed the eyes of truth to pierce the earth. The orb of spiritual energy, coalescing at the convergence of the 9 dragon veins, lay revealed before him. Joy surged in Sun Wukong's heart, and with a deep breath he lunged toward the sphere of light with all his might, only for the resistance to vanish, casting him instantly into the orb's core. From the center of the sphere, 9 ribbons of concentrated spiritual light lashed out, binding his limbs and torso in a grip so firm he could not react in time. What is the meaning of this? Sun Wukong, seized by alarm, attempted to exert his full strength to break free, only to discover he could not stir even an inch. These 9 ribbons, forged from pure spiritual essences, were indestructible. There was simply no way to escape their hold. Save your strength, little one. Even I have no way to break free from this spiritual seal, let alone a mere monkey demon such as yourself. Once you have entered this place, you may abandon all hope of ever leaving. A mocking voice echoed from the side. It was the prisoner himself. You have some capability, monkey, to withstand the pressure of this spiritual energy and arrive here, but your foolishness is even greater, to walk willingly into a death trap. Well, I am in need of company, so this is perhaps not entirely a misfortune. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, turning his gaze toward the captive. The man was bare-chested, bound by 9 chains of spiritual light far thicker and more imposing than those constraining Wukong himself. Furthermore, 2 of these chains pierced directly through his shoulder blades. His predicament was far more dire than Wukong's own. Who exactly are you, and why are you sealed in this place? Sun Wukong asked with a frown. Despite the seal, a strange, ominous aura emanated from the captive, a presence that seemed to belong to neither heaven nor earth. I am the illustrious Aosian Demon Emperor, Mu Chengshuan. The name Aosian Demon Emperor sparked a flicker of astonishment in Sun Wukong's eyes. You are of the demon race? Then is that spatial passage behind you, in truth, the gateway to the demon realm? Oh? You possess the insight to perceive the interdimensional rift behind me? You are not simple. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Mu Chengshuan's eyes as he scrutinized Sun Wukong once more. Your inner essence is as vast as the mountains, and as turbulent as the sea. You are truly remarkable. It is no wonder you had the power to enter this place. But I repeat, once you have entered, do not dream of leaving. That remains to be seen. Sun Wukong let out a cold snort. Just because you cannot escape, does that mean old Sun is equally trapped? You doubt my words, boy? Confidence is a virtue, but excessive confidence is nothing more than arrogance. Arrogance is merely a display of the capital one possesses to back it up. Do not preach to me. You call yourself the Aosian Demon Emperor, yet you remain shackled here just like any common prisoner, do you not? And besides, old Sun did not come here to indulge in idle chatter with you. With a sharp snort, Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze from the Aosian Demon Emperor, Mu Chengshuan. Golden light flashed within his eyes as he activated his fiery eyes of truth, locking them onto the 9 radiant beams of spiritual energy and snaring him. Under the gaze of his divine sight, the spiritual beams began to undergo a transformation. Hidden deep within the spiritual energy, faint trails of sealing runes emerged. It was these very runes that had forged the spiritual chains now binding both him and Mu Chengshuan. To escape this predicament, he had to break free from the shackles of these 9 beams. And to break free, shattering those hidden sealing runes was the only key. These spiritual energies were born from the 9 dragons gathering stars formation, fueled by the convergence of 9 massive dragon veins. Unless one reached the realm of a saint, it would be impossible to contend against them. However, the spiritual energy itself lacked consciousness. The reason it had imprisoned Sun Wukong upon his arrival lay entirely in the grand sealing array cast upon Mu Chengshuan. Over countless years of refinement, many of the sealing runes from the grand array had bled into the surrounding spiritual energy. Thus, whenever a living creature entered, the energy would instinctively move to bind the intruder. Yet, the power of these dispersed runes was significantly weaker than the primary array sealing, Mu Chengshuan. While Sun Wukong might currently lack the means to dismantle the main seal, these fragmented runes were insufficient to hold him captive. Come forth, Ruyi Jingu Bang! With a single thought, the Ruyi Jingu Bang emerged from his right ear, expanding rapidly until it hovered horizontally before his chest. Though Sun Wukong was tightly bound by the spiritual chains and unable to move, his divine weapon remained under his command. Boy, what are you attempting to do? A glint of bewilderment flashed in the eyes of the Aosian Demon Emperor, Mu Chengshuan. Was Sun Wukong not already sealed? How could he still control his magical artifact? Sun Wukong had no time to entertain the questions of the Demon Emperor. He poured his full power into his fiery eyes of truth, his eyes erupting with a blinding golden radiance that struck the 9 beams of light restraining him. Instantly, the sealing runes, previously hidden within the light, began to manifest one by one. Mu Chengshuan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his face etched with utter disbelief. The sealing runes are materializing? How is this possible? Boy, what technique is that within your eyes? Hold your tongue and remain still, unless you wish to disrupt my concentration. With a cold, impatient shout, Sun Wukong locked his gaze onto a specific, spiral-shaped rune among the many revealed. Unlike the others, these specific runes were few in number, yet they acted as the nexus, the binding thread that unified all other runes into a singular, impenetrable structure. If his deduction was correct, shattering these central runes would cause the rest to collapse, rendering the entire seal useless. As the Aoshan Demon Emperor, Mu Chengshuan had never been addressed with such blatant disrespect. His brows furrowed as he prepared to lash out. But then, he heard a soft command from Sun Wukong. The Ruyi Jingu Bang erupted with a resplendent golden glow as Sun Wukong exhaled a torrent of true sun fire from his mouth. Wrapping itself around the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the staff trembled violently, descending with ferocious force upon the spiral sealing runes etched into the beams of spiritual essence. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Under the crushing blow of the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the spiral sealing runes were shattered instantly. At once, Sun Wukong sensed a slight loosening in the beams of light that had been binding him. It was working, just as he had hoped. Elated, Sun Wukong immediately commanded the Ruyi Jingu Bang, raining down continuous strikes upon the remaining spiral runes. Each collision ignited a new surge of shockwaves. The once stagnant, unyielding beams of spiritual essence began to tremble. As more and more of the spiral runes shattered, Sun Wukong clearly felt the oppressive force of the seal weakening significantly. The time to exert his full strength and break free had finally arrived. Ya! With a thunderous roar, the true fire of the sun surged from within his body, manifesting as a suit of blazing flame armor across his form. Sun Wukong tensed his body, exerting a powerful shock, and the beams of spiritual essence constricting his limbs snapped into pieces. However, the sphere of spiritual essence reacted immediately, manifesting 9 new beams of light that lunged forward to entangle Sun Wukong once more. Utilizing the shrinking ground to an inch technique, Sun Wukong left the clone in his place and dashed beyond the sphere's range of influence. Watching as the light beams ensnared his leftover clone, Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was fast enough. As he retracted his clone, the spiritual essence lost its target and retreated back into the core sphere. Sun Wukong turned toward Mu Chengshuan, who stood frozen in shock, and flashed a mischievous grin. Old Sun told you before. This seal might be enough to hold you, but it cannot contain the likes of me. If you expected me to stay and keep you company, I am afraid you are destined for disappointment. With those words he turned around, preparing to depart. Brother, please wait. We can negotiate. Seeing Sun Wukong about to leave, Mu Chengshuan panicked and hurriedly called out to him. Negotiate? Negotiate what? Sun Wukong halted his steps, turning back with a face full of mockery. Did you not open your mouth to call me, demon monkey? And, boy, at every turn, when our paths are so different, what is there left to discuss? Brother, please do not take offense. I spoke out of turn earlier. I beg you, do not hold a grudge. Mu Chengshuan's attitude had undergone a complete reversal. The arrogance he once displayed had vanished without a trace, replaced by a facade of extreme humility. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to be humble. He had been trapped by this seal for thousands of years, having exhausted every possible method to escape to no avail. Yet, Sun Wukong, who had only just been ensnared, had broken free instantly, right before his very eyes. What does this signify? Does it suggest that Sun Wukong lacks the method to break the seal? Having been sealed for so many years, Mu Chengxian dreamed of nothing but escape. For him, freedom was truly precious. As long as he could break free, what did the dignity of a demon emperor matter? What did pride signify? Everything could be cast aside. Heh, you are truly an interesting fellow. Before, you acted so high and mighty, with your eyes rolled up to the heavens, yet now you address me as brother, again and again. Could it be that you want old Sun to help you escape? As for why Mu Chengxian's attitude had shifted, Sun Wukong could figure it out with his eyes closed. It was nothing more than wanting him to help break the seal. To be honest, even if Mu Chengxian had not asked, Sun Wukong would have eventually done so anyway. After all, with a seal placed here, the full power of the 9 dragons gathering spirit formation at Huaguo Mountain could not be unleashed. However, he had to keep Mu Chengxian's desperation hanging for a while longer. He could not simply offer his help so readily. Besides, didn't this fellow call himself some kind of Aotatian demon emperor? Even now, he seems to possess the peak strength of a Daluo golden immortal. Recalling the past, at his absolute worst, he must have reached the level of a quasi-saint. Such a powerful expert, no matter how miserable his current plight, must surely have 1 or 2 treasures on him if he wants me to help him escape. It was possible. But after all, there must be a price to be paid. As long as you can help me escape, I, Mu Chengxian, will surely remember this great kindness for generations to come. Mu Chengxian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Sun Wukong, his expression full of hope. Sun Wukong curled his lip. What kind of Aoshan demon emperor are you anyway? You are far too tactless. If you want someone to help you out of this predicament, you must at least show some sincerity. Is remembering a kindness for generations really worth that much? Do you think Old Sun cares about your gratitude? What Old Sun requires is tangible compensation. Do you understand? With a sneer, Sun Wukong said no more, turning his back as if to leave. Mu Chengxian panicked. Brother, do not leave! Tell me, what must I do for you to help me? Helping you is not exactly impossible, but what could you possibly give to old Sun? Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Mu Chengxian, his eyebrows arching upward. Do not bother telling me that our meeting is fated. Old Sun has no friendship with you, nor do I have any obligation to assist you. If you wish to be free, it simply depends on whether you possess something capable of moving old Sun's heart. You are extorting me. Sun Wukong's words caused Mu Chengxian's face to darken. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes as he narrowed them. You may interpret it that way, but in my eyes, this is nothing more than a simple transaction. Sun Wukong shrugged, as he had already stated. There is no friendship between us. I do not even know your true origins, so why should I save you? Furthermore, when I was trapped, aside from your constant provocations and arrogant posturing, you did absolutely nothing to assist. Your attitude was abysmal, and I have no shred of goodwill toward you. I say again, if you wish for my help, what exactly can you offer? Mu Tiangshuan fell silent, his expression shifting with uncertainty, his temples throbbing with visible veins. He was the Aoshan demon emperor of the demon race, a figure who had once stood but a single step away from the realm of the sages. In the demon realm, who dared face him without bowing in absolute reverence? Even the immortals and deities dared not treat him with the slightest contempt. Yet, to be threatened now by a mere monkey, one who had only reached the Tai Sengxian realm, was truly beyond reason. However, Mu Tiangshuan dared not turn against Sun Wukong. It was clear at a glance that this monkey possessed a volatile and eccentric temperament. Should he truly provoke him, the monkey might simply turn around and depart without a second thought. If that happened, he would be doomed to remain imprisoned in this sunless, desolate abyss forever. Mu Tiangshuan had grown accustomed to despair. He had essentially become numb to his own fate. He had been waiting for the day his spirit would be eroded away by the seal, but now that he saw a miracle of liberation, the hope in his heart flared like a raging inferno. How could he possibly restrain it? I am the Aoshan demon emperor of the demon race, with 3 great demon venerables and hundreds of thousands of soldiers under my command. If you help me escape, I shall forever remember this debt of gratitude. Is being your pillar of support not enough? After a moment of silence, Mu Tiangshuan looked up, staring directly into Sun Wukong's eyes. He said in a deep voice, As for being my pillar of support, keep it. I have never relied on anyone. To rely on the heavens or the earth is inferior to relying on oneself. Sun Wukong shook his head and scoffed. It seems you still fail to see your current predicament clearly. A hero does not boast of his past glory. No matter if you were the Aohatian demon emperor, or how many powerful experts stood beneath you, you are now nothing but a pitiful insect trapped in this cage. For all you know, those forces and subordinates of yours have likely been devoured by others long ago. And even if your followers still remain, you have been sealed for so many years. Your strength has inevitably regressed significantly. With your current cultivation at the Daluo Jingxian realm, could you truly suppress those arrogant and unruly generals under your command? I, for one, highly doubt it. Sun Wukong's words caused Mu Tiangshuan's expression to darken further, the veins on his forehead twitching. He was filled with fury and indignation, yet he could not deny that the monkey's words held truth. The demon race prizes the strong above all. In those days, as the leader under the demon sage, one word from him would summon hundreds, and none dared defy his command. But now, he feared he could not even match the strength of the 3 great demon venerables under his wing. How could he possibly expect to command them again? After a long internal struggle, Mu Tiangshuan let out a weary sigh. All the strength seemed to drain from his body in an instant, and with a dejected expression he spoke. You are right. Those were all glories of the past. They mean nothing now. I have been imprisoned here for thousands of years. The treasures I carried have long since been exhausted. I have nothing left to give you. The only thing I can offer is a vow. If you do not believe me, then I am out of options. I can only accept my fate. Accept your fate? Did I hear that correctly? Are you not the so-called Aoshan demon emperor? You, who dared to act with arrogance against the very heavens, are now willing to accept your fate? Then tell me, what else would you have me do? Mu Tiangshuan roared in frustration. I have been imprisoned in this wretched place for thousands of years. In all those millennia, every treasure I possessed was completely exhausted, consumed solely to resist the corrosive power of this astral spiritual energy. Nothing remains. Can you not see that my cultivation has plummeted? Even falling below the level of a Daluo golden immortal? All I have to offer now is a promise, yet you refuse to believe me. Then tell me, what would you have me produce? You tell me, what else could I possibly offer? If I cannot accept my fate, what else am I to do? By the end, his voice had turned hoarse, carrying a lamentable quality filled with grievance and accusation. Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but shrink his neck, muttering under his breath, It is not as if I am the one who caused your imprisonment, so why must you direct your resentment toward me?" Seeing that Mu Shengshuan was glaring, and prepared to continue his complaints, Sun Wukong hurriedly waved his hand. "Fine, fine. I shall no longer press you for treasures, but you must swear an oath upon your own heart demon essence blood, that you owe me a favor, which you shall repay in the future." "That is no problem at all." Mu Shengshuan immediately agreed, and swore the oath, using his heart demon essence blood, effectively pledging to repay the debt, or else suffer the fate of his body and soul being utterly destroyed. What was that? After all, at this current stage, he could not provide any tangible benefits. Damn it, how truly unlucky. I had expected to loot a fortune, yet I encountered a penniless wretch who does not even have a single coin to his name. Alas. Sun Wukong sighed and shook his head, momentarily casting aside his frustration, and activated his god-destroying eyes to begin his observation. The sealing array was located directly upon Mu Shengshuan's chest. It was a formation that utilized astral spiritual energy as its motive force. Through this array, it absorbed astral spiritual energy from within the orb of light, transforming it into 9 iron chains that shackled his limbs, torso, and collarbones, binding his strength. Aside from speaking, he was rendered almost entirely immobile, unable to move even a single finger. Mu Shengshuan was not like Sun Wukong, for Sun Wukong possessed the god-destroying eyes, which allowed him to see the Tao patterns of the seal, identify their weakest points, and shatter them. Mu Shengshuan lacked such ability. If he could not strike the critical connection points, no matter how vast his power, it would be neutralized by the astral spiritual energy. Even if his abilities were as great as the heavens, he would have no way to break free. If Sun Wukong had not appeared, the only fate awaiting Mu Shengshuan would have been to be worn away by the astral spiritual energy until he perished. It is no wonder that in his previous life he had never heard of this individual. He had likely been eroded to nothingness deep beneath the earth. Sun Wukong muttered to himself. In his previous life, he had possessed no god-destroying eyes, and could not perceive the state of the dragon veins beneath Mount Huaguo. Furthermore, he had understood nothing of feng shui or formations at that time, unable to discern the extraordinary nature of Mount Huaguo. Without aid, Mu Shengshuan surely would have met his end waiting here. But in this lifetime, one could say this fellow had met with good fortune. Under the gaze of the god-destroying eyes, the outlines of the grand sealing array were clearly visible to Sun Wukong. Compared to the sealing Tao patterns within the astral light orb from before, this was far more complex, yet the principles were similar. They all used those spiral-shaped Tao patterns as connecting conduits to link a vast array of other patterns together. As long as these spiral-shaped Dabio patterns were shattered, the other patterns would naturally disperse. Perhaps it is because this grand sealing array has kept Mu Shengshuan imprisoned for far too long, that a portion of the sealing runes has leaked through the light filaments into the core of the spiritual energy sphere, causing the spiritual sphere itself to inherit the seal's suppression, which is why it automatically launches attacks upon any object that enters its domain. If this continues, in another 1,000 years or so, the entirety of the grand array's sealing runes will have permeated deep into the spiritual essence. By that time, the seal restraining Mu Shengshuan would naturally dissolve. Yet judging by his current state, I fear he would be worn away and extinguished by the spiritual essence long before the seal could break on its own. Well, is there a way to undo this seal? Mu Shengshuan looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he stared intently at the formation binding him, evaluating it with cautious scrutiny. His eyes were brimming with anticipation as he could not help but ask. A way exists, but it must be done gradually. This formation cannot be broken in a single moment, Sun Wukong said thoughtfully. And this was no mere deception. The sealing array restraining Mu Shengshuan was far distinct from the scattered runes within the spiritual sphere. It was infinitely more complex. Furthermore, Sun Wukong did not need to ponder long to realize that this formation surely possessed the capability for self-defense and restoration. Just as it happened moments ago, the instant he struggled free from the constraints of the 9 spiritual light filaments, new ones formed immediately to bind him once more, thus, to shatter all of the spiral-shaped runes in one stroke. With his current strength, he feared his heart wished for it, but his power was lacking. Even if he were capable, Sun Wukong would not put such a plan into action at this very moment. He would have to wait until he returned from the underworld before discussing this further. It is of no consequence. Proceed slowly. There is no rush. No rush at all, Mu Shengshuan replied in succession, his face flooded with a radiant smile. He had been imprisoned in this dark, wretched place for thousands of years. Although he could persist for, at most, another 1,000 or so years, since Sun Wukong had stated that he could break the seal, it would surely not require that much time. He had endured for so many years. Waiting a little longer was well within his means. As long as there was hope, that was enough. Sun Wukong said nothing more, continuing to observe the state of the sealing formation. He discovered that while the runes within the formation were slow, They were incessantly infiltrating the interior of the spiritual energy sphere. It was merely that the runes within the sphere seemed to have reached a state of saturation, causing the infiltration to be agonizingly slow. Only as new spiritual energy converged to form and flow into the sphere could the sealing runes permeate a little further. If he were to destroy the sealing runes already inside the spiritual energy sphere, then whenever a portion was eradicated, would that not leave empty spaces? In that case, it should theoretically accelerate the rate at which the sealing runes could permeate. Sun Wukong shared his thoughts with Mu Chengshuan, and Mu Chengshuan's breathing immediately turned ragged, because this was, in truth, a magnificent plan, and he truly had hope of escaping his shackles. Brother, I thank you. Then let us begin at once. No rush, no rush. Before we begin, there are still a few matters old Sun must clarify. Sun Wukong waved his hand with a chuckle. Mu Chengshuan, you want old Sun to help you escape your predicament? That is a simple matter. However, you should at least tell me why you are sealed here, and who exactly was it that imprisoned you? You must explain these circumstances in full detail to old Sun. I cannot simply act recklessly and help you without first investigating the truth of the situation. A look of humiliation and pain flickered in Mu Chengshuan's eyes as he asked, must I truly speak of it? If you do not wish to speak, then consider it as if old Sun never came here at all. Sun Wukong shrugged, feigning indifference, and turned as if to walk away. Very well, I will tell you. Mu Chengshuan gritted his teeth and called out to Sun Wukong. At this moment, nothing mattered more than escaping this prison and reclaiming his freedom. Humiliation is a small price to pay, but you must guarantee that you will not reveal this to another soul. That goes without saying. Old Sun is not one for idle chatter, and I naturally will not go spreading your secrets abroad. You may rest assured on that point. From the expression on Mu Chengshuan's face, Sun Wukong had already deduced that the circumstances of his imprisonment were far from a pleasant or lighthearted affair. Yet, he had to be certain. At the very least, he needed to understand exactly what kind of person he was about to assist. For what reason had this individual been trapped here? If he were to act, who were the enemies that might bring disaster upon his own head? To foolishly release him, based on nothing more than a promise from Mu Chengshuan, would be the height of stupidity. I am the Aoshin Demon Emperor of the demon race, known as Mu Chengshuan. As for why I am sealed in this accursed place, it is a tale born of my own blindness. I place my trust in a vile, treacherous villain. A flash of shame and resentment crossed Mu Chengshuan's eyes. He let out a long, heavy sigh before beginning his tale in a low, somber voice. During the primordial Honghuang era, our demon race was a recognized member of the Honghuang world. Back then, thousands of clans coexisted across the realm, each holding their own territory. Though we frequently clashed, we generally maintained a certain equilibrium, avoiding conflicts of an excessive scale. Later, the Demon Clan and the Wu Clan rose to power. The Demon Clan ruled the heavens, while the Wu Clan dominated the earth. Other races were either assimilated or forced to retreat into deep, hidden corners. Our demon race withdrew to a region saturated with demonic spiritual qi. Since neither the demon nor the Wu clans favored that energy, no one dared to disturb us. That place became the sanctuary of my demon race. Then came the great war between the Wu and the demon, which left the primordial Honghuang world devastated. To preserve our homeland, our demon race sacrificed the lives of half our kin in a great ritual, tearing our territory away from the Honghuang world to form an independent realm, the demon world of today. Yet what we did not foresee was that after the demon world became independent, the demonic spiritual qi began to mutate. Yes, while the corruption and dark elemental attributes grant our demon race formidable physical bodies, they also twist our temperaments, breeding cruelty and driving us to slaughter one another in a perpetual frenzy. Few of our kin possess the discipline to suppress this innate bloodlust and maintain a clear mind. Yet, to comprehend the heavenly Dao and reach a higher realm, such composure is mandatory. This degradation within the demon realm has become a grave threat to our survival. The number of true masters among us is dwindling with each passing day. As the Demon Emperor Aodation of the demon race, after much deliberation with my close companion, Demon Emperor Jiedu, we decided to reintegrate our realm back into the primordial prehistoric world. However, the ancient prehistoric world had already fallen to the brink of collapse, following the great wars between the Wu and demon clans, and the subsequent investiture of the gods. It was the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who used the essence blood of various ancient clans as a sacrificial offering, employing supreme mystical arts to reshape the world and establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, thereby giving birth to the new 3 realms. By that time, the human race had already surpassed the demon race, becoming the masters of the 3 realms. The entirety of the 3 realms was ruled by the heavenly court of the human race, established after the great investiture of the gods. If our demon race wished to merge the demon realm back into the 3 realms, we could not bypass the human heavenly court. Jiedu and I had no choice but to enter negotiations with them. During the parley, 2 figures stood forward to meet us. Guang Chengzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, and the great archmage Xuandu, the first disciple of the supreme Tao Lord. If this old monk's guess is correct, the negotiations did not reach a consensus. On the contrary, they must have agreed with surprising ease. What do you mean they agreed with surprising ease? Then what became of you? Sun Wukong paused his speech, his brows suddenly knitting together. Was this a scheme orchestrated by the Heavenly Court? You are correct. Mo Tiangshuan smiled bitterly. It was indeed a scheme, though it was not aimed at the demon race as a whole, but a trap laid specifically for me. When you spoke earlier of misjudging a despicable villain, were you referring to Demon Emperor Jiddu? A flash of golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. Having experienced the treacherous conspiracy atop Mount Ling in his past life, his perception of human nature was no longer as naive as it once was. From Mo Tiangshuan's words, he had vaguely guessed the cause. It was, as always, for the sake of so-called power. The power to rule over the entire clan. You have guessed correctly. Any man with a shred of intelligence could see it. Yet I, at that time, acted like a fool. Having trusted Jiddu's words without a single doubt, a trace of self-mockery crossed Mo Tiangshuan's eyes, though it was overshadowed by resentment and deep humiliation. The notion of merging the demon realm back into the three realms was indeed an idea Mo Tiangshuan had once harbored. But he knew the task was exceedingly difficult. In the past, half of their kin had sacrificed themselves as bait just to separate the demon realm from the ancient prehistoric world. The current three realms were reforged by Tao ancestor Hongjun, using supreme power. To force the demon realm back in would inevitably shatter the delicate balance of the world. Relying solely on the strength of a single demon race, such a feat was clearly impossible. And so, the thought merely flickered in Mo Tiangshuan's mind, and was never put into action. It was not until Demon Emperor Jiddu approached him with the same proposition that Mo Tiangshuan was finally moved, and together, they passed through the barrier between the realms to seek audience with the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court attached great importance to this matter. Guang Chengzi was the leader of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, while the great archmage Xuandu was the first disciple of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Both possessed cultivation at the quasi-saint realm, equal to Mo Tiangshuan at that time, and slightly superior to Demon Emperor Jiddu. With these two representing the Heavenly Court, Mo Tiangshuan felt greatly reassured and harbored no suspicions whatsoever. The great archmage Xuandu proposed that the three realms provide 3 dragon veins. The demon realm deployed 6 dragon veins, forming the 9 dragons gathering essence formation, intended to stabilize the passage between the two realms, gradually drawing the demon realm into the 3 realms, all while silently minimizing the shock of the two worlds merging. Mu Chengshuan initially found this proposal quite reasonable, but he never could have imagined that the 9 dragons gathering essence formation was not meant to stabilize the passage, but rather to seal him within it. What followed was, for Mu Chengshuan, nothing short of a nightmare. The moment the 9 dragons gathering essence formation was completed, and while his vitality was depleted, Guang Chengzi launched a sudden, treacherous strike with the immortal slaying sword. Caught off guard and wounded by the blade's aura, Mu Chengshuan fought desperately, waiting for the demon Emperor Jiddu to step forward and aid him. Yet the only thing that awaited him was betrayal. He was struck viciously in the back by the soul-piercing awl of Demon Emperor Jiddu. Grand Archmage Xuandu borrowed the saintly power of Taishang Laojun and Primordial Heavenly Lord to activate the 9 dragons gathering essence formation, condensing the celestial spirit energy to bind him for eternity. After Mu Chengshuan was sealed, Demon Emperor Jiddu sought to seize the opportunity to invade the 3 realms. A brutal war ensued between the demon realm and the celestial court of the 3 realms, lasting for days, until the demon race was ultimately forced to retreat. The 3 realms suffered heavy losses, and the Chan sect, the primary force in the conflict, had its fundamental strength severely crippled. Taishang Laojun unified the Ren sect, Chan sect, and Ji sect into a single entity, the Dao sect, ending all factional divisions. The celestial court rose to absolute prominence, becoming the true ruler of the 3 realms. The Jade Emperor ascended to become the sovereign of all 3 realms. Taishang Laojun, with his transcendent status, constructed the Dushui Palace at the base of the 33rd heaven, becoming the most authoritative grand patron of the celestial court. Primordial Heavenly Lord, though unwilling in his heart, had no choice but to depart his training grounds for the Yila Palace in the upper pure heaven, living a secluded life like the Master of Heaven, ignoring the worldly affairs of the 3 realms. After the demon race retreated to the demon realm, Grand Archmage Xuandu sealed the passage connecting the demon realm and the 3 realms. Utilizing great magical power, he relocated 9 massive mountains, creating a mountain range that pressed down upon the 9 dragons gathering essence formation, obscuring the 9 dragon veins of the formation, effectively forming what we now know as the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. Ever since that day, the demon race has not reappeared in the 3 realms. However, in those years, some clansmen failed to retreat in time and remained behind, intermarrying with the demon beasts of the 3 realms, leaving behind a half-demon, half-beast bloodline. a lineage now branded by the world as the remnants of the demon race. Brother Wukong, this is the origin of all that transpired. I have told you everything, without a shred of deception. Surely now you must believe me. Having recounted the events from beginning to end, Mu Chengshuan's emotions, once filled with resentment and indignation, gradually began to calm. He had expected to feel nothing but agony, yet he found that the truth was not as difficult to accept as he had once feared. These were events of the past. Even if he wished to change them, he could not. Giving voice to the bitterness choked in his heart had, in the end, brought him a sense of relief. Sun Wukong nodded, remaining silent. Having experienced betrayal himself, he understood these feelings all too well. He could empathize deeply with what Mu Chengshuan was enduring. In truth, how the three realms had evolved and transformed since the Great War of the Investiture of the Gods had always remained a mystery to Sun Wukong. Within the archives of the Divine Palace of Life and Death, the records of the Investiture War were meticulously detailed. Yet there was almost nothing written of the eras that followed. It was clear that the Chan sect had flourished after the war. Yet by his own time, not a trace of its immortals could be found. So it seemed that hidden between those pages lay the secret of a cataclysmic war between the immortals and the demons. He had asked all that needed to be asked, and he had learned all that he needed to know. Sun Wukong decided not to waste another moment. Breaking this seal formation was no simple task, and the sheer pressure was enough to cause his body to shatter in an instant. Of course, that is not to say that his current situation was entirely without peril. The meridians of the Heavenly Demon Physique were indeed exceptionally resilient, yet they still possessed a breaking point. He had to refine and absorb this surging essence with haste, for if the energy continued to scour his meridians in such a violent manner, it would eventually exceed his capacity to endure. Casting aside all distractions, and even sealing off his six senses, Sun Wukong threw his full focus into circulating the 8-9 mysterious art, drawing in the quintessence flowing within his meridians, transforming it into primordial power, and pouring it into his Hunyuan true spirit and his very bones and flesh, nourishing both his soul and his physical form. As this essence was absorbed, Sun Wukong's Hunyuan spirit, and the physical prowess he had already pushed to the absolute limit, began to show faint signs of further advancement. This session of cultivation consumed no less than 8 full years. The star spirit energy he had ingested was finally thoroughly absorbed by Sun Wukong. The rhythmic throbbing of the giant heart abruptly ceased. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, and a streak of brilliant golden light flickered in their depths, forcing Mu Chengshuan, who had been watching him intently, to squeeze his eyes shut. This star spirit energy was truly formidable. It was a sacred treasure for cultivation, and it was no wonder it could give rise to an entire sacred dynasty. Sun Wukong's heart surged with wild excitement. Based on his current progress, if he could absorb this same amount of energy once more, it would be enough for him to elevate his foundation and reach the rank of a Taiyi golden immortal. Brother Wukong, The golden light faded from Sun Wukong's eyes, and Mu Chengshuan, who had been forced to blink away the glare, finally opened his eyes once more. Just as he intended to offer a word of congratulations, he saw that Sun Wukong paid him no mind, reverting to his old tricks by gathering another orb of star spirit energy, swallowing it in one gulp, and returning to his meditative state. 10,000 curses raced through Mu Chengshuan's mind. The words he meant to speak stuck in his throat, and he was forced to swallow them back down. Despite his speechlessness, he could do nothing but wait patiently for Sun Wukong to finish. 689 years passed, and as Sun Wukong concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes, he did not rush to draw in more star spirit energy. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue, but time would no longer permit it. His lifespan was nearing its end, with only 3 years remaining. In 3 years, the underworld would dispatch its soul-reaping envoys to claim the soul of Sun Wukong. No, he could not mend it here. Otherwise, there was a high probability that agents of the underworld would discover the secret of the 9 dragons gathering stars formation hidden beneath the Huaguo mountain. Mu Chengshuan, I have urgent matters to attend to, which will likely require 3 years. Once resolved, I shall return to rescue you. Remain at peace, and do not be impatient. After receiving Mu Chengshuan's gratitude and well wishes, Sun Wukong smiled and replied, You speak of urgent matters, Brother Wukong, but is it truly necessary to depart at this very moment? Rescue me first, and I shall accompany you. Brother Wukong, are you returning already? Mu Chengshuan was stunned, his heart filled with doubt. Sun Wukong had been here the entire time. He had not seen him receive any transmission. So why did he suddenly have matters to attend to? A journey that will take 3 to 5 years. Regrettably, Sun Wukong had no intention of explaining himself further. Leaving behind those words, he turned and used an earth-shifting technique to depart. Mu Chengshuan felt a surge of frustration, 1,000 curses building within him that he dared not voice aloud. After letting out a few frustrated shouts, he had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the reality of his situation. He could only hope that Sun Wukong was true to his word, that in 3 years, once his task was finished, he would return to set him free. Unlike the descent, the repulsive force of the spiritual Kia now acted as a powerful propellant, assisting in his departure. It did not take long for Sun Wukong to return to the water curtain cave. He had barely settled into his wooden cottage when the door creaked open. The young fox spirit, Sun Xiaoqing, peered inside from the threshold, locking eyes with Sun Wukong before swiftly darting into the room. "Ah, big brother. You are here." The young girl paused for a moment, her face blooming with joy as she pushed the door wide and rushed forward, burying her head into Sun Wukong's embrace. "No, big brother, you deceived me. You said you were going into seclusion, yet you secretly snuck out to play without bringing Qinger along." Sun Wukong's face darkened. "Qinger? Since when did you know I wasn't here?" "Qinger knew long ago. On the third day after you announced your seclusion." Sun Xiaoqing looked up from Sun Wukong's chest. Pouting, she complained. "Big brother, you are so mean. You said you were in seclusion and must not be disturbed, yet you secretly snuck out by yourself. Tell me, where did you go to have fun? And why did you not take Qingrier with you? Only the third year?" Sun Wukong was speechless. For cultivators, a seclusion lasting a decade or two was common, and periods of 100 years were merely routine. He had assumed he could slip away undetected. He had not expected Sun Xiaoqing to discover his absence so quickly. Had this little girl spread the news to everyone? "Big brother, rest easy. Qinger is not that foolish. I knew you must have wanted to hide your whereabouts, using seclusion as a mere excuse. Qinger would never betray you. I have not told a single soul." Sun Xiaoqing gave a mischievous smile and wagged a finger. "Not even brother Lang Xuan." Phew. Sun Wukong sighed in relief. It was fortunate. Besides Sun Xiaoqing, no one knew where he had truly gone. Otherwise, he would have had to expend great effort in explaining himself. Sun Wukong did not wish to reveal the matter of Mu Chengshuan to others just yet. The sealing formation had been cast by the great master Xuandu, with the backing of both Taishang Laojun and the primordial begin. Setting aside these two great sages, even the quasi-saint great master Xuandu was far beyond what Sun Wukong could currently contend with. He would keep this secret for as long as he could. It would be best to wait until he had officially turned against the heavenly court before bringing it to light. "Big brother, where have you been all these years? Qinger has always been keeping watch over this place." "Honestly, big brother, you leave for over a decade before finally deciding to return." Sun Xiaoqing pouted, casting a reproachful glance towards Sun Wukong. "No, about that matter. Big brother has been away attending to a matter of great importance, one that cannot be disclosed to others for the time being." "Little sister Qing, you must keep this secret for me." "Do you mean to say even you cannot keep it? You have a habit of talking in your sleep. Should you accidentally let it slip, it would bring immense trouble upon our Mount Huaguo. Are you certain you still wish to know? In that case, Qinger would rather not know anymore." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaoqing abandoned her attempt to probe into Sun Wukong's whereabouts. She truly did have a habit of talking in her sleep, and she could never seem to correct it. If she were to truly cause trouble for Mount Huaguo through a slip of the tongue, she would never forgive herself. Under Sun Xiaoqing's persistent insistence, Sun Wukong agreed to let the young girl treat him to a fine meal. While chatting, a telepathic transmission was sent out. Before long, the minor demon in charge of the kitchens brought an exquisite feast into the wooden hut, while she warned, "Do not tell anyone that big brother has emerged from seclusion, or I shall hold you accountable." Putting on a fierce display to threaten the minor demon, she watched with satisfaction as it bowed in fear, before finally shooing it away. Sun Xiaoqing beamed, her lips curling into a bright smile. She closed the door and dashed into Sun Wukong's arms, relying on him just as she did in her childhood, boisterously demanding that he feed her. "Qinger, you have grown into a young woman now. Why are you still acting like a child?" Sun Wukong chuckled, tapping Sun Xiaoqing on the forehead. Yet he still indulged her, feeding her just as he had in the past. How the years fly. The thin, frail little girl of the past had grown into a graceful young woman, and it seemed her cultivation had improved significantly as well, reaching the earth immortal realm. She must have weathered the tribulation of the apocalypse during the decade he was away. "Regardless, I am still Big Brother's little sister." Sun Xiaoqing giggled, enjoying the food Sun Wukong offered her. She began to excitedly recount the various interesting events that had unfolded on Mount Huaguo over the past years. Although the young girl's account jumped from topic to topic, Sun Wukong was able to grasp a general understanding of the situation on Mount Huaguo through her words. The regulations and systems implemented by Lang Xuan on Mount Huaguo over the years had shown clear results. Mount Huaguo was no longer as disorganized as it had been in the past. Both the great and minor demons now had their own distinct duties, enjoying different levels of cultivation resources and living standards. Naturally, these roles were assigned based on individual capability, considering not only cultivation level but also specific talents. Sun Xiaoqing could not explain the specifics clearly. However, Sun Wukong had never intended to manage such trivialities. As long as the development of Mount Huaguo was on the right track, that was enough. As long as he held command over the greater situation, all would be well. Let such trivial matters remain the burden of Leng Xian and Zun Wushuang to worry about. Aside from the affairs of Huaguoshan, the names Sun Xiaoqing mentioned most often were Luo Bai and Leng Xian. It was clear that the young man, Luo Bai, had set his sights on Sun Xiaoqing, hovering around her all day and racking his brains to find ways to make her smile. Leng Xian's attitude towards Sun Xiaoqing also seemed distinct, different from his treatment of others. Naturally, these were merely observations Sun Wukong gleaned from Sun Xiaoqing's own words. Though the young maiden had grown into her beauty, her heart remained innocent, and she remained oblivious to the subtle undercurrents. Sun Wukong heard it all, yet he chose to remain silent. In matters of romance, he himself was but a novice, and it was better not to meddle in the affairs of the little fox demon. Regardless of whom Sun Xiaoqing might choose in the future, they would undoubtedly have to pass his judgment first. That point was beyond dispute. After a feast of food and wine, Sun Xiaoqing departed, fully satisfied. Sun Wukong offered a few words of caution, instructing her to keep the news of his return from seclusion a secret for the time being. Having absorbed the essence of the spirit energy beneath the earth, Sun Wukong now stood at the very threshold of a breakthrough. Yet, he did not intend to advance to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm just yet. With 3 years remaining, he chose to first consolidate his foundation. Generally speaking, ascending from Taiyi Loose Immortal to Taiyi Golden Immortal does not require enduring a heavenly tribulation. However, Sun Wukong felt a vague premonition that his own advancement would trigger a heavenly catastrophe. Though it was but a sensation, at his current realm, such spiritual intuition was never without cause. It was highly likely that a tribulation would descend upon his breakthrough. For that very reason, he could not afford to advance recklessly. Sun Wukong resolved to suppress his breakthrough, saving it as a trump card to be unleashed only when faced with a desperate, inescapable situation. When that time came, the heaven-sent calamity would drag all surrounding enemies into the chaos, potentially turning the tide of battle in ways no one could predict. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout that time, apart from Sun Xiaoqing visiting twice, the demon disciples of Huaguoshan remained entirely unaware that their great sage equaling heaven had emerged from seclusion. As the final hour of his destined lifespan approached, a chilling wind suddenly stirred within the depths of the water curtain cave, accompanied by a haunting, ethereal melody. Sun Wukong, seated in meditation, was suddenly struck by an overwhelming wave of dizziness. Sensing a disturbance in his heart, he circulated his 8-9 profound art to purge the faintness from his body. Yet, Sun Wukong chose to feign a state of unconsciousness. As he slumped gently onto his bed, a gray vortex manifested upon the ground. 2 figures drifted slowly from the swirling mist. One was clad in black, holding a banner of interlaced black and white, while the other wore white, brandishing chains and a morning staff. They were the soul-snatching envoys of the underworld, the black and white impermanents. Why were they here instead of Oxhead and Horseface? Why these grim, weeping visages? Sun Wukong recalled that in his past life, it was Oxhead and Horseface who had come for his soul. Why had fate seen fit to change them to the black and white impermanence in this life? While Sun Wukong pondered these thoughts in silence, the pair struck. With a sharp whistle, the soul-snatching chain in white impermanence's hand lunged forward, piercing straight into Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong felt his spirit tremble, a sensation of his soul threatening to be ripped from his mortal coil. He hurriedly channeled his profound art to stabilize his essence. Strange. Why can't I hook it out? Bai Wuchang furrowed his brows, once again driving his soul-hooking chains. Still, it was completely useless. Sun Wukong's soul remained as firm as Mount Tai within his body, refusing to be drawn out no matter what. Could it be that this mortal's time has not yet come? Is that why his soul is so steadfastly locked in place? He Wuchang likewise knitted his brows. This was the very first time they had encountered a situation where their soul-hooking chains failed to extract a soul. Even if their appointed time has not arrived, these soul-hooking chains of ours should still be capable of forcibly ripping the soul forth. How truly bizarre. He Wuchang shook the soul-attracting banner in his hand, causing that strange, eerie music to echo once more. However, Sun Wukong was well prepared this time, and despite appearing fast asleep on the outside, his 8-9-9 ranks cultivation technique threw up a solid defense against the sound waves, leaving him completely unaffected. He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang were at their wits' end. As mere emissaries of the underworld, their strength was limited, having not even reached the earth immortal realm. They relied entirely on the soul-hooking chains and the soul-attracting banner in their hands. Now that these 2 deadly soul-harvesting artifacts proved useless, they were left utterly powerless. If all else fails, we have no choice but to drag both his physical body and soul back together. We shall let the Grand Judge use his judge's quill to sever them apart, Bai Wuchang suggested. What say you? It seems this is our only option. He Wuchang pondered deeply for a moment before nodding in agreement. Stepping forward, the 2 lifted Sun Wukong from the bed from both sides and stepped into the vortex. A ghostly wind howled as the vortex shrank back into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Upon the Yellow Springs Road in the Netherworld realm, a swirling vortex emerged, and He and Bai Wuchang stepped out hauling Sun Wukong. What rotten luck had I known! I never would have helped Oxhead and Horseface with this wretched task. This damned monkey is heavy as iron. Dragging him all the way to the city of the unjustly dead is going to drain an immense amount of ghostly power. He Wuchang grumbled in frustration. Normally, reaping souls was as routine as eating a meal for them, but dragging a living body along with its soul into the Netherworld realm was by no means a simple feat. It demanded a heavy toll of spiritual power, known universally as ghostly power in the Netherworld realm, and that was merely to bring a physical body from the Yang realm down here. Should they wish to send it back, it would likely require the divine capabilities of the Tenyama kings. Lowly ghosts like He and Bai Wuchang simply lacked such power. Who told you to lose that gamble yesterday? We just have to suck it up and deal with it. Besides, we had no idea this errand would be such back-breaking work beforehand. Forget it. We had better hurry along. The sooner we deliver this monkey to the city of the unjustly dead, the sooner we can demand compensation from Oxhead and Horseface. Bai Wuchang let out a long sigh, his face similarly brimming with helplessness. Just as the two were lamenting their fate, a mischievous laugh suddenly echoed right beside their ears. What kind of compensation? Shouldn't Old Sun get a cut of it first? Good heavens! Startled out of their wits, Black and White Impermanence instantly released Sun Wukong's arms and leaped 2 zang away, staring at him in utter disbelief. Their mockingly smug expressions instantly froze as their eyelids twitched and their mouths trembled. You! How can you be completely unharmed? Who said Old Sun is unharmed? This is a massive problem. Sun Wukong's expression darkened menacingly. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, extending both hands to firmly grip their shoulders. Old Sun was enjoying a peaceful slumber, yet you two audacious little ghosts dared to steal my soul. Failing that, you brought me directly to this netherworld. Who gave you such courage? High Immortal, spare us. Spare our lives. We were merely acting under orders. Trapped in Sun Wukong's iron grip, Black and White Impermanence felt as though locked in crushing shackles. Unable to move an inch, they howled in agonizing pain, begging for mercy. Acting under orders? Ha! What a fine excuse. Acting under orders. And whose orders might those be? Take Old Sun to him at once. I want to see just what kind of fool dares to pluck feathers from a tiger's brow. Sun Wukong growled fiercely, shoving Black and White Impermanence to the ground before delivering a sharp kick, commanding them to crawl back up and lead the way. How could they dare to resist? Submissively they scrambled to their feet, guiding Sun Wukong along the Yellow Springs Road toward the city of the unjustly dead, while inwardly cursing 18 generations of Oxhead and Horseface's ancestors. It was all because those two bastards insisted on swapping shifts with them. Otherwise, how could they have encountered a fiend like Sun Wukong? If fortune failed them today, their spectral lives would surely end right here. Seeing Black and White Impermanence's mournful, grief-stricken faces, Sun Wukong secretly found it laughable. Naturally, he knew the 10 kings of hell had ordered his soul summoned, according to the life and death ledger. But what of it? These underworld ghost emissaries had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Giving them a taste of suffering was nothing more than they deserved. What kind of turtle pace is this? Speak! Which way do we go? From entering the netherworld to reaching the city of the unjustly dead lay a vast stretch of the Yellow Springs Road. At the speed of Black and White Impermanence, it would take a day and a night to traverse. Lacking the patience to waste time with them, Sun Wukong summoned a tempest that engulfed the pair, sweeping them down the Yellow Springs Road at a breakneck speed. While the somersault cloud would have been even faster, the skies of the netherworld were shrouded in chaotic dark lightning, severing connection with the mortal realm. Flying too high would draw its destructive wrath. Thus, Sun Wukong rode the gale, combining it with the divine ability to shrink miles into inches. Black and White Impermanence only saw the scenery blur past them. By the time they regained their senses, they were already standing before the gates of the city of the unjustly dead. But we didn't even get the chance to point the way. Black and White Impermanence stood stunned. Sun Wukong had asked them for directions, yet before they could even utter a word, they had been swept across the realm. We arrived before the city gates in the flash of a spark. There was only one path to begin with. Did I really need you two to point it out? Sun Wukong cast a contemptuous glare at Black and White Impermanence, urging them forward with rising impatience. Stop blabbering. Lead the way into the city at once. Old Sun must go and ask which blind fool had the nerve to order my soul reap. He and Bai Wuchang dared not object, immediately nodding in submissive agreement as they headed toward the gates of the city of the unjustly dead. Halt! Who dares trespass into the city of the unjustly dead? As they approached the gates, He and Bai Wuchang passed through, but Sun Wukong was blocked by the ghostly guards. His brows furrowed slightly, as a flash of icy murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding." The eyelids of He and Bai Wuchang twitched in sheer terror as they hurriedly turned back to block the gate guards. In truth, they were shielding the guards from Sun Wukong. Otherwise, these spectral soldiers would likely be annihilated within 2 or 3 strikes. "We brothers were ordered by Grand Left Judge to reap a soul from the Yang realm. This is the soul we have brought back. Ahem, ahem. That is to say, this esteemed guest." Bai Wuchang coughed repeatedly, while winking frantically at the gate guards to give them a signal. Regrettably, these gate guards were either utterly dim-witted, or had grown rigid from endless guard duty, failing entirely to grasp Bai Wuchang's intent. Nonsense. A reaped soul should be devoid of its physical husk. This person clearly possesses both flesh and soul intact. How could he possibly be a reaped soul? Speak the truth. Who in the world are you? What is your purpose for sneaking into our netherworld realm? Speak the truth of your grandmother's foot. You are courting a beating. Sun Wukong was never one to boast a gentle temperament, and though he had restrained his murderous nature far more in this life than his previous one, that depended entirely on who he was dealing with. These mere underworld guards, daring to flex their power and babble incessantly before him, were simply tired of living. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong drew the as-you-will golden hoop staff from his ear, expanding it to the width of a bowl, and delivered a sweeping strike across the air. In an instant, the gate guards were smashed to splinters along with their weapons. Grabbing He and Bai Wuchang with one hand, he charged directly into the city of the unjustly dead, carving a path straight through the city. Anyone who dared to block his way was utterly pulverized into dust by the as-you-will golden-hooped staff. The display terrified the masses of ghost kind, leaving them trembling uncontrollably, with not a single soul daring to step forward to stop him. Striding directly into the Senluo Palace, he roared, "Which one of you ordered these 2 ghost emissaries to reap old Sun's soul? Get out here before me!" Standing at the center of the grand hall of Senluo Palace, Sun Wukong slammed He and Bai Wuchang to the floor, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. He slammed the as-you-will golden hoop staff violently against the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble as his proud, furious shout echoed rapidly in all directions. "This is bad! This is truly disastrous!" King Qingwang, head of the 10 kings of Yanluo, was sitting upright within his own hall. Suddenly, the wails of ghosts and soldiers echoed through the hall as they surged inside, reporting with tearful cries that Sun Wukong had breached the city of the wrong dead. He was storming toward the Senluo Hall, and terror took hold of them instantly. "What manner of demonic immortal dares to violate my underworld? Follow me at once to confront this intruder." Not only did King Qingguang receive the news, but the other 9 Yama kings were also alerted to Sun Wukong's rampage in the city of the wronged dead. Clutching their swords, they rushed toward the Senluo Hall. "What demonic immortal dares to cause chaos in my underworld? Do you not fear being cast into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reincarnated?" King Qingguang was the first to arrive at the hall. Upon entering, he beheld the arrogant figure of Sun Wukong standing in the center, his Ruyi Jingu Bang driven deep into the floor. Spiderweb cracks radiated across the stone, causing a flicker of genuine alarm in his heart. Yet, driven by the pride of the leader of the 10 Yama kings, he drew his sword and pointed it at Sun Wukong, shouting, "So I wondered who it was." It turns out to be King Qingguang. Hearing the voice, Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the king, the corners of his mouth curling into a cunning, mocking smile. "Why have you come alone? The other 9 Yama kings are behind me. Do you truly know who I am?" King Qingguang was stunned, his expression darkening immediately. "Since you know who I am, how dare you act so insolently? This is my domain, the underworld. It is not for the likes of you to run wild." "Oh," Sun Wukong let out a faint, dismissive sound. It was strange. In his past life, when he had wreaked havoc in the underworld, this King Qingguang had not shown such defiance. Back then, he had simply stormed the Senluo Hall, and this man, along with the other 9 Yama kings, had bowed and scraped with subservience. Why, then, was he acting so resolute today? With a flicker of golden light, the fiery eyes of truth were unleashed. Sun Wukong scanned the cultivation base of King Qingguang, only to discover that this man was a Taiyi golden immortal. This was not right. There was something deeply amiss, and secrets were being hidden from him. Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly. With the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal, how could the king have been so servile in his previous life? At that time, he himself had only just survived the 3 great calamities and reached the level of a Taiyi loose immortal. Even with the divine weapon Ruyi Jingu Bang in hand, a Taiyi golden immortal like King Qingguang should not have surrendered without even offering a struggle. Furthermore, there were the other 9 Yama kings, whose strength should not have been far off from his. With the 10 kings united, he himself would have struggled to hold his ground, let alone force them to watch helplessly as he struck the names of the Monkey Clan from the Book of Life and Death. Sun Wukong's expression turned grim. Could it be that the entire havoc in the underworld was nothing more than a farce, a script written by another, with himself as nothing more than a chess piece, much like the journey to the Western Heaven, which had been calculated by others from the start? Seeing the shift in Sun Wukong's expression, King Qingguang mistook the monkey's contemplation for fear. He stood tall, speaking with newfound authority. "Who are you? For what reason do you dare to cause trouble in my underworld? Speak the truth immediately, or do not blame this king for being merciless with his blade." King Qingguang's outburst instantly drew the full focus of Sun Wukong. The resentment and deep unwillingness he felt transformed into a towering rage, crushing down upon King Qingguang. The true sunfire surged across his body, erupting in a sudden blaze. He, the great sage, would never be another's pawn. With a resounding roar, he unleashed the heaven and earth manifestation. In an instant, Sun Wukong's form swelled to 10,000 feet, shattering the roof of the Senluo Palace in one violent motion. Golden light enveloped the Ruyi Jingubang in his hands as he raised it high toward the heavens. At that very moment, the primordial yin lightning in the sky above the netherworld seemed to sense his defiance. Amidst a deafening explosion, the lightning struck downward toward the staff. As it hit the mountain-sized weapon, the energy surged along it, crashing directly into Sun Wukong's colossal form. Sun Wukong could not suppress a low, pained groan. The power of this primordial yin lightning was no less formidable than the three great calamities. And in terms of damage to the divine soul, it was perhaps even more potent. Even with his heaven and earth manifestation active, Sun Wukong felt as though he had suffered a grave injury. "Fool! To dare unleash such a manifestation within the underworld. Do you treat the realm's guardian divine lightning as mere child's play?" King Qingguang was startled at first. This heaven and earth manifestation was not a technique that just anyone could command. While standard magic power can be accumulated over time, profound divine techniques cannot. Such power is inextricably linked to an individual's innate talent and their comprehension of the laws of heaven. Furthermore, techniques of this magnitude generally require a physical body that has attained the status of a saint. Little did he expect that this demon monkey was, in fact, a formidable demon immortal who had achieved such physical sanctification. Yet, a mocking smirk quickly crossed King Qingguang's face. As the leader of the 10 Yama kings of the Netherworld's underworld, he knew the nature of this place well. He was intimately familiar with the destructive power of the primordial yin lightning. This was the most terrifying, destructive divine lightning within the entire Netherworld. Let alone this monkey, even a great Luo golden immortal would not dare to touch it recklessly. Sun Wukong had grown to such a towering height, his weapon held so high, that it threatened to pierce the very clouds. If the primordial yin lightning didn't strike him, who else would it strike? Foolish. He was truly, utterly foolish. Sun Wukong was, in truth, enduring a torment beyond measure. Driven by a momentary rage and unable to vent the resentment in his heart, he had unleashed his manifestation, hoping to crush everything before him with a single strike. He had not expected that before his blow could even land, he would draw down the primordial yin lightning from the heavens. Thousands of lightning bolts rained down, piercing through the Ruyi Jingubang and slamming viciously into his body. The sensation was nothing short of agonizing. Every hair on Sun Wukong's body stood on end, and the muscles around his eyes twitched uncontrollably. King Qingguang, what is happening here? The other 9 Yama kings arrived one after another at the now ruined Senluo Palace. Seeing the devastation across the city, and the sky-piercing giant monkey nearby, their expressions shifted in alarm. From where did this demon immortal of the ape clan emerge? To come to Senluo Palace and run wild? What an unhinged creature. To dare manifest such a technique and provoke the guardian divine lightning. He is surely destined to be reduced to dust and scattered spirits. King Qingguang pointed towards Sun Wukong, his tone carrying a trace of regret, but far more mockery. Very well, this saves me the trouble of dirtying my own hands. From whence does this demonic immortal hail? Why has he come to my underworld to wreak such havoc? King Yama furrowed his brows, casting a piercing gaze toward black and white impermanents, who were cowering in the ruins of the Grand Hall, and with a flick of his hand he pulled them toward him. What is the background of this individual? Was it the 2 of you who brought him here? Your Majesty, King Yama. This man is named Sun Wukong, from the water curtain cave of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. We were merely acting under the orders of the left judge to harvest his soul, but his spirit was too sturdy. We could not extract it. With no other options, we were forced to bring him here, body and soul alike. Your Majesty, we never could have foreseen that such a catastrophe would unfold. Black and white impermanents were distraught, wishing they could cry, yet unable to produce a single tear. Had they known this soul was such a malevolent star, they would have sooner faced death than accept this errand. That the left judge issued the command left King Yama feeling rather surprised. Although the 10 kings of Yama reigned supreme in the underworld, the matters of judging and soul reaping had always been the responsibility of the left and right judges of the Senluo Palace. Each served a 3-year term, wielding the spring and autumn judge's brush, with the authority to examine the ledger of life and death. If the left judge had indeed ordered the arrest of Sun Wukong, he must have already consulted the ledger of life and death. Without such authorization, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. Where is the left judge? Summon him to me at once. Within a radius of several dozen miles, everything had been leveled. The earth had sunk deep into the ground by over 100 feet. Every structure, every ghost soldier, and even a mountain of the netherworld behind the city of wrong souls were caught in the wake of the destruction. All were reduced to nothingness, with not even a speck of dust remaining. With a faint shimmer, the colossal 10,000-foot-tall ape vanished from sight. Sun Wukong dispelled his divine Dharma form, leaning on his shrunken Ruyi Jingu Bang as he gasped for breath. The strike moments ago held boundless power, but it had nearly drained every ounce of celestial essence from his body, even exhausting a significant portion of his primal spirit energy. That he remained standing at this moment was only due to a singular, stubborn obsession holding him upright. Cold sweat poured incessantly from his forehead and back. Only he knew how much sheer luck was required to survive that harrowing ordeal. Just moments ago, the unique environment of the netherworld had triggered his lightning tribulation, inner demon tribulation, and soul tribulation simultaneously. The violent, bloodthirsty nature of the demon race served as his inner demon tribulation. The terrifying destruction inflicted upon his flesh and soul by the netherworld's chaotic yin lightning manifested as both his earthly tribulation and soul tribulation, exploding all at once. Moments ago, under the dual pressure of the uncontrollable berserk celestial essence within him and the devastating might of the chaotic yin lightning, Sun Wukong had nearly shattered into pieces and perished. At that critical juncture, the Ruyi Jingu Bang, which had been nurtured and upgraded within his body, suddenly exerted a massive gravitational pull, siphoning away all the volatile celestial essence and chaotic yin lightning, transforming them into a surging, replenishing power that flowed back into him. It was precisely for this reason that Sun Wukong was able to unleash a strike so earth-shattering, one that far transcended the limits of his own cultivation. The destructive power of that strike was terrifying, let alone his current Taiyi loose immortal realm. Even those in the late stage of the Daluo golden immortal realm, or perhaps even a quasi-saint, might not be able to replicate such a feat. This ferocious strike had almost completely drained Sun Wukong of his strength. At this moment, even the slightest movement was a monumental task for him. He could only rely on his Ruyi Jingu Bang to maintain an upright stance. With his body trembling slightly, and struggling to muster the last remnants of his energy, he retrieved his final 9-turn Yuan-gathering pill, and swallowed it. As the medicinal pill entered his body, it instantly transformed into a warm current, flowing through his entire being. His withered body felt as if it were being nourished by heavenly dew, greedily absorbing the essence within the elixir for the duration of half an incense stick. Sun Wukong remained in that standing posture, never shifting an inch. With the medicinal power of the 9-turn Yuan-gathering pill circulating through the 8-9 arcane art, he was quickly restored, finally recovering to his normal state. The dust clouds shrouding half of the Wangxi city gradually dissipated, and the giant phantom manifested by the Yama Great Formation vanished, revealing the 9 surviving Yama kings and the ghost clansmen of the ruins. Aside from the 9 Yama kings, all the ghost soldiers and generals wore expressions of terror and dazed disbelief. This bastard. King Qingguang's legs turned to jelly. He knelt on one knee, having exhausted himself to sustain the Yama Great Formation. The toll on the 9 Yama kings had been immense. At this moment, every one of them, including King Qingguang, felt their limbs go limp, as their Dharma power was nearly depleted. Even for experts of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, recovering from such a state was no easy feat. How could this demonic ape's strength be so terrifying? This defies all reason. King Qingguang could not fathom it, and the other 8 Yama kings were equally bewildered. Although, before reaching the quasi-saint realm, cultivation level does not always represent an absolute division of power. Among Taiyi loose immortals, there exist gifted beings capable of rivaling Daluo golden immortals. But the strike Sun Wukong had just launched had clearly surpassed the limits of the Daluo golden immortal realm. It was a harrowing attack that only those at the level of a quasi-saint should be able to execute. Is this demonic ape truly just a Taiyi loose immortal? Whoosh! A figure arrived from the horizon, riding upon the clouds, and descended beside King Qingguang and the 9 Yama kings. It was Yama King, who had sensed that something was amiss and had fled the scene earlier. Among the 10 Yama kings, he alone remained at his peak state, yet his expression was as grim and unsightly as the rest. Yama King, what are you waiting for? The demonic ape's cultivation allowed him to unleash such a terrifying attack. He must surely be as exhausted and drained of power as we are now. Why do you not hurry to capture him? King Qingguang, seeing Yama King standing silently by his side without making a move, roared in anger, only to realize, no, he still has strength left. Yama King shook his head. Unlike King Qingguang, Yama King had never underestimated Sun Wukong from the start. For a powerful demon immortal to reach the Taiyi Lu's immortal realm, he should have long ago transcended the ordinary cycles of life and death. His name should no longer be recorded in the Book of Life and Death. How could a warrant for his soul have ever been issued? There is certainly something amiss here. It is impossible. Such an attack would exhaust even a great Luo Golden Immortal, let alone someone who is merely a Taiyi Lu's immortal. Yama, could it be that you and this demon monkey have some sort of secret arrangement? Why have you been hesitating to advance? King Qingguang, mind your words. I conduct my affairs with integrity. How dare you slander me so casually? The words of King Qingguang ignited a surge of fury within Yama. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he glared at King Qingguang, sending a chilling shiver through the other's soul. Yama, what are you intending to do? Yama did not respond, offering only a cold snort. He had never seen eye to eye with King Qingguang, tolerating him only out of respect for their shared position among the 10 kings of hell. Yet, for this man to slander him so blatantly was an unbearable humiliation. A freezing light flashed in Yama's eyes as his thoughts raced. Should he seize this opportunity to dispose of King Qingguang? But the 7 other Yama kings were all present. If he were to strike at King Qingguang, there would be far too many witnesses. He could not possibly eliminate all 7 of the remaining Yama kings. What was he planning to do? Naturally, he wanted you dead. But there were simply too many people present for him to dare strike. A cold laugh echoed through the air. While Yama hesitated, Sun Wukong gripped his Ruyi Jingu Bang, stepping out of the deep crater and marching toward Yudu City. The killing intent radiating from his body was immense, showing not a single shred of weakness. The expressions of the 10 kings of hell, Yama included, shifted in terror. As for the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, along with the impermanence duo, they were trembling to the point of turning deathly pale, not daring to even draw a full breath. Exalted Immortal, everything that happened previously was merely a misunderstanding. We were simply following the records within the cycle of life and death ledger, with no intention of opposing you. We beseech the Exalted Immortal to quell your rage. Permit us to investigate the situation, and we shall handle it accordingly. What does the Exalted Immortal think of this? Eyes darting, a smile blossomed on Yama's face as he approached Sun Wukong, bowing with hands cupped in a display of subservience entirely devoid of the haughty arrogance expected of a king of the underworld. Indeed. It is all just a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Please, Exalted Immortal, lower your wrath. We shall verify the life and death ledger immediately and provide you with a satisfactory answer. King Dushi, King Lunchuan, King Chujiang, and the other Yama kings of the underworld hurriedly chimed in with their agreement. This Sun Wukong was truly monstrous. Despite being merely a Taiyi Lu's immortal, he could unleash an attack at the quasi-saint level, and what's more, his spirit appeared perfectly restored, as if he had suffered no exhaustion at all. He was truly heaven-defying. Standing before such a manifestation of slaughter, it was best to simply concede. This was the collective thought of the Yama kings at that moment. With the exception of King Qingguang, whose complexion was grim and volatile, shifting between red and white. After all, it was he who had mocked and provoked Sun Wukong earlier. The other Yama kings could afford to grovel and flatter Sun Wukong, but he could not bring himself to bow his head. That was, in his eyes, the ultimate form of cowardice. King Qingguang! King Qingguang! The call from King Taishan jolted him out of his internal struggle. Hurry! Produce the Cycle of Life and Death Ledger. The Cycle of Life and Death Ledger, that the Exalted Immortal wished to see, was a high-grade, Xiantian spirit treasure. When combined with the Spring and Autumn Arbiter's pen, it could reach the rank of a peak-grade, Xiantian spirit treasure. It was traditionally safeguarded by the 10 kings of hell in rotation. They switched custody every 10 years, and it just so happened that it was currently King Qingguang's turn to guard the ledger within his palace. Allow this king to retrieve it. Exalted Immortal, please wait a moment. King Qingguang rose from the ground. Though his body remained weak, he managed to recover some strength. He cast a surreptitious glance at Sun Wukong, but upon seeing the monkey glaring back with murderous intent, a chill gripped his very heart. After all, pride was worth little compared to one's own life. Gritting his teeth, King Qingguang forced a strained smile, bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong, and turned toward his first palace. Sun Wukong watched King Qingguang's retreating figure. His eyes narrowed slightly. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred within him. However, he did not dwell on it. Under the fawning hospitality of King Yama and the others, he took his seat at the head of the main hall, which remained somewhat intact. He awaited the return of King Qingguang with the Book of Life and Death. Within the first palace of the 10 halls of the underworld, King Qingguang entered the back chamber. Standing before the statue of the Yama Emperor, his face twisted in fury, his brows twitching uncontrollably. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He was King Qingguang, the leader of the 10 halls of Yama. Since he began governing the underworld, When had he ever endured such disgrace? Even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, dispatched by the Western Buddhist realm to oversee the underworld, had always treated the 10 halls of Yama with due courtesy. That Bodhisattva possessed the cultivation of a quasi-saint, yet this Sun Wukong was merely a lowly Taiyi loose immortal. By what right did he act so arrogantly? The more he pondered, the deeper his resentment grew. Gazing at the statue of the Yama Emperor, King Qingguang's expression grew more distorted, and a mad scheme began to take root in his heart. The next moment, a dark light shimmered on his hands. He struck several mystical seals onto the statue, revealing a hidden formation within, from which the Book of Life and Death slowly emerged. "You wild simian, you dare to humiliate me. This king shall ensure you are trapped in this netherworld for eternity, suffering the erosion of nether ghostly energy day and night. Let us see how long you can endure." A glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. From his robes, King Qingguang withdrew a massive brush over 2 feet long. Runes of the Great Dako swirled around its shaft, and the moment it appeared, it resonated in harmony with the Book of Life and Death. This was the Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush. Upon arriving at the Senluo Palace earlier, King Qingguang had discovered the mangled remains of the ill-fated left judge, and quietly taken the brush from the corpse. Now, the time had come to use it. The Book of Life and Death, known as the Nether Book, is one of the 3 heavenly, earthly, and mortal books. Along with the Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush, it records and governs the reincarnation of all beings below the earthly immortal realm, across the 3 realms. Yet, its greatest function remains as the treasure that suppresses the netherworld, controlling the passage between the mortal realm and the underworld. King Qingguang's intent was to permanently seal the gateway between the 2 realms, creating a place with no exit. A light, woven with black and white, erupted from the judge's brush and struck the Book of Life and Death. Instantly, the entire book shone with a brilliant radiance, before abruptly expanding outward. In the span of a few breaths, it had spread across the entire netherworld. Upon the barrier separating the netherworld from the mortal realm, dense seals appeared, interlocking in an instant to completely sever the connection between the 2 worlds. Rumble. A strange, deafening roar echoed through the skies of the netherworld. The 9 Yama kings, still within the ruined Senluo Palace, turned pale in unison, and looked up at the sky in shock. The divine thunder rumbled. The 2 realms were torn asunder. "A grave calamity is upon us." That scoundrel, King Qingguang. King Yama suddenly sprang to his feet and rushed toward the remains of the left judge. After a brief examination, his expression grew even more ghastly. As expected, the Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush is nowhere to be found. What has transpired here? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows as well. He had sensed the unnatural fluctuations in the netherworld, yet he could not fathom the true nature of the disturbance. King Qingguang has made use of both the Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush and the Book of Life and Death. Every conduit connecting the netherworld and the mortal realm has been sealed. Currently, one may only enter, yet no one can leave. King Yama offered a bitter smile, and the other Yama kings wore equally grim expressions. One can only enter, but never depart. What is the meaning of this? You had best explain yourself clearly to this old son. Sun Wukong's fur bristled with rage. He leaped forward, seized King Yama by his collar, and stared down at him with malevolent intensity, saying, "Exalted immortal, it was King Qingguang who sealed the gates between realms. Venting your fury upon me will avail you nothing." King Yama pleaded for mercy with a bitter smile. "Exalted immortal, please calm your wrath. Release me, and allow me to explain." "Very well, I shall grant you a chance to speak, but you had best provide a satisfactory answer. If not, do not blame me for reducing your hall of reincarnation to rubble." Sun Wukong let out a cold huff, and though still fuming, he released his grip, turned to a fractured table, and sat down, crossing one leg over the other as he cast a chilling gaze upon the 9 Yama kings, awaiting their explanation. King Yama sighed in relief, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exchanged looks with the other monarchs, and shaking his head bitterly said, "Exalted immortal, have you ever heard of the Book of Life and Death, and the Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush, the human book, among the 3 books of heaven, earth, and man?" This old son has naturally heard of them. Together they form a supreme, innate spirit treasure, and even apart, each remains a high-grade, innate spirit treasure. The Book of Life and Death governs the cycle of reincarnation for all living beings who have yet to reach the earth immortal realm. The Spring and Autumn Judge's Brush possesses the power to rewrite the entries in the Book of Life and Death. It is truly a peerless divine weapon. However, I have long since transcended the 3 great calamities to attain the status of an immortal. By all logic, I am no longer under the jurisdiction of your underworld. Why, then, does my name still appear within the Book of Life and Death? And why did you dispatch those 2 ghost retainers to harvest my soul? Sun Wukong looked up. His knowledge regarding the 3 books, and the various artifacts of the 3 realms, was recorded clearly within the archives of the Fengkun Mountain. He had not pondered it deeply before, but now, the situation struck him as profoundly strange. "Your knowledge is vast, exalted immortal. I am in awe. A flicker of astonishment crossed King Yama's eyes. Sun Wukong's grasp of the Book of Life and Death, and the judge's brush, was unexpectedly profound. King Yama had originally intended to fabricate an excuse to pacify the monkey, but it now seemed that any lie would be unmasked the moment it left his lips. If this monkey were to fly into a rage, surely no one here could restrain him. With a heavy sigh, King Yama finally spoke the truth. However, I fear the exalted immortal is unaware that this human book, as the guardian artifact of our netherworld, is far more than a mere innate spirit treasure. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression turning solemn. He did not interrupt, merely nodding for him to continue. The human book was birthed alongside the netherworld itself. When the Book of Life and Death and the judge's brush are unified, they can manipulate the entire barrier between the netherworld and the mortal realm. The tremors you felt moments ago were the signs that the barrier's seal has been activated. Every single passage leading from the netherworld to the mortal realm has been sealed. A cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as his fist abruptly tightened. Are you saying that this old sun can no longer return? Not just me, but is there truly no one in this netherworld capable of piercing the veil between the two realms to reach the mortal realm? The soul-gathering envoys cannot, and neither can I or my royal brothers. Only the souls of the mortal realm and the netherworld remain unrestricted. This is exactly what I meant by those who enter can never leave. King Yama's words trailed off, leaving only a heavy sigh echoing through the hall. The other Yama kings shared a bitter smile, repeating the sentiment. Once inside, there is no way out. Sun Wukong's eyelid twitched. According to your words, King Yama, the Spring and Autumn Judgment Pen, and the Reincarnation Life and Death Ledger possess the power to control the veil between the realms. If I obtain these two spirit treasures, would that not break the seal? King Yama and the other Yama kings exchanged glances, shaking their heads in bitter resignation. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's brows furrowed even deeper. Why can it not be done? Great Immortal, the human book has been activated. It is not so easily unsealed. HMPH. Sun Wukong's brows bristled with rage. King Yama quickly backtracked, claiming it was not entirely impossible, but they must first recover the Spring and Autumn Judgment Pen and the Reincarnation Life and Death Ledger, or there would truly be no way forward. Then this old sun shall retrieve the human book himself. Before King Yama could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Only a cold huff remained in the dilapidated Great Hall. King Yama, where do you think King Qingguang has fled to? With Sun Wukong gone, King Biancheng approached King Yama, his expression filled with anxiety. Tell me, in this entire netherworld, what place could be safer than the residence of that great personage? King Yama shook his head with a bitter smile. I fear the troubles of this netherworld are far from over. Let it be. These matters are beyond our control. We shall simply observe how the situation unfolds. Indeed, we can only wait and watch, though these events should never have come to pass. It is truly strange. Strange, you say? Perhaps this is merely a game of chess played by some power, and we have all become nothing more than pieces upon the board. Above the ruined Senluo Hall of the City of Wrong Souls, the 9 Yama kings, along with the right judge and other officials of the underworld, fell into a heavy, contemplative silence. Perhaps they had indeed become nothing more than pawns. Within the first hall of the underworld, whoosh! Sun Wukong's figure materialized in the back chamber. This was the private quarters of King Qingguang. Although this was the first time he had set foot here in this life, he had visited countless times in his past life. The paths were familiar, and he had hurried here without a moment's delay, yet it seemed he was a step too late. The chamber was already empty of King Qingguang. That cursed King Qingguang runs fast indeed. Sun Wukong frowned slightly. He had rushed to the first hall immediately, yet he had not expected to miss him by a hair's breadth. With a golden glimmer in his eyes, he activated the Eye of Destruction. His gaze swept across the chamber, suddenly freezing upon the statue of the Yama Son of Heaven. A cold smile curling his lips. A cruel sneer curled upon his lips. It turned out the Reincarnation Life and Death tablet had been hidden here all along. The golden light in Sun Wukong's eyes faded, yet his irises remained a piercing gold. A gray trail, invisible to the mortal eye, emanated from the statue of Yama and stretched deep into the inner halls. This was the tracking capability of the Eye of Void Breaking. Any extraordinary treasure inevitably leaves behind a unique aura. Such an aura is impossible for ordinary mortals to trace, but the Eye of Void Breaking could perceive it with absolute clarity. King Qingguang had not taken the Reincarnation Life and Death tablet far. The unique aura radiating from the artifact had not yet dissipated, allowing Sun Wukong's Eye of Void Breaking to track him with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure flickered, executing the art of inches to distances, trailing the lingering aura in hot pursuit. On the borders of the 18 layers of hell in the underworld, beside the surging waters of the river Styx, stood a solitary temple. This was the temple of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At this moment, inside the temple, aside from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and his divine beast, Di Ting, there sat an uninvited guest. King Qin Guang, the leader of the 10 kings of Yama, spoke. Bodhisattva, that demon monkey has relied on his supernatural powers to wreak havoc in the underworld, destroying the city of wrongful deaths, and causing countless casualties among our guards and officials. Fearing his escape, I had no choice but to use the spring and autumn judge's brush and the reincarnation life and death tablet to seal every passage to the mortal realm. That demon monkey will surely hunt me down, unable to flee. I implore the Bodhisattva to unleash your divine power and capture him. King Qin Guang knelt before Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with an expression of utmost reverence, recounting Sun Wukong's evil deeds while artfully shifting all blame onto the monkey. King Qin Guang, are you saying you used the Book of Life and Death to seal the underworld? Bodhisattva? The Bodhisattva raised his head to glance at King Qin Guang, a flicker of golden light passing through his eyes as he spoke coldly. The Book of Life and Death concerns the stability of the entire underworld. How dare you act with such reckless audacity? Bodhisattva, I only resorted to such extreme measures to capture that demon monkey. Please, I beg for your assistance. King Qin Guang's heart sank as he replied with forced composure, cold sweat drenching his brow. Could it be that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva already knows the truth of the matter? Could it truly be so? A strange smile played on the corner of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's mouth, sending a chill down King Qin Guang's spine, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to retract his claims. This Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva originated from the Western Buddhist realm. Having made the grand vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty, he was appointed by the Jade Emperor to preside over the underworld. Now that the underworld was in turmoil, as long as King Qin Guang did not confess, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would certainly not sit idly by while Sun Wukong caused trouble for him. King Qin Guang understood this perfectly, which was precisely why he had fled to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva for refuge. King Qin Guang, crawl out here, you coward! Just as he prepared to continue his persuasion, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the temple. King Qin Guang shuddered violently. Sun Wukong had arrived. Damn it! How did that demon monkey know he was here, and how could he have arrived so quickly? Bodhisattva, you see? I told you that demon monkey would certainly— Before he could finish, King Qin Guang was blasted backward, slamming violently into the wall of the temple. A Buddhist aura manifested across the surface of the wall, absorbing the impact. The structure remained completely unscathed. Bodhisattva. A thin trail of blood seeped from the corner of King Qin Guang's mouth. The Ruyi Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong was not a weapon to be taken lightly. If not for the king's profound cultivation and vast spiritual power, a lesser ghost general would have had his life extinguished by a single strike. Even so, he remained grievously wounded, shouting aloud to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva, will you simply stand by and watch this insolent monkey run amok? From the moment Sun Wukong launched his assault until King Qin Guang was sent flying, the gaze of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had remained locked upon the Monkey King, yet he sat unmoved upon his divine mount, Di Ting, showing no intention to intervene. King Qin Guang grew frantic. If the Bodhisattva would not act, he knew he lacked the strength to overcome Sun Wukong alone, for this demonic ape was truly a monstrous force. The indifference of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also took Sun Wukong by surprise. He had braced himself to repel an attack from the Bodhisattva at any moment, never expecting his opponent to remain so utterly idle. It was strange indeed. Yet regardless of the mystery, Sun Wukong had no intention of slowing his momentum. If the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chose not to intervene, then so much the better. Sun Wukong was not entirely certain he could prevail against one of the 4 most powerful bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect. It was best that he continued to feign ignorance and hold his hand. You wretched King Qin Guang, you conniving scoundrel! Today I shall not spare your life. The flames of the sun's true fire erupted violently from Sun Wukong's body, wrapping the Ruyi Jingu Bang in a scorching shroud of heat. With a flick, it split into 72 illusory shadows that blotted out the sky, raining down the heaven-shattering 72 strikes upon King Qin Guang. Time and space seemed to lock into place beneath the weight of those countless strikes. Standing amidst the onslaught, King Qin Guang felt a boundless, crushing pressure descend upon him. Though he had not yet been struck, the very bones of his body began to crack under the immense strain. Amidst the swirling reincarnation and life-death book, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remained motionless. Dare not risk more. King Qin Guang channeled his energy to invoke the reincarnation book, brandishing his spring and autumn judge's brush to weave talismans into the air, manifesting a circular shield to block the path before him. Boom, boom, boom! Thousands of strikes collided with the barrier, echoing like rolling thunder. The reincarnation book shuddered violently, and King Qin Guang's face flushed red as he fought to hold his ground. He had never imagined that Sun Wukong's assault could be so relentless and savage. Even with the protection of the reincarnation book and the spring and autumn judge's brush, his struggle to endure was desperate. Had he not possessed these peerless immortal artifacts, he surely would have been reduced to dust. Blocked. As expected of a supreme immortal treasure, its defensive prowess is indeed formidable. As the dust settled after the flurry of attacks, Sun Wukong observed King Qin standing unharmed, and a flicker of astonishment, followed by an even greater surge of battle lust, arose within his heart. I do not believe you can hide behind this book forever. Come now, witness the heaven-shattering 72 strikes again. Once more, the sky was blanketed by a legion of illusory staves, and King Qinguang's face turned deathly pale. As one of the 10 kings of hell, he possessed the authority to channel the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's brush. But the true master of the Book of Humanity was not them, but the Yama Emperor himself, who remained sealed deep within the Yellow Springs to contemplate the heavenly Dao. The 10 kings of hell were merely granted a sliver of authority by the Yama Emperor, allowing them to utilize only a fraction of the book's true potential. The full, cataclysmic power of the treasure was far beyond their ability to unleash. Under such conditions, hoping to halt the endless, maddened barrage of Sun Wukong's attacks was nothing but a fool's dream. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every ounce of his cultivation into the artifacts, desperately reinforcing the shield to meet the next wave of destruction. Beads of sweat as large as pearls poured incessantly from King Qinguang's forehead, streaming down his pale, strained face. Activating these 2 spirit treasures simultaneously consumed an excessive amount of his mana. Furthermore, as King Qinguang was merely borrowing them, the drain was even more severe. He was truly nearing his limit. The shadow of the staff dissipated, and the defensive barrier vanished along with it. King Qinguang collapsed directly to the ground, his strength utterly spent. The Life and Death Reincarnation Disc and the Spring and Autumn Arbiter Pen, losing their source of mana, fell into his hands. Yet Sun Wukong's movements were swifter. Utilizing the art of shrinking the earth to inches, he lunged forward, snatching both the Life and Death Reincarnation Disc and the Spring and Autumn Arbiter Pen. King Qinguang, these are not your treasures. How much of their true power can you really command? With a mocking sneer, Sun Wukong channeled his divine sense into the artifacts, attempting to forcibly claim them as his own. The result was a violent backlash of energy from the treasures, nearly shattering Sun Wukong's palms. Haha, monkey demon, do not waste your breath. These are the Emperor's personal artifacts. Without his permission, even if you seize them, you cannot command them. Seeing the shock and horror on Sun Wukong's face, King Qinguang laughed triumphantly, only to be interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. By the Emperor, he meant the King of Hell, Yama. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and nodded. He is a formidable figure. It is only a pity that fate has never allowed them to meet. If this Book of Life and Death is truly his, then my old son naturally has no desire to covet it. Pausing for a moment, Sun Wukong looked at King Qinguang with a chilling smile. Cruel King Qinguang, while I may not be able to activate this book, in this underworld, you are not the only Yama. With you, there is no surplus. And without you, nothing is lost. Therefore, you shall die by my hand. Before the words had even faded, the Ruyi Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand struck directly at King Qinguang's head. Had that strike landed, his skull would surely have shattered like a crushed melon, scattering gore in every direction. Bodhisattva, save me! With King Qinguang's strength exhausted, how could he possibly evade such a strike? Facing certain death, he squeezed his eyes shut and shrieked in terror beneath the descending staff. Clang! A crisp, resounding chime echoed out. But the agonizing pain King Qinguang expected never came. He opened his eyes and was filled with overwhelming joy. Bodhisattva, you have finally deigned to intervene. The one who had intercepted Sun Wukong was none other than Ksitigarba Bodhisattva. His 9-ringed monk staff held the Ruyi Jingu Bang steady. Casting a cold, indifferent glance at King Qinguang, he said softly, King Qinguang, retreat inside. Leave this to me. Bodhisattva, this demon monkey is daring and lawless. You cannot be lenient with him, you must bring him. I have already said, leave this to me. King Qinguang, are you trying to instruct me? Before King Qinguang could finish, Ksitigarba Bodhisattva cut him off without ceremony. His heart turned cold. He swallowed his remaining words, struggled to his feet, and fled toward the Kuyun Palace with all his remaining speed. Ksitigarba, do you truly intend to interfere in this matter? Are you even aware of the sins this King Qinguang has committed? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. In truth, he did not wish to clash with Ksitigarba Bodhisattva yet, but that did not mean he feared his opponent. Amitabha. Ksitigarba Bodhisattva recited a mantra. Though King Qinguang had committed 1,000 wrongs, he remained, in the end, a Yama king of this underworld. As one ordained to govern the nether realms, I cannot simply stand by and watch him be slaughtered by another. Sun Wukong, your objective has been achieved. Why continue to invite further karma? Return to the city of wrongful death at once. Ksitigarba Bodhisattva's expression remained serene as the 9-ringed staff in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding Buddhist light, forcing Sun Wukong back. Retracting his staff with a solemn, compassionate air, his divine beast, Ding Ting, approached his side, lowering its body and growling menacingly at Sun Wukong. So you recognize, old son? I recall now. It is said that the divine beast, Ding Ting, serving under Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, can hear the secrets of all things, and discern the deepest intentions of the heart. Meeting you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Sun Wukong glanced at the beast and sneered. "What a pity that a creature of such supreme stature has been reduced to a submissive servant. It is truly a disgrace to your kind." Roar! Sun Wukong's mockery struck a sensitive nerve in the divine beast, Din Ting. It let out an angry roar at Sun Wukong, sparks of lightning coalescing upon its singular horn, clearly intent on unleashing a punitive strike against him. Yet, without an order from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, it dared not act on its own. "Ksitigarbha, I know you are the foremost among the 4 great bodhisattvas, possessing boundless divine power. But by shielding this despicable wretch, King Qingguang, do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Buddhist faith?" Sun Wukong had long since used his fiery eyes of truth to probe the cultivation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and there was no doubt remaining. He was a quasi-sage. With his current strength, Sun Wukong knew it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. Yet, letting King Qingguang escape so easily left him feeling deeply unsettled. Sun Wukong's eyes shifted as he decided to provoke the Bodhisattva. However, he had underestimated the shamelessness of those in the Buddhist order, a thickness of skin that was truly beyond description. Unfazed, the Bodhisattva remained indifferent to the provocation, leaning on his staff, reciting a mantra with folded hands, his gaze remaining gentle, as if Sun Wukong had said nothing at all. Old Sun must be foolish indeed to try and reason with these bald-headed monks. Furious, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, struggling to swallow his rising rage. Now was not the time to clash head-on with a powerhouse like Ksitigarbha. He would temporarily spare King Qingguang's wretched life to settle the score another day. "It seems that today, you are determined to shield that coward, Ksitigarbha. Very well. Old Sun shall spare him this once, but mark my words, this debt is far from settled." Leaving behind a chilling threat, Sun Wukong turned to depart. Yet his heart remained filled with indignation. Was he truly to let it end like this? To do so would be too generous to King Qingguang, and would only diminish his own prestige. Gritting his teeth, a surge of power erupted from his core. Sun Wukong gripped the Rui Jingubang tightly and stomped his feet, launching himself into the air. A formidable, indomitable aura exploded from his body. The true fire of the sun surged violently, wrapping around the staff. With eyes wide, he roared, "Ksitigarbha! You disregard black and white to favor this base villain, King Qingguang. I despise your hypocrisy. Taste my blow." 36 strikes of heaven shattering. 36 spectral images of the staff materialized, descending upon Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva from 36 different directions. While the number of shadows was fewer than the previous 72, the power behind them had more than doubled. Mani Rui Pearl. Manifest. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression turned stern. He flipped his hand, revealing a divine pearl. After chanting a mantra, he cast it into the air, where it instantly transformed into a barrier of Buddhist light, enveloping him. The 36 strikes slammed into the light, erupting with ear-splitting roars that caused the very earth to tremble. The Buddha is merciful, delivering all sentient beings from suffering. The great Vairocana Dharma seal. Even the barrier of Buddha light, manifested by the Mani wish-fulfilling pearl, could not withstand the violent power of these 36 heaven-breaking staff shadows. A flicker of shock flashed through the eyes of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Finally he stirred, and after chanting a Buddhist mantra, he extended his right hand, a seemingly gentle motion that imprinted a palm strike directly onto the screen of Buddha light. As his palm touched the barrier, which had previously only defended passively, golden Buddhist handprints immediately materialized, striking back against the oncoming staff shadows. Explosions, far more ferocious than those before, rang out. The screen of Buddha light, once trembling violently under the assault, gradually stabilized, and the staff shadows began to vanish one by one. A quasi-sage realm expert is truly formidable. I cannot overcome him as I am now. The 36 heaven-breaking staff strikes were the strongest technique I could currently unleash. Although he still possessed divine abilities left unused, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had not yet exerted his full strength either. Sun Wukong understood the gap in power between himself and his opponent, and the stifling rage in his heart had, in some measure, been quelled. He immediately retracted his wish-fulfilling golden staff, turned, and mounted his somersault cloud, flying toward the city of wrongful death. Perhaps because he had endured the power of the chaotic yin lightning earlier, his body had developed an immunity to it. The streaks of chaotic yin lightning in the sky showed absolutely no reaction to his presence. He allowed himself to fly close to the cloud layer and vanished in the blink of an eye. As the staff shadows faded, the Buddha light and the golden handprints dispersed along with them. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva heaved a long sigh, casting his gaze toward his feet, where the once solid ground was now covered in countless cracks, resembling a spider's web. Even here, beneath his feet, the areas not shielded by the Buddha light had been torn asunder, with earth tossed 10 feet into the air, and deep, ragged trenches carved into the landscape. A truly wretched sight. To possess such strength while merely at the Taiyi loose immortal realm? This young junior brother is truly a source of profound astonishment. Master, you have truly gained a satisfactory successor this time. A soft sigh escaped Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lips before fading away. He turned and summoned his divine beast, Di Ting, to step back into the Kuyun Palace. The palace gates slowly closed, and the banks of the Yellow Springs returned to silence, leaving behind only the scarred earth and deep fissures to recount what had transpired here. At the city of wrongful death, thud, the final brick was laid into the ground. King Yama breathed a sigh of relief as he surveyed the city of wrongful death, which had originally stood upon a high slope. Now, it sat nestled deep within a hollow basin. He could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. The Yama kings could use their divine power to reconstruct temples and restore the city walls, but they had no means to conjure from the void the mountains and rocks that had been annihilated. These were the marks left behind. If one were not an immortal or a deity, one could never erase such devastating traces. Whoosh! A cloud of auspicious light descended from the horizon, reaching the skies above the city of wrongful death in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong's silhouette leapt directly from the cloud. King Yama, I have brought back the Book of Life and Death. Why the rush? King Yama and the other Yama kings all wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Sun Wukong had actually retrieved the Book of Life and Death so quickly. And what of King Qinghuang? Could it be that the great sage Sun Wukong has... King Qinghuang stepped forward to offer a bow to Sun Wukong. Unable to restrain his curiosity, King Yama asked. He fled to the domain of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. I struck him down and seized the book back, Sun Wukong replied. As he spoke, he produced the ledger of reincarnation and the spring-autumn judge's brush. Take them. Only you Yama kings can wield these artifacts. Hurry, and lift the seal upon the mortal realm. A single battle to reclaim the Book of Humanity. The Yama kings exchanged uneasy glances. Sun Wukong spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Yet he had dared to strike before the very eyes of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Could it be that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva simply stood by and watched? Is there a problem? Seeing the Yama kings remain silent, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with visible irritation. No problem, there is no problem at all. The Yama kings hurriedly waved their hands in denial. King Yama cast a cautious glance at Sun Wukong, and asked in a low voice, Great Immortal, what of King Qinghuang? What has become of him? What became of him? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, tossed the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen to King Yama, and strode into the newly restored Senluo Palace, saying, He was saved by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. That old monk possesses immense strength. I exchanged a few blows with him, but since victory was not certain, I temporarily spared King Qinghuang's wretched life. Sun Wukong spoke with effortless indifference, yet King Yama and the others were drenched in a cold sweat. Within the underworld, ever since the Yama Emperor entered his secluded, life-or-death meditation, the strongest entity remained Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If not for him guarding the Yellow Springs, would the Asura tribe truly remain in such submissive silence? Sun Wukong claimed he exchanged several blows with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and that he was merely not certain of victory. Curse it all! Just how powerful has this monkey truly become? This is utterly monstrous. Follow him. We must follow him at once. A monster capable of clashing with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is not someone that mere Yama kings could hope to contend with. King Yama signaled to the kings of the cities, and together with Biancheng Wang and the others, they hurried to follow behind him. You all build rather quickly, do you not? Entering the Senluo Palace, Sun Wukong looked at the hall, which appeared exactly as it had before, and nodded in approval. King Yama and the others simultaneously wiped beads of sweat from their foreheads. This Senluo Palace was the face of the underworld. They had naturally repaired it as quickly as possible, praying that this ancestor would not suddenly feel a whim to shatter the hall once again. Enough. Be quick and undo the seal between the two realms. Sun Wukong sat unceremoniously upon the main throne in the center of the hall, and commanded the Yama kings, but upon seeing their troubled expressions, his face darkened instantly. You do not enjoy the easy path? Do you wish for me to extend an invitation with my staff? Great Immortal, you have misunderstood. It is not that we do not wish to undo the seal, but we are simply powerless to do so. The Yama kings felt their hearts skip a beat, and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Powerless? Sun Wukong leaped from the chair, vaulted onto the desk, grabbed King Yama by the collar, pulling him close, and hissed through gritted teeth, King Yama, you did not say this to me earlier. Are you toying with me? Great Immortal, please calm your wrath. Allow this humble one to explain. King Yama swallowed hard, offering a strained, apologetic smile. Very well, I shall grant you a chance to explain, but if you cannot provide a reason that satisfies me, then... HMPH. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Great Immortal, you may not know this, but once this Book of Humanity is activated, although it can dispel the power of the seal, It requires 300 years for the barrier between the two realms to fully dissipate. Are you implying that for the next 300 years, I, the great sage, am forbidden from leaving? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? Mount Huaguo is currently at a critical stage of its development. Though I rarely involve myself in the trivialities, I remain the very backbone of Mount Huaguo. To vanish for 300 years in the blink of an eye, wouldn't everything fall into absolute chaos? Furthermore, the demon emperor Ao Qinshan and Mu Chengshuan remain deep beneath the earth of Mount Huaguo, waiting for me to deliver them. There is no world in which I shall remain dormant in this netherworld for 3 centuries. King Yama, you urged me to reclaim the Book of Life and Death, and now you claim I cannot return to the mortal realm for 300 years. Do you take me for a fool to be toyed with? Do you truly believe that just because you have the Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha backing you, I would not dare to raise this underworld to the ground? Consumed by rage, Sun Wukong slammed his fist down onto the desk. The table, only just repaired, shattered instantly as deep cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. The walls of the Senluo Palace fractured once more, appearing like a delicate web of fissures. In the next instant, more than half of the structure collapsed with a deafening roar. King Yama and the 9 other lords of hell were on the verge of tears. This was the great Senluo Palace. They had just expended a vast amount of magical power to restore it, only for it to be destroyed once again. Great Immortal, please, I have not finished. In truth, there remains a path that leads back to the mortal realm. Seeing that Sun Wukong was about to erupt again, King Yama spoke in haste. Wait! But this path is treacherous and fraught with peril. If one is not careful, they shall perish there, lost for eternity. Enough. Speak plainly. What manner of path is this, and how must I traverse it? Sun Wukong impatiently cut King Yama's words short. With so many matters on Mount Huaguo awaiting his return, he had no time to waste 3 centuries here. Regardless of how dangerous the journey might be, so long as he could return to the mortal realm, he was determined to brave it. You must traverse the path of the Yellow Springs, the Bridge of Nihei, and the passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation through the Asura realm, to reach the deepest, darkest abyss of the Yellow Spring Hell. There lies a convergence point between the 2 realms, beyond the control of the Book of Life and Death. It is the only way to return to the mortal realm. But what? But the path of the 6 paths of reincarnation is not one that just anyone may tread. Any soul that enters is instantly pulled into the cycle of reincarnation. Even for one such as yourself, who retains his physical form, it is uncertain whether you could withstand the sheer power of the 6 paths. If one cannot endure the agony, their physical body will be reduced to dust, and their soul will be cast into the cycle of reincarnation, rendering all cultivation efforts utterly wasted. I implore the immortal to consider this carefully. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? For Sun Wukong, this form of energy was entirely foreign. He could not be certain if his current physical form was sturdy enough to withstand it. Yet, no matter the cost, he had to make the attempt. Sun Wukong's resolve was unwavering, and King Yama saw no point in further dissuasion. The 9 lords of Yama combined their power to activate the Ledger of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Brush, shattering the seal separating the 2 realms. However, just as King Yama had warned, the gateway between worlds would take 300 years to fully restore, an eternity to wait. Naturally, Sun Wukong did not lose sight of the true purpose of his journey. He demanded that King Yama search for his records within the Ledger of Life and Death. Stone monkey, born of heaven and earth at Huaguo Mountain, lifespan of 342 years. I was true, the record of the immortal was indeed inscribed here. How strange, King Yama muttered, furrowing his brow. Sun Wukong had already attained the realm of Taiyi Sangxian, and had long since weathered the 3 great heavenly calamities. By all logic, his identity should have vanished from the Ledger of Life and Death long ago. Why, then, was his name still recorded here? It is most peculiar, unless someone has intentionally preserved it. A realization immediately flashed through King Yama's mind, and as he exchanged glances with the other lords of Yama, it was clear they had reached the same conclusion. Yet no one dared to speak. In the underworld, the only beings capable of wielding the Spring and Autumn Brush to alter the Ledger of Life and Death were the 10 kings of Yama and the judges of the left and right. Any others attempting to do so would require their direct authorization. Judging from the events that preceded this, King Qingguang was unacquainted with Sun Wukong. Otherwise, he would never have provoked such a monstrous ape, nor would he have risked offending the other Yama kings. He was not the type to act with his own hands, so that left only the left judge, who had already been reduced to a pulp, his soul scattered into the void. Naturally, given the left judge's status and position, he had no reason to confront Sun Wukong on his own. There was undoubtedly someone pulling the strings from the shadows. But who could it possibly be? King Yama and the other great lords dared not speculate recklessly, for to command the left judge, one would have to hold power exceeding their own. The status, influence, and formidable background of this puppet master were surely beyond imagination. Even if they were to uncover the truth, they would likely be powerless to act, and would only succeed in dragging themselves into a deeper abyss of trouble. That being the case, why bother delving into the depths of such a mystery? Having compelled King Yama to grant him authority, Sun Wukong temporarily gained the power to wield the Spring and Autumn Judge's brush and the Book of Life and Death. Without hesitation, he struck his own name from the Book of Life and Death, then continued to flip through the pages. Sun Wukong had initially intended to erase the names of all monkeys, just as he had done in his previous life. But after a moment of reflection, he abandoned the thought. For in his past life, that very act had left many among the mountain monkeys without the wisdom of age. It had brought no benefit to his kin, but instead invited slaughter from humanity and other races who believed that consuming monkey brains was a path to immortality. Moreover, everything he had heard and witnessed during his time here had taught Sun Wukong a valuable lesson. A life lived in excessive comfort is never conducive to the growth of a species. If they knew they could achieve eternal life without the hardship of cultivation, who knew how many would abandon their efforts, stagnating and making no further progress? Furthermore, this Book of Life and Death only recorded the beings of the three realms who had yet to reach the Earth Immortal Realm. Once one attains the Earth Immortal Realm, their name naturally vanishes from its pages. Individuals like Sun Wukong were merely exceptions, and thus, there was no need to erase the names of others. With this thought in mind, Sun Wukong gave up on altering the Book of Life and Death, choosing instead to carefully examine all the demonic clans belonging to Mount Huaguo. After confirming there was no second being like himself, someone who had surpassed the Earth Immortal Realm yet remained listed, he nodded, returning the Book of Life and Death and the Spring and Autumn Judge's brush to King Yama. King Yama, fellow Yama lords, I have caused much disturbance in the underworld this day. I take my leave now. You know well enough where the right and wrong of this matter lie. I shall not waste my breath, but the truth of this affair will one day be brought to light. If I discover anyone involved in this scheme, do not blame me for showing no mercy. And one more thing, tell that King Qinguang that I have marked this debt. Another day, I shall settle it with him personally. Pausing for a brief moment, Sun Wukong cast these parting words into the air, performed a somersault, and vanished, disappearing into the void in the blink of an eye. King Yama, how shall we deal with this? Should we report the truth of these events to the Heavenly Court? Watching Sun Wukong ride the clouds into the distance, the Yama lords stood amidst the ruins of the Senluo Hall, looking at one another in silence. Finally, the King of Wheel-Turning approached King Yama and spoke, his brow furrowed in concern. Naturally, we must report the truth. King Yama glanced at the King of Wheel-Turning, then swept his gaze across the other lords, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Paper cannot wrap up fire. This matter could not be concealed, nor was there any need to hide it. Besides, even if we remain silent, do you think King Qinguang will not report it to the Heavenly Court? Who knows what twisted version of the truth he might spin with his tongue? He would likely cast as much filth upon us as he possibly can. Brother Yama is wise. You are correct. Let us do exactly that. We shall jointly submit a memorial to the Heavenly Court at once. This situation has spiraled into an irreconcilable disaster, and King Qinguang must bear the full weight of the blame. Having heard this, the Yama kings understood perfectly. None who held the position of Yama in the underworld were fools. They realized the magnitude of the consequences to come, and without a moment's hesitation, they began drafting an official memorial to report the events to the Heavenly Court. Simultaneously, within the Kuyun Palace of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, King Qinguang had already taken the initiative, arriving first to present a prepared memorial before the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva, that demonic monkey, Sun Wukong, has wreaked havoc in the underworld, hunted me down, seized the Book of Life and Death, and dared to show disrespect by raising a hand against you. His crimes are truly beyond measure. I have already drafted a memorial to submit to the Heavenly Court, requesting that the Jade Emperor issue a decree dispatching celestial troops and generals to apprehend him. What are your thoughts on this, Bodhisattva? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva glanced at the memorial drafted by King Qinguang, a cold smile forming within his heart. This King Qinguang had clearly shifted the entirety of the blame onto Sun Wukong and the other 9 Yama kings. The document portrayed himself as a paragon of righteousness, unyielding before tyranny, and a shining example for all the underworld's rulers, while strategically dragging the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva into the narrative with excessive praise. This man was truly cunning. If this is indeed the truth, then report it as such. There is no need to consult this monk. My duty is to guard the underworld and the boundless sea of blood. As long as the underworld remains stable, I care for little else. Delivering this cold reply, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva closed his eyes, recited Buddhist sutras, and returned to his meditation. King Qinguang, who had intended to invite the Bodhisattva to co-sign the report, had been met with a firm, impenetrable wall and was forced to retreat. Seeing the Bodhisattva's demeanor, it was clear he was being dismissed. He departed Kuyun Palace and cautiously returned to the first hall. The seal of the barrier between the two realms had been lifted. it appeared that King Yama and the others had truly compromised with that demonic monkey. As rulers of the underworld, they were naturally sensitive to the shifting state of the entire nether realm. King Xingguang summoned his ghost attendants to investigate the situation. Then, without delay, ignited the spirit smoke altar within the main hall of the first hall. Wisps of gray smoke rose from the altar, transcending space, piercing through the barrier between the realms, and drifting toward the heavens. In truth, King Yama had not revealed the full situation to Sun Wukong. Once the Book of Life and Death was activated, it would indeed seal the barrier between the underworld and the mortal realm. Even if it were lifted, it would require 300 years to fully recover. However, the 10 Yama kings possessed a secret method to leave the underworld and travel directly to the heavenly court, the spirit smoke altar located within each of their respective halls. The spirit smoke released from the altar could ignore the barriers of the three realms and reach the heavens directly. Once the heavenly court received it, they had only to open the heavenly gate, and the Yama kings could ascend straight from the underworld. The smoke stabilized, and soon, a response came from the heavenly court. A vortex manifested within the smoke. Elated, King Xingguang clutched his memorial and stepped into the gateway. Meanwhile, in the fifth hall of King Yama, he too ignited his spirit smoke altar to contact the heavenly court and open the path to the heavenly gate. King Yama, we must rely on your expertise to report the truth before His Majesty, the Jade Emperor. Indeed, the burden falls upon you, the King of Cities, the King of Transformations. And the other Yama kings bowed to see King Yama off. The underworld had suffered a great calamity, and there were many matters requiring their immediate attention. The 10 Yama kings could not all depart to report, so they had entrusted the task entirely to King Yama. Rest assured, I shall not fail the trust you have placed in me. Disaster! Spirit smoke has risen from the first hall. King Xingguang has already departed for the heavenly court. King Yama, who had been bidding farewell to the others, suddenly turned pale. With a cry of alarm, he did not even stop to explain, but took a great stride into his own vortex of smoke, rushing toward the heavenly court. The spirit smoke, connected to the intersection of the three realms at the east heavenly gate, on the ninth heaven of the celestial realm. This was a private passage between the heavenly court, the underworld, and the mortal world, a path rarely used, opened only in times of dire emergency. Furthermore, such passages are typically only opened after receiving a petition from the netherworld or the mortal realm, and then only with the express authorization of the heavenly court. Every 100 years, the 10 kings of hell ascend to the heavenly court to report on their duties, but they must first traverse the passage to the mortal realm, before riding the clouds to enter the heavenly court through the south heaven gate. A situation such as this, where the burning of the realm requires the opening of the three realms passage, is exceptionally rare. King Yama, why have you come here as well? King Xingguang had just emerged from within, his demeanor frantic and hurried. Could it be that a calamity has befallen the underworld? Mo Lishao, the Dhritarashtra heavenly king of the east heaven gate, watched as King Yama rushed out of the three realms passage, stepping forward with a curious expression to inquire. Greetings, heavenly king of the east. You say King Xingguang has already departed? Indeed, just a moment ago. I had intended to exchange pleasantries with him, but to my surprise he merely bowed from a distance and rode his clouds away in haste. It seems he was flying toward the Lingxiao Palace. Could it be he has urgent matters to report to His Majesty, the Jade Emperor? Wait, King Yama, where are you going? Before the Dhritarashtra heavenly king, Mo Lishu, could finish his sentence, King Yama, as if his very tail had been set aflame, mounted his spectral clouds, and sped toward the Lingxiao Palace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Strange. What has possessed the Yama kings of the underworld today? Each one acts as if their very eyebrows are singed. Could it be that the underworld is truly in the midst of a great upheaval? Mo Lishao scratched his chin in confusion, unable to fathom what kind of chaos could possibly break out in the underworld, especially with the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva standing guard. Deciding to put the matter aside, he shook his head. It was his turn to stand watch today. He need only fulfill his duty at the East Heaven Gate, and refrain from meddling in idle affairs. Your Majesty, that demon monkey has relied upon his supernatural powers to wreak havoc in my underworld. He has decimated the Senluo Palace of my ghostly domain, slaughtered my ghostly officials, and seized the register of life and death from my very hands. His atrocities are clear for all to see, inciting the wrath of both heaven and earth. I humbly beseech your Majesty to issue an imperial decree, dispatching heavenly troops to capture him, that justice may be served, and to serve as a warning to all others. By the time King Yama arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, King Xingguang had already presented his memorial, detailing the tyrannical actions of Sun Wukong. To be fair, everything he recounted was the truth, yet he had conveniently omitted the entire cause and consequence of the events. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was filled with great rage. A bold demon monkey indeed, daring to rely on his arts to harm the underworld. It is truly detestable. King Xingguang, you may return for now. Await my decree, as I mobilize the generals and troops to subdue him. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Though late, King Yama persisted, stepping into the Grand Hall to offer his own petition to the Jade Emperor. In King Yama's memorial, the tone was far more temperate, recounting the events from beginning to end. A stark contrast to the memorial of King Qingguang, which had merely deflected responsibility and heaped slander upon Sun Wukong. After the Jade Emperor finished reading it, he could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Why do the memorials submitted by the two Yama kings differ so greatly? I now understand the full course of events. Both of you may return for now. Await my imperial decree, and I shall dispatch the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to subdue him. The Jade Emperor had finally given his response. King Yama and King Qingguang could say nothing further. They offered a respectful salute before withdrawing from the Lingxiao Hall. They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously let out a cold snort. King Yama, His Majesty will surely send the heavenly army to capture that demon monkey, Sun Wukong. By standing on the same side as him, are you not afraid of being dragged down as well? King Qingguang, I merely reported the truth. Since when have I ever stood alongside Sun Wukong? On the contrary, it was you whose reckless words provoked his fury, nearly bringing the city of the wrongfully dead to ruin. Then you took it upon yourself to use the Book of Humanity to seal the barrier between the two realms, nearly driving Sun Wukong into such a rage that he would have destroyed the underworld entirely. If this matter is investigated thoroughly, I fear your crimes may be no lighter than those of that demon monkey, Sun Wukong. HMPH. We shall see. King Yama and King Qingguang had never been on good terms. Yet, for the sake of appearances, they had always remained outwardly courteous. Never before had they confronted one another so openly as they did today. A vicious glint flashed across King Qingguang's eyes. This time, King Yama had completely turned against him. Just wait. I will never let you live in peace. And that foul, curse-spewing monkey as well. Watching King Qingguang leave with a sweep of his sleeve, King Yama's expression became uncertain. In the end, he clenched his fists through gritted teeth. In life, there always comes a moment when one must make a choice. He could only hope he had not placed his faith in the wrong person. Within the Lingxiao Hall, what are your thoughts on this matter, my loyal ministers? When exactly was that demon monkey born? Where did he attain the Tao, and how did he acquire such astonishing divine powers, enough to wreak havoc throughout the underworld? At the Jade Emperor's question, the entire court fell silent. In this lifetime, when Sun Wukong had been born, no golden light had shot from his eyes to pierce the heavens. Naturally, none of the immortals of the heavenly court had ever heard of such a figure. For a moment, no one knew how to answer. Your Majesty, this humble subject, Aoguang, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, has a memorial to present. This humble subject, Aoguang Shun, Dragon King of the Northern Sea, also has a memorial, as do the Dragon Kings of the Southern Sea and the Western Sea. By remarkable coincidences, today happened to be the scheduled day for the 4 Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas to attend the heavenly court. Hearing the Jade Emperor's question while the celestial officials remained silent, the 4 Dragon Kings exchanged glances before stepping forward together, kneeling to present their memorials. Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, what matter do you wish to report? The Jade Emperor was slightly surprised. All 4 Dragon Kings presenting memorials at the same moment. Quote, could it possibly have something to do with that demon monkey, Sun Wukong? Sure enough, the 4 Dragon Kings began speaking one after another, recounting in full how Sun Wukong had rampaged through the Eastern Sea and the Northern Sea, forcibly seizing the Ruyi Jingu Bang, the Ruyi Qiankun Belt, the Yin-Yang Taiji Plate, the Sea-Stabilizing Divine Needle, and countless other treasured artifacts. Naturally, they conveniently omitted the part where the Dragon Clan had groveled before Sun Wukong. In the mouths of the 4 Dragon Kings, Sun Wukong was nothing less than a monstrously savage fiend, guilty of crimes so great that even 10,000 deaths would never be enough to atone for them. Such a terrifying demon has truly emerged in the mortal world? How is it that none of you detected even the slightest sign of his existence? After hearing their account, the Jade Emperor's fury only grew stronger. He thundered, where are Thousand-Mile Eye and Wind-Following Ear? Your Majesty, Thousand-Mile Eye and Wind-Following Ear hurried forward. Go at once. Investigate the true origins of that demon monkey, and report back immediately. We obey the imperial decree. Accepting the command, Thousand-Mile Eye and Wind-Following Ear departed without delay. Some time later they returned to report. Your Majesty, we have uncovered his identity. That demon monkey is called Sun Wukong. He resides in the Water Curtain Cave, upon Mount Huaguo, within the kingdom of Aolai, in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. He is a stone monkey born from heaven and earth itself, but we do not know where he cultivated the Dabo, or attained enlightenment. He has now gathered a vast host of demons upon Mount Huaguo, though his true intentions remain unknown. Their report was vague and incomplete, leaving the Jade Emperor visibly displeased. What do you mean you do not know where he attained the Dabio? What do you mean his intentions remain unknown? I ordered you to investigate thoroughly before reporting back. Is this truly all you have discovered? The Jade Emperor let out a cold snort, frightening thousand-mile eye and wind-following ear into falling to their knees at once. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. It is not that we seek to evade responsibility. This is truly all we have been able to uncover. Sun Wukong still remains within the Netherworld. With the barrier between the Netherworld and the mortal realm still sealed, even we brothers are unable to investigate any further. Furthermore, Your Majesty, Mount Huaguo appears to be protected by a great formation capable of blocking all forms of investigation. We could only vaguely perceive a gathering of eastern demon clans within. The finer details remain completely beyond our sight. Since Sun Wukong was absent from Mount Huaguo, Sun Wushuang and Sun Tong could only ensure that the primordial unity grand formation continued operating normally. They could not completely block the innate divine abilities of thousand-mile eye and wind-following ear. Otherwise, had the grand formation been activated at full power, they would not have uncovered even the slightest fragment of information. He wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, gathered an army upon Mount Huaguo, and even established a grand formation to conceal his territory. What exactly is that demon monkey plotting? My loyal ministers, who among you is willing to accept this decree, march to Mount Huaguo, eradicate the demons, and display the boundless majesty of heaven? At the Jade Emperor's question, the immortal court immediately erupted into heated discussion. Some recommended the 4 heavenly kings, others proposed the mighty divine general, while still others nominated various celestial generals and heavenly troops. There was no need to recount every single proposal. Your Majesty, that demon monkey, Sun Wukong, is still trapped within the Netherworld. If we dispatch troops to surround and destroy his lair now, the results will be limited. Should he escape the Netherworld and discover that his home has been destroyed, he may vanish into hiding and devote himself solely to revenge. If that happens, finding him again would become exceedingly difficult. As the immortals continued arguing without end, Taibai Jingxing stepped forward from the crowd and respectfully addressed the Jade Emperor. Taibai Jingxing speaks wisely. Then, what course of action do you propose? The Jade Emperor pondered inwardly. Indeed. As long as Mount Huaguo remained intact, Sun Wukong still had something to protect. But if his stronghold were destroyed, would that monkey not descend into complete madness? If he truly lost all restraint, would that not become yet another calamity for the heavenly court? Your Majesty, although that demon monkey has attained the Tao through cultivation, why not recruit him into heaven's service? Summon him to the heavenly court, grant him an official position, and place him under heaven's authority. If he faithfully performs his duties, he may be promoted according to his merits. But should he remain arrogant and unruly, we can seize him within the heavenly court itself, sparing us the trouble of launching a full military campaign. Taibai Jingxing's proposal is excellent. However, according to King Yama's memorial, Sun Wukong intends to cross the 6 paths of reincarnation and the yellow springs of hell to return to the mortal realm. I fear accomplishing such a feat will not be so easy. Your Majesty, if that demon monkey cannot escape, then there is no need to waste effort attempting to recruit him. We should simply send our armies to destroy his stronghold and eliminate every future threat. Would that not be the better choice? Taibai Jingxing lowered his head. Yet a dim, golden glimmer silently flashed across his eyes. The Jade Emperor failed to notice that fleeting change. Instead, he nodded in agreement. That is reasonable. My loyal ministers, you have all heard Taibai Jingxing's proposal. I believe it is a feasible plan. Does anyone have a different suggestion? A different suggestion? What exactly did the Jade Emperor mean by those words? The assembled immortals were left stunned. Since Taibai Jingxing's proposal was already feasible, why would there be any need for further suggestions? The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, rolled his eyes thoughtfully before striding forward. Your Majesty, in my opinion, that demon monkey simply does not possess the ability to break free from the netherworld. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation within the passage itself is not something just anyone can withstand. Even if, by some chance, he truly manages to escape, there is still no need to recruit him immediately. I request permission to lead an army to the heavenly extremity and stand guard there. Should the demon monkey truly emerge from the netherworld, I shall personally capture him and bring him before the heavenly court. When that time comes, whether he lives or dies shall depend entirely upon your Majesty's boundless grace. Ha ha! Well said, my loyal minister. Very well said. The Jade Emperor burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. Approved. We shall proceed exactly as you proposed. Dispatch 30,000 heavenly troops to the heavenly extremity, capture that demon monkey and bring him back for judgment. This humble servant obeys the imperial decree. Accepting the command, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing proudly turned and strode out of the Lingxiao Hall to marshal his forces. The immortals throughout the hall burned with envy. Just look at Heavenly King Lai. He alone had understood the Jade Emperor's hidden meaning the moment those words were spoken. Such a glorious opportunity to earn merit had been snatched away by Heavenly King Li. Taibai Jingxing narrowed his eyes. A faint, golden glimmer flickered within them as he cast the Jade Emperor a profound, unreadable glance, yet remained silent. After the court was dismissed and he left the Lingxiao Hall, he found a secluded place, took out a Buddhist bead, and formed a mystical hand seal. The aura of the Buddha's chosen one has appeared. The Jade Emperor has issued his decree. Heavenly King Lai has already mobilized his forces to capture him. Having spoken those few words into the Buddhist bead, Taibai Jingxing crushed it in his hand. A streak of golden light burst forth, tore open a tiny spatial rift, slipped inside, and vanished into the heavens above the netherworld. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong rode upon the clouds, following the Yellow Springs Road, not daring to travel at full speed. Earlier, King Yama had warned him that the netherworld was home to far more than the ghost race of the underworld. Since the world's creation, several ancient and powerful races had also dwelled there. Among them were the Yaksha clan and the Asura clan. Although neither their numbers nor their strength rivaled those of the underworld's ghost officials, and with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva maintaining order, the territories controlled by the underworld remained relatively peaceful. But the Yellow Springs Road was an entirely different matter. Beyond the 10th Hall of the underworld stretched an endless section of the Yellow Springs Road. It was bleak beyond imagination. A broad stone road, 3 zanged wide, extended endlessly into the distance, while every direction was shrouded in mist, radiating an atmosphere of deathly gloom. Beside the road, the surging waters of the Yellow Springs River roared endlessly. From its depths came eerie screams, agonized wails, and the chilling scrape of blades grinding against bone, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. While traveling upon the Yellow Springs Road, one remained protected by the grand formation laid throughout its entire length. But the moment one stepped off the road, or rose more than 5 meters above it, that protection vanished, leaving them to face every lurking danger alone. Although Sun Wukong had chosen to travel by cloud in order to move faster, he dared not fly recklessly through the unfamiliar skies of the netherworld. In a place like this, caution was always the wiser choice. Up ahead lay one of the most critical checkpoints along the Yellow Springs Road, the Nahe Bridge. Beyond the Nahe Bridge, the Yellow Springs Road divided into 2 great branches. The larger branch was known as the Wangchuan River, flowing endlessly toward the infinite void at the edge of sight. Beneath that endless void lay the passage leading to the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the smaller branch flowed toward the boundless sea of blood. As Sun Wukong flew overhead, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling him downward. His cloud instantly became unstable. Without hesitation, he descended to the ground, only to look up and discover that the Nahe Bridge stood just ahead. The moment his feet touched the ground, the tremendous gravitational force vanished completely. Upon reflection, there must be some restriction against aerial flight near this Nahe Bridge. In other words, regardless of who intends to cross the Nahe Bridge to reach the opposite shore of the Yellow Springs, they have no choice but to walk across the bridge. Seeking a shortcut through the skies is an absolute impossibility. Should one attempt to force their way through the air, it is highly likely they would plummet directly into the waters of the Yellow Springs. What is that? If one cannot fly across, then one must simply walk the Nahe Bridge in earnest. Sun Wukong strode toward the Nahe Bridge when he noticed a mound of earth beside it. Upon this mound stood a colossal silver mirror, and beside the mirror sat a cyan boulder, taller than a man, standing erect before the silver mirror. Approaching closely, he saw 2 large characters carved into the mound. Wang Xiang. It turned out this was the Terrace of Oblivion. Then this cyan boulder must surely be the Sansheng Stone. Sun Wukong was suddenly enlightened. He had heard the legends of the Terrace of Oblivion and the Sansheng Stone, but in his previous life, whenever he ventured into the underworld, he had stopped at the City of the Wronged and never wandered to these other corners of the Nether Realm, let alone this terrace. Legend dictates that the Terrace of Oblivion serves as a final opportunity to gaze upon the mortal world from afar. All spirits who have passed the judgment of the 10 kings of hell and endured the trials of the 18 levels of purgatory must face their reincarnation. Upon arriving at this terrace, they may take one last look at their loved ones in the mortal realm and view their past and future lives upon the Sansheng Stone before crossing the Nahe Bridge to begin their next cycle. It just so happens I can check on the state of the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong thought, joy surging in his heart as he stepped onto the Terrace of Oblivion to gaze into the silver mirror. Soon, the landscape of Flower Fruit Mountain appeared within the silver glass, a scene of total tranquility, no different from the moment Sun Wukong had departed. Yet, this was to be expected. Do not be deceived by the flurry of recent days, from pursuing the king of Qingguang to clashing with the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In reality, less than 10 days had passed in total. What great disaster could occur in 10 days? Perhaps his subordinates at Flower Fruit Mountain even assumed he was merely in seclusion. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Sun Wukong turned to leave, but he stopped short, his gaze fixed upon the Sansheng Stone. He felt a sudden surge of curiosity. Would the past and future lives of this great sage truly manifest within this stone? Sun Wukong pressed his palm against the Sansheng stone. Instantly, the entire stone radiated a brilliant azure light as frames of memory flickered through Sun Wukong's mind, the experiences of his past incarnations, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, being pinned beneath the five-finger mountain, traveling west to seek the scriptures, and being betrayed within the Lei Yin temple atop Ling Mountain. Every experience surfaced with agonizing clarity. Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly. Rage, indignation, and sorrow. All these emotions rose within him once more, unbidden and overwhelming. These memories had always resided within Sun Wukong, never truly fading, yet to witness them with such raw, visceral reality made it impossible to suppress the tempest raging in his soul. Following the visions of the Lei Yin temple, yet another scene flooded into Sun Wukong's mind. A vision of heaven collapsing, and earth rending asunder. In the deep azure sky, a terrifying, colossal black hole emerged, and countless bolts of thunderfire erupted from within, crashing down upon the land, causing all things to wither and decay. As the living suffered in misery, a woman with a human head and a serpent's tail appeared, her entire body radiating an aura of terrifying might. Descending from the heavens, they lowered themselves beneath the black abyss, encircled by colossal boulders of five-colored stone. With a faint laugh, the stones drifted toward the void, each radiating streaks of five-colored lightning that wove into a massive net, capturing the falling meteor fire and sealing the aperture shut. What is this? Sun Wukong felt like a mere spectator, standing in silence as he bore witness to this earth-shattering spectacle. Could this be the ancient cataclysm, where the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gonggong clashed, shattering the pillars of heaven and causing the skies to collapse? How could this be? This figure, half human and half serpent, is none other than the legendary saint of the demon race, Nuwa. But if I am observing my past and future through the Sansheng stone, why would the scene of Nukawa patching the heavens appear before me? Sun Wukong watched in bewilderment as Nuwa propelled the five-colored stones toward the gaping hole in the firmament, one by one. For reasons unknown, a strange and profound sense of attachment welled up within Sun Wukong's heart. It was a sentiment akin to a child yearning for their mother. It felt as though a mysterious, unbreakable bond existed between him and this legendary saint. What could this possibly mean? As his confusion deepened, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled a legend from his ancestral memories regarding his own origins. It was said that the immortal stone from which he was birthed was a divine five-colored stone, one left behind when Nukawa forged the stones to mend the heavens in the primordial era. Could the legends be true? Just as Sun Wukong stood confounded, the situation shifted. All the five-colored stones ascended to the zenith, merging into a single piece to fill the void, yet one corner remained exposed. The supply of five-colored stones had been exhausted, and the celestial fire began to leak through the remaining crevice. The net of five-colored stone that sealed the void began to tremble violently. If the breach in the sky could not be fully contained, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. The void would be torn asunder once more, plunging the entire primordial land into suffering and chaos. Nutawa's brows furrowed in deep concentration. After a long moment, she seemed to come to a resolute decision. Gritting her teeth, she formed a seal with both hands. A mystical technique manifested in her palms, and the essence of the world converged from all directions, pouring into the seal, gradually condensing into a boulder identical to the divine five-colored stone. Yet, this newly formed stone possessed no spark of divinity, paling in comparison to the immortal stones refined from the primordial earth. Even Sun Wukong could see that this stone alone would be insufficient to fill the final gap. At that moment, Nushua struck her own chest, drawing forth a stream of her very own lifeblood, which bathed the stone and was swiftly absorbed within. The stone immediately brimmed with spiritual vitality, resonating with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. With a wave of Nukawa's hand, it surged toward the final breach in the heavens, sealing the void perfectly. Thump, thump. Sun Wukong felt his own heart beating in perfect synchronization with the five-colored divine stone, a chilling realization washing over his face. In the next moment, as the clear, resonant command of Nuawa echoed across heaven and earth, the five-colored stones sealing the void in the firmament erupted with brilliance, fusing together to hoist the black hole high into the heavens. The light intensified until it reached a blinding, unbearable peak, only to vanish into nothingness. High above, the colossal black hole had completely ceased to exist. A fragment of the five-colored divine stone, half the size of the final piece used to mend the sky, descended from the heavens and hovered before Nukawa. This was the remnant of the final divine stone, refined by the very lifeblood and heart essence of Nuchawa herself. You were born from my heart essence, and have attained spiritual consciousness. Your future holds its own destiny and karma. I only hope you do not fail the expectations placed upon you to revitalize our demon race. Gazing at the hovering stone, Nukua's eyes softened with a maternal warmth as she reached out to stroke the divine stone with a gentle touch. A flick of her finger sent the 5-colored divine stone soaring, shooting straight toward the eastern horizon. It vanished rapidly, into the very ends of the world. Ha! Sun Wukong's divine sense snapped back from the Sansheng stone, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to steady his racing heart. His intuition was correct. The fragment of the divine stone, refined by Nutewa's lifeblood, was indeed the primordial stone that had gestated him. In a sense, Sun Wukong could be considered a being forged from the essence and lifeblood of Nuwa. Nuwa was his mother. He was not truly a child without kin. Born of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong's heart was in turmoil, a mixture of joy, agitation, and a faint, lingering melancholy. Following the reopening of the 3 realms, the Dao ancestor Hongjun and Nuwa had both completely vanished from the world. Rumors whispered that they had retreated to the highest planes, specifically the Daluo heaven within the 36 heavens, far removed from worldly affairs. Yet the truth of their location remained a mystery to all. Sun Wukong could not say if he would ever have the fortune to reunite with Nukawa as a son to his mother, but he would reunite. He was certain of it. As long as he continued his cultivation, there would come a day when he reached the heights of the Daotu ancestor and his mother, and they would meet again. The melancholy was but a passing shadow. Sun Wukong remained Sun Wukong, the great sage, equaling heaven. This fleeting, sentimental sorrow was quickly suppressed by the surging arrogance and heroic spirit rising within him. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong looked toward the heavens and let out a long, defiant roar. His eyes, sharp as blades, burned with a dancing fire. His golden fur danced in the wind, and an overbearing, godlike aura enveloped his body, casting him in the image of a demonic deity. The arrogant, untamable great sage equaling heaven, who once shook the heavenly palace to its foundations in his past life, had returned. Descending from the terrace of oblivion, Sun Wukong continued along the Yellow Springs Road, soon arriving at the side of the Nihei Bridge. The Nihei Bridge served as the boundary between the Yellow Springs River and the River of Forgetfulness. This side of the bridge was the Yellow Springs, but once crossed, one entered the realm of the River of Forgetfulness. The Nihei Bridge was structured in 3 tiers. The upper tier was crimson, the middle was a mysterious gold, and the lowest tier was pitch black. The lower the tier, the more treacherous and perilous it became. It was a realm filled with wandering ghosts and spirits denied the cycle of reincarnation. Those who perform virtuous deeds in life crossed the upper tier, those with a balance of good and evil traversed the middle, and the wicked were relegated to the depths below. Such were the ancient records concerning the legendary Nihei Bridge. Sun Wukong had previously studied the ancient records kept within the archives of the Sangking Cave. However, standing now before the Nihei Bridge, he found that reality differed significantly from those texts. The Nihei Bridge was indeed divided into 3 tiers, but the criteria for which path a soul would walk were not as the ancient scriptures described. The records claimed that one must first cross the Nihei Bridge, only to face the judgment of the 10 Yama kings, and the torment of the 18 levels of hell to purge their sins. In truth, within the underworld, the judgment of the 10 Yama kings, and the purging of sins in the 18 levels of hell occurred long before one ever reached the Nihei Bridge. Those who reached this bridge had already weathered the trials of the 18 hells, and had earned the right to proceed toward reincarnation. Ultimately, the tier of the Nihei Bridge one was destined to walk was not determined by their deeds of good or evil. Rather, the path one followed depended entirely on whether their soul contained a greater essence of pure energy or turbid energy. Souls overflowing with pure energy would walk the uppermost tier. Though this purity would diminish slightly upon crossing, they would be drawn directly by the heavenly Tao into the cycle of reincarnation, either ascending to the heavenly realm or remaining in the underworld as divine officials. Those with a mixture of both pure and turbid energies would walk the middle tier, allowing them to be drawn into the human realm to taste the splendors of the mortal world once more. Yet those burdened with the heaviest turbid energy had no choice but to walk the lowest tier. These souls were riddled with deep-seated resentment, possessing no one to offer them salvation. Walking upon the lowest tier, they were highly susceptible to the malice of the hungry spirits lurking within the waters of the Huangquan River. They risked being dragged into the depths by the Yaksha or Asura races to have their soul essence devoured, forcing them to become part of the river or suffer total annihilation, never to be reborn. While living a life of virtue could indeed bolster the pure energy of a soul, it was not the sole factor. Truly, those capable of walking the upper tier were not merely the exceptionally kind, but practitioners who had mastered the art of refining and purifying their own spirits. Without such cultivation, even a lifetime of good deeds would only grant passage to the middle tier, with no chance of ascending to the heavenly realm. The Huangquan Road and the Huangchuan River before the Nihei Bridge leave little room for lamentation. To cross the bridge, one must partake in a bowl of soup that washes away all mortal burdens. As Sun Wukong approached the Nihei Bridge, preparing to set foot upon it, A melancholic chant suddenly echoed, and an elderly woman clad in black emerged beside the structure. It was Meng Po. Legend held that beside the Nihei Bridge of the underworld resided an elder known as Meng Po. She gathered the tears shed by every soul during their mortal life, brewing them with specialized herbs to create the legendary Meng Po soup. Once consumed, the soul would forget all remnants of their past life, allowing them to enter the cycle of reincarnation without any lingering attachments. Yet, the true origin of this Meng Po remained a mystery, shrouded in conflicting tales. Meng Po, old Sun here, has no intention of undergoing reincarnation. They say your bowl of soup requires a lifetime of tears to brew. I fear you haven't yet gathered enough to craft a bowl for me, have you? Sun Wukong gazed at Meng Po with a grin, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes as he quietly activated his fiery golden eyes to inspect her. A half-step quasi-saint. This Meng Po was, in fact, an expert at the half-step quasi-saint realm. A look of shock rippled through Sun Wukong's eyes. This underworld concealed far more formidable power than he had imagined. He had originally dismissed the Tenyama kings as insignificant, only to find that their cultivation had all reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a powerhouse of the quasi-sage realm. Yet even the old crone guarding this Nihei bridge is a quasi-sage, far surpassing the Tenyama kings in strength. Wait. The true appearance of this Meng Po does not seem to match the elderly visage she presents to the world. Sun Wukong's eyes flared with a golden hue, exerting his full strength to activate the Destruction God eyes, scrutinizing the entity known as Meng Po once more. Her true form was that of an ethereal beauty draped in black, and although her body was composed of condensed soul energy, her life force was incredibly vast, far exceeding that of ordinary immortals. The origin of this Meng Po is far from ordinary. You possess the physique of a heavenly demon. Sun Wukong secretly observed Meng Po through his Destruction God eyes. Meng Po, in turn, fixed her gaze upon Sun Wukong. A single sentence left Sun Wukong trembling to his core. He stood rooted to the spot, a look of profound horror flashing across his eyes. This Meng Po had actually seen through his true constitution. Just who are you? How could you possibly discern the heavenly demon physique of this old Sun? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and took a step back, staring at Meng Po as if facing a formidable enemy. Even when confronting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva at the quasi-sage level, he had never felt such intense pressure. Her cultivation level was clearly inferior to Ksitigarbha's, so how could she pierce through his disguise with a single glance? Naturally, I can see a very strange aura about you, one that is strikingly similar to an old friend of mine. Meng Po let out a soft laugh, and in an instant, her elderly appearance shifted, revealing the breathtaking beauty in black robes that Sun Wukong had perceived through his mystical sight. You are a descendant of Sister Nuwa, are you not? Sister Nuwa? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. From the primordial age to the current three realms, there seems to be only one person capable of calling the goddess Nuwa Sister, Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the ancient Wu tribe. Legend says Hutu possessed a human head and a serpent's body, with 7 arms behind her back and 2 in front, clutching serpents. She was the supreme master of earth power among the 12 ancestral witches. During the final stages of the Great War of the Lich, Hutu could not bear to see the 2 tribes decimated and their souls scattered. Thus, she transformed herself into the 6 paths of samsara. She accumulated life-protecting merit comparable to that of a sage, and bestowed 2/3 of it upon the Wu tribe. It was this sacrifice that prevented the total extinction of the Wu after the Great War. The remaining clansmen fled to the northern sea of Beiju Luzhao to survive, giving rise to the barbarian tribes that exist there today. Yet, after she transformed into reincarnation, and gifted her merit, should she not have been utterly annihilated? How could she appear here at the Nihei Bridge of the underworld, acting as a Meng Po brewing soup for those seeking reincarnation? Sensing his confusion, Meng Po smiled and said, "It seems you have already guessed my identity. Indeed, I am Hutu, or more accurately, I was once Hutu." Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. What did she mean by once? But he remained silent, sensing she intended to reveal the truth. In those days, the demon tribe ruled the heavens, and my Wu tribe ruled the earth. We lived in peace, but conflict ignited in an instant, escalating into the cataclysmic Great War of the Lich. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Meng Po's eyes as she recounted softly. The militant ancestral witches, Gonggong and Zhurong, fell into a dispute for reasons unknown. They battled at Mount Buzhao, and both perished. 2 of our 12 ancestral sorcerers of the Wu clan perished, and in the struggles that followed, our innate prowess was diminished. You must surely be aware of this. Gonggong, in a fit of rage, collided with Mount Buzhao, causing the pillar supporting the heavens to shatter. A great rift tore open between the celestial realm and the mortal world, allowing heavenly fire and divine lightning to rain down upon the earth. The living beings of the world suffered in misery. Fortunately, my sister Nua, refined the stones to patch the heavens and mend the celestial rift. It was from that moment that she foresaw a great calamity of immeasurable scale between the Wu and Demon clans, one sufficient to turn the world upside down. At the time, I did not understand what this great calamity spoken of by my sister Nutawa truly entailed. She always maintained that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed, only urging me to preserve myself when the calamity arrived and to safeguard the remaining bloodline of the Wu clan. As she spoke these words, Mengpa paused, her gaze lingering on Sun Wukong with a look of profound tenderness. Yet, Wukong felt she was not looking at him, but through him, toward the presence of the goddess Nua. The 10 golden crows of the demon heavenly court, sons of Dijun, were left unchecked by the great emperor of the primordial era, leading to immense suffering. Yet Dijun offered only a trivial reprimand, barely lifting a finger to discipline them. The great sorcerer Kuafu, filled with indignation, pursued the sun, and was slain by the 10 golden crows. This incited the fury of the great sorcerer Hao Yi. He rallied the forces of his entire tribe, combining them with the various secret techniques of the Wu clan, to forge a divine arrow that struck down 9 of the golden crows. After Hao Yi felled the sun, he too was hunted down and killed by the combined efforts of numerous demon gods. Ultimately, the mounting tensions ignited into a total, all-out war between the two great races. Meng Po sighed deeply. Back then, Brother Dijiang led the 10 remaining ancestral sorcerers, along with myself and a host of great sorcerers, to storm the primordial demon heavenly court. Only then did I finally understand the great calamity my sister Nua had foretold. Yet the situation had already devolved into a life-and-death struggle between the two clans. It was no longer something I could prevent. Sister Nua, as a saint of the heavenly Dako, could not forcibly defy the heavens to intervene, and could only stand by to witness the slaughter. The demon heavenly court unleashed the Zhu Tian star formation, and we of the Wu clan forcibly activated the 12 divine sorcerer formation. In the end, we fought until there was nothing left, and both clans were decimated. I could not bear to see the masters of both races have their souls scattered into nothingness, so I sacrificed my form to create the 6 paths of reincarnation, hoping to preserve a sliver of vitality for both clans. I was meant to have my soul extinguished entirely, but it was Taoist ancestor Hongjun who used his supreme Taoist arts to condense my 1 soul and 2 spirits, molding my physical form with the ghostly energy of the netherworld to become Mengpo. Here, by the bridge of Nahe, I have remained hidden within the netherworld to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation, washing away the lingering karmic debts of my Wu clan. Day after day, year after year, I have lost count of how long I have kept watch here, and never before has anyone been willing to speak with me. Wukong, you are the first in all these ages to hear me speak such heartfelt words. Mother, your great virtue is unmatched. I am truly humbled. You have suffered much over these long years, Sun Wukong remarked, his expression moved. He realized that, were he in the position of Goddess Hutu, he could never have mustered the resolve to sacrifice himself to create the 6 paths of reincarnation. He immediately bowed respectfully toward Meng Po, who was the incarnation of Goddess Hutu. It was evident that the bond between Goddess Hutu and Goddess Nua was profound. Since they were as sisters, addressing her as mother was no mere formality, but a recognition of her immense, selfless virtue. I do this only for the sake of my people. It would be more accurate to call me Hutu Niang Niang. Although only 1 soul and 2 spirits remain, having guarded the Nahe bridge in the netherworld for so many years, my incomplete soul has long since been tempered, and I have regained half of my former power. Otherwise, I would not have reached the quasi-sage realm. Tell me, Wukong, what is the current state of the Wu and Demon clans? Why have you brought your physical body all the way here? During the final bloody battle of the Lich War, Hutu Niangyang transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, and thus did not participate. Even Hongjun Daozu did not speak to her regarding the outcome of that immeasurable calamity. Throughout these years spent guarding the Nahe bridge in the netherworld, she had never heard from anyone the final fate of that great war. This question had always remained buried in her heart, causing her great anxiety. Now that Sun Wukong had arrived, she naturally had to inquire about it. The Wu and Demon clans, you ask? Sun Wukong offered a bitter smile, sighed deeply, and shook his head, saying, "It is not good. Very far from good." How could it be not good? Hutu Niangyang's heart tightened, and she pressed for the truth. After that immeasurable calamity of the Lich War, the strength of both the Wu clan and the Demon clan was severely crippled. They could no longer continue to dominate the primordial lands and were forced to retreat into the mountains and wilderness. They gathered primarily in the northern profound continent, gradually evolving into what are now known as the barbarian tribes of the north. Of course, some remain scattered elsewhere, but the 3 realms have long since become the dominion of the human race. The human heavenly court has replaced the primordial demon heavenly court to rule over the 3 realms. After the second immeasurable calamity, the War of Investiture, the Western sect rose to power, evolving into what is now the Western Buddhist kingdom. Whether it is our demon clan or your Wu clan, Niangyang, we have all become targets of oppression by the humans. We are either forced into hiding within the most desolate corners of the earth, or captured by the immortals and Buddhas of the human race, to serve as their spirit beasts and mounts. Are we truly to be ordered about by them? A flash of sorrow passed through the eyes of Hao Tu Niangyang. The will of heaven is indeed impossible to defy. The will of heaven? What nonsense is that? A cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and a look of indignation appeared upon his face. The will of heaven is but a construct of men. If we ourselves accept our fate without resisting, then what future is there to speak of? Niangyang, in those years you did not hesitate to sacrifice your body to create the 6 paths of reincarnation. Was it not to break that so-called will of heaven, and leave a glimmer of hope for the survival of the Wu and demon clans? A trace of shock flickered across Hao Tu Niangyang's face as she watched Sun Wukong stand tall, his hands clenched tightly, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "This old son has never believed in the will of heavens, so what if it is difficult to defy? I, the great sage, insist on defying the heavens. We are all born equal. Who dares to claim they are above the rest? If the heavens wish to crush me, I shall shatter the very sky. If the earth wishes to hinder me, I shall trample this land into dust. My fate is my own to decide, not the heavens. My fate is mine, not determined by the heavens, not by the heavens." His steely voice resonated across the Naihei Bridge. Empress Hao Tu gazed upon Sun Wukong's indomitable spirit and ethereal presence. A flash of rare radiance crossed her eyes as she drew a deep breath and smiled. "Truly a worthy descendant of Sister Nua. Your presence is extraordinary." "Wukong, you are right. If one does not strive, how can they be certain that the decree of fate cannot be changed? It is merely a pity that although I have restored my missing soul, I am now bound as one with the underworld, unable to leave. I fear I can be of no help to you." With a sigh, a trace of solitude flickered in Empress Hao Tu's eyes, but in the very next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, she abruptly raised her head, her gaze burning with an intense, radiant light, as she stared at Sun Wukong. And she stared with such fervor that even Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart, wondering to himself, why does the gaze of this goddess feel so unnerving? Hey goddesses, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Do not look at this great sage with such an expression. You might be able to withstand the ancestral witch's essence blood. What? Sun Wukong was left stunned by Empress Hao Tu's abrupt and baffling remark. Ancestral witch's essence blood? What is that? Wukong, you and Sister Nua are both of the Heavenly Demon Physique. You harbor the saint's essence blood of Nua within you. Perhaps you could even absorb my ancestral witch's essence blood. Wait, goddess. Everything was fine moments ago. Why would you suddenly think of bestowing this ancestral witch's essence blood upon me? What use would I, the great sage, have for that essence? Watching the sudden, inexplicable excitement of Empress Hao Tu, Sun Wukong felt completely bewildered. He was of the demon race, and the witch race had absolutely nothing to do with him. Why would he ever need their ancestral essence? If I end up ruining my own cultivation base because of this, it would be a disaster. Wukong, you do not understand. The Heavenly Demon Physique and the Ancestral Witch Physique share the same origin. Both stem from the great god, Pangu. We 12 ancestral witches were formed from the essence blood of Pangu, while the primordial spirit of the great god Pangu largely manifested into the 3 pure ones, a smaller portion blended with the yin and yang, and the clear and turbid qi after the creation, to give birth to the myriad tribes of the demon race. The Heavenly Demon Physique is the unique lineage among the demon tribes that inherited that specific portion of Pangu's primordial spirit. Throughout the entire primordial era, only 3 possessed it: the Heavenly Emperor Dijun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and Sister Nua. And so what? Sun Wukong still did not fully grasp the concept. Pangu, creating the world and the origins of the myriad tribes, felt far too distant from his current reality. All he cared about now was how to accumulate enough power to confront the heavenly court and settle his past life debts with the Jade Emperor and Tathagata. Everything Empress Hao Tu said left his mind in a state of utter confusion. It means you possess the certainty to receive my ancestral witch's essence blood, to fuse it with the saint's essence blood of Nugua within you, and break through the Heavenly Demon Physique to attain the Chaos Physique, just like the great god Pangu himself. The Chaos Physique. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in sudden, profound shock. Is this the fabled Chaos Physique, recorded in the ancient texts, possessed only by the great god Pangu? Is this the peerless divine body that can directly absorb the energy of chaos? A physical form so incomparably powerful that it could slay the demons and gods of the chaotic era? My lady, are your words truly truth? Can I, old sun, truly possess the divine Chaos Physique? Sun Wukong's breath grew rapid and shallow. It was no wonder. Even in the three realms, there was likely not a soul who could resist the temptation of such a divine body. This was, after all, the greatest opportunity to become a supreme powerhouse, just like the great god Pangu himself. Naturally, it is the truth. However, this is merely my own conjecture. Whether you can truly absorb and integrate the ancestral witch essence blood, I cannot say for certain. This matter requires careful consideration. No, there is no need for further thought. Sun Wukong interrupted How To, saying, "My lady, grant me the ancestral witch essence blood now. This is an opportunity that I, old Sun, must seize at any cost." Wukong, do not be hasty. This matter is not as simple as you imagine. Hutu shook her head slightly. The fusion of the Heavenly Demon Physique to evolve into the Chaos Physique is the ideal outcome, but it hides grave risks. If there is the slightest misstep, or if the two forces clash in rejection, your soul may be scattered into nothingness. To be scattered into nothingness if I fail? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment as he looked down, his expression flickering with conflict. But he soon looked up at Hutu with firm resolve, declaring, "Even if it carries the risk of total destruction, I still wish to face this trial." Sun Wukong had already reached his conclusion. To obtain such immense benefits, one must inevitably court immense risk. Was it not the same when he gathered the 36 bottles of essence from the pure world Green Lotus? Did he not risk his soul and eternal damnation every time he absorbed such power? If he were to abandon such a path to the absolute pinnacle out of fear, he would surely regret it until his final breath. Wukong, have you truly thought this through? I have no regrets. I will never regret this. Very well. Truly worthy of being the descendant of Nuwa. Your courage is as resolute as your spirit. Hutu's eyes filled with admiration, finding him more impressive with every glance, and she raised a finger to touch the center of Sun Wukong's brow. Wukong, let us not delay. I shall transmit the ancestral witch essence blood to you now. Clear your mind, and under no circumstances, offer any resistance. Hutu's long hair began to flutter without a breeze, and a crimson light flickered between her brows as her body rose, hovering off the ground. Sun Wukong felt his own body lifted by a strange, overwhelming force, levitating 3 feet above the ground as the red light converged into strands resembling serpents and dragons. The energy flowed from the center of Hutu's brows, along her arm, and surged into the center of Sun Wukong's brow. Instantly, Sun Wukong felt as though burning hot needles were piercing his brow. The pain was enough to make him scream, yet he forced himself to endure, centering his spirit to absorb the ancestral witch essence blood flooding into his body. A searing, agonizing pain radiated from his brow, spreading rapidly to every corner of his being. This is the ancestral witch's essence blood. A single drop is enough to annihilate a star. If it were not for Sun Wukong's Heavenly Demon Physique, protected by the saint's essence blood of Nuwawa, and his cultivation of the 8-9 arcane art to the level of an indestructible diamond body, his physical form would have surely shattered the moment the essence blood entered him. The agony, the unbearable, excruciating agony, finally forced a wretched cry from Sun Wukong's lips. Hutu bestowed 9 drops of ancestral witch essence blood into his body, each one as heavy as a mountain, capable of crushing the very sea of stars. Once these 9 drops entered his body, they surged rapidly through his meridians, reaching every corner of his being. Under the agitation of the 8-9 arcane art, combined with Sun Wukong's own physical blood essence, his primordial spirit began absorbing the power within the ancestral witch's blood, strengthening itself, yet trembling violently, as if on the verge of total collapse. Wukong, whether or not you can successfully absorb these 9 drops of essence blood depends entirely upon yourself. Hutu descended from the void, her ethereal form appearing somewhat translucent, though she had gifted him 9 drops. To her, that represented 9/10 of all the ancestral witch essence blood she possessed. After all, she was no longer one of the 12 ancestral witches who once dominated the primordial world, but rather a nether ghostly form condensed from a single soul and 2 spirits. Over countless years of guarding the netherworld, she had condensed only 10 drops in total, and by giving Sun Wukong 9, she was left with but a single drop to sustain her existence. Within the next millennium, she would likely be reduced to a feeble, wandering existence, forever lingering as old Granny Meng beside the bridge of Nihang. The silhouette of the peerless beauty in white vanished, leaving only the hunched, elderly woman in black robes behind. Granny Meng stood silently by the bridge of Nihang, her eyes regaining a murky, hollow depth, devoid of their previous brilliance. Sun Wukong hovered a dozen zang above the ground, his entire body swathed in blood-red essence. His aura was like gathering clouds and shifting moons, yet his expression was hideously twisted, veins bulging, and muscles rippling as he endured the immense torture. Deathly agony. Is this the end of old Sun? Sun Wukong had anticipated that the fusion process would be painful, but he had never imagined it would be this severe, surpassing even the agony he endured while collecting the 36 bottles of the essence of the world-cleansing lotus. He desperately wanted to lose consciousness and let it end, but a voice within him constantly warned that he must not give in. Should he lose consciousness, he would surely be lost to eternal damnation. Without consciousness to actively drive the 8-9 arcane art to protect his heart meridians and the primordial true spirit within his soul, the ancestral witch essence blood would run wild. When that time came, absorption would be impossible. The essence blood would devour his entire body, leaving not a trace of him behind. Furthermore, Sun Wukong harbored a visceral, unshakable premonition. If the situation truly spiraled out of control, neither the time-space life-death talisman, his evolving golden Ruyi Jingu Bang, nor the Nua Saint's blood could save him. Sun Wukong did not know why he felt this way. The time-space life-death talisman had already been triggered once, leaving him only 2 more chances to survive. Yet this time, his intuition told him it would prove useless. He dared not gamble. What if this feeling was correct? Only those who have crossed the threshold of life and death truly understand the value of life. Sun Wukong had experienced this cycle before. If it were within his power, he would never wish to endure such an experience again. It is, after all, merely the blood of an ancestral witch. So what if they were ancestral witches? Did they not all eventually vanish into the long, winding river of time? I, old Sun, refuse to believe I am inferior to them. This ancestral witch essence blood belongs to me. Absorb it now. A stubborn, indomitable obsession surged within his heart. Within Sun Wukong's heart, a silent, primal scream resonated. He summoned every ounce of his spirit, enduring the agonizing torment, focusing his entire consciousness on driving the 8-9 mysterious technique, absorbing the ancestral witch's essence blood. Though his expression remained twisted in excruciating pain, the violent trembling of his body began to subside. Wisps of the ancestral witch's essence began to fuse completely with his physical form and divine soul. High within the heavenly court, at the water pavilion of the Jade Pool. Have you heard the news? His Majesty has appointed the Heavenly King Li as the demon-subduing Grand Marshal. He is leading the third Prince Nezha and 30,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the edge of the heavens, tasked with capturing a demon who has wreaked havoc in both the underworld and the Dragon Palace. I believe it is a monkey demon. What was his name again? You have heard of it too, elder sister? If I recall correctly, the name is Sun Wukong. That is right. Sun Wukong. That is the name. With the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li taking personal command, and the third Prince Nezha joining the fray. What is the origin of this monkey demon? Can he truly be that formidable? To wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, sister, would you call that anything less than formidable? Yet in my eyes, no matter how powerful he is, it is all in vain. When the third Prince Nezha strikes, what demon would not surrender at the mere whisper of his name? If that monkey demon lacks the sense to submit, he shall soon be a wandering ghost beneath the third prince's spear. The celestial maidens whispered of the grand court sessions held at the Lingxiao Hall every half-year. Gatherings that were typically filled with sycophantic praise, claiming the realms were at peace and the people well-fed. But for 2 Yama kings to submit memorials back-to-back, compounded by the 4 Seas Dragon Kings jointly filing a formal grievance, was an occurrence of extreme rarity. Truly, it was unprecedented. Discord and controversy were never in short supply, even within the hallowed halls of the Heavenly Court. Before the Grand Assembly at the Lingxiao Hall had even concluded, the news had spread across the celestial realm with the ferocity of a gale. Everyone was whispering of the affair, including the maidens of the Moon Palace gathered here at the Jade Pool. Good sister, these words you spoke. His Majesty has dispatched troops to capture the monkey demon, Sun Wukong. What exactly is the meaning of this? Xinglan the fairy had been sitting in the pavilion, lost in a daze, when she overheard the maidens of the Moon Palace passing by, discussing the events at the Lingxiao Hall. Upon hearing the name of Sun Wukong, she jolted upright in sudden shock, hurried to the side of the maidens, and offered a respectful bow, inquiring, Fairy Xinglan offers her greetings. Seeing it was Fairy Xinglan, the maidens of the Moon Palace returned the gesture with haste. Though all were attendants of the Jade Pool, Fairy Xinglan was the personal maid of the Queen Mother, deeply favored by her mistress. Her status was naturally far above theirs. That she addressed them as elder sister was merely a gesture of courtesy. These maidens dared not show a hint of arrogance. They hurriedly performed their salutations in response, all while trading words back and forth, recounting every detail of the events that had transpired within the Lingxiao Palace. Even the expressions of the Jade Emperor and his court were described with such vivid clarity, as if those listening had been present in the palace to witness the events with their own eyes. Xinglan, my sister, I hear the Emperor intends for the Empress to dispatch envoys to the land of heaven's zenith, where the army is currently besieging the 8 demons. If you wish to see the third Prince Nezha, this might be your chance to plead your case. Given how much the Empress favors you, perhaps this good fortune will fall upon you. If it does, you could bring your little sister along to broaden my horizons as well. The fairies of the Lunar Palace continued to butter up Fairy Xinglan, but her soul had long since drifted away. She forced a smile in response, turned, and hurried toward the Yaochi palace. What is so great about her? Isn't it just relying on the Empress's favor? She truly holds no one in her eyes. Enough of that. She is the one favored by the Empress. You can be envious all you want, but it will change nothing. Better to finish your tasks and go gather more news. Who knows? You might actually be chosen for the expedition. And then you could truly see the third prince. Quickly, quickly! I desire nothing more than to see the third prince. They say he has red lips and white teeth, and is exceptionally handsome and dashing. Even a glimpse from afar would suffice. If I could even speak a word to the third prince, that would be heaven itself. Hee-hey! The dissatisfaction and the giggling of the Lunar Palace fairies were heard clearly by Fairy Zilan. Yet she had absolutely no state of mind to concern herself with such trifles at this moment. Ever since their parting atop the peaks of Mount Huaguo, she had missed Sun Wukong dearly, even venturing to the mortal realm several times in secret to find him, only to return empty-handed. Even the demons of Mount Huaguo did not know where Sun Wukong had gone, assuming he was still in deep seclusion within the water curtain cave. They little suspected he had traveled to the underworld and wrought such a great catastrophe. Wukong, please, you must not let anything happen to you. Watching Fairy Zilan before her with a look of entreaty mixed with urgency, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West regarding the request to join the expedition to the Land of Heaven's zenith. Fairy Zilan had always been gentle in nature, and she had never before taken the initiative to ask for anything. In the Queen Mother's memory, this was the first time she had been so hasty in requesting a task. That Land of Heaven's zenith is quite a desolate and dreary place. Zilan, do you truly wish to go? A golden light flashed in the Queen Mother's eyes. As if she had realized something, she suddenly chuckled with a hint of amusement. Could it be that you have also set your sights on that boy, Nezha? The third Prince Nezha, son of pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li, possessed peerless strength and an incredibly dashing appearance. He was notoriously popular throughout the Heavenly Court. This was a fact the Queen Mother understood all too well. However, the Celestial Court maintains its own strict laws. Immortals and mortals are forbidden from marriage, and even among the gods themselves, unauthorized romance is strictly prohibited. Even those seeking to become immortal partners must receive the explicit decree of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West to be united in wedlock. Your Majesty, Zilan has never harbored any improper thoughts regarding the third prince. Fairy Zilan started in alarm, trembling as she collapsed to her knees. Very well, I have no intention of reprimanding you. There is no need for such formalities. The Queen Mother waved her hand, gesturing for Fairy Zilan to rise, noting that this child was usually indifferent to all worldly desires. I have always been searching for a companion worthy of you. That boy, Nezha, is truly not bad. If you wish to visit him, then go. If you find the arrangement agreeable, come to me for a formal decree. Do not be shy. If any outsider were present to hear these words from the Queen Mother, they would surely be so shocked their jaws would hit the floor. Could this truly be the same Queen Mother of the West? The pinnacle of propriety and the most dignified matron of the heavens? Your Majesty, I truly harbor no feelings for the third prince. Very well, very well. Is there any need to hide such things from me? Zilan, I have always treated you as my own child. Surely you must realize this. Your Grace's kindness is as vast as the mountains, and Zilan shall always hold it in her heart. As Fairy Zilan moved to kneel in gratitude once more, the Queen Mother gently stopped her. This child, why must you be so caught up in formalities at every turn? Enough. Go in my stead, select a few attendants, and prepare some offerings of wine and food to take to the Tianji territory. It will stop the Emperor from whispering in my ear. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Zilan shall take her leave, joy stirring in her heart. Fairy Zilan bowed low before the Queen Mother, stepped back twice, and turned to depart from the palace. The Tianji territory serves as the borderland for the entirety of the three realms. Legend holds that this is where the fire god Zhurong and the water god Gonggong waged their primordial war, and it is the site where the great Buzhao mountain, the pillar of heaven, once stood. Although goddess Nupu mended the fissures in the sky here, the space remains far more unstable than anywhere else, serving as the nexus where the various realms converge. If Sun Wukong were truly to emerge from the intersection between the netherworld and the mortal realm, he would undoubtedly appear here in the Tianji territory. Knowing this, the Jade Emperor dispatched the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing to lead a vast army to station themselves at Tianji, intending to wait for the enemy to tire himself out before capturing the Monkey King alive. Yet, these 30,000 celestial soldiers have been stationed in the Tianji territory for years, consuming vast amounts of provisions, all without catching a single glimpse of Sun Wukong, not to mention the demon monkey himself. They had not seen so much as a single strand of simian fur. Initially, the heavenly soldiers were eager and bloodthirsty, awaiting the chance to claim their glory. As time wore on, their spirits dwindled. They spent their days drinking and gambling, bearing no resemblance to the fierce celestial army, appearing instead as a disorganized rabble. Father, Could the intelligence provided by the Yama king of the underworld be flawed? We have been stationed here for 3 years already. How is it that there has been no sign of that demon monkey, Sun Wukong? Could it be that he has long since perished within the passages of the 6 paths of reincarnation? The Tianji territory is a desolate wasteland, and the ambient spiritual energy is chaotic and impure. Hardly a suitable place for cultivation. The celestial soldiers and generals had nothing to occupy their time but to drink, feast, gamble, and engage in idle chatter. Watching this scene play out day after day, Third Prince Nezha felt an immense, growing resentment. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he stormed into the great tent of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, and after a curt bow, voiced his grievances. Nezha, do not be so impatient. Li Jing raised his head to look at Nezha, his voice calm and detached. The underworld has sent no word that the monkey demon has fallen, therefore, we have no choice but to wait here. Furthermore, His Majesty has not issued an imperial decree to withdraw. It is enough that we remain here and hold our position. But there are no buts. This is a military order. As long as His Majesty's decree has not arrived, we cannot withdraw our forces. Begone, as you command, Father. Third Prince Nezha strode out of the great tent, his heart brimming with fury. He had never desired this assignment. This accursed place, the extreme heaven realm, was filled with such chaotic spiritual energy that it was impossible to refine or absorb. Even a great void golden immortal, who claimed to survive on wind and dew, was forced to consume spirit grains here just to sustain their vital energy. It was all the more difficult for him, as he had only reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm. For so many men to sit idle here day after day was a colossal waste of time. That old man relies on his 7 treasured golden pagoda to restrict me at every turn, forcing me to follow him to this god-forsaken place. He claims he cannot withdraw without an imperial decree, but he is merely seizing an opportunity to keep me under his thumb. Abominable. The more I think of it, the more enraged I become. Third Prince Nezha exited the celestial camp and headed to an open expanse. Unable to restrain himself, he drew his fire-tipped spear and began to strike out with wild fury, desperate to vent the resentment boiling within his soul. The father-son relationship between Nezha and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had never been stable. Years ago, Nezha had wreaked havoc upon the seas and pulled the tendon from a dragon, causing the 4 seas dragon kings to come seeking vengeance. Nezha carved his own flesh to return to his mother, and peeled his bones to return to his father, leading to a bitter enmity between him and Li Jing. After he was resurrected in a lotus body, he sought to settle the score. But the ancient Buddha Dipankara, at that time, the Taoist Dipankara, bestowed upon Li Jing the 7 treasured golden pagoda, an artifact capable of suppressing Nezha, forcing him to abandon his vendetta. After the Great War of the Gods, the heavenly court rose, and Nezha attained sainthood through his physical form. Li Jing also achieved the Tao and ascended to the rank of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Li Jing sent his eldest son, Jinzha, to serve as a guardian before the Tathagata Buddha at Mount Ling. His second son, Muzha, practiced under the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the southern seas. Only Nezha remained tethered to his side, under the pretext that he could not bear to be apart from his youngest son. In truth, Nezha understood perfectly. Li Jing feared that once he reached the great void golden immortal realm, where his 3 flowers would gather and 5 vapors would harmonize, the pagoda would no longer be able to suppress him, so he deliberately kept him close to ensure his continued subjugation. For years, Nezha's cultivation had progressed at a crawl, all because Lianjing would periodically trigger the 7 treasured golden pagoda to imprison him within. He claimed it was to temper Nezha's spirit, but each time, it shattered the very vitality and essence he had painstakingly accumulated, preventing him from breaking through to the great void golden immortal realm. Compared to Nezha, Erlang Shenyang Jian, who had achieved physical sainthood around the same time, had already made his breakthrough not long ago. The resentment in Nezha's heart was beyond words. Take this instance for example. Nezha had once again touched the threshold of a breakthrough, and had been planning to deceive Li Jing and sneak away from the heavenly court to enter seclusion, yet Li Jing had dragged him to this desolate extreme heaven realm. If he remained here for a few more years, forget about achieving a breakthrough. The very strength he had accumulated would be completely drained away. Abominable! 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 With a ferocious rhythm, he thrust his spear hundreds of times, unleashing all the suppressed resentment burning within his soul. The crimson glow in Nezhanga's eyes slowly faded, yet the hatred in his heart remained, buried once more into the deepest abyss of his being as he stood and marched toward the heavenly army camp. Old man, do not think you have won. Just wait. The moment I break free from your control, I shall reclaim every ounce of humiliation I have endured, with interest. Deep within the netherworld, by the Naihe Bridge, and 10 feet above the barren earth, a massive cocoon of blood hovered in silence. Enveloped within that crimson shell was Sun Wukong, who had been refining the 9 drops of ancestral witch essence blood gifted by Lady Hutu for 10 long years. Throughout this decade, Sun Wukong remained suspended, his spirit retracted, and his mystical arts channeled to absorb the essence, slowly acclimating to the agonizing torture of the fusion process. Strands of blood aura drifted from his body, swirling around him until they coalesced into the colossal cocoon that stood before us. Originating from the great god Pangu himself, this essence blood contained powers and Taoist laws of terrifying magnitude. To absorb it completely was a task far more complex than any had dared to imagine. Although Sun Wukong's body had begun to accept the fusion, he had managed to fully refine less than 2 of the 9 drops. The remaining 7 drops lay dormant in the hidden recesses of his physique, impossible to absorb all at once. Given his current cultivation level, assimilating 2 drops was his absolute limit. The rest would have to remain latent, awaiting a time when his realm reached a higher stage. Whoosh! As the wind stirred, the giant blood cocoon dissolved into wisps of red vapor, all of which Sun Wukong inhaled back into his physical form. Violent ripples of blood energy surged outward, tearing through the air in all directions. Sun Wukong snapped his eyes open, and a beam of golden light erupted from his gaze, piercing deep into the bed of the Yellow Springs River. A moment later, the brilliance rapidly retracted. The ancestral witch essence blood is truly peerless. My physical vessel and soul are now perhaps even stronger than when I reached my peak after consuming the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's golden elixirs in my past life. Descending slowly from the air to the ground, Sun Wukong flexed his limbs, feeling the earth-shattering strength coursing through every motion, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder, though he shook his head with a wry smile. After all, when he first took Lady Hutu's advice, he had naively believed that absorbing the essence blood would instantly evolve him into a chaotic divine body. It appeared that was not the case. He would likely need to fully merge with all 9 drops to even contemplate such a transformation. Lady Hutu, I have successfully acclimated to the essence, though it is a pity I could only absorb 2 drops for now. As he stepped toward the Naihe Bridge, Sun Wukong trailed off, sensing something amiss when Lady Hutu offered no response. He had assumed that because his meditation had lasted so long, she had once again shifted into her guise as Lady Meng. Yet now, it seemed her state was far from ordinary. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated his destructive divine vision, but as he peered at Lady Meng, his pupils suddenly contracted in alarm. Under the gaze of his divine eyes, Lady Hutu's true form appeared deathly weak, curled up within the mudra between the eyebrows of her Lady Meng vessel, clearly locked in a deep, forced slumber. No wonder the eyes of this Lady Meng lacked all spark of sentience, appearing dull and vacant. The road of the Yellow Springs, the river of oblivion, the bridge that ends all sorrow. Cross the Naihe Bridge, and drink the soup to wash away the hate. A melodic hum escaped Lady Meng's lips. Yet her expression remained hollow as she extended a bowl of soup towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pang in his heart. The Hutu Nyang must have exhausted her vitality to gift him those 9 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, forcing her true form into a deep, eternal slumber, leaving only a sliver of consciousness to control the Mengpo avatar and continue guarding this Naihe Bridge. Your great kindness, Mother, is beyond words of gratitude. Old Sun swears here today that one day I shall return to this underworld and rescue you completely from your confinement. Sniffling, Sun Wukong suppressed the sorrow in his heart, bowed respectfully to the Mengpong avatar, and took the bowl of soup, draining it in one gulp. This was the solemn duty of the Mengpo avatar. If he did not drink this bowl of Mengpo soup, the avatar would forever block his path, preventing him from moving forward. He could not simply force his way past. As the Mengpa's soup entered his mouth, it was immediately enveloped by his true solar fire, preventing it from spreading through his body as it was silently refined into nothingness. Sun Wukong nodded to the Mengpo avatar and strode toward the Naihe Bridge. This time, the Mengpo avatar did not obstruct him, but retreated a step, standing silently by the bridge like a stone statue. Mother, wait for me. Old Sun will return, he murmured, glancing back at the Mengpo avatar once more. Sun Wukong stepped onto the Naihe Bridge when suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way. The uppermost layer of the bridge could not bear the weight of his physical form. He stumbled and fell, but twisted his body in midair, performing a somersault before landing on solid ground. He realized he had landed on the lowest tier of the Naihe Bridge. Dark underworld energy permeated this level, and amidst the flickering shadows ahead, one could discern restless ghosts and malevolent spirits trapped here, unable to pass the 3rd tier. It seemed that for those possessing a physical body, one could only traverse the lowest, 3rd layer of the bridge. Souls carrying too much turbid energy could not ascend to the upper or middle tiers. It appeared the same applied to those with a physical form. That sudden drop had helped Sun Wukong realize this truth, but it mattered little. He could travel from any level, for he did not believe the malevolent ghosts on this 3rd tier could ever stop him. Striding forward, Sun Wukong marched ahead, the bridge beneath his feet emitting creaking sounds, as if it could barely withstand the immense weight of his physical body. Sun Wukong frowned slightly, wondering what source caused the restriction on flight near the Nahe Bridge. If not for that, he would have simply flown across and been done with it, avoiding all this trouble. Fresh flesh. I am so hungry. Although the bridge groaned under his weight, it was merely noise. He felt no further instability. The real trouble was not whether the bridge could support him, but that the wandering ghosts and spirits trapped on the third tier seemed to have been awakened. One by one, they let out bizarre, chilling shrieks and lunged at Sun Wukong, launching a frantic assault. Scram! A fierce light flickered in his eyes, and with a cold huff from Sun Wukong, a surging, boundless wave of energy erupted from his body, scattering the encroaching ghosts and spirits instantly. Several of the dark-cloaked figures were cast directly into the waters of the Wangchuan River, letting out miserable, soul-piercing screams. Before the Nahe Bridge, the Yellow Springs is truly the Yellow Springs. But upon reaching the Nahe Bridge, the Yellow Springs transforms into the Wangchuan. This is not merely a change in name. The very nature of the river water has undergone a fundamental alteration. The waters of the Wangchuan possess a far greater capacity to corrode the soul than the waters of the Yellow Springs. An ordinary soul that falls into these depths would be completely dissolved within a mere quarter of an hour. Only the most vicious and vengeful spirits, those steeped in profound malevolence, could hope to endure within. They must continuously drag the souls upon the Nahe Bridge down into the depths to devour them, just to sustain the strength required to survive. The display put forth by Sun Wukong could only be described as ferociously aggressive. Under normal circumstances, witnessing their companions suffer such devastating losses, the others would surely have dared not provoke him further. Yet, the lower reaches of this Nahe Bridge are different. Those trapped here are the souls of beings who, in their mortal lives, were wicked to the extreme. Corroded by the netherworld ghostly energy permeating the depths, these spirits have long since mutated into the most savage ghouls, surviving only through endless, cannibalistic slaughter. Having long ago discarded all reason, nothing remained of them but the instinct to attack and destroy. Any soul that sets foot upon the Nahe Bridge becomes their prey, let alone a living being brimming with such vibrant vitality as Sun Wukong. The formidable aura of life force radiating from his physical body was undeniable. To the vengeful spirits upon the bridge, and the even more monstrous ghouls beneath the Wangchuan, he appeared like a torch in the deep darkness, radiating an irresistible, lethal attraction. Damn it all, you persistent pests refuse to leave me be, do you? Then allow me, old son, to send you all to your final oblivion. Initially, Sun Wukong had merely intended to scatter these vengeful spirits, hoping only to carve a path through the bridge. But these creatures were like sharks catching the scent of blood. One after another, fearing neither death nor injury, they threw themselves at him in an unending tide. Sun Wukong's patience had finally reached its end. He was never a man of mild temper, and for these malevolent, soul-devouring ghouls, he harbored no shred of mercy. With a thunderous roar, the true sunfire surged violently from within Sun Wukong's body, manifesting as a blazing coat of armor upon his skin. Every vengeful spirit that lunged toward him, upon merely touching the true sunfire, erupted in agonizing screams and fled in a panic-stricken rout. Some even hurled themselves headlong from the Nahe Bridge into the Wangchuan River, desperate to use its waters to quench the divine flames consuming them. The true sunfire is a primordial, celestial flame of supreme brilliance and power. It is the natural nemesis of these wicked ghosts. Even the slightest contact causes it to cling like maggots to bone, spreading rapidly to consume the entirety of their wretched forms. Even leaping into the waters of the River of Oblivion would be of no use. The innate divine fire cannot be extinguished by the waters of the underworld. Any malevolent spirit or vengeful ghost that touches it is instantly reduced to ashes. As soon as the true sunfire appeared, the spirits that lunged forward were incinerated, forcing the rest to retreat in terror. Though these vengeful spirits had long since lost their reason, their primal instincts remained. Facing the true sunfire, an innate divine flame that acted as their natural bane, avoidance became their only instinctive choice. Seeing these spirits recoil and retreat, the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth curled into a cold, derisive smile. He had no desire to pursue them. Instead, he strode along the bridge, moving with deliberate caution, not daring to rush lest he miss his footing and plummet into the River of Oblivion, which would surely spell disaster. Having crossed more than half the span, he felt assured that if he continued at this pace, he would soon reach the far end of the Nahe Bridge. Just as a hint of relief appeared on Sun Wukong's face, a bizarre, whistling wind suddenly erupted from the river below. In the next heartbeat, a jet of water shot out like a serpent, coiling tightly around his body. HMPH! With a cold snort, Sun Wukong intensified the true sunfire, causing his armor of flames to thicken, and he struck out at the incoming water with a powerful palm. The water jets shattered upon impact, evaporating into clouds of steam infused with thick, chilling netherworld ghost energy. Kike, fresh flesh and blood. It has been an eternity since I last tasted such a delicacy. Today is truly a blessed day, for I, the Ghost Mother, have stumbled upon flesh so brimming with vitality. Ancestor Minghe shall surely enjoy a magnificent feast today. Kenkei. The assault did not cease for a moment. Following that raspy, unsettling laughter, a voice emerged from the depths of the river of oblivion. A figure rose from the water, revealing a woman whose appearance was nothing short of grotesque. The woman was entirely naked, her skin covered in thick scales that resembled a suit of natural armor. Her long hair flowed behind her, defying the water as if it had never been submerged. Her features were delicate, yet they hid an aura of sinister malice. Most striking of all was the chilling, pervasive ghost energy of the netherworld that clung to her form. Her abdomen was distended in an unnatural, bulging circle. Sun Wukong cast a single glance at the woman. Under the gaze of his fiery eyes of truth, her cultivation level was laid bare before him. Yes. Reaching the Taiyi scattered immortal realm, his body surged with nether ghost chi, marking him as a true powerhouse of the nether realm. Yet what did that signify? Without even a flicker of interest, Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze. Ignoring the woman entirely, he continued his stride forward. How dare you disregard me? Your audacity knows no bounds. A cold glint flashed in the woman's eyes, her expression instantly darkening with malice. She was the Nether Ghost Matron, one of the 4 great demon generals of the Asura clan. In this Yellow Springs hell, while she might not reign supreme, few dared to provoke her, who, upon meeting her, did not tremble in fear or worry about being met with such cold indifference. Faced with the hostility and fury of the Nether Ghost Matron, Sun Wukong remained indifferent, as if she were nothing more than a passing breeze, continuing along the bridge without even granting her a single glance. You arrogant fool! Die by my hand! Unable to suppress her rage any longer, the Nether Ghost Matron roared, channeling her mana until the waters of the Forgotten River surged violently. Thousands of water spears erupted, piercing the air toward Sun Wukong. Noisy wretch. Confronted by the overwhelming barrage of water spears, Sun Wukong finally reacted, a look of impatience crossing his features. He reached into his ear, drawing out his Rui golden cudgel, and as it expanded to the width of a bowl he swept it horizontally. The phantom images of the staff shattered the countless water spears in an instant. A crisp, snapping sound echoed, a sudden crack, and Sun Wukong's heart sank as he felt the ground beneath his feet give way. He had stomped right through the surface of the Nahe Bridge. The Nahe Bridge was, after all, a spiritual conduit, meant only for the passage of souls. For Sun Wukong to traverse it with his physical body had already pushed the bridge to its absolute limit. The force of him swinging his Rui golden cudgel had served only to pour oil onto the fire. Unable to bear his weight a moment longer, the bridge groaned and collapsed, sending Sun Wukong plummeting from the lower layers of the Nahe Bridge straight into the Forgotten River. Instantly, he felt a boundless, icy chill rushing toward him from every direction. This was the biting nether ghost chi contained within the Forgotten River. Damnable! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, attempting to cast a water escape technique to surface, but he soon realized it was entirely futile. The weight of the flight suppression enchantment continued to drag him deeper toward the riverbed. Where, exactly, did this flight suppression force originate? It was truly bizarre. Generally, such restraints only applied to the air, losing their potency once one entered the water. Yet this stretch of the river near the Nahe Bridge was saturated with a restrictive aura. Even with Sun Wukong's current cultivation and strength, he found himself unable to resist it. Soon, he sank to the very bottom of the Forgotten River, his feet planting firmly onto the silt and sand of the riverbed. Only then did the flight suppression force finally dissipate. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his expression shifting in deep contemplation. Suddenly, golden light flared as he unleashed his destruction divine eyes to scan the riverbed and the surrounding depths, finally uncovering the truth. Hidden beneath the silt of the Forgotten River lay a colossal magic formation, blanketing the entire Nahe Bridge and the surrounding square mile. It was this very formation that generated the flight suppression effect, rendering Sun Wukong's cloud stepping and water escape techniques completely useless. A truly strange formation. It is nowhere to be found in the ancient texts I have studied. Under the gaze of his destruction divine eyes, the formation appeared clearly before him, with every intricate layer of the runic inscriptions laid bare. Sun Wukong inspected it closely, and immediately furrowed his brows. He had never seen a formation of this kind before. The great Tao runes forming this array were incredibly bizarre, and not even the ancient texts within the libraries of the three-star grotto heaven contained any record of them. Kikiki. This ghost mother thought you were some formidable expert, yet you cannot even withstand the nether soul-trapping formation. Boy, it seems that even with wings, you will find it difficult to escape today. Just as he intended to study the great Tao runes on the formation, the hoarse voice of the nether ghost mother echoed once more. Sun Wukong turned back to look, only to see her diving into the water. As she swam toward the riverbed, he felt a flicker of annoyance and furrowed his brows. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and the solar true fire surged from within his body once more, manifesting as a suit of flaming armor upon his skin. A vast amount of river water instantly evaporated, and the water surrounding Sun Wukong began to boil violently. The encroaching nether ghost energy was pushed aside, and within moments, the solar true fire formed a protective orb, encasing him entirely. The waters of the Wangchuan River were completely repelled from the protective sphere. If one were to look down from the surface of the Wangchuan River, a faint, massive, crimson orb of light could be seen. Within the orb, Sun Wukong watched coldly as the nether ghost mother swam within 3 yards before stopping, a strange expression on her face. "Boy, no matter who you are or what your purpose is, this old sun will give you a count of 3 to vanish from my sight immediately." Without waiting for the nether ghost mother to finish her words, Sun Wukong interrupted her. His tone was incredibly arrogant, and a dangerous glint flashed within his eyes. "Boy, your tone is certainly grandiose. Do you even know who you are speaking to?" The nether ghost mother was left speechless by Sun Wukong's words. Stunned for a moment, her face twisted into a fierce snarl, and she stared at Sun Wukong with sinister eyes before speaking. "This old sun, regardless of who you are, you only have 3 counts. 3. Boy, you are too insolent. 2. You shall pay the price for your arrogance. 1. Ignorant fool. I am the nether ghost mother, one of the 4 great demon generals of the Asura clan." "Demon general, my foot! If you refuse to leave, then die at the hands of this old sun." After the count of 3, without waiting for the nether ghost mother to finish her self-introduction, Sun Wukong stomped firmly and charged straight at her, completely ignoring the intense resistance and corrosive properties of the Wangchuan River. He swung the Ruyi Jinggu Bang, unleashing a horizontal strike that appeared devoid of any flourishes. Yet it caused the nether ghost mother's expression to change instantly. Outsiders might not have been able to perceive it, but the nether ghost mother felt it with terrifying clarity. The moment Sun Wukong swung his staff, the entire Wangchuan River seemed to be under his absolute command. As the Ruyi Jinggu Bang pressed down upon her, the sensation was like an incomparable mountain crashing toward her. There was no room to evade, only the choice to endure the blow. 2 crescent blades materialized in her hands as the nether ghost mother raised them to block Sun Wukong's staff. A deafening boom erupted from the depths of the Wangchuan River. The entire river surged over 100 yards into the sky, knocking countless wandering souls and ghosts from the nearby Nahe Bridge down into the Wangchuan River. Wails of agony rose from all directions. A figure was blasted from the depths of the river toward the sky, tracing a perfect parabola before crashing heavily onto the banks of the Wangchuan River. It was none other than the nether ghost mother. Her state was now wretched. Her hair was disheveled, her body was covered in blood, and the bulging shape of her waist had vanished, leaving behind bloody, gaping wounds that looked gruesome to behold. No sooner had she hit the ground than she vomited a mouthful of blood. On the other side of the riverbank, Sun Wukong hoisted the Ruyi Jinggu Bang and stepped out of the Wangchuan River, his body still wreathed in solar true fire. Let alone injuries, not even his robes were wrinkled in the slightest. He glanced at the nether ghost mother with an indifferent gaze, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer, and without uttering another word, he turned and walked toward the Huangquan road ahead. Where did this monkey crawl out from? How could he be so terrifyingly powerful? Struck by the disdainful gaze of Sun Wukong, the nether ghost mother felt a surge of explosive fury, yet her heart was simultaneously gripped by uncontrollable terror. Despite both being at the Taiyi Luce immortal realm, she was no match for Sun Wukong. With a single strike of his staff, he shattered her defenses, obliterated the 9 ghost children she unleashed, and sent her flying with a follow-up blow. The entire encounter lasted a mere 3 strikes, leaving her utterly defeated and stripped of all protection. "I have matters to attend to today, so I shall spare your life for now. Should we cross paths again, you shall surely meet your end." The voice arrived from the distance, light and casual, yet dripping with arrogance and contempt. The nether ghost mother felt a constriction in her chest, causing her to vomit a mouthful of stagnant blood. With a sudden spray of water, 3 figures erupted from the River of Oblivion, landing beside the nether ghost mother: Indara, Tino, and Rudra, 3 of the Asura tribe's 4 great demon generals. "Ghost mother, what has transpired? Who has dared to injure you?" Upon witnessing the severity of her wounds, the trio's expressions turned savage, and long plumes of white vapor hissed from their nostrils as they asked in a rage, "Could it have been that meddlesome Xitigarbha? That is impossible. If it were truly him, you would have already been subdued by now. But beyond him, who else within the nether realm possesses the strength to wound you so severely in such a short span of time?" Indara pondered with narrowed eyes. He knew the nether ghost mother's strength all too well, as she ranked just behind him among the 4 great demon generals, and was significantly stronger than both Tino and Rudra. From the moment they sensed the tremors of the battle until they arrived, barely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea had passed, yet the nether ghost mother had already been dealt such a heavy blow. Since when had such a formidable expert appeared in the nether realm? "It was a demon monkey who injured me." The nether ghost mother, circulated her cultivation energy to suppress her internal injuries, recounting the events with bitter resentment. That demon monkey is also at the Taiyi loose immortal realm. Furthermore, he possesses none of the nether ghost key of our realm, yet he showed no fear of the corrosive waters of the River of Oblivion. He wields a flame of supreme strength and purity, and his attacks possess a swiftness that leaves one no time to defend. I clashed with him for less than 3 strikes before I was incapacitated. Defeated in 3 strikes? The 3 demon generals exchanged glances. It appeared the disparity between the Nether Ghost Mother and this Sun Wukong was far from negligible. Ghost Mother, did you perhaps underestimate your opponent? An outsider to our nether realm should have their combat prowess reduced by 30%. To think that someone at your own cultivation level could defeat you in 3 strikes. I simply cannot believe it. Tino curled his lip, openly expressing his skepticism regarding the Ghost Mother's claims. Do you think I find it glorious to be defeated in 3 moves? Why would I debase myself just to deceive you? The Nether Ghost Mother erupted in fury. Having already been humiliated by Sun Wukong, she could not tolerate Tino's doubt and sprang to her feet in a rage. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to find this demon monkey myself. You can test your strength against him personally, and see if I have exaggerated in the slightest. Ghost Mother, calm your anger. Takino meant no offense, but meeting this fellow would indeed be prudent. To injure you is to show complete disregard for the 4 great demon generals. This debt must be repaid, one way or another. Seeing the underworld matriarch's fury, Nandala hurriedly stepped forward to counsel her, a flash of golden light gleaming within his eyes. He too desired to see what manner of sacred entity could injure the underworld matriarch in a mere 3 strikes. Yet, no matter how powerful this Sun Wukong might be, he was ultimately nothing more than a loose immortal of the Taiyi realm. If the 4 of them, the great demon generals, were to join forces, even the leader of the 4 great demon kings, Zizai Tianbaxun, could be engaged in battle. How could they possibly fail to deal with a mere loose immortal? He is headed in that direction. He must be traveling toward the passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If we pursue him from the banks of the River of Oblivion, we shall surely overtake him in no time. The reach of the flight-restricting formation was far more expansive than Sun Wukong had initially imagined. Even after traveling a significant distance from the shores of the Naihei Bridge, following the path of the Yellow Springs, he had yet to escape the boundaries of the Forbidden Zone. Sun Wukong could not help but frown. The underworld matriarch had referred to this as the underworld soul-binding formation, but why did it seem that she herself remained unaffected? Sun Wukong halted, his brow furrowing as he pondered. The underworld matriarch's cultivation was equal to his own, both being Taiyi loose immortals, and her true strength was arguably inferior to his. Why then did the restriction of the underworld soul-binding formation not apply to her? Sun Wukong recalled the appearance of the great Dao runes he had observed through his eyes of truth. Specifically the characters he had failed to decipher at the time. Reflecting upon them now, they appeared quite similar to the runes of the giant spirit formation, though with distinct variations. Could his deduction be correct? This is the underworld realm. The formation naturally requires the absorption of nether ghostly energy to sustain its operation. Nether ghostly energy. Nether ghostly energy. Was that not exactly what he lacked in comparison to the underworld matriarch? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly ignited with clarity. He had finally fathomed the root of the problem. The underworld matriarch remained unaffected by the soul-binding formation because the primal power flowing through her body was converted from nether ghostly energy, whereas his own body was fueled by the immortal essence derived from the spirit energy of the living realm. Between the two, one yin and one yang, the effects and interactions were naturally entirely different. Could he, perhaps, be able to absorb and refine this nether ghostly energy himself? As soon as this thought took root, Sun Wukong could no longer restrain his curiosity. His nature was inherently impatient. He acted the moment an idea occurred to him. He immediately activated the 8-9 arcane art, suppressed his body's natural rejection of the nether aura, and began to draw the surrounding wisps of ghostly energy into his core. This nether ghostly energy was truly bizarre in its nature. The moment the energy entered his body, Sun Wukong felt a frigid, ghastly chill surge from his spine straight to his crown, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The immortal essence flowing through his meridians recoiled, as if meeting a natural nemesis, instantly beginning to boil. This nether ghostly energy and the spirit energy of the living realm were truly diametrically opposed. They were as incompatible as fire and water. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Sun Wukong exerted his full power to circulate the 8-9 arcane art, stabilizing his immortal essence and preventing it from making contact with the nether aura. He guided the nether ghostly energy to flow parallel to his immortal essence, forcing it through his meridians according to the prescribed cycles of his arcane art. Should this method of Sun Wukong's be revealed to the world, one wonders how many would be struck dumb with shock. It is common knowledge that regardless of whether one is human, beast, immortal, or demon, one can only circulate a single type of power within the body. To be like Sun Wukong, Channeling two powers of entirely opposing attributes through the same meridians simultaneously was a feat absolutely unprecedented since the dawn of time, a feat that even the saints of the heavenly Dafio would struggle to achieve. Yet Sun Wukong saw nothing extraordinary in this. To him, it was as mundane as eating, drinking, or breathing. As the nether ghostly energy completed its cycle through his meridians, it gradually transformed into a new form of power, retaining the corrosive nature and yin attributes of the nether realm, yet shedding the volatile conflict with his immortal essence. Since this power was transformed from the nether ghost chi, it might as well be fittingly named Nether Essence Force. Perhaps, if he were to fuse it with his celestial essence force, could it result in an even more refined form of power? Sun Wukong, ever the unconventional thinker, acted on this thought immediately. Anyone else would lack such audacity, daring to fuse a newly birthed power without even determining its true nature. This could no longer be called mere recklessness. It was nothing short of playing with his own life. Yet, Sun Wukong proceeded nonetheless. For deep within his marrow, he remained the great sage equal to heaven, daring and bold. Although his experiences of life and death and a past existence had tempered him, the spirit of adventure buried within his soul remained unchanged. Perhaps luck was on his side, as the newly birthed Nether Essence Force showed no rejection toward his celestial essence force, a phenomenon likely tied to his unique physique. Although he still possessed 7 drops of ancestral witch essence blood stored within his body, and his heavenly demon physique had not yet fully transformed into the chaos divine physique, he already possessed some of the traits of that legendary form. In short, the fusion between the power derived from the nether ghost chi and the celestial essence force proceeded without a single hitch. As the two energies merged, a new, gray-colored essence force began to circulate through Sun Wukong's meridians. This newly manifested power was incredibly refined, though its quantity was significantly less than his original celestial essence force. It seemed that one portion of celestial essence force combined with one portion of nether essence force yielded only a single portion of this new power. However, Sun Wukong could already sense the terrifying potential hidden within it. The destructive force contained within this new energy surpassed both the celestial and nether forces combined. It could be said that while the total volume had shrunk considerably, the quality of his power had been elevated several times over. Whether channeled into arts or imbued into his artifacts for an attack, the resulting power would undoubtedly be immense. Boom! Just as he was immersed in this joy, a heavy strike to his back violently ripped Sun Wukong from his state of cultivation. His golden lockmail armor was torn open, leaving a massive hole as it snapped into 2 pieces. This set of celestial armor was clearly ruined. Which wretch dares to ambush me? A wave of murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. A cold light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his pupils turned into brilliant gold as his fiery eyes of truth instantly entered combat mode. He whipped his head around, his gaze sweeping across the area, until he spotted the 4 nether ghost mothers hiding behind a massive boulder, and without a word he drew his as-you-will gold-banded cudgel and smashed it toward the rock. Crash! The ground shattered instantly, and the massive boulder disintegrated into fragments. The 4 nether ghost mothers scrambled from behind the ruins, their faces filled with panic. This monkey's physical body is truly formidable. He hasn't suffered a single injury. Indradala's pupils constricted involuntarily. The ambush strike had been dealt by his own hand. Given the force behind that blow, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have been left in a dire state, let alone a Taiyi Scattered Immortal. Yet Sun Wukong had only lost a piece of armor, with not so much as a scratch upon his skin. Could this fellow possess a diamond indestructible body? So, it is you? Sun Wukong stared fixedly at the nether ghost mothers, cold light exploding in his eyes. His voice was like a freezing wind blowing from the 9 hells, bone-chilling and sharp. I, Sun Wukong, already warned you once. If there was a next time, you would be dead. It seems my words fell on deaf ears, and you even went out of your way to find accomplices to tail me. Very well, very good. Which of you 4 was the one who struck me just now? Dragging the Ruyi Jingu Bang behind him, Sun Wukong's golden eyes swept across the ghost mother of the underworld and her companions, as he stepped toward them, one deliberate stride at a time. What is the matter? You dare to launch a sneak attack? Yet you lack the courage to admit it? I am the one who struck, you spineless cowards. What do you intend to do about it? Indala snorted coldly. Sun Wukong's condescending tone, as if looking down upon a subordinate, filled him with utter disdain. We are the 4 great demon generals of the Asura clan. Since when has a mere beastkin dared to act so brazenly and speak to us with such insolence? Very well. Admitting your actions shows you possess some small measure of courage. However, you have chosen the wrong target to provoke. Before the words had even faded, Sun Wukong transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Indala and unleashing his lethal technique, the 72 heaven-shattering strikes. The Ruyi Jingu Bang erupted with the scorching flames of the primordial solar fire, instantly manifesting 72 burning phantom staff images, descending with the crushing, thunderous weight of 1,000 mountains. Indala's expression shifted instantly. He realized in horror that Sun Wukong's technique had completely sealed off the space around him, leaving no path for retreat. Each phantom staff image carried the weight of a mountain and contained a terrifying power. A single strike would be difficult to endure, let alone the onslaught of so many. "Ghost Mother! Titino! Rudra!" Indala roared, swinging his soul-reaping staff with all his might to deflect the incoming strikes. At this moment, pride and reputation were cast aside. The might of Sun Wukong's strike was simply too immense for him to withstand alone. "Indala, do not panic. We are coming to assist you." The moment Sun Wukong unleashed his power, the Ghost Mother of the Underworld and the others also sensed that the situation had turned dire. They could feel the terrifying nature of the technique. Though it was not aimed directly at them, the sheer pressure alone was enough to strike fear into their hearts. There was no need for Indala to call for help. They would not stand by idly. All three surged forward with their weapons drawn, joining forces with Indala to hold back the overwhelming sea of staff shadows. Following a thunderous, earth-shaking collision, the phantom images finally dissipated. With the aid of the Ghost Mother and the others, Sun Wukong's heaven-shattering strikes had narrowly been repelled. Yet, at this moment, the arrogance that had once defined the four of them had completely vanished. Their faces were deathly pale, and they gasped for air, their eyes filled with pure terror. Even the Ghost Mother of the Underworld was shaken to her core. None of them had imagined that Sun Wukong possessed the capability to unleash an attack of such devastating magnitude. If they had not joined forces, that single strike would have surely crushed Indala into a bloody mist. "You have provoked someone you should not have." The cold voice echoed once more, and Sun Wukong's golden eyes brimmed with chilling killing intent, his body wreathed in primordial solar fire like a god of war standing 10 feet away, staring coldly at the four demons. "Fly! Now!" He was restricted by the Underworld Spirit Binding formation and could not take to the air. The Ghost Mother of the Underworld shrieked, and all four scrambled into the sky in a panic, only feeling a flicker of relief once they were airborne. This monkey is truly terrifying. Beads of sweat poured down Indala's forehead. Only now did he finally understand why the Nether Ghost Mother could not even withstand 3 strikes from Sun Wukong before falling wounded. With the terrifying power this monkey had just unleashed, let alone 3 strikes. If he had used such destructive force against the Nether Ghost Mother, a single blow would have been enough to obliterate her. Is this demon ape truly merely a Taiyi loose immortal? How could he be this powerful? Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, the 4 individuals of Indra exchanged glances. They had never before encountered an anomaly as monstrous as Sun Wukong. To launch an attack at the Taiyi loose immortal realm, capable of instantly killing a peer of the same rank, even a Taiyi golden immortal would find such a feat difficult to achieve. Furthermore, these 4 were no ordinary Taiyi loose immortals. Unlike the 10 kings of Yama in the underworld who ascended based on merit, each of these 4 could easily defeat such weaklings in single combat. It could be said that the title of the 4 great demon generals was fully earned by their strength. Among Taiyi loose immortals, they were considered rare powerhouses, yet when facing Sun Wukong, they were like earth compared to the heavens. In a one-on-one duel, they possessed no capacity to resist. Even now, with all 4 joining forces, it was doubtful they could stand against Sun Wukong. No. Where on earth did this monkey crawl out from? This is simply too monstrous. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. This is the Netherworld, and the Nether Spirit Trapping Formation is active. He cannot take to the skies. How is this possible? The Nether Ghost Mother clutched her chest with a look of relief. But before her words could fade, her eyes widened, and she let out a shrill, horrified scream. Sun Wukong's figure was striding across the void, step by step, ascending into the sky toward them. Ghost Mother, did you not say he could not fly? What is happening here? The 3 members of Indra trembled in terror, their bodies shaking as they retreated in panic toward the side of the Nether Ghost Mother. I do not know. A moment ago, he truly had no way to fly. The Nether Ghost Mother was completely bewildered. Back at the Nahei Bridge, it was precisely because Sun Wukong could not resist the influence of the Nether Spirit Trapping Formation that he had fallen into the depths of the River of Oblivion. How, in such a short time, could he treat the Nether Spirit Trapping Formation as if it were nothing? This makes no sense. Sun Wukong is not of the Nether realm, and possesses no Nether Ghost energy within his body. How could he withstand the flight prohibition force of the formation? This defies all logic. The Nether Ghost Mother may not have understood the meaning of defying logic, but in her heart the events unfolding before her felt nothing short of a hallucination. Yet the figure stepping through the heavens, accompanied by Sun Wukong's mocking expression, was all too real. This monkey had truly broken free from the restrictions of the Nether Spirit Trapping Formation. Flee! We must flee! A deep-seated fear surged from the depths of the Nether Ghost Mother's soul. She no longer possessed the courage to risk her life against Sun Wukong. This monkey was a monster, an absolute anomaly. They had to escape at once, for any further delay might prove fatal. Whoosh! A flash of golden light cut through the air. The Nether Ghost Mother felt a piercing agony in her chest. She looked down to see a sturdy iron staff protruding from her heart. It was the Ruyi Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong. In that singular lightning-fast moment, Sun Wukong had shattered all of her defenses. The physical body she had once taken such pride in was as fragile as parchment before the Ruyi Jingu Bang, and her strength drained away like a receding tide. The Nether Ghost Mother turned her head with great difficulty to see Sun Wukong standing behind her. His eyes were filled with chilling indifference and his expression remained calm, yet his aura was terrifyingly savage. Old Sun has warned you before. If there is a next time, it will be your death. Did you truly believe I was merely issuing empty threats? Sun Wukong spoke coldly, and with a mere thought, the true fire of the sun erupted along the Ruyi Jingu Bang, instantly engulfing the Nether Ghost Mother in a shroud of flame. Arg! A bone-chilling, miserable shriek echoed across the void. Skewered upon the staff, the Ghost Mother writhed and wailed in agony, unable to break free. The true fire of the sun is a primordial divine flame, the pinnacle of yang and purity, and the natural nemesis of all Nether Ghost energy. As the Ghost Mother's cultivation relied entirely on the absorption of such dark energy, meeting the true fire of the sun was like snow meeting the blistering summer sun. She possessed not even the slightest strength to resist. Ghost Mother, you wretch, release her at once. Demon Monkey, you dare to act so recklessly? The Asura clan will never forgive you for this. The three of Indala watched, their vision blurring in shock, as the Nether Ghost Mother remained impaled upon Sun Wukong's staff, her body skewered, like roasted meat being consumed by flames. They roared in a mixture of terror and fury, but their shouts were merely hollow cries. The pressure radiating from Sun Wukong was so immense that none of them dared to step forward to intervene. The Nether Ghost Mother, you will not forgive me? Do you think Old Sun cares for your forgiveness? A contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. Hear this clearly. I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Those who anger me, I shall slay. Those who oppose me, I shall slay. Those who obstruct my path, I shall slay, slay, and slay. A boundless, murderous aura and terrifying bloodlust erupted from his body, surging upward into the heavens. The true fire of the sun roared, fully consuming the Nether Ghost Mother, and suddenly surged with even greater intensity. As the flames reached a fever pitch, the Nether Ghost Mother let out one final, hoarse scream before falling silent, her body shattering piece by piece. Amidst the brilliant golden glow of the true fire, she was incinerated into nothingness, utterly reduced to ashes. The terrifying killing intent and dragon-like bloodlust drained the color from the faces of the three Asuras. Watching the Ghost Mother turn to ash before their very eyes, the trio stood frozen, as if nailed to the ground, paralyzed by the fear of stepping forward. A singular thought flashed through their minds simultaneously, and without a word, they turned and fled toward the river of oblivion. This demon monkey is far too terrifying. He is not an opponent we can contend with. We must escape, or we shall meet the same end as the Ghost Mother. Not a bone left, our very souls scattered into the void. The river of oblivion was the domain of the Asura clan. If they could only reach those waters, their lives might yet be spared. No matter how vast Sun Wukong's divine powers were, they believed he could never catch them once they plunged into the depths of the river. Did Old Sun say you were permitted to leave? A chilling laugh echoed in their ears as a violent gust of wind struck from behind. Nandala was seized with terror, barely managing to roll and dodge to the side. The Ruyi Jingu Bang streaked past him, striking forward with lethal intent. The staff, wreathed in the flames of the solar true fire, acted like a razor-sharp blade. As it grazed his arm, a gaping, charred wound erupted, dripping with blood. The agony caused Nandala's expression to twist into a grotesque mask. His already hideous face appeared all the more savage and fearsome. Elsewhere, dozens of clones had completely intercepted Tino and Luda. Since there were two of them, Sun Wukong did not need his divine manifestations. He simply used standard shadow clones to swarm them, ensuring no path for escape remained. Sun Wukong's true target was Nandala. You dared to launch a sneak attack on Old Sun earlier. Do you truly think you can leave so easily? If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they dare to strike, I shall eradicate their entire clan. Sun Wukong had never been one to act with benevolence or mercy. In his past life, while escorting the monk to the Western Heaven, his true nature had been suppressed for far too long. In this life, he would never restrain his instincts again. Once someone dared to launch a sneak attack, they were officially his enemy. He held only one attitude toward his foes. Pull the weeds out by the roots, and show no mercy. You wild ape! Do not push your arrogance too far. Nandala, outwardly strong but internally crumbling, felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. His bowels twisted with regret, for had he known he would provoke such a monster, he would never have agreed to hunt the Nether Ghost Mother, let alone ambush Sun Wukong. Yet there is no medicine for regret in this world. Now, it was far too late for such thoughts. Sun Wukong had no intention of stopping. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, the Rui Jingu Bang erupted with the raging solar true fire, raining relentless, heavy blows upon Nandala. Old Sun is bullying you. What are you going to do about it? Cease your nonsense. Today, even if you had wings, you could not fly away. One strike to level the mountains. One blow to shake the very heavens and earth. The force behind Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang was immense, and after blocking a few strikes, Nandala felt his limbs grow weak, his entire body trembling as if it might shatter under the overwhelming pressure. His intuition had proven correct. In a one-on-one battle, the four great demon generals were no match for Sun Wukong. Even if he chose not to use any supreme techniques, Nandala could not withstand him. "Ancestors, save me!" he screamed, fueled by desperation. The Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hands danced like a spectral wind, unceasingly pulverizing Nandala's nether soul staff. The Taoist runes etched upon the artifact were shattered one by one until it could no longer bear the strain. With a sharp crack it snapped in two, and a flicker of despair crossed Nandala's eyes. Yet he suddenly looked to the skies and roared, "Forget the ancestors. Even the Jade Emperor himself could not save you today. Whoever dares to touch the people of my Asura clan, cease at once." As Sun Wukong's words faded, a piercing shout echoed from the horizon. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes to peer into the distance. At the end of his vision, a towering figure charged forth, treading upon the waters of the Huangquan River, moving with terrifying speed. Though thousands of miles away, Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of truth perceived the newcomer's cultivation clearly. He had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. "Great Demon King, save me!" Nandala cried out, his face alight with manic joy, for he recognized the voice as the leader of the four great demon kings of the Asura clan, the Asura king, Papias. He stretched his neck and bellowed, "HMPH!" A chilling glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as one end of the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly expanded, descending upon Inadara with the crushing force of a falling mountain. Old Sun has already said it. Even if the Jade Emperor himself arrived, he could not save you today. Die by my hand. Terror beyond measure filled Inadara's eyes. He attempted to flee in a desperate frenzy, but how could he hope to escape in time? He could only watch in despair as the colossal Rui Jingu Bang, heavy as a mountain, slammed mercilessly into his body. His harrowing screams were silenced instantly, replaced by a muffled, thunderous impact in mid-air as a golden shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Under the force of this single strike, Inadara's body shattered into dust, completely obliterated by the shockwave, until he vanished into nothingness. Just like the Yuming ghost mother before him, his soul scattered, and his existence erased. Having struck down Inadara with a single blow, Sun Wukong spared not even a glance for Pishuo and Ludara. He withdrew his magical arts and his clones, then turned to mount his somersault cloud, tracing the path of the Huangquan River toward the passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had originally intended to finish off Pishuo and Ludara as well, but it appeared that would no longer be possible. The Asura king, Zitai Tian Bochun, had arrived. That being's cultivation was at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, and for now, Sun Wukong had no desire to contest such a formidable powerhouse. Strategic withdrawal was the wiser course. By the time the Asura king arrived at the scene, Sun Wukong had already vanished beyond the horizon. The king felt a flicker of secret dread, marveling that this intruder could navigate the Yuming realm upon clouds with such terrifying speed. "Pishuo, Ludara, are you two injured?" Glancing at his subordinates, the Asura king frowned, seeing their bodies covered in countless wounds and their spirits utterly shattered. Given their cultivation, they should not have been in such a wretched state. But they had been so paralyzed by fear of Sun Wukong that their only thought was flight, leaving them with no will to resist. They had been battered into this state by Sun Wukong's clones, though compared to the fallen Yuming Ghost Mother and Inadara, they considered themselves fortunate to still draw breath. "Lord Demon King, had you arrived even a moment later, our lives would have surely been forfeited." Pale and trembling, Pishuo and Ludara wept as they recounted their ordeal, leaving the Asura king to wonder, what exactly had transpired? Who was that man? How did you manage to provoke such a powerful adversary? The Asura king threw a disdainful look at the two. Their cowardice was truly a disgrace to the Asura clan. He had been too far away to discern Sun Wukong's features or probe his true cultivation, but judging by the power displayed against Inadara, the intruder's strength far exceeded the others. It was a power that might rival his own. Why did you people provoke such an enemy? He is an ape demon who calls himself the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He is certainly not of our Yuming realm. He likely came from the mortal realm. Pishuo and Ludara explained the origin of their feud, causing the Asura king to furrow his brows in deep thought. The Great Sage equal to heaven. What a boastful tone. To claim equality with the heavens, he is truly arrogant. Are you certain you did not misjudge his strength? That Sun Wukong is truly only at the Taiyi Loose immortal realm. There is no mistake. Then this is most peculiar. A mere Taiyi loose immortal dares to run rampant in the Yuming realm? His courage is as vast as his title, the Asura king murmured, rubbing his chin in deep contemplation. Under normal circumstances, any immortal deity entering the Yuming realm would have their strength diminished by the pervasive ghostly Kuei, losing anywhere from 1 to 3 levels of power. Yet, according to Pishuo and Ludara, not only was this Sun Wukong's strength unaffected, but it was also monstrously powerful, a level of ability that should be impossible for one at the Taiyi loose immortal stage. Even those at the Taiyi golden immortal realm rarely possessed such overwhelming might. What, then, is his purpose for coming to the Yuming realm without cause? Wait. A few years ago, someone utilized the Book of Life and Death to unseal the barrier between the mortal realm and our own. Could this have any connection to this Sun Wukong? Zitai Tianbazhu suddenly recalled a memory. As a powerful entity of the netherworld, a demon king of the Asura race, and a peerless expert at the great Luo golden immortal realm, he could naturally perceive the shifting tides within the netherworld. Roughly 5 or 6 years ago, the netherworld experienced strange fluctuations. The barrier connecting the netherworld to the mortal realm had been sealed, only to be lifted shortly thereafter. Yet for a span of 300 years, those residing within the netherworld had been unable to cross into the mortal realm. It was clear that someone had meddled with the Book of Life and Death. The only beings capable of such a feat were the 10 kings of Yama in the underworld. Zitai Tianbazhao had once dispatched spies to gather intelligence within Wangxi City, hearing rumors of an immortal demon who had wreaked havoc in the underworld, nearly dismantling the entire city. King Qin Guang, in his fury, had subsequently sealed the barrier between the two realms. However, there had been no news since then, and it remained unknown where that immortal demon had fled. Could this immortal demon who caused such chaos in the underworld truly be this great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong? Great Demon King, both the Ghost Mother and Indara perished at the hands of that ape demon. This is an act of defiance against our entire Asura race. You must not spare that ape demon. You must capture him, tear him limb from limb, and exact vengeance for the Ghost Mother and Indara. Piti and Rudra knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading with Zitai Tianbazhu. Their wailing was pathetic and beneath their dignity. Silence, all of you. Zitai Tianbazhao furrowed his brows and barked in a deep voice. How I conduct my affairs is not for the likes of you to dictate. Indara and the Ghost Mother were blinded by their own arrogance, provoking an opponent they could not hope to defeat. Their deaths were deserved. I have no need for trash within the Asura race, who lack vision and offer no utility. Yes, great Demon King. We know our transgressions. Please, show mercy, great Demon King. The faces of Piti and Rudra turned deathly pale. They ceased their wailing in haste, and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for forgiveness from Zitai Tianbazhao. Compared to their fear of Sun Wukong, they stood in even greater terror of this Asura king. Currently, the Styx ancestor was in seclusion within the Sea of Blood, leaving the entirety of the Asura race under the command of Zitai Tianbazhao. Should they offend Zitai Tianbazhao, their fates would likely be far worse than that of the Nether Ghost Mother and Indara. Enough. Return to your cultivation. Do not dare show your faces again until you reach the Taiyi golden immortal realm, lest you bring further shame upon us. Zitai Tianbazhao waved his hand impatiently. Piti and Rudra, as if granted a reprieve from death, spun around and fled toward the Wangchuan River, vanishing into its depths. Although this matter was brought about by the blindness and folly of the Nether Ghost Mother and Indara, this was the Netherworld, the domain of the Asura race. To slaughter my subordinates within our own territory shows a blatant disregard for both myself and the ancestor. Those two were not wrong in one regard. I cannot allow this ape demon to escape so easily. Watching Pieti and Rudra depart, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of Zitai Tianbazhao. He narrowed his gaze, locking onto the direction where Sun Wukong had vanished. That path led directly toward the bottomless abyss, where the passage to the 6 paths of reincarnation was located. What business could Sun Wukong possibly have in that place? This is interesting. I, too, wish to see exactly how much ability this ape demon, who dares call himself the great sage equaling heaven, possesses, and what schemes he harbors. With a sneer, Zitai Tianbazhao soared into the air, giving chase in the direction Sun Wukong had taken. However, he dared not exert his full strength like Sun Wukong, who utilized his somersault cloud to skim the chaotic thunderclouds above. He could only glide through the wind, barely 10 feet above the ground along the Huangquan Road. Thinking back on Sun Wukong's state, he likely would not be able to sustain such power for long in this realm. Sun Wukong rode his somersault cloud for an entire day before finally descending. He had arrived in the netherworld. Unlike the mortal realm, while he had acquired a new form of primordial energy, the quantity was far too meager to sustain the immense drain of aerial flight. Furthermore, using immortal primordial energy to fly within this realm was severely restricted. It was hardly faster than standard wind manipulation techniques. That Demon King surely won't pursue me any further, will he? Sun Wukong did not know the identity of the figure Indala called the Demon King, or the freestyle heavenly demon of the third realm, but he surmised it must be a powerhouse of the Asura clan. His current objective was to navigate the hell path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, descend into the deepest recesses of the Huangquan hell, and locate the intersection between the netherworld and the mortal realm. He was desperate to leave this place and return to the mortal realm. He was in no position to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the elites of the netherworld. Originally, Sun Wukong had no intention of causing chaos here. His rampage through the underworld had resulted in him being trapped in this wretched place, forced to traverse the bridge of helplessness, survive the 6 paths of reincarnation, and brave the depths of the Huangquan hell. Sun Wukong was already deeply frustrated. His singular desire was to escape the netherworld and return to Mount Huaguo. Yet sometimes one does not seek trouble, but trouble finds one regardless. He had merely wished to cross the bridge of helplessness in peace, only to be confronted by the nether ghost mother. Sun Wukong had shown immense restraint, injuring her rather than delivering a killing blow, hoping that a warning would be enough for her and her cohorts to recognize the folly of their ways. But the nether ghost mother had led her forces in pursuit, even resorting to a cowardly sneak attack. To endure once is patience. To endure twice is foolishness. As the saying goes, even a worm will turn when pushed too far. There was no longer a need for forbearance. In the pursuit of the Tao, one seeks ease and freedom of spirit. The path must remain clear. One does not repay malice with kindness. Swallowing his restraint, Sun Wukong erupted with fury, striking without mercy. By slaying both the nether ghost mother and Indala for their treachery, the stifled rage within his heart was finally purged. He could only hope that the remainder of his journey would be smooth and free of further madness. The hell of the netherworld was far more vast than Sun Wukong had ever imagined. The underworld's bureaucracy was merely a tiny fragment of this greater realm. Even having crossed the bridge of helplessness, the journey to the 6 paths of reincarnation was an arduous, endless trek. It is little wonder the ancient scriptures speak of the Huangquan road as an eternal path. To wander it alone was truly wearisome. As fate would have it, the process of fusing his 2 forms of energy had been interrupted by Indala's ambush. Unsatisfied, Sun Wukong decisively used his body cloning technique. He shrank his true form to the size of a bean, hiding within the collar of his clone. While the clone continued the journey, he remained within, absorbing the nether ghost chi to continue his cultivation. More than half a month passed in silence until, in the distance, the end of the Huangquan road finally appeared. A bottomless abyss, the great chasm of the netherworld. At the base of this abyss lay the 6 paths of reincarnation, a gateway connecting the corners of the netherworld, guiding souls toward their rebirth. Within the collar of his clone, Sun Wukong had absorbed enough nether ghost chi, converting it into nether primordial energy, and beginning the fusion with his own immortal primordial energy. By now, 7 or 8/10 of his internal immortal energy had been fully transmuted. In the netherworld, there was no heaven and earth spiritual energy to be found, so he could progress no further. Sun Wukong paused before the edge of the abyss, determined to convert the final remnants of his immortal energy into this new power. This newly born energy possessed an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos, and so, Sun Wukong named it Chaos Primordial Energy. This Chaos Primordial Energy held a tremendous, all-encompassing nature. Sun Wukong needed only to fully convert his remaining energy into this form. From this point forward, whether he absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens or the ghost ki of the nether, he would be able to transmute them all into the singular, peerless power of chaos. Of course, Sun Wukong had never verified this hypothesis, yet he possessed an intensely strong premonition. It was likely 8 or 9 parts true. Regardless, once the transformation was complete, he only needed to absorb a wisp of nether ghost chi to confirm it. The Asura king, Papias, had chased him to the boundless abyss. But it had already been more than half a month since Sun Wukong's arrival, for the speed of his flight was far inferior to the somersault cloud. In truth, Papias had not expected to be able to catch up to Sun Wukong at all. In his estimation, Sun Wukong should have departed long ago. Yet, upon reaching the precipice of the boundless abyss, he caught sight of the very scene of Sun Wukong absorbing nether ghost chi to cultivate. What a mere boy at the Tai Lu's immortal realm. At such close range, with the keen vision of Papias, he naturally saw through Sun Wukong's cultivation at a single glance. It was indeed the Tai Lu's immortal realm, without a doubt. It seemed the two, Pisuna and Rudra, had not lied. However, the fact that Sun Wukong could absorb nether ghost chi for cultivation left Papias profoundly astonished. He could clearly perceive the unique immortal spirit chi of the mortal realm, radiating from Sun Wukong's body, yet it coexisted with the nether ghost chi of the underworld. To have 2 forces with completely opposing attributes manifesting within a single person was truly chilling to behold. This boy of the monkey tribe was truly beyond belief. Papias sat down a dozen or so zang away from Sun Wukong, observing him in silence rather than launching a sneak attack. Like Indala, he was an Asura king of the Asura tribe, and a leader among the 4 great demon kings. he possessed his own dignity, and facing a junior whose cultivation was 2 full major realms below his own, a sneak attack would be beneath his station. Papias would have scorned himself for such a deed. Sun Wukong also sensed the presence of Papias, for his spiritual perception far exceeded his actual cultivation level. The moment Papias appeared within a range of a few miles, Sun Wukong had sensed him and even prepared to interrupt his cultivation at any moment to respond. But since this adversary had no intention of striking, and had chosen to sit quietly to one side, he remained calm. This Asura Demon King actually had some character. He was a man of stature. Sun Wukong felt a sense of respect toward Papias. Regardless of whether they would eventually clash, the character of Papias had already been affirmed by Sun Wukong. Since Papias had no intention of acting at the moment, Sun Wukong was happy to continue his cultivation. The immortal origin power within his body was only a hair's breadth away from being completely transformed into chaos origin power. It would have been a great tragedy to be interrupted now. Thus, another half-month passed, and Sun Wukong finally fused the last remnants of his immortal origin and nether origin, condensing them into chaos origin power. The moment the fusion was fully completed, his entire body erupted with a series of sounds like the crackling of firecrackers. Of the 7 drops of ancestral witch essence blood hidden deep within his body, 2 were triggered, instantly merging with his physical form. An outsider might not see it, but Sun Wukong himself could feel his skin turning as cold and deep as 10,000-year ice beneath the abyss, both impenetrable and smooth, while his very bones radiated a luster like fine jade. The crimson blood flowing through his veins had transformed into the color of shimmering silver. His pupils had turned a piercing, brilliant gold, much like when he pushed his fiend-destroying divine eyes to their limit. Skin of ice, bones of jade, blood of silver, and eyes of gold. These were the 4 distinct signs of achieving the peerless Tao body. A cultivator capable of manifesting all 4 of these signs is 1 in 10,000, and to achieve this before reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is entirely unprecedented. Once attained, the future refinement of a supreme Tao body becomes an almost certain destiny. Sun Wukong had only ever seen such accounts in the ancient texts of the 3 Stars Cave. He had always dismissed them as nothing more than myths concocted by the ancients. Even when his previous incarnation's physical form reached the pinnacle of an indestructible diamond body, he had never manifested crystalline bones, jade marrow, silver blood, or golden eyes. Yet he never expected to achieve such a feat in this lifetime, in such an inexplicable manner. With the enhancement of his physical constitution, his strength had surged significantly, most notably in his regenerative capabilities. Sun Wukong felt that if he were to be struck by a blade now, his wounds would undoubtedly heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naturally, that would only be possible if someone could actually land a blow deep enough to wound him. In short, Sun Wukong's current physical state was faintly a major realm higher than before, yet it was completely imperceptible on the surface, leaving even Sun Wukong feeling profoundly astonished. In his heart he began to place greater faith in the words of the Holy Mother of Earth regarding the potential to achieve the Chaos Divine Body. Opening his eyes wide, Sun Wukong leaped up, stretched his limbs, and after a brief movement, offered a bright grin toward the free and easy Asura King, Bo Shun, who stood nearby. Apologies for keeping you waiting. You are the Demon King of the Asura tribe, aren't you? May I ask for your honorable name? And what business brings you to trail me all the way here? Bo Shun surveyed Sun Wukong from head to toe, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong appeared somewhat different from before, yet Bo Shun could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. I am the Demon King of the Asura tribe, Bo Shun. As for why I have pursued you here, you should know well enough. Is this regarding how I dispatched that spectral mother and the other wretch who attempted to ambush me? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Those 2 were killed by my own hand. I gave that nether ghost mother a chance, but she insisted on courting death, so she has only herself to blame. And that other one, what was his name again? Regardless, it matters not. He is dead all the same. That cur dared to ambush me. Tell me, Asura King, would you have spared him in my position? Given Sun Wukong's temperament, he had never been one to offer such lengthy explanations to others. He spoke at such length only because Bo Shun had not joined in the ambush earlier, which had earned him a measure of goodwill from Sun Wukong, though Bo Shun seemed indifferent to this gesture. No, I would not forgive anyone who dared to strike me from the shadows, Bo Shun said coldly, but his next sentence caused Sun Wukong's eyes to narrow slightly. By the same token, I shall not forgive anyone who slaughters my kin. Regardless of the circumstances, they were demon generals of the Asura tribe, not people to be slain at will. It seems there is nothing left to discuss. Sun Wukong let out a sigh, and in the next instant, a terrifying battle intent erupted in his eyes as he drew the Rui Jingu Bang from his ear. It just so happens that I have been wishing to see exactly how formidable and expert at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm truly is. Sun Wukong's body was now coursing with pure chaos primordial energy. In terms of sheer volume, It appeared to be only a tenth of his original immortal energy, seemingly hollow and lacking any sensation of fullness. Yet, he did not feel weakened in the slightest. On the contrary, he felt brimming with power. Never before had there been a moment where he felt as invincible as he did now. If the Asura king Bo Shun desired a battle, then so be it. Sun Wukong had nothing to fear. The true sunfire surged from within his body, manifesting into a suit of blazing flame armor. The golden chainmail he had brought back from the Four Seas Dragon Kings had been ruined earlier by Indara's sneak attack. At this moment, Sun Wukong was clad only in a form-fitting garment condensed from ordinary spiritual energy. Though the Four Seas Dragon Kings were said to be overflowing with treasures, they possessed few true celestial artifacts. The golden chainmail was already their finest armor. Sun Wukong hadn't bothered to carry anything else, as nothing else caught his eye. Once this matter was settled, he truly needed to procure a new set of armor, one at least of the post-heaven spiritual treasure grade, lest it be so easily destroyed again. Muttering this to himself, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly widened. Within his now golden pupils appeared 3 points of light, shimmering like stars. The eyes of destruction were activated, though their state seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation compared to before. Sun Wukong discovered that he could now directly perceive the flow of original energy within the body of Citytun. It was clear and unmistakable, understood at a single glance. Citytun's defensive system proved entirely useless against his gaze. Furthermore, it appeared that Citytun had no realization that he had been completely seen through by Sun Wukong. Could it be that obtaining the golden eyes had triggered an evolution in the eyes of destruction? Sun Wukong rejoiced inwardly. With this, his confidence in defeating Citytun had grown even greater. True Sunfire, I never expected you to possess this primordial divine flame. No wonder Gyomu and Indara were no match for you. Citytun looked at the flame armor covering Sun Wukong, his pupils constricting involuntarily, as a strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes. With his discernment, he could tell at a glance the extraordinary nature of the flames upon Sun Wukong. That sensation of absolute hardness and absolute yang, combined with the terrifying power contained within, could only be the legendary true sun fire. He truly had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would master the true sunfire, a divine flame previously held only by the Heavenly Emperor Dijun, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, and the 10 Golden Crow Princes of the primordial era. For countless years, it had never been heard of anyone other than the Golden Crow clan possessing it. Sun Wukong is the first, but do not think this old monkey relies solely on the true sunfire. Come, try to withstand a strike from my staff. A wicked, half-smiled grin tugged at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. He let out a loud shout, charging forward with momentum like a gale, aiming straight for Citytun as chaotic original energy poured into his Ruyi Jingu Bang. Instantly, the Ruyi Jingu Bang shook violently, the runes upon its length beginning to glow one by one, as he unleashed a ruthless, diagonal slash toward Citytun. A fine attack indeed. Citytun flipped his palm, and a long sword appeared. This long sword possessed jagged edges on both sides, its entire form as pitch black as ink. This was the Allah sword of Citytun, forged by the ancestor Minghe, using the 2 great killing swords Abi and Yuantu as templates. Though it reached only the grade of a post-heaven spiritual treasure, it condensed the path of slaughter of the Asura clan, and its power was truly shocking. As the Allah sword swung, threads of blood-red aura rose from the blade, twisting and turning as they struck directly toward the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Clang! The Ruyi Jingu Bang and the Allah sword collided, emitting the sharp, crisp ring of metal striking metal. Immediately thereafter, Sun Wukong and the Asura king Citytun both recoiled, steadying themselves 2 paces apart, a strange look flashing in both their eyes simultaneously. The Asura king is truly formidable. Despite only clashing for a brief moment, Sun Wukong could clearly sense the terrifying prowess of Citytun. At first glance, that exchange appeared evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand, but in reality, had they truly risked their lives in a duel to the death, he would still be no match for Zizai Tianbazhu. Sun Wukong could perceive the flow of primordial energy within Zizai Tianbazhu's body, as well as the precise distribution of power channeling into the Allah sword. His Ruyi Jingu Bang had struck the exact weak point of the Allah sword, a tactical move equivalent to using brute force to exploit a flaw in the enemy's defense. While neither party had resorted to magical arts or martial techniques, in a pure trial of strength, he had actually fallen to a disadvantage. Zizai Tianbazhu, however, felt an even deeper sense of astonishment. He stood at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, a full 2 major realms higher than this Taiyi loose immortal Sun Wukong. Yet to be fought to a standstill in a contest of strength was simply beyond belief. The Daluo Golden Immortal Realm is vastly different from all preceding stages. Prior to this, one's cultivation level merely indicated the sheer volume of their Dharma power. Those with higher cultivation typically possessed greater physical fortitude and magical capacity, allowing them to unleash techniques of far greater destructive power. Yet this was not absolute. Gifted individuals capable of defying the heavens and fighting across ranks were not entirely unheard of. But the Daluo Golden Immortal realm is a different matter entirely. With the 3 flowers gathered at the crown, and the 5 energies returning to their source, one's essence, energy, and spirit are condensed to the absolute limit. One can manifest their true power to the greatest possible extent, having already begun to comprehend the fundamental laws of the heavenly Daoyo. A mere flick of a hand or a lift of a foot can stir the clouds and command the winds, and shifting mountains or emptying seas is well within their expectation. It could be said that while a Daluo Golden Immortal is only one realm above a Taiyi Golden Immortal, the difference between them is as vast as the radiant moon in the sky compared to a firefly upon the earth. A Taiyi Golden Immortal standing against a Daluo Golden Immortal is something that, since time immemorial, has never occurred. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had not even reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage. He was but a Taiyi Loose Immortal. To possess such battle prowess while still a Taiyi Loose Immortal would be no exaggeration to call him the greatest individual since the dawn of time. No wonder you dare to call yourself the heaven-equaling sage. You truly possess the qualifications for such arrogance. Zizai Tian Bazhu nodded in acknowledgement towards Sun Wukong. This was the first time he had bestowed such high praise upon another, and the first moment he truly regarded Sun Wukong as an equal in power. However, you remain merely a Taiyi Loose Immortal. The terror of a Daluo Golden Immortal is not something you can truly comprehend. Today, this king shall open your eyes to just how vast the chasm between us truly is. Before the words had even faded, the form of Zizai Tian Bazhao slowly ascended from the ground. The Allah sword in his hand erupted with 10,000 rays of blood-red light, converging at the tip, as a vast, surging pressure emanated from his body. Unlike the aura Sun Wukong usually unleashed, this pressure had solidified into a tangible force, diffusing outward in visible ripples that pressed heavily toward him. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt the surrounding air grow stifling, as if he were sinking into an endless, bottomless mire. The crushing weight from all directions forced his body to tremble and falter. Had he not already forged a diamond-like, indestructible body, his very physical form would have long since shattered under such pressure. How formidable! Is this the true strength of a Daluo Golden Immortal? Sun Wukong was secretly horrified. He had previously clashed with the Daluo-level Wen Daoren in the northern sea of Beiju, and despite going all out, he had still suffered defeat. Yet, at that time, he had not realized just how terrifying the Daluo realm truly was, assuming it was merely the effectiveness of Wen Daoren's blood-draining talent. Now, it was clear that Wen Daoren had never unleashed his full strength during that encounter. Had Wen Daoren released his full pressure, as Zizai Tian Bazhao was doing now, Sun Wukong would have likely been defeated instantly, without even the opportunity to strike back. Sun Wukong, you are a genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. To force me to unleash my full strength is an achievement you may take pride in. However, a genius is merely a genius. Before you have fully matured, a true powerhouse can crush you with a mere flick of the finger. If you must lay blame, blame yourself for daring to touch the members of my Asura race, and for inviting a calamity you could never hope to withstand. Prepare to meet your end. Royal Path Killing Sword. Immortal Slaying. With the booming roar of the Asura Demon King, Zizai Tian Bazhao, the sword in his hand descended from the void toward Sun Wukong. 10,000 streams of blood-red light converged at the tip of the blade, forming a gargantuan crimson sword that thundered down from the heavens. Before the blood sword had even made contact, Sun Wukong felt a stinging sensation across his skin, as if his very body were about to be torn asunder. Given the current strength of his indestructible diamond body, such a reaction proved that the destructive power of this strike was beyond all imagination. Should he be struck, Sun Wukong could not guarantee that his diamond body would endure. He feared that even in the best-case scenario, he would be gravely wounded. God-shattering eye, break this for me. Golden light flared violently within his eyes. Sun Wukong pushed the God-shattering eye to its absolute limit. The invisible pressure of the divine law within his gaze transformed into tens of thousands of slender filaments. Dazo patterns manifested as the Northern Nine mysterious art circulated at high speed. Lawful power, driven by the primordial force of chaos, erupted from every pore of his body. It struck directly against those filament-like Davio patterns, shattering them into nothingness. Sun Wukong's body suddenly felt weightless, and he regained his ability to move. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his chaotic primordial energy into the Ruyi Jingu Bang and, with a ferocious roar, struck toward the descending blood-red blade. 36 strikes of the heaven-breaking staff. A sky-filling phantom of the staff slammed heavily into the blood-red sword, sending forth a shockwave of blinding light and intensity capable of searing the vision of any mortal. The very next moment, a colossal mushroom cloud billowed high into the sky, above the endless abyss. A tyrannical tempest, carrying horrific destructive power, erupted and ravaged the surroundings in all directions. Trees, rocks, and vegetation within a radius of several miles were pulverized into dust. The very earth was gouged away to a depth of several feet. As the dust settled, the entire terrain was left scarred with a dense, interlocking web of cracks. The Asura Demon King, Zizai Tian Bazho, descended from the void. Upon touching the ground, his figure swayed, his complexion deathly pale, and his eyes filled with shock. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away with his hand. That terrifying monkey. To think he could break free from my law-enforced cage, and then retaliate with such a devastating blow. Is this truly an attack that a Tai Loose Immortal is capable of unleashing? The gaze of Zizai Tian Bazhao turned toward the endless abyss. Although Sun Wukong had escaped his imprisonment, and delivered a strike so powerful it left the Demon King shaken, he had ultimately been struck by the royal path-killing sword, his body sent hurtling backward into the depths of the abyss. To be struck by the royal path-killing sword meant that even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have their internal cultivation, their gathering of the 3 flowers and 5 qi, utterly stripped away. When all is said and done, Sun Wukong is merely a remnant Tai Immortal. By the reckoning of Zizai Tian Bochun, no matter how powerful he may be, he cannot possibly endure this. No matter. Below us lies the gateway to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Consider this my final gift to send you on your path to rebirth. Should we meet again, I hope you will possess sufficient strength to stand as my equal. The vast majority of the Wangdao killing sword's power was neutralized by Sun Wukong's ultimate strike, and the remaining killing intent was insufficient to cause his soul to scatter into oblivion. A powerhouse of this caliber, upon entering the cycle of reincarnation, will invariably retain some measure of strength from his past life. As Sun Wukong has fallen directly into the passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his memories shall be preserved along with him. Zizai Tian Bochun could almost foresee a peerless genius once again descending into the 3 realms. Yet it remains unknown which of the 6 paths Sun Wukong will fall into, or where in the 3 realms he shall be reborn. Having circulated his Asura clan cultivation technique to mend his injuries, Zizai Tian Bochun took to the wind, flying toward the source of the Wangchuan River, and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Within the heavenly passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Sun Wukong was swathed in a gray light, drifting aimlessly through the void. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath faint, as he sank into a state of profound unconsciousness. The might of an Asura clan demon king at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm is truly terrifying. Although Sun Wukong had earlier managed to break free from the shackles of that coercive pressure and unleashed his strongest technique, the 36 heaven-shattering strikes, he still could not withstand the harrowing power of the Wangdao Sword of Immortal Slaughter. After his staff neutralized the bulk of the destructive force, the remaining streaks of killing energy struck Sun Wukong, casting him into the bottomless abyss and plunging him into the heavenly passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. A diamond indestructible body is, in truth, not entirely invulnerable. Under the impact of the sword's killing intent, Sun Wukong had been severely wounded, his body limp, and unable to mobilize his primordial chaos energy to protect himself. Had this occurred elsewhere, he might have eventually awakened once his body naturally recovered from its injuries. But this place is different. This is the interior of the heavenly passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, where the power of the 6 paths permeates every corner. Even a Daluo Golden Immortal would be forced to exert their full strength to erect a protective barrier, lest they be eroded by the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With Sun Wukong having lost all consciousness and fallen into a coma, the passive circulation of the 8-9 profound art within his body was insufficient to forge a protective shield. Just as he was on the verge of being consumed by the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his body shattering and his soul destined to enter the cycle of rebirth, as Zizai Tian Bochun had predicted, a gray light suddenly surged from his dantian. It expanded abruptly into the shape of a sphere, enveloping him within. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation lashed against this gray barrier, but it proved futile. Instead, the energy was drawn straight into the orb. Far from eroding Sun Wukong's body, the energy swirled around the light barrier for a time before slowly integrating into his physical form. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation possesses the ability to assimilate all things, sending them into the cycle of rebirth. Even Daluo Golden Immortals, or those at the quasi-saint realm who enter this passage, can only laboriously exert their cultivation to resist it. They dared not allow even a sliver of the 6 paths of reincarnation energy to contaminate their physical forms. It was unheard of for anyone to successfully assimilate such power into their own body. In this, Sun Wukong has truly set an unprecedented precedent. Had anyone else witnessed this sight, their eyes would surely have dropped from their sockets in utter disbelief. Yet, in truth, this was not something Sun Wukong had orchestrated by design. He currently lay in a comatose state, gravely wounded and entirely oblivious to the world, while the gray light radiating from his dantian acted of its own accord. The source of this gray radiance was none other than the Ruyi Jingu Bang, which continued to fuse and evolve deep within his dantian. Compared to before, the surface of the Ruyi Jingu Bang had sprouted a multitude of peculiar runes. These gray runes appeared less eye-catching than the original golden ones. Yet, they did not look as though they had been carved into the weapon, but rather seemed to have sprouted naturally from within the staff itself. Had Sun Wukong been awake, he would have discovered that the evolution of the Ruyi Jingu Bang was far from complete. The divine staff floated within his dantian, exhaling a mist of primordial chaos. Phantasmal images continuously surged from the staff, manifesting within the chaotic mist. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. The 18 types of weaponry flickered in and out of existence, alongside weapons so obscure that even Sun Wukong could not name them. These illusory armaments surged outward from the Ruyi Jingu Bang, only to be drawn back into the core of the staff moments later. The Ruyi Jingu Bang was once capable only of altering its size and length, but it now possessed a vast array of metamorphic abilities. Whether it was a weapon or armor, the staff could transform into anything Sun Wukong had seen, and even things he had not. Truly, it had achieved a state of infinite transformation, responding to the will of its master. It was worthy of the name Ruyi, meaning as one wishes. However, the evolution of the Ruyi Jingu Bang was not yet finished. It required the final step, demanding further nourishment within Sun Wukong's dantian. Had the spiritual weapon not sensed that its master was in grave peril, it would never have released the chaotic mist to form a protective barrier around Sun Wukong. The energy of chaos is the very breath of creation. It can give birth to all things in heaven and earth, yet it can also assimilate them entirely. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was itself birthed from the energy of chaos, and thus it could inflict no harm upon Sun Wukong while he was shielded by this barrier. Furthermore, upon contact with the barrier, the energy was drawn inward. It underwent a transformation before merging into Sun Wukong's body. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which was originally impossible to absorb, now underwent this conversion, losing all hostility towards Sun Wukong's physical form. Drop by drop, the power began to fuse with him. Of all these events, Sun Wukong remained completely unaware. The destructive force of the king's path, Sword of Immortal Slaughter, was truly terrifying. Had Sun Wukong not attained a body as indestructible as diamond, he would surely have been torn to shreds by the violent, slaughtering power contained within that single strike. The Tao of the old ancestor Minghe is the Tao of slaughter, to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all living things. Before his path, nothing is beyond destruction. When it comes to murderous intent, no one in the 3 realms or the 6 paths can compare to the influence of the old ancestor Minghe. The Asura race, which he founded himself, also specializes in the path of slaughter. The Asura demon king, Qi Tian Bo Shun, was originally a member of the demon race. In ages past, the demon race utilized the collective power of their entire clan to tear the demon realm away from the ancient primordial world. Qi Tian Bo Shun was unable to follow, and was left behind. Oppressed at every turn by the inhabitants of the Yang realm, he was left with no choice but to flee into the depths of the netherworld. Xingji encountered the ancestor Minghe upon the shores of the endless blood sea. The way of slaughter, cultivated by the ancestor, and the demonic path of the demon race were, in many ways, one and the same. Upon laying eyes on the ancestor Minghe, Zizai Tianbo Shun was struck with awe, revering him as a divine being. The ancestor Minghe, in turn, took a great liking to him, sparing no effort to reshape his demonic body using the blood-slaughter energy of the endless blood sea, ultimately transforming Zizai Tianbo Shun and his subordinates into members of the Asura race, dedicated entirely to the path of slaughter. Zizai Tianbo Shun ascended to become the second-in-command of the Asura race under the ancestor Minghe, serving as the Asura demon king who held the greatest mantle of real power, the Imperial Slaughter Sword. Immortal Severing is one of the 3 supreme techniques of the ancestor Minghe. Yet among the entire Asura race, it was imparted to Zizai Tianbo Shun alone. Though its might, when unleashed, cannot compare to the ancestor Ming himself, the essence of slaughter hidden within is incredibly potent. It does not merely destroy the physical body, but can annihilate the very Hunyuan true spirit within the primordial spirit, a technique that can truly be described as tyrannical to the extreme. Sun Wukong used his diamond indestructible body to withstand the initial onslaught of the Imperial Slaughter Sword, yet both his flesh and soul suffered grievous wounds, casting him into a state of semi-obliteration. Fortunately, having already attained the bones of jade and blood of silver, with eyes of gold, he was but a single step away from condensing his true Taoist form. The recovery rate of his physical body and primordial spirit far exceeded anything from his past. He needed only to remain within this reincarnation passage for a few more days to gradually restore his strength. The power of reincarnation within the Heavenly Tao passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation relentlessly battered the protective barrier of chaotic mist, continuously driving Sun Wukong and his shroud deeper into the depths of the passage. Slowly, yet without a single moment of respite. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years had passed, and Sun Wukong's body had been pushed to the very terminus of the Heavenly Tao Passage, where a colossal, churning vortex blocked the path ahead. Should any wandering soul reach this point and enter the vortex, they would be reincarnated into the heavenly realm. However, a being bearing a physical body such as Sun Wukong had never before reached this point since the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. No one could know what would happen upon entering that abyss. Perhaps the physical body would be directly crushed by the immense power of the reincarnation vortex. Or perhaps, upon reincarnation, the soul would retain its physical shell, much like Nezha, who was born already able to walk, run, and leap. Just as Sun Wukong was on the verge of being thrust into the vortex by the force of the 6 paths, he finally stirred from his unconscious slumber. Where is old Sun? As his eyes flickered open, he was greeted by the sight of a massive, swirling vortex spinning directly before him. Sensing the terrifying, grinding power radiating from the whirlpool, Sun Wukong was jolted into action, frantically retreating until he had put distance between himself and the vortex of reincarnation. He backed away some 10-odd zang before finally coming to a halt. With a face still masked by confusion, he muttered, "In what strange corner of the world have I landed?" Knitting his brows in contemplation, Sun Wukong recalled his clash with the supreme technique of the Asura Demon King, Zizai Tianbo Jun, and his defeat. Struck by the Imperial Slaughter Sword, Immortal Severing, he remembered being cast from the cliff, falling into a bottomless abyss, and subsequently losing all consciousness. To wake up and find himself in this bizarre location was disorienting. Looking around, he appeared to be inside a gargantuan tunnel. Could this be the passage of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Is this where the 6 paths lie, beneath the bottomless abyss? Sun Wukong had long heard Yama mention that his journey was supposed to lead through the Hell Path passage of the 6 paths, reaching the deepest reaches of the Huangquan Hell, to find the intersection between the Netherworld and the Yang realm. But which of the 6 passages was this? Wait, there seems to be something new within me, he mused, suddenly sensing a strange, peculiar power circulating through his meridians. Sun Wukong closed his eyes to focus, and in an instant, they snapped wide open, staring in sheer astonishment. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seems this place is the heavenly path among those 6. And this vortex before me must be the reincarnation portal ascending to the heavenly realm. Even within the 6 paths, the forces of reincarnation vary greatly from one to another. Having absorbed a significant amount of heavenly path reincarnation energy while previously unconscious, Sun Wukong carefully sensed his surroundings and instantly realized he was deep within the Heavenly Path passage. If one were to pass through this Heavenly Path vortex, would they emerge directly in the heavenly realm? A thought suddenly flickered through Sun Wukong's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his avatar technique, conjuring a clone, and commanded it to head toward the swirling vortex. As the clone extended an arm into the vortex, it let out a stifled grunt of agony. The moment the avatar's arm touched the reincarnation vortex, it was instantly shredded into fine powder. His indestructible diamond-like physique offered absolutely no protection against such a force. Startled, Sun Wukong recoiled and hastily pulled his avatar back. Created from his own essence, the clone possessed strength nearly identical to his own. If the avatar could not withstand the tearing force of the vortex, then neither could he. If Sun Wukong himself were to venture into that vortex, the consequences would likely be identical. It seemed that his plan to use this reincarnation vortex as a shortcut to the heavenly realm was a dead end. Very well. It appeared he would have to obediently descend into the hell path instead. With a heavy sigh, Sun Wukong turned around and flew back toward the entrance of the Heavenly Path reincarnation passage. The protective layer of chaotic mist that had once shielded him had long since been retracted into his dantian. While performing an internal inspection moments ago, Sun Wukong had also discovered something unusual regarding the Ruyi Jingu Bang. This divine weapon had finally completed its integration with the 36th grade world-purifying Green Lotus. It was now only a hair's breadth away from a complete evolution. Moving forward, he simply needed to nurture it within his dantian for a time. Once his cultivation broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the Ruyi Jingu Bang would fully evolve, ready to shatter the heavens alongside him. Without the protective film of the chaotic mist, waves of reincarnation energy struck Sun Wukong's body directly. Yet, they failed to assimilate him. Having absorbed such a vast amount of Heavenly Path reincarnation energy, his body had developed a resistance. Even without the protective barrier, these currents could no longer cause him harm. On the contrary, Sun Wukong actively embraced those surges of reincarnation energy. He no longer feared the power of reincarnation. In fact, he found he could even absorb it. This unique power existed only within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Absorbing more could only be beneficial. Who could say? Perhaps one day, he might even be able to manifest the 6 paths of reincarnation himself. Within the reincarnation passage, it was impossible to ride the clouds. Sun Wukong had no choice but to rely on his chaotic primordial energy to propel his body forward. Furthermore, The constant barrage of reincarnation energy crashing against him created immense resistance. Sun Wukong's flight speed was far from swift. One might even say it was agonizingly slow. It took a full year of ceaseless travel before he finally reached the exit of the Heavenly Path Reincarnation Passage. Emerging from the Heavenly Path Passage, he surveyed the vast expanse before him. Surrounding the Heavenly Path portal where Sun Wukong stood were 5 other passages, each emitting a faint, ethereal glow. These were the remaining 5 paths of the 6 realms, all suspended in the silent, bottomless abyss. Upon reflection, the Heaven King of Alama must have departed long ago. Sun Wukong's eyes turned slightly, and he retreated back into the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Passage. For now, he had no intention of leaving. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation exists solely within these reincarnation passages. Furthermore, the power of the 6 paths within each specific passage carries its own distinct properties. Though Sun Wukong was originally in a hurry to return to the Yang realm, he now planned to linger here for a while longer. The reason was simple. During his 4 years within the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Passage, his physical body had absorbed an immense amount of the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation power. Deep within his dantian, a faint talisman seal had begun to manifest. This was a great Tao talisman seal, formed by the convergence of the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation power, though it had yet to fully clarify. The runes upon it remained somewhat blurred, and several patterns had yet to take their final shape. Sun Wukong was now essentially certain that once he successfully condensed this Heavenly Tao Reincarnation talisman seal, he would be able to command the power of the Heavenly Tao at will, and perhaps even manifest a Heavenly Tao Reincarnation passage of his own. This was, in truth, an incredibly potent trump card. In the current 3 realms, there has never been anyone known to resist the erosive nature of the reincarnation power. How could he possibly let such a magnificent opportunity slip away? Sitting cross-legged within the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Passage, every acupuncture point on Sun Wukong's body opened wide, actively devouring the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation power. As each wisp of the reincarnation power merged into his body, the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation talisman seal at his dantian began to reach perfection, bit by bit. The runes inscribed upon the seal began to grow clearer and more distinct. Half a month later, the Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Talisman Seal was finally complete. Sun Wukong threw his eyes wide open and stood up straight. A golden radiance erupted from the depths of his pupils, eventually condensing into a phantom image of a Heavenly Dalio Reincarnation passage. He clenched his fist, the power of the Heavenly Dao swirling and dancing around his knuckles. With a mere shift of his intent, he pushed his strength to the limit, and a miniature Heavenly Dao Reincarnation passage materialized right before his fist. Ha ha! Retracting the reincarnation power, Sun Wukong could not help but let out a hearty, resounding laugh. His hypothesis had indeed been correct. Once the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Talisman Seal was successfully condensed, he could truly rely on his own strength to manifest the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation. If condensing a single Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Talisman Seal could manifest the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation, then what would happen if he were to condense the Talisman Seals for the remaining 5 paths of reincarnation as well? The moment this thought arose, it ignited within him like a wildfire spreading across the plains. A flicker of greed burned intensely in Sun Wukong's eyes. They say that greed is the root of all evil. But when such immense power lies within reach, waiting to be claimed, what harm could there possibly be in seizing it? In times such as these, to refrain from greed would be the true folly. Lengshuan Wushuang, Xiaobai, I must entrust the protection of Mount Huaguo to you both for a few more years. I shall succeed in condensing the entire 6 paths of reincarnation seal, and once that is accomplished, I shall return to Mount Huaguo without delay, to reunite with you all. With this silent vow, and a measure of comfort in his heart, Sun Wukong dashed out of the Heavenly Path Reincarnation Channel, plunging headlong into the Human Path Reincarnation Channel. Heavenly Realm, Tianji Region. I can endure this no longer. Inside the tent of the third Prince Nezha, he smashed the desk before him with a single, furious blow, his face twisted in a grimace of raw frustration. 10 years. He had been confined to this desolate Tianji region for a full 10 years. The spiritual energy in this accursed place was chaotic and tainted, permeated with the aura of other realms. It was utterly impossible to absorb or refine. The medicinal pills and spiritual grains provided were strictly rationed, barely enough to maintain his basic physical vitality, leaving not even a fraction for true cultivation. Nezha had stood at the very pinnacle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, meticulously accumulating power for his breakthrough to the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, only to be dragged to this barren wasteland by a military decree from Li Qing. All of his hard-earned progress had been cast into the abyss, wasted and forgotten. Over these past 10 years, his cultivation had not merely stalled, it had regressed. He had fallen from the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm down to the late stage. It was clear that the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had harbored malicious intent all along. The medicinal pills and spiritual grains provided to Nezha, while they appeared identical to the rations of other heavenly generals, ostensibly a fair and equal distribution, it was, in truth, a calculated act of suppression. How could Nezha's profound strength be compared to that of a common general? What was a surplus for them was a mere drop in the ocean for him, trapped at the threshold of a breakthrough. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably falls backward. That Nezha's cultivation would decline was a foregone conclusion, though he had long since foreseen this outcome. Whenever he recalled the countless years spent preparing for his ascension to the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, the humiliation he had endured, and the patience he had cultivated, only to be trapped here by Li Jing under the guise of an honorable military duty, his rage burned brighter. That monkey, Sun Wukong, continued to hesitate, refusing to show himself. Nezha was being driven to the brink of madness. If he remained in this wretched place any longer, his cultivation would continue to plummet. If he continued to exhaust his own primordial essence just to survive, it was not impossible that his cultivation could fall all the way back to the level of a Taiyi remnant immortal. No, I cannot remain in this place a moment longer. If I stay here, I shall truly be reduced to nothing more than a talentless fool. A flicker of madness ignited in Nezha's eyes. He was ready to risk everything. I shall go and butcher that old scoundrel once and for all. I do not believe he keeps that exquisite Linglong pagoda by his side every waking moment. The second he shows even a hint of vulnerability, I will surely take his life. The old scoundrel, mentioned by Nezha, was none other than the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing. Toward this man who held the title of father, he felt not a shred of affection, only a hatred buried deep within the marrow of his bones. Had it not been for the restraint of the exquisite Linglong pagoda, Nezha would never have endured such suffering for all these years. Third Prince, you must not. Please. Third Prince. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the maidservant, Zhao Ru, was so terrified that the color drained completely from her face. She clutched his arm tightly, pleading desperately. Third Prince, the Heavenly King never lets his Linglong pagoda leave his person. You have absolutely no opportunity to strike. If he discovers your intent, he will surely imprison you within that very pagoda. Third Prince, I beg you to reconsider. Then I cannot simply remain here and wait for my end. To continue waiting is only to be slowly drained of my life by that old scoundrel. Nezha gritted his teeth. If Li Jing were not protected by that pagoda, he would have eliminated him instantly to quench the hatred burning in his heart. Third Prince, I have heard that the Heavenly Court has dispatched a detachment. The reinforcements are expected to arrive within the next few days. When they arrive, you could intercept the transport to seize the supplies. With those resources in hand, you could flee into the spatial rift leading to the underworld. You could claim you are entering the rift to track the movements of the demon monkey, Sun Wukong, for the purpose of his capture. With such a pretext, whether you capture that monkey or not, Li Jing would have no reason to act against you. Nezha's eyes lit up. Indeed, the reinforcements would surely be carrying vast reserves, likely including spirit grains and medicinal elixirs. I hold the title of the great deity of the three altars of the sea, and I am the vanguard general. I can simply move ahead, intercept the reinforcements, and seize all their provisions. As Zhao Ru suggests, using the hunt for Sun Wukong as an excuse, I can vanish into the spatial rift to cultivate. Even Li Jing would be powerless to stop me. Based on Nezha's understanding of Li Jing, this, father, was nothing more than a bully who tormented his own kin, and he lacked the courage to pursue him into the depths of a spatial rift. Very well, we shall do exactly that. Nezha swept the maidservant Zhao Ru into his arms, kissed her cheek firmly, and laughed. Zhao Ru, you truly are my lucky star. After setting her down, his mood grew even more exuberant. He told Zhao Ru to go to the quartermaster's office and demand a full banquet of wine and delicacies, deducting it from his own quota. After all, he would have no need for such rations much longer, so there was no need for restraint. As you command, I shall go and prepare the banquet for the third prince immediately. Flustered by Nezha's intimate gesture, Zhao Ru blushed deeply, gave a soft reply, and hurried out of the barracks toward the quartermaster's tent. Third prince, my life was saved by your hand. In this life I am yours. No matter what you require of me, I will exhaust every ounce of my strength to assist you. Zhao Ru felt a profound sense of joy. She was truly, genuinely happy. Looking back once at Nezha's barracks, a flicker of tenderness crossed her eyes before they hardened with resolve, and she turned to continue toward the quartermaster. At the southern heaven gate, a company of heavenly soldiers escorted Fairy Zilan and the Fairy of the Eastern Isles out of the heavenly court, carrying military supplies as they rode the clouds toward the land of the heavenly records. The heavenly court had intended to send reinforcements years ago, but due to various complications, the mission had been delayed time and time again. Fairy Zilan had long since been consumed by impatience, and now, finally, The journey had begun. Throughout the journey, she urged the troop repeatedly to increase their speed, drawing disdainful glances from many of the celestial maidens. She claimed to have no intentions toward the third prince Nezha, but who would believe her? She was so anxious that she seemed ready to fly ahead on her own. Yet who could blame her? She was, after all, the trusted confidant of the Queen Mother, saying one thing while her heart yearned for another. What was I to make of such a person? HMPH, the third prince, would never set his sights on someone like her. Being a confidant, what did that truly amount to? It all depended on whether she could actually catch the eye of the third prince. The celestial maidens whispered among themselves, consumed by jealousy. However, fearing the authority of Fairy Zilan, who served as the chief envoy and held the Queen Mother's favor, none dared to voice their insults aloud. Oblivious to the murmurs of the maidens, Fairy Zilan's thoughts were entirely consumed by Sun Wukong, her heart aching with the singular desire to reach the Heaven's End territory and uncover the truth of his fate. More than 10 years had passed without a single word, and the silence had driven her to the brink of madness. Under her persistent urging, the troop's pace indeed quickened significantly. A journey that should have taken half a month was completed in just 10 days, though they had yet to enter the military encampment. From the distance, the third Prince Nezha, leading a patrol squad, approached with a radiant smile. "Look, it is the third prince. He has come personally to welcome us. How fortunate we are. Look at your infatuated expression. Do you really think he came for you? Have you forgotten who our chief envoy is? Are you implying the third prince came to welcome that wretch, Zilan?" "No, I refuse to believe it. What kind of status does the third prince hold? How could he possibly favor her?" The maidens began to stir again. Seeing Nezha fly straight toward Fairy Zilan, they were filled with a mix of urgency and resentment, wishing they could push her aside and take her place. Fairy Zilan, however, felt no pride, only suspicion. Nezha was a vanguard general, not a patrol officer. Why would he coincidentally be waiting to receive the reinforcements so early? "Greetings, third prince. His Majesty and the Queen Mother have dispatched us to boost the morale of the great army, and we trouble you with this reception." Zilan is truly humbled. Fairy Zilan bowed to Nezha and gestured toward the supply carriages behind her. "These are the military provisions. I invite the third prince to inspect and accept them before guiding us into the camp." Given the powers of the Heavenly Court, utilizing a spatial artifact to store all supplies would have been a trivial matter. Yet this was the direct decree of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Since Fairy Zilan and her party were here to bestow rewards upon the troops, the offerings had to be displayed openly. Simply handing over a storage pouch would have been a breach of protocol. Only after Nezha finished the inspection could the items be properly secured. Nezha understood this well and nodded with a smile. Fairy Zilan's arrangement suited him perfectly. He could not simply disappear with these goods, and storing them in a spatial pouch was exactly what he needed. After a symbolic inspection, Nezha waved his hand, sweeping the spirit grain, medicinal elixirs, celestial fruits, and spirit beast meat into a storage pouch, which he tucked away before leading Zilan's group into the encampment. "You are to escort these envoys on a tour of the camp to console the soldiers. Furthermore, deliver this letter to the marshal. Do you understand?" As soon as they entered, Nezha summoned the patrol squad leader to issue his instructions. "Understood, third prince. But what of you?" The squad leader stood momentarily stunned. The mission to welcome the celestial envoys was personally requested by Nezha himself from Linjing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Why then was he planning to desert his post the moment they entered the camp? Nezha glared. "Does this crown prince owe you a report regarding his actions? I told you to leave, so go. Why are you so full of chatter?" Yes, this subordinate spoke out of turn. "Rest assured, third crown prince, I will surely take care of the envoys. And the letter." "That is correct. This subordinate will personally deliver it to the marshal. That is the only proper way." "Enough. Just be gone." Nezha nodded with satisfaction, turned, and mounted his windfire wheels, soaring out of the encampment. Strange. Why is Nezha flying off alone? The military supplies are all being carried by him, after all. Throughout the journey, Fairy Zilan had been seeking every opportunity to inquire about the status of Sun Wukong from Nezha. Among the 30,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, Nezha possessed the greatest strength and the highest probability of having crossed blades with Sun Wukong, making him the ideal subject for gathering information. Thus, Fairy Zilan had kept a watchful eye on Nezha's every move. Seeing him depart the camp alone, she could not help but grow suspicious. Rolling her eyes, she summoned a cloud and began to tail him. After exiting the camp, Nezha flew directly toward the location of the ancient pillar of heaven, Mount Buzhao. Though goddess Nukawa had once refined stones to mend the heavens, bridging the gap between the celestial and mortal realms, the environment of this region had been forever altered, becoming a convergence point for spatial rifts between the heavens and other realms. Among them, the rift between the heavenly realm and the netherworld lay precisely where the old Mount Buzhao pillar once stood. However, the pillar had long since vanished, leaving behind only a celestial lake. Nezha rode his windfire wheels to the edge of the water and prepared to descend when his expression suddenly shifted, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light. He abruptly spun around, the fire-tipped spear in his hand thrusting directly into the space behind him. "Who goes there?" A startled cry escaped a young woman. Nezha's fire-tipped spear stopped just inches from her chest, the intense heat from the tip scorching her fair skin, her beautiful face pale with terror. It was none other than Fairy Zilan, who had been trailing him. "So it is you, Fairy Zilan. Why have you been tailing me in secret? Had I not retracted my strike quickly, you would have already perished beneath my spear." Nezha furrowed his brows. Had he not recognized her face in time to halt his momentum, he likely would have severely wounded her. "Are you not the primary envoy? Instead of remaining in the camp, why have you followed me here? You nearly frightened me to death." Fairy Zilan gasped for air, her expression still lingering in shock. She had truly been terrified. The tip of the spear had been but an inch from her body, and the biting cold steel and searing heat had stung her flesh. Had it struck true, she surely would have been pierced through. "Don't tell me. Do you truly harbor feelings for this crown prince?" Observing Fairy Zilan clutching her chest and panting, refusing to answer, a sudden thought flashed through Nezha's mind. He recalled overheard whispers from the other fairies back at the camp. Could it be true that this Zilan had gone to such great lengths merely to get close to him? While it was true that he was a dashing and elegant prince, Zilan, he had no intention of marrying yet. Furthermore, immortals were forbidden from casual affairs without the express decree of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Surely the fairy is not unaware of this, is she? Fairy Zilan was left stunned by Nezha's rapid-fire assumption. Once she regained her composure, her face flushed crimson as she softly rebuked, "HMPH, who said I had any intentions toward you?" "Third Prince, do not speak nonsense. I only follow you because I have matters to inquire about." "You do not fancy me?" Nezha froze. This was truly bizarre. He was a perfect deity, the desire of countless fairies in the heavenly court. Yet Fairy Zilan claimed to have no interest in him whatsoever. "Do you know the whereabouts of Sun Wukong? Is it true that he has yet to emerge from the spatial rift?" Fairy Zilan nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, yet she steeled herself and asked, "Sun Wukong? Why do you inquire about the tracks of that monkey demon? Could it be that you know him?" Nezha asked in surprise. "Brother, just tell me what has become of him." Fairy Zilan lifted her head, her shy demeanor vanishing in an instant. She stared directly into Nezha's eyes, and let out a cold huff. "Do not think I cannot see through you. You intend to take all the military supplies into the spatial rift between the heavenly realm and the netherworld, all to escape the shackles of Li Tianwang, and to cultivate in peace. Is that not so?" "How did you know?" Nezha's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. "Is that so difficult to deduce?" "Third Prince, the discord between you and Li Tianwang is hardly a secret in the heavenly court. If my words were false, why else would you bring all the supplies and flee out here alone?" A mischievous smile curled the corners of Fairy Zilan's lips. That she was favored by the Queen Mother was not merely a matter of luck. Her true strengths were her sharp wit, and her uncanny ability to analyze and manipulate the hearts of others. She had long since sensed the jealousy of those other fairies, but because Nezha was never her objective, she simply paid them no heed. Through her years serving beside the Queen Mother, she had come to possess many of the heavenly court's most guarded secrets. The rift between Linjing and his son, Nezha, had long ceased to be a secret. The moment she saw Nezha depart the camp toward the spatial rift, she had immediately discerned his true intentions. "What do you want? Are you attempting to threaten this prince?" Nezha's expression darkened, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "If I were to strike you down here, surely no god or ghost would ever know, would they? I would never dare to threaten the third prince." Fairy Zilan sharply perceived the killing intent radiating from Nezha, and hurriedly waved her hand. "Between us, there is neither enmity nor conflict of interest. I shall not speak of your schemes to anyone. I only wish to ask the third prince for a single favor." "What is this favor?" Nezha raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly. "Does the third prince not intend to enter the nexus between the heavenly realm and the underworld? Would you be willing to take me with you?" "Take you with me? You are an immortal official. What business do you have in such a place?" Nezha frowned in confusion, only to realize the truth a moment later. "You seek to find that monkey demon, Sun Wukong. What, pray tell, is your relationship with him?" "That is of no concern to the third prince. I will ask only this. Will you take me or not?" The spatial nexus is not a path that just anyone can traverse. Without the strength of the Taiyi Sangxian realm or higher, one cannot hope to breach the barrier. Currently, I have only reached the heavenly immortal realm. I cannot enter alone. I require your guidance to succeed. Fairy Zilan, that nexus is fraught with peril. Have you truly considered the consequences? Do not expect me to rescue you. As long as the third prince brings me inside, that is enough. Life and death are fated. My safety is not for you to worry about. Very well, I shall take you with me. But you must vow never to divulge my affairs to others." Nezha finally nodded in agreement. Fairy Zilan rejoiced inwardly. "Rest assured, third prince. Exposing your secrets would yield no benefit to me. I, Zilan, would never engage in such acts that harm others while offering no gain to myself. My gratitude. I thank the third prince for fulfilling my request. With the pact sealed, Nezha led Fairyzilan straight into the lake, for the spatial nexus lay hidden at its very depths. Though the lake was teeming with demon beasts, Nezha did not spare them a single glance. Should any creature be foolish enough to provoke him, he would gladly use the opportunity to vent the deep-seated resentment burning within his heart. Within the encampment, at the grand tent of pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing, he demanded, "The third prince ordered you to deliver a letter to this marshal. So where is he now?" Li Jing took the letter from the patrol captain, his eyes filled with suspicion. What could be so important that it required a letter rather than a direct report? How truly strange. The third prince ordered this subordinate to lead the heavenly soldiers on a tour of the camp and deliver this letter directly into the hands of the marshal. Beyond that, this subordinate knows nothing and dared not ask further. Very well, you may withdraw. Li Jing waved him away. Once the captain had vanished, he tossed the letter aside, but sensing something suspicious, he reached out and broke the seal to read it. Report to Father. I have discovered the trail of the demon monkey Sun Wukong, who is hiding within the spatial nexus. Lacking time to report to you first, I have proceeded to capture him. As the letter opened, Nezha's voice resonated from within, loud and clear, infused with immortal essence, so that the entire encampment heard his proclamation. The third prince has entered the spatial rift to capture the demon monkey. How could the third prince have known the demon monkey would appear in that exact location? Who can say? With the third prince's formidable cultivation, tracing that monkey's movements would hardly be a challenge. With the third prince taking action personally, the demon monkey is certain to be captured. The heavenly soldiers and generals whispered among themselves, buzzing with speculation. A few, however, sensed the underlying reality and chose to remain silent. This was a private matter of father and son between Li Tianwang and the third prince. Outsiders would be wise not to meddle. To become the collateral damage of their fury would be a truly tragic fate. Bring that individual from earlier before me at once. As Li Jing heard the message within the letter, his heart sank, sensing that something was amiss. And he hastily ordered his men to pursue the patrol squad leader who had just departed. If Nezha wished to enter the spatial rift to capture Sun Wukong, he could have simply requested orders directly. Why resort to such measures, making such a grand spectacle for all under the heavens to witness? There is surely a deeper scheme at play here. Recalling the arrival of the envoys bearing heavenly court supplies, a grim premonition clouded Li Jing's mind. I ask you, what has become of the military supplies from the heavenly court? The patrol squad leader was quickly brought back into the tent. No sooner had he entered than Li Jing leaped from his seat, grabbed the man by his collar, and roared, "They were seized by the third prince!" The patrol leader, trembling in terror, could not understand the meaning of this outburst. Why is the heavenly king's expression so terrifying? Li Jing, hearing the truth, erupted in a fit of rage and flung the patrol leader to the ground. It was as he had feared. Nezha had made off with the supplies, or rather, he had orchestrated an elaborate departure. That boy even played a trick to make the entire camp believe he was hunting Sun Wukong, justifying the removal of the supplies under the guise of an official mission. Even if Li Jing wished to hold him accountable later, the most he could claim was that Nezha acted without prior authorization, leaving him no other leverage. If that demon monkey were truly captured, Nezha's merits would far outweigh his transgressions. Not only would he avoid punishment, but he might even be rewarded. Damn him. That brat's schemes run deep. To think he would dare to deceive me. Li Jing's fury burned bright as he glared at the terrified squad leader cowering on the ground, his frustration finding no outlet. Stamping his foot, he bellowed, "Scram! Get out of my sight at once and stay as far away as possible." Yes! Yes! The squad leader scrambled to his feet and fled from the main tent. From beginning to end he remained bewildered, unaware of whom he had offended. He had merely gone on patrol and delivered a letter. Why was the heavenly king so deeply enraged at him? A superior official holds the power of life and death. Coupled with the fact that the heavenly king was the marshal of the three armies, he decided it was merely his bad luck, and vowed to stay as far from this father-son duo as possible in the future. Damnable. Truly damnable. Li Jing paced back and forth within the tent, his expression shifting wildly, veins pulsing on his forehead. The guards trembled in fear, having never seen the heavenly king so incensed, and they prayed they would not be caught in the crossfire. Exactly as Nezha had foreseen. Although Li Jing understood his intentions and was consumed by rage, he lacked the courage to pursue him alone into that spatial rift. In terms of cultivation, Li Jing stands only at the Taiyi loose immortal realm. His true prowess relies entirely on the Linglong Seven Treasures Pagoda. Should one enter that tower, no one knows what horrors might await them. Furthermore, the pagoda may not be able to shield him forever, and a rebellious son is simply not worth risking his life for. After long deliberation, Li Jing summoned his deputy and commanded, "Organize men to guard the lake where that spatial tier is located. Should any disturbance arise, send word to me immediately." Go. By your command, Marshal. Li Jing could only tighten his surveillance. Though Nezha took all the supplies, those resources could at best help him recover to the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Surpassing the barrier to become a Daluo Golden Immortal was utterly impossible. You rebellious wretch, unless you are fortunate enough to capture Sun Wukong, I will eventually drag you to your grave in this desolate place. Dreaming of escaping my control? Do not even entertain the thought. A cold, guttural roar echoed through the command tent, sending a chill through the spines of Li Jing's loyal guards, yet none dared to utter a word, standing rigid as if they had heard nothing at all. Within the netherworld, deep inside the cycle of the Hellpath, a stream of white Qut, like a flowing silk ribbon, erupted from the mouth of Sun Wukong. It surged for dozens of zang before finally dissipating. His eyes flashed with a golden light as Sun Wukong stood up, his face brimming with triumph. At last he had successfully condensed the final reincarnation mark of the Hell Path. With the 6 paths of reincarnation now fully mastered, he could finally manifest the cycle of the 6 paths through his own strength. With a mere shift of his thoughts, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation began to coil around his right fist. In the next moment, miniature vortices representing each path appeared before his knuckles. The heavenly path, the human path, the asura path, the beast path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. As the vortices converged, rotating slowly, a peerless gravitational force radiated outward, consuming the reincarnation power of the hell path like a leviathan swallowing the world. Ha ha! Sun Wukong retracted his power and threw his head back in a thunderous laugh. The difference in might between holding these marks individually versus mastering the complete set was not merely 6-fold. It was as vast as the heavens and the earth. From this day forward he possessed a formidable trump card. As long as an opponent had not reached the realm of a heavenly Dao sage, they could never hope to withstand the power of these 6 paths. If unleashed with surprise, even peak quasi-saints would find themselves in dire straits. Moreover, Sun Wukong sensed that manifesting the 6 paths of reincarnation was not their final form. These paths were destined to eventually merge into a single, peerless cycle of reincarnation. Once that realm was achieved, who in the 3 realms could possibly remain his equal? Rulai, wait for me. There will come a day when I, old Sun, trample the summit of Mount Lingshan and crush you beneath my feet. Every humiliation you have inflicted upon me, I shall force you to repay 10-fold, nay 100-fold. Clenching his fists tight, Sun Wukong let out a roar that echoed through the cycle of reincarnation, its vibrations lingering endlessly. At the summit of Mount Lingshan, within the great Layan temple, the Buddha Rulai sat in meditation upon his lotus throne when, suddenly, a ripple in his heart stirred a profound sense of foreboding. He opened his eyes, brow furrowed as he began to calculate. A moment later, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Strange. How can I calculate nothing? As a heavenly Dao sage, no disturbance in his state of mind could be mere coincidence. Yet when Rulai connected with the heavenly Dao to trace the source of this premonition, all was shrouded in mist. He could discern nothing of substance. He only vaguely perceived a terrifying enemy growing in the shadows, but their identity remained a mystery. An experience such as this was entirely unprecedented. Samantabhadra, is there anything unusual within the Subala realm? Upon hearing the Buddha's question, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, seated to his right, was filled with surprise. Why would the Buddha suddenly inquire about the situation in the Subala realm? Report to the Buddha, there is nothing unusual in the Subala realm. That individual has made no movements. This disciple has observed diligently and seen no signs of anomaly. The Tathagata Buddha nodded. Yet a deep sense of suspicion grew within his heart. If it was not that individual, then what other enemy within these 3 realms could threaten him while growing in secret? He had already achieved a breakthrough to the heavenly Dao sage realm, becoming a master of a domain, no longer the duobao of the ancient immortal execution sword formation. Even his former master, the Grandmaster Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones, had now been matched by him. So who else could possibly pose a threat? Manjusri Bodhisattva, the 6-eared macaque I commanded you to find in Nanzhan Hao, have you located him yet? Despite his reasoning, nothing made sense, yet no clues emerged. Unable to find an answer, the Buddha set the matter aside for the moment and turned to Manjusri Bodhisattva, who sat to his left. Report to the Buddha, I followed your decree to the heavenly secret ridge in Nanzhan Hao, but I did not find the 6-eared macaque. Upon inquiry, I learned that Huaguo Mountain in Dongsheng Shenzhou is gathering a vast number of demons, summoning the demon race from across the world to convene. Those demons, with even a modicum of cultivation, have all flocked there. Perhaps the 6-eared macaque is among them. Manjusri Bodhisattva reported, respectfully. Dongsheng Shenzhou, Huaguo Mountain. The Tathagata Buddha's brow furrowed slightly. He calculated with his fingers for a moment, golden light flashing in his eyes. Yet the results remained blurred and illusory. He found it impossible to see through the situation within Huaguo Mountain. Surely, a great formation had been laid to obscure the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to block his own divine scrutiny. With the majesty of a heavenly Tao sage, a single thought could survey the entire three realms, from the heavenly court down to the netherworld. Nothing could remain hidden, unless it was a place capable of sealing the heavens themselves. If not for such a seal, no one could escape the gaze of a sage. That Huaguo Mountain had never before been known as a place of peril, so there could only be one possibility. Someone had arranged a grand array to shroud the entire mountain, rendering it unobservable. Could it be that his potential enemy is hiding within that very mountain? The demon race generally relies on innate physical strength to fight. Few study the arts of divinity or formation. Not to mention formation, the one capable of setting up an array to conceal the heavenly secrets must be a master of the highest order. Dispatch someone to Huaguo Mountain to investigate the situation in detail. No, Manjusri Bodhisattva, you shall go yourself. Once you have investigated clearly, return and report back to me. Having received the order, a cloud of auspicious light departed Spirit Mountain, flying straight toward Dongsheng. Deep within the cycle of reincarnation in the netherworld, the King of Hell had spoken of the deepest reaches of the hell path leading to the bottom of the Huangquan abyss, but where it truly lay, the old man had not spoken clearly. Sun Wukong had searched here for half a year, yet he still could not find the spatial rift leading to the depths of the Huangquan abyss. Looking around, apart from the swirling vortex of reincarnation in the hell path ahead, there was nothing unusual. Could the path the King of Hell spoke of be this very vortex of reincarnation? Sun Wukong's gaze shifted toward the swirling vortex. After staring for a long moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. The more he pondered, the more it made sense. He had been searching for half a year, and this vortex was the only place left unexplored. Back at the heavenly path of Samsara, he had attempted to probe the vortex with a clone, but at that time, it could not withstand the tearing force of the void. The moment the clone's arm reached inside, it was pulverized, which was precisely why he had dared not approach the hell path vortex for the past 6 months. But now, if the Yama King had spoken the truth, this place remained the most suspicious location of all. Divine clone technique. Sun Wukong unleashed his divine ability. A clone stepped forth from his body and moved toward the hell path's reincarnation vortex. Upon reaching the vortex, the clone's eyes flickered, radiating a unique aura derived from the power of the 6 paths of samsara. A miniature hell path reincarnation wheel manifested behind the clone. In the following moment, the clone stepped into the vortex, emitting a series of sharp, whistling hisses. The friction and the violent tearing forces of the vortex surged forward, yet they were blocked by the miniature reincarnation wheel hovering behind the clone. The collision of these samsara energies produced a piercing screech, but this time, the clone remained unscathed as it ventured deep into the vortex. It is truly here. Before the vortex, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He had received confirmation from his clone. Beyond this vortex lay the deepest reaches of the Yellow Springs Hell. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Surging with the power of samsara, a miniature reincarnation wheel appeared behind his own back, and he stepped into the vortex. Once again, a shrill, grating sound echoed through the void. The figure of Sun Wukong vanished into the vortex. In the deepest abyss of the Yellow Springs, there existed a unique, funnel-shaped space. Inside this funnel, one half consisted of the base of an infinite sea of blood, while the other was formed by the winding currents of the Yellow Springs. The waters of the River of Oblivion cascaded down from an endless abyss. Souls entered the 6 paths of samsara, while the river water continued to flow to the bottom, circulating through the depths of the Yellow Springs, before rising back toward the surface. Sun Wukong and his clone now stood upon a patch of barren ground between the Sea of Blood and the Yellow Springs Hell. The Yama King did not deceive me after all. The path through the hell path of samsara truly leads to the deepest heart of the Yellow Springs. Sun Wukong wore a look of triumph. After half a year of wandering the samsara path, he had finally arrived. However, beneath his joy, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. It was true that he could reach this place, but only because he had absorbed the power of the 6 paths of samsara and condensed a seal, allowing him to withstand the vortex's rending force. Without that seal, he would have been reduced to dust long before reaching this destination. He could not be certain if the Yama King was fully aware of the nature of this vortex. If the king was ignorant, then it was a stroke of fortune. But if he had known and sent him there regardless, then his intentions were truly treacherous. Yet now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The heavenly tribulation is descending, and he must overcome it first. While still within the samsara path, Sun Wukong had felt his cultivation reaching the peak of the Taiyi loose immortal realm, sensing a pressure akin to the approach of the 3 calamities, only far more formidable. He understood clearly that the heavenly tribulation was imminent, having been merely suppressed by the environment of the samsara path until now. Stepping out into the depths of the Yellow Springs, the pressure increased tenfold. Sun Wukong had long ago reached the pinnacle of the Taiyi Songxian realm, but for years, he had intentionally suppressed his cultivation to forge an impenetrable foundation. Only by reaching the Taiyi Jingxian realm, would the condensation of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, and the 5 essences returning to origin, occur with true, natural efficacy. The results were far superior to those of his past life. His foundation in this lifetime was so incredibly solid, that, even if he wished to suppress it further, he could no longer do so. Since he could no longer hold it back, there was no need to try. With a single thought, Sun Wukong retracted his clones and released the seal on his cultivation. His aura erupted, effortlessly shattering the thin barrier to ascend to the Taiyi Jingxian realm. Rumble. A thunderous roar echoed through the very floor of the Yellow Springs. Yet, no tribulation clouds manifested in the sky. Instead, bolts of lightning emerged from the void itself, striking directly down towards Sun Wukong. A fine challenge. Shatter for me. Sun Wukong pulled the Rui Jinggubang from his grasp, a cold, battle-hungry smile playing on his lips, and swung the staff to scatter the incoming lightning. Deafening explosions resounded through the abyss. Sun Wukong obliterated the streaks of lightning, his body barely trembling, stoically enduring the destructive force surging through his staff. His expression remained unchanged. In fact, as the lightning bolts were shattered, they transformed into ribbons of pure energy, flowing through the iron staff to be absorbed into his very marrow. The heavenly tribulation is nothing more than this. Sun Wukong curled his lips in defiance, continuing to strike down the heavenly thunder to feast upon its power. As he absorbed the energy, his aura, initially unstable from the breakthrough, grew increasingly profound and steady, surging as if to propel him directly from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Taiyi Jingxian realm. Who dares to undergo a tribulation in this Yellow Springs hell? Just as Sun Wukong stood arrogantly against the heavenly strike, the violent disturbances at the bottom of the Yellow Springs drew the attention of the Asura tribe within the Sea of Blood. A figure shot out from the sea. It was the Asura Demon King, Zizai Tian Botun. Upon catching sight of the figure, wildly brandishing an iron staff amidst the lightning, Botun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It is him! Did I not cast this brat into the infinite abyss myself? Why is he appearing here? And how is he triggering a heavenly tribulation? Beneath the infinite abyss lay the path of the 6 realms of reincarnation. Botun knew this all too well. Even a powerhouse of his caliber, a Daluo Jingxian, would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Sun Wukong had been struck by the sovereign's sword of immortal slaughter before falling. How could he appear completely uninjured now? On the contrary, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. It defied all logic. You have arrived at the perfect time. Sun Wukong also detected the presence of Zizai Tian Botun, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In the past, he had held this elder in high regard, but the old man had shown no mercy, using a lethal technique to send him plunging into the abyss. Had he not possessed a life-saving treasure, he certainly would have perished. Meeting malice with kindness had never been the style of Sun Wukong. He believed in returning every grievance on the spot. Now that the Asura Demon King had delivered himself to his doorstep, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? With a flicker of his figure, Sun Wukong, carrying the entire sky of lightning with him, utilized his divine ability to shorten the earth and lunge toward Botun, sneering, "Botun, we truly have a deep connection. We meet yet again. Receive this grand gift I have prepared for you." This is not good. Batun's expression shifted, attempting to retreat into the Sea of Blood. But it was already too late. Sun Wukong had arrived right by his side, wearing a sinister, wily smile. The lightning bolts that had only pursued Sun Wukong now split, with a portion striking directly at him, drawing down even more bolts from the void to descend upon Batun's head. Damn it! Batun's face turned ghastly pale. He understood all too well the extreme danger of being dragged into another person's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao would perceive it as an act of provocation, raining down lightning capable of annihilating a great Luo golden immortal, with power far exceeding that which struck Sun Wukong. No matter how much resentment he felt, it was of no use. He had to survive this onslaught of lightning first. With a dark complexion, Batun summoned his natal divine weapon, the Asura sword, hacking fiercely at the descending bolts, unable to refrain from roaring out loud. "You stinking monkey! You dare to play me! This king will not let this slide. If you have any tricks, just bring them forth." Old Sun accepts all comers. Huh? Sun Wukong chuckled in triumph. Since they were enemies, there was no need for mercy. He only cared that his opponent suffered a miserable end. Batun was a powerhouse of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If he didn't exploit the heavenly tribulation to drain the man's strength, was he expected to engage in a fair duel? That would not be heroism. That would be idiocy. Umble. The relentless waves of heavenly thunder poured down like a waterfall upon Batun, submerging his figure in a blinding glare, while Sun Wukong had long since retreated to a distance to observe. He wanted to harm Batun, but he had no intention of harming himself. The power of the lightning-striking Batoon was enough to make even Sun Wukong's scalp tingle, just from watching from afar. This lightning is truly formidable. I never imagined the power of a heavenly tribulation could reach such heights. It is indeed an eye-opening experience. As he watched, Sun Wukong clicked his tongue in commentary. At this intensity, even a great Luo golden immortal would be sent into chaos. Truly miserable, how wretched. But why does old Sun not feel the slightest bit of sorrow? That is right. Because it is not the lightning striking my own head. Trisk, trisk. Even looking at it makes me hurt. I must be more careful in the future. Should one see another undergoing a tribulation, one must not approach, even if it means death. It is far too dangerous. Treasure your life. Stay far away from those undergoing a tribulation. Batoon, currently besieged by countless bolts of heavenly thunder, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing the distant, murmuring voice of Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong is truly devious. He dragged him into this calamity, only to stand on the sidelines and taunt him if he weren't already too occupied defending against the relentless lightning strikes to shift his focus. He would surely risk everything to kill him. You wretched monkey, just you wait. I shall hack you into 1,000 pieces. The roar of Batoon, filled with unbridled fury, echoed from within the storm of thunder. Without even blinking, Sun Wukong raised a hand to his ear, pretending to listen with an expression of feigned innocence. Are you speaking to old Sun, your humble servant? Your voice is too faint. I cannot hear you clearly. Is that you, Batoon? I was not referring to you, was I? You are, after all, a demon king of the Asura race, an expert at the Daluo golden immortal realm. Why do you mutter like a weakling? Have you not eaten today? P. Moft. As these words left Sun Wukong's lips, Batoon's movements faltered for a heartbeat. A bolt of lightning pierced through his defensive sword barrier and struck him squarely, causing him to cough up a mouthful of azure blood as his body convulsed with explosive force. Sun Wukong, I swear that this king shall not share the same sky as you. A scream filled with boundless hatred tore through the air. This time, he poured his very essence and life force into that roar. Batoon truly loathed Sun Wukong to the very marrow of his bones. One could tell by his tone that this was no longer a simple grudge. He was beyond mere provocation. After all, they had been evenly matched before, when he had severely wounded the monkey. But Sun Wukong stood aside to watch the show, delivering biting sarcasm that made it impossible for him to focus on surviving the heavenly tribulation. This brat is clearly trying to end my life. If he wishes to be my eternal enemy, then he has truly understood my intentions perfectly. Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. As it happened, he had no intention of sparing the freedom demon Batoon either. Since they were now sworn enemies, if he had the opportunity to annihilate such a formidable Daluo golden immortal foe, he must not show mercy, lest it invite greater disaster later on. Boom! As the final bolt of tribulation lightning was shattered by Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jingu Bang, his heavenly tribulation finally came to an end. The remaining energy of the tribulation was drawn into Sun Wukong's body. He let out a long, satisfied yawn, exhaling 2 streams of white mist from his nostrils that lingered for a long time. Others endure their tribulations in terror, treading as if on thin ice. Yet, Sun Wukong's method was truly ferocious. Never bothering to evade, he simply shattered the tribulation lightning and absorbed it whole. If it were in the past, Sun Wukong would not have been so dominant. During the 3 great calamities, he had to rely on his metamorphic arts just to survive. But everything was different now. He had forged the indestructible Vajra body and condensed the 6 paths of reincarnation seal. Sun Wukong's physical form and divine soul were now far beyond his cultivation level, providing a foundation so stable that he felt no fear toward a tribulation that would turn others pale with fright. As he stretched his limbs, a series of sounds like popping beans echoed from within his body. He felt an overwhelming sense of vitality surging from head to toe. Originally, after converting his immortal origin energy into chaos origin energy, the total volume within his body had dropped to a fraction of its former self, leaving him with a lingering sense of hollowness. Yet, after absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning, his meridians were infused with a surge of chaotic primordial energy, replenishing more than half of his original immortal essence and leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. Sun Wukong's own tribulation lightning had been shattered by his brute force, causing it to dissipate quite rapidly. However, the situation for Zizai Tianbo Shun was far from the same. He was still struggling desperately to withstand the relentless barrage of lightning strikes, which could only be described as a storm of heavenly wrath. Using his god-destroying eyes, Sun Wukong peered through the layers of thunder to observe the chaos within. He discovered that, although Bo Jun had been struck several times, a great Luo Golden Immortal remained a great Luo Golden Immortal. Despite his disheveled and wretched appearance, he had sustained no fatal injuries. As long as the tribulation lightning persisted, Sun Wukong dared not rush in to launch an assault. The tribulation bolts targeting Bo Shun were far more formidable than those he had faced, leaving him with no choice but to wait patiently for his own breakthrough to conclude. Now that he had reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, the gap in cultivation between him and Bonshun had been narrowed to a single major stage. With his current strength and the various trump cards at his disposal, he knew it was not impossible to engage this Asura Demon King in a life-or-death battle. As the thunder continued its bombardment, Sun Wukong observed the situation clearly. He realized that despite the immense power of the tribulation, while Bonshun would certainly suffer some injuries and consume a portion of his essence, it was nothing truly critical, allowing the demon to maintain his mocking, insufferable smirk as he continued to utter taunts that begged for a swift death. In the shadows, Sun Wukong silently circulated his 8-9 profound art, guiding the chaotic primordial energy through his meridians and across his body, preparing to strike at any moment. Yet, Sun Wukong failed to notice that a presence, long since dormant, was beginning to stir from the depths before him. Within the boundless sea of blood, and a pool at the very end of the yellow springs of hell, a primordial terror was awakening, much like a great ancient beast returning to life. Finally, the sky-filling storm of lightning vanished without a trace. Zizai Tian Boshun stood panting heavily, emerging from the dissipating clouds of thunder. His entire body was charred pitch black from head to toe, and half of his face was darkened by the soot. His armor hung in tattered, worthless shreds, leaving him looking wretched beyond description. Sun Wukong approached like a chilling wind from the 9 netherworlds, his voice trembling with the deep, cold weight of hatred. Zizai Tian Boshun, his eyes already burning with a blood-red madness, glared intently at Sun Wukong. The Asura sword in his hand began to vibrate with a low, ominous hum as a streak of blood-red light erupted from the blade, instantly engulfing the entire length of the weapon. Countless blood-colored faces of ghosts scurried across the surface of the sword, emitting shrieks that would make even the boldest soul shudder in fear. These were the lingering spirits of all who had perished beneath the Asura sword throughout the ages. It stood as a divine blade, as distinct and terrifying as the Abi Yuantu sword of the Styx Patriarch. The Allah sword still could not take a life without incurring karmic retribution. Unless those who perished by its blade were granted mercy by the Asura king, their souls would be forever shackled within the sword, barred from the cycle of reincarnation, serving as a tool to mitigate the wielder's own karmic debt. The vengeful spirits born from these souls had always been suppressed by the sword's killing aura, unable to rise. Yet at this moment, fueled by the Asura king's rage, the killing aura erupted without restraint, shattering the suppression and allowing every last spirit to surge forth from the blade. The weight of their long-suffering confinement and boundless resentment turned their emergence into a storm of malice that even eclipsed the sword's own killing intent. They were ravenous, their aura of death and vengeance truly terrifying. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and within his golden eyes, 3 stellar points of light manifested. The evolved form of his destruction god Eye awakened, piercing through the origin of the Allah sword's lethal energy. The resentment of these shackled spirits was now erupting in its entirety. Since they dared not strike the master of the Allah sword, the Asura king himself, the target for their fury shifted entirely toward him. This impending strike no longer contained merely the Asura king's power. It was compounded by the concentrated malice and resentment of those vengeful spirits. It was a blow truly capable of shaking the heavens and earth. I have said it before. I shall tear you limb from limb. Prepare to meet your end. The killing radiance and malice of the Allah sword flared, manifesting that colossal blood-colored great sword once more. Yet this time, its power was far more formidable than before. As the Asura king spat a mouthful of his heart's essence blood onto the blade, the transformation was complete. The destructive power of the blood-colored sword reached its absolute zenith in an instant. The surrounding environment reacted violently, shrouded in a haunting, blood-red mist. In the next moment, burdened with immeasurable killing intent and malice, the blow was launched. Following the Asura king's leap into the sky, the gargantuan blade descended with the force of 1,000 lightning bolts, viciously striking towards Sun Wukong. What a terrifying strike it was! Sensing the peerless sharpness and overwhelming killing intent, Sun Wukong felt a tremor in his heart, yet his expression remained as calm as a frozen lake, for he had already perceived where the greatest weakness of this strike lay. The point of greatest strength is also the point of greatest frailty. Watch as I shatter this sword of yours. The tip of the blood-red sword was its most powerful point, where all malice and resentment converged, an oppressive force of absolute destruction. Yet, under the gaze of the destruction god Eye, this very point of strength was also the most vulnerable. If it could be intercepted and shattered, the blood-colored sword would inevitably collapse. When that happened, without the restraint of the wielder's will, the vengeful spirits would undoubtedly turn and lash out at their own master. Avatar technique. 1 mind, 2 bodies. Combine your strength for the 18 strikes of heaven-shattering rod. Sun Wukong unleashed his avatar, which stepped forth from his body, gripping a staff forged entirely of chaotic primordial energy, preparing to launch the heaven-shattering rod technique in perfect unison. Despite both the original body and the avatar attacking simultaneously, the sheer number of shadow strikes did not increase. Instead, they merged into 18 singular, potent strikes, each 10 times more powerful than before, crashing violently against the tip of the blood-colored greatsword. Boom! The impact between the rods and the sword tip released shockwaves that sent the entire Huangquan underworld into a violent tremor. The vast Blood Sea and the distant Huangquan River surged with earth-shattering waves, as if the very fabric of this realm were on the verge of collapse. The staff shadows pressed against the tip of the blood-colored sword, locked in a brutal stalemate. Wave upon wave of strikes collided with the destructive killing intent, each force slowly eroding the other into nothingness. The 18 staff shadows vanished one by one. Yet the power surging at the tip of the blood-colored longsword began to wane, and for a moment, they stood at an impasse. The pupils of Zitai Tianbatun suddenly constricted, a look of horror rising in his eyes. During their previous exchange, Sun Wukong could not even withstand the kingly path-slashing immortal sword. Yet this time, the move unleashed was the Emperor's path-slashing heaven sword, a technique several times more powerful, and it had been blocked. This was his ultimate technique, and yet, it had been caught by Sun Wukong, just like that. Although they were still locked in a stalemate, the speed at which Sun Wukong's strength was progressing was simply too fast. Fast enough to strike fear into the hearts of men. After a chill ran down his spine, a more intense, murderous intent surged from the depths of Zitai Tianbatun's heart. A talent so terrifyingly brilliant, once turned into an enemy, must never be allowed to grow. He must be crushed here and now, or the Asura race would surely face the threat of extinction. With his resolve hardened, Zitai Tianbatun opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of heartblood onto the Allah sword. A faint sound of shattering emanated from the Allah sword. Even a divine weapon of the post-heaven spirit treasure rank could not withstand such a massive surge of power. Fissures and cracks began to mar its surface, but at this cost, the destructive force of the blood-colored sword soared. The remaining staff shadows of the heaven-breaking 18 strikes shattered in succession, leaving only the final 3. Sun Wukong, your natural gifts are truly peerless. To think a Taiyi golden immortal could stand against this king. But it ends here. Zitai Tianbatun laughed coldly, and the destructive killing intent on the blood-colored sword exploded, shattering the final 3 staff shadows into fine powder. The sharpened blood-colored blade, now reduced to 3 feet in length, surged forward with the remaining aura of slaughter and the malice of countless vengeful spirits, lunging viciously towards Sun Wukong. As the blood-colored sword was about to pierce him, stopping a mere foot from his chest, suddenly halted, as a strange power manifested before the tip, blocking the blade. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? How could this be? Zitai Tianbatun's eyes widened, staring intensely at the 6 glowing gray passages manifesting before the sword's tip. The shock in his heart was like a raging storm. The 6 paths of reincarnation. This is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This monkey demon has actually grasped the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He is manifesting it with his own strength alone. My apologies, but I have disappointed you. I, old son, am not someone you can simply kill at will. 6 paths of reincarnation. A cold smile crept onto the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth. The 6 paths of reincarnation seal within his dantian shone brilliantly, and the power of reincarnation surged forth in a torrent. The miniature manifestation of the 6 paths passages that had blocked the blood-colored sword suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, each passage widened to a size of 10 feet. The power of reincarnation poured from the passages, enveloping the blood-colored sword. The aura of slaughter and destruction wreathing the sword was instantly dissolved by the power of reincarnation, as if being pulled into the void of the passages. Not only that, but the vengeful spirits that had been shrieking around the blade lost their fierce, malevolent forms, as if they had gazed upon the most terrifying existence in all of creation. The spirits shrieked in agony, desperately struggling to tear themselves away from the blood-red sword in a frantic bid for escape. Yet they remained firmly imprisoned, unable to break free. Driven by despair and wild ferocity, they turned back, launching a violent assault upon the Asura demon king, Zizai Tianbashun, crying out, "Begone, all of you, get out of my sight!" Zizai Tianbashun was consumed by a towering rage. He was a demon king of the Asura race, a powerhouse at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. That these wretched ghosts would dare to raise a hand against him was an affront beyond reason. Yet, in the wake of the previous clash of ultimate techniques, Zizai Tianbashun coughed up 2 mouthfuls of vital essence, his blood-evil power neutralized by the 6 paths of reincarnation manifested by Sun Wukong. At this very moment, his old strength spent, and his new power yet to coalesce, he was at his most vulnerable. A state where even these common pathetic ghosts could usually be suppressed with a wave of his hand. Now, facing the backlash of his own technique, he felt a looming sense that he could no longer hold his ground. Forced by necessity, Zizai Tianbashun gritted his teeth and unleashed his 5 internal breaths. 3 golden flowers soared from the crown of his head, coalescing into 3 clouds of blood-colored auspicious mist, releasing a radiance that held the swarming spirits firmly at bay. This was the unique mastery of the cultivation system within these 3 realms. Once a cultivator attains the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, they may condense the 3 flowers upon the crown. When the 5 internal breaths are released, they form the Spirit Soul Auspicious Clouds, the most formidable defensive technique available. Without an overwhelming advantage in strength, or a specialized method, it is fundamentally impossible to breach. One could say he stood in an invincible position, yet Sun Wukong remained unperturbed. With eyes turned cold, he channeled the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, driving the vortex of the 6 paths toward Zizai Tianbashun with an overwhelming gravitational force. The intent was clear: to drag Zizai Tianbashun entirely into the void. The first to suffer the impact were the blood-colored clouds formed by his 3 flowers. The clouds, once as immovable as Mount Tai, began to tremble under the crushing pressure of the reincarnation vortex, the vibrations growing in intensity, until the blood-red barrier itself began to shatter violently, as spiderwebs of cracks spread across the surface before finally bursting into fragments. Without the protection of the bloodlight, the mass of wretched spirits shrieked as they lunged forward, hungrily tearing at the blood-colored, auspicious clouds. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the throat of Zizai Tianbashun. These clouds were an extension of his own cultivation. To have them suppressed and assimilated by the power of reincarnation, only to be devoured by the restless spirits, was equivalent to having his own 3 flowers carved away. Once those flowers were severed, he would plummet from the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm back to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. HMPH. Sun Wukong let out a cold grunt and prepared to exert more force, intending to grind away the opponent's 3 flowers and 5 breaths entirely, when his expression suddenly shifted, his countenance changing instantly. He retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation and held it firmly before his chest. Boom! A massive wave of blood surged from the boundless sea of blood, slamming into the 6 paths of reincarnation with cataclysmic force. The vortex, which had been peerless and imposing, trembled violently under the blow, showing clear signs of imminent collapse. Who is the coward hiding in the shadows, launching sneak attacks on old Sun? Sun Wukong, startled, hurriedly channeled the reincarnation seal to stabilize the 6 paths passage. With golden light flashing in his eyes, he stared into the depths where the tidal wave had surged. A figure, clad in blood-colored robes, stepped forth from the boundless sea of blood. With only a few measured strides, he arrived directly before Zizai Tianbashun. He was a middle-aged man, with a beard a foot in length, with long, crimson hair and a gaze so piercing it felt heavy upon the soul. He emanated an aura of authority that demanded reverence, without uttering a single word. An ambush? A junior such as you is not even worth my efforts to launch a sneak attack. The blood-robed man gave a sneer of contempt, glancing at the agonizingly wailing Zizai Tianbashun, before knitting his brows and grasping at the air. The legions of vengeful spirits and ghosts that had been surrounding Zizai Tianbashun, ceaselessly gnawing at his bloody clouds, were suddenly seized by an invisible, colossal hand, emitting shrill, soul-chilling shrieks. In the next moment, as the man's hand clenched shut, the specters were crushed into nothingness, dissipating into mere wisps of black smoke. They were utterly annihilated, their very souls extinguished in the void. The 6 paths reincarnation passage was forced back. The vengeful spirits were crushed, and Zizai Tianbashun's life was narrowly saved. With a face drained of all energy, he withdrew his peak stage 3 flowers into his body, knelt prostrate before the blood-robed man, his expression filled with both reverence and profound shame. Tianbashun, to think that you could not even defeat a mere Taiyi Golden Immortal. You have truly brought glory to our clan. The blood-robed man glared at him, his eyes flickering with a faint, icy chill that sent a shiver through Zizai Tianbashun, causing him to press his forehead hard against the ground. This subordinate is guilty. I beg the old ancestor for punishment. Forget it. This boy is clearly no ordinary person. I cannot entirely blame you for your failure. Your offense shall be recorded for now. Step aside for the moment. I have questions to ask him. The blood-robed man narrowed his eyes, hidden flashes of golden light slipping through his gaze, while Zizai Tianbashun, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly replied, understood, and retreated to the side, trembling in fear. You called him, old ancestor. Could it be that you are the old ancestor Minghe? Sun Wukong retracted the 6 paths reincarnation passage into his body, his brows knit tightly together. Observing the attitude of the Asura demon king Zizai Tianbashun toward him, he had already vaguely deduced the identity of this newcomer. The creator of the Asura clan, the master of the boundless sea of blood, old ancestor Ming. Indeed, it is I. To think that a little monkey such as yourself has actually heard of me. Interesting. A trace of faint surprise flickered in the eyes of old ancestor Minghe, as he nodded with a cold smile. but his voice turned icy the very next moment. "If you have heard of me, how dare you lay such a ruthless hand upon Tian Botun? Little monkey, your courage is truly vast, is it not? He is a great golden immortal, his cultivation base far surpassing my own. This is a life-or-death confrontation. Had I not been ruthless, I would be the one dead. If it were you, would you have spared your enemy?" Sun Wukong frowned slightly. Under the gaze of his fiery eyes of truth, he saw the cultivation of old ancestor Ming with absolute clarity. The pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, having already taken half a step into the realm of a heavenly Dao saint. Compared to those he encountered at the North Sea Bais, the demon master Kun Peng, and the great witch Ju Feng, the pressure emanating from this man was vastly more terrifying. Though it was true that the previous three had never intentionally unleashed their aura against him, it was enough to prove the formidable nature of old ancestor Minghe. Sun Wukong knew clearly in his heart that with his current cultivation, he stood absolutely no chance against the old ancestor. But what of it? He was the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, who dared to defy the heavens for his freedom. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, his spirit would never yield. To lose the battle was one thing, but to lose his resolve was impossible. "You possess quite a bit of metal, don't you, boy? Are you truly the first person who dares to speak to this old ancestor in such a manner, despite knowing my identity? Come now. Do you honestly believe that this old ancestor would not kill you?" Old ancestor Ming's half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and an aura of terror, far more potent than that of the Asura demon king Paranirmitavasavartan, surged forth, bearing down upon Sun Wukong with crushing force. Ugh! Sun Wukong groaned as the weight of this peerless killing intent caused his bones to crack. He nearly collapsed to his knees, unable to steady himself. A half-step saint is truly far too powerful. They stand leagues above a quasi-saint, far exceeding the strength of experts like the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong once possessed the courage to challenge those at the quasi-saint level, yet facing old ancestor Minghe now, the mere killing intent radiating from the old man was enough to make Sun Wukong feel as though his very body were on the verge of shattering. What a terrifying old ancestor Minghe, and what a terrifying path of slaughter he commands. A flicker of alarm crossed Sun Wukong's eyes, but in the very next heartbeat, a surge of unyielding obsession roared within him. What if he possesses the supreme path of slaughter? And what if he is the great old ancestor Ming? He has merely spent countless more eons cultivating than I have. Had I been granted such time to refine my power, I would have already attained the Dao and become a saint. I certainly would not remain a mere half-step saint. Judging by the look of him, old ancestor Ming's path likely involved severing one's own evil essence and seeking sanctity through accumulated merit. It is only that his merit falls far short of Nuwa, Yuanshi Tianzun, Buddha Tathagata, and the others. That is why he remains a half-step saint, forever separated from true sainthood by a singular, impassable boundary. Do not underestimate that boundary. Even if 10 of old ancestor Minghe's stature were to attack together, they would be utterly unable to withstand a single blow from a heavenly Dao saint like Buddha Tathagata or Yuanshi Tianzun. The chasm between a heavenly Dao saint and a half-step saint is not merely a difference in cultivation, it is a fundamental difference in the very essence of their power. Yet, Sun Wukong would not retreat a single step, not even before Buddha Tathagata, let alone old ancestor Minghe. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. They wish to force him into submission with mere aura alone? Keep dreaming! A roar of defiance erupted from the depths of Sun Wukong's throat. His chaotic origin energy exploded outward, and the 6 paths of reincarnation seal within his dantian was driven to its absolute limit. A passageway to the 6 paths of reincarnation manifested behind him, releasing a massive surge of power that flooded his body alongside his chaotic origin energy. It formed a protective field around his entire being, forcefully repelling the stifling killing intent cast upon him by old ancestor Minghe. To think he could actually block this ancestor's killing intent? This is interesting. This boy is even more formidable than Paranirmitavasavarta. To possess such strength while not yet having reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. Truly a rare sight in this world. Rare indeed. Rare indeed. Once more, a trace of shock flickered through the eyes of old ancestor Ming. This was already the 3rd time that Sun Wukong had left him feeling utterly astonished. Within the heart of old ancestor Minghe, a seed of admiration for such talent had begun to sprout. If he could only recruit Sun Wukong, much like he had with the demon king Zization Botun, he could forge him into a formidable member of the Asura race. Who knows? Perhaps once the monkey reached the realm of a quasi-saint, the outcome would be different. The inherent flaws in merit that plagued the Asura race since birth might finally be rectified. He himself might then, like those other great sages, truly achieve the Tao and attain a state of indestructible immortality, surviving through the kalpas. Boy, what is your name? This old son never changes his name when he travels, nor his surname when he sits. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? To hold such a title requires immense audacity, and I, your old ancestor, happen to admire such arrogance. Sun Wukong, Are you willing to swear your allegiance to me? I can use my supreme divine power to bestow upon you the indestructible body of the Asura slaughter path, aiding you in your climb to the pinnacle of glory." As old ancestor Minghe extended his olive branch, he remained oblivious to the fact that his words struck the heart of the Asura demon king, Zizaishin Botun, who stood nearby, like a bolt of 9 heavens lightning. The indestructible body of the slaughter path. That was a realm even the physical body of old ancestor Minghe had only just attained. For the old ancestor to offer such a reward to Sun Wukong, even the favored Zizaishin Botun had never received such a supreme gift. What merit did this boy possess to be so highly regarded by the ancestor? A deep sense of jealousy surged within the heart of Zizaishin Botun. The mere thought that Sun Wukong might one day rise above him made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. A profound sense of regret began to fester. Had he known this would happen, back on the edge of the infinite abyss, he would never have cared for the dignity of a great expert. He would have slaughtered Sun Wukong on the spot, leaving no chance for defiance, and matters would never have reached this point. This old son refuses. Just as Zizaishin Botun was drowning in regret and envy, a crisp, resounding rejection echoed through the air. Zizaishin Botun stared in disbelief at Sun Wukong, whose eyes held nothing but absolute resolve, devoid of even a shred of hesitation. He had refused. He had actually refused. Had this monkey lost his mind? Confusion soon gave way to manic joy. Zizaishin Botun knew the temperament of old ancestor Minghe all too well. Such a blatant refusal was, without a doubt, casting the ancestor's goodwill onto the dirt and callously trampling upon it. Old ancestor Minghe cultivated the slaughter path. He was not some hypocritical, soft-hearted figure like the monks of the Buddhist sect. He would absolutely not let Sun Wukong off lightly. As expected, upon hearing this, a cold, bone-chilling glint flashed through the eyes of old ancestor Minghe, and his gaze narrowed dangerously. "You say you wish to refuse my offer? Do you know that I have never shown such favor to any living soul, and are you aware of the fate that awaits those who dare to refuse me? The flames of my wrath are not something you can endure. And so what if they are? In this life, this old son will never bow down to serve as a servant to any being, be it a sovereign of the 9 heavens, or a supreme ruler of the Buddhist path. Do not dream of forcing this old son to lower his head, to have me acknowledge you as my master and swear allegiance. You are simply dreaming." Sun Wukong stood before the old ancestor Minghe without the slightest tremor of fear, his gaze unwavering and sharp. After a long moment, old ancestor Ming suddenly chuckled. "It seems I underestimated you. Such a being as you truly will not bow before anyone. You possess great backbone. Very good. However, to have such excessive pride is not always a virtue. That which is too rigid is easily broken." Following the old ancestor's cold laughter, 2 strange, intricately crafted swords, one black and one red, manifested on his left and right. In his hands were the legendary Abi and Yuan-Tu swords, Xiantian spirit treasures, whose killing intent locked onto Sun Wukong with suffocating intensity. Once unleashed, their power would surely shatter the heavens and shake the earth. "Sun Wukong, since you have recognized me, you must surely understand the purpose of these divine blades. A genius such as you is undoubtedly favored and protected by the heavens. Should others slay you, they might be entangled in the heavy karmic retribution, but if I strike you down with the Abi and Yuan-Tu too, you shall not touch a single shred of karma." Old ancestor Minghe smiled, the tip of the Abi sword pointing directly at Sun Wukong, his eyes indifferent as if observing a mere ant. A cold and absolute dismissal of his existence. Sun Wukong's heart sank. This was an ultimatum from the old ancestor, and it was no empty boast. The most terrifying attribute of these 2 Xiantian spirit treasures was precisely that they could claim a life without incurring any karmic debt. If one were to perish by these blades, their death would be rendered utterly meaningless. This cannot be. I must find a way to leave at once. Though he would never yield. If there was a path to survive, it was far better than certain death. Having been reborn into this life, he had yet to ascend Mount Ling to seek vengeance against that hypocritical Tathagata, nor had he brought true glory to the demon clan of Huaguo Mountain, nor had he stood before the goddess Nusawa to call her mother and make her proud. How could Sun Wukong simply perish in such an obscure and meaningless fashion here? Escape. He must find a way to escape. He channeled the full power of his destruction god eyes, and the patterns of 3 swirling nebulae manifested within his pupils. With the second form of the destruction god eyes activated, Sun Wukong cast his gaze toward the distance. He was in the deepest reaches of the Huangquan Hell. According to King Yama, this was the nexus between the 2 realms, the underworld and the mortal world. But where exactly was the opening? Wait, what is that? He had not noticed it before, but under his focused gaze, Sun Wukong discovered something truly anomalous. In the far reaches of the deep Huangquan Hell, at the boundary where the boundless blood sea met the underworld, there lay a deep, abyssal pool. But that was not the point. The point was that within that pool, A presence no weaker than old ancestor Minghe himself was beginning to stir. Through the destruction god eyes he could faintly discern a colossal egg buried deep within the pool. Something was living within it. This giant egg had clearly been awakened by the shockwaves of their earlier clash, and it was rousing with terrifying speed. In a flash of lightning, Sun Wukong formed a plan. Knowing full well the vast chasm in their power, he realized that even if he exhausted his entire potential, he could not overcome such an opponent. Therefore, there was no need to foolishly throw his life away in a hopeless battle. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. I shall retreat for now. Once my strength has grown, I will return to settle this debt. I, old Sun, shall return. Secretly, he channeled his clone technique, and his shadow roared, manifesting the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to surge forth toward old ancestor Minghe. Taking this opportunity, the true form of Sun Wukong transformed into a whirlwind, silently fleeing toward the deep, dark pool. You insolent brat, you actually dare to strike first. Your arrogance is truly boundless, and your courage borders on madness. But do you truly believe that throwing your life away is enough to challenge me? How utterly laughable. Patriarch Minghe indifferently glanced at the path of the 6 realms of reincarnation pressing down upon him. A flicker of cold light passed through his eyes, yet his expression remained chillingly composed. This power of samsara is indeed formidable, but Sun Wukong is, after all, only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage. His cultivation is far too shallow. He has yet to even condense the 3 flowers atop his crown or the 5 qi within his chest. Even if he can manifest the 6 realms of reincarnation, how could it ever pose a genuine threat to me? He uttered a single, cold command. Sever. With a light flick of the Yuantu sword in his right hand, Patriarch Minghe carved a line toward the tunnel of the 6 realms. A streak of blood-red light erupted from the blade, instantly expanding into a crescent-shaped arc of overwhelming power. The path of the 6 realms of reincarnation, seemingly unstoppable, was struck by this blood-red blade and instantly shattered into fragments. Sun Wukong's clone desperately tried to evade, but his shoulder was still grazed by the blow. Despite possessing a body forged to be indestructible like diamond, he felt as fragile as paper in that moment, as a deep, jagged wound was instantly torn into his flesh. A violent, murderous aura surged along the blood, rushing directly into his body. Erg! Sun Wukong's clone let out a muffled groan, panic rising in his heart. He had expected the tunnel of the 6 realms to at least stall the Patriarch for a moment, yet the old monster had shattered it with nothing more than a casual swing. He was forced to channel his primordial chaos energy, to envelop and contain the baleful energy invading his body. Thankfully, the primordial chaos energy could assimilate all things. Otherwise, expelling this sinister aura would have required a tremendous effort. This was the true killing intent of Patriarch Minghe, far beyond anything the Asura Demon King or Papias could ever hope to manifest. As the real Sun Wukong fled toward the deep abyss of the pool, his heart trembled. He could sense everything his clone was experiencing. A half-step saint is truly terrifying. At my current level of cultivation, I am nothing more than a speck before him. I cannot face him head-on. I must escape at all costs. Of course, I cannot simply run. I must ensure this old man suffers for his arrogance. Sun Wukong, I shall grant you one final chance. Swear a blood oath of the inner demon, submit to me, and acknowledge me as your master. From this day forth, all of my vast resources shall be yours to command, and I shall bestow upon you every single one of my peerless techniques. But if you persist in your obstinacy, then today shall mark the end of a genius. Seeing that Sun Wukong had withstood his sword strike without being consumed by the killing intent, and that the wound was recovering at a pace visible to the naked eye, a glimmer of genuine admiration flashed in Patriarch Ming's eyes once more. He drew back his hand and cast the willow branch toward Sun Wukong for the second time. That single strike of his was something even the Asura Demon King, Papias, could not withstand. This Sun Wukong is worthy enough for the old ancestor to break his own rules once more. While there may be a first and a second time, there shall never be a third. This is the final opportunity the old ancestor grants to Sun Wukong. My apologies, but you are mistaken on 2 counts. Sun Wukong looked up at old ancestor Minghe, the corners of his mouth curling into a strange and unsettling smile. Oh? And what exactly is incorrect? Old ancestor Minghe arched a brow. Firstly, I, old Sun, would never pledge allegiance to anyone. In this world, there is not a single soul capable of forcing me to bow. I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, and I answer only to myself. Sun Wukong's clone raised a finger and declared firmly. So, that is your refusal? It seems I have no choice but to crush a once-in-10,000 years genius today. A pity, truly a pity, but you are wrong. Sun Wukong's clone raised a second finger. This is where your second mistake lies. Oh? And what else could you possibly be wrong about? Old ancestor Minghe did not launch his attack immediately. He did not believe Sun Wukong could escape from under his very nose, so he decided to let this ignorant monkey breathe a few more breaths of air. "You will not be able to kill me today." The eyes of Sun Wukong's clone were brimming with absolute confidence. "Ha! Old Ancestor Ming threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Do you truly believe you can escape from under my nose? Sun Wukong, you are far too arrogant. In this hell of the Yellow Springs, if I decide a man shall die by the third watch, he shall never live to see the fifth. Is that so?" The corners of Sun Wukong's clone's mouth turned upward. "That is not necessarily true. Have I not already escaped from right under your nose?" Heh. With those two strange laughs, Sun Wukong's clone suddenly shattered, transforming into a streak of essence that vanished in an instant, merging with the true Sun Wukong, who had already reached the deep abyss. "What?" Old Ancestor Ming's eyes widened, his expression darkening into a grim scowl. Damn it. It was a clone technique. Other than clones born of a divine ability, no other incarnation art could have deceived the eyes of a half-step saint like Old Ancestor Minghe. Never in 1,000 years could Old Ancestor Minghe have expected this. Sun Wukong had actually used such a method to escape. "You wretched, deceitful scoundrel. Sun Wukong, I must admit your prowess is formidable. Yet, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp so easily?" With a cold, disdainful huff, Ancestor Minghe took a single stride, piercing through the void to manifest before the deep abyss, his gaze fixed icily upon Sun Wukong. "I am curious to see if you can pull off your golden cicada sheds its shell trick once more." "The golden cicada escape? I, old Sun, have no further use for such parlor tricks." Sun Wukong gripped his Rui Jingubang, let out a mocking, guttural laugh, and suddenly thrust the staff deep into the abyss, roaring with a thunderous voice. The Rui Jingubang expanded in an instant, crashing violently into the colossal egg at the bottom of the lake and shattering it into fragments. Within the remains of the giant egg, a figure whose eyes were once tightly shut suddenly snapped them open. Seeing the shell destroyed, Sun Wukong immediately retracted his staff and retreated. Ancestor Minghe was perplexed, unable to fathom what the monkey was plotting, yet his expression shifted to one of pure horror in the very next moment. He was in secluded meditation here? Damnation! How could this Sun Wukong possibly have known? The Asura Demon King, Baitu Ocean, caught the muttered words of Ancestor Minghe and felt a sense of bewilderment. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire, an immense, primordial aura surged violently from the depths of the abyss, soaring toward the heavens. In the following heartbeat, the phantom of a colossal silver wolf erupted from the depths of the water. It stood proudly suspended in the void, tilting its head toward the sky and letting out a howl that shook the very foundation of the world. The entire Huangquan hell trembled violently under the sound, and even the boundless sea of blood in the distant waters of the Huangquan River began to boil. Even the free Asura Demon King felt a splitting pain, as if his skull were about to shatter. The sonic waves generated by that silver wolf's howl were truly terrifying. Even a cultivator of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm could barely withstand the pressure. Sun Wukong felt his own consciousness reeling, but fortunately he had prepared himself for such an eventuality. The moment he saw the giant silver wolf leap from the water and prepare to howl, he sealed his sense of hearing and poured his total Chaos Origin power into a protective barrier. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation channel also materialized behind him, acting as a final line of defense. His condition was far better than that of the Asura Demon King. Though he felt slightly dizzy, he managed to maintain his stance, unlike that Asura Demon King who had succumbed to the agony, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. His face twisted in pain, for this beast was the Silver Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf, a creature who stood at the half-step saint realm. If Old Sun's intuition served him well, this must be the Yama Heavenly Sun, who had been self-sealed in meditation within the Huangquan Hell. The ancient records of the Three-Star Cave mention the legends of great masters from the primordial Honghuang era, and among them, the Yama Heavenly Sun was spoken of with reverence. He belonged to an incredibly rare bloodline among the demon race, the Silver Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf. Their numbers are tragically few. It seems that since the dawn of the primordial era, only a handful have ever walked the earth. His greatest achievement was ascending to the netherworld to become the Lord of the Underworld, where he took the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, originally fashioned by Lady Hutu, and refined them into a true channel, earning enough merit to reach the rank of quasi-saint. Every one of these events stood as a testament to the brilliant, glorious legacy of the Yama Heavenly Sun. Naturally, to Sun Wukong, the most crucial piece of information was what he had gathered from the mouth of King Yama himself. A cataclysmic blood feud had once erupted between the Yama Heavenly Sun and Ancestor Minghe, both warring for dominance over the netherworld, yet in the end, neither could truly claim victory over the other. Upon closer inspection of that great and terrible battle, it was Yan Luo Tianzi who held the upper hand. The only complication was that old Ancestor Minghe commanded the boundless Blood Sea, providing him with an inexhaustible reserve of strength. With the Blood Sea ever flowing, the immortal Minghe stood at the threshold of the innate realm, creating a stalemate of such intensity that neither side could claim a final victory. Shortly after that epic confrontation, Yan Luotianzi sealed himself away, retreating deep into the Huangquan underworld to live in seclusion. He left the murky, shadowed netherworld under the stewardship of the 10 kings of hell. Later, when old ancestor Minghe plotted to launch a world-shaking war to seize the netherworld for himself, the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva suddenly intervened to halt his advance. The Asura tribe was forced to retreat, shrinking back into the corner of the boundless blood sea and the rivers of the Huangquan depths. It was precisely because he understood these hidden secrets that Sun Wukong dared to play such a reckless gamble today. By betting on the deep-seated grudge between Yan Luotianzi and old ancestor Minghe, who had long looked upon one another with bloodshot eyes and ancient hatred, he transformed Yan Luotianzi into a formidable rival who would face Minghe head-on, fearing that old ancestor Minghe would likely be forced to expend his remaining strength to deal with such a threat. Just as expected, the moment Yan Luotianzi revealed himself, the entirety of old ancestor Minghe's focus was instantly diverted. His gaze locked firmly upon the form of Yan Luotianzi. His expression turned ash-gray as he watched the massive, spectral wolf hovering in the air, throwing its head back to unleash a howl that shook the very clouds. Frowning deeply, his brow furrowed in disbelief after so many years of silence. How could Yan Luotianzi have reached the level of a half-step saint? His strength is not the slightest bit inferior to my own. Should they cross hands in battle once more, the victor would be impossible to predict. You brat, did you intentionally awaken him? Withdrawing his gaze from the phantom of the silver giant wolf, old ancestor Minghe glared at Sun Wukong, his face darkened with a gathering storm of malice. It was no wonder that Sun Wukong had appeared so relaxed and full of confidence just moments ago. He had not shown the slightest hint of worry or concern. Could it be that he had already sensed that Yan Luotianzi was in seclusion within this very place? Yet, it was baffling. Even he, the old ancestor, had not sensed it. How could this monkey have discovered it so clearly? That is correct. Old Sun did this entirely on purpose. Sun Wukong shrugged his shoulders. Old Sun's cultivation level is indeed far beneath yours, but it matters not. Yan Luotianzi is more than a match for you. All Old Sun had to do was stir him from his slumber a little early, and the deed was done. Do you truly think that with Yan Luotianzi by your side, this ancestor would be helpless to eliminate you? The killing intent in old ancestor Ming's eyes surged like a tidal wave. His gaze bore down with lethal intensity upon Sun Wukong. His divine sense descended like a crushing weight, intent on suffocating him completely. This time, the old ancestor would absolutely refuse to let that wretch Sun Wukong continue his insolent charades, spinning illusions and deceptive tricks as if he could simply walk away unscathed. Yet it seemed the old ancestor's grim speculation had proven to be entirely accurate. Sun Wukong, however, completely ignored the menacing threats of Minghe Laozu. With his fiery golden eyes, he could perceive every hidden nuance, having already seen the foul, stagnant corruption within Yama's physical vessel completely purged and cast away. His gaze now locked firmly upon Minghe Laozu himself. Karma, wheel of truth, fly to the heavens. As the soft, resonant chant echoed through the air, the silhouette of the giant wolf vanished into thin air, transforming into the figure of a cold, elegant youth of unparalleled haughtiness. With a single flip of his hand, a massive, golden, crescent-shaped blade, a wheel of brilliant, shimmering light, materialized before him. Blinding rays of golden brilliance erupted from the radiant wheel, engulfing the surrounding clouds and mist, as mysterious, otherworldly runes pulsed and writhed upon its surface. The outer edge of the wheel, honed to a razor-sharp freezing chill, held 9 jagged spikes that emanated a murderous intent. As the Yama Emperor finished his serene chant, the massive golden wheel began to spin at a dizzying, unfathomable speed, and he stepped firmly into the very heart of the blade. Following this, the golden wheel charged forward, hurtling directly toward Minghe Laozu to unleash a devastating assault. At this moment, Minghe Laozu was far too occupied to even consider launching a counterattack against Sun Wukong. The force of the strike, surging with immense power, was driven entirely by the Yama Emperor. This was no mere trinket that could be casually swatted aside. This weapon was a legendary artifact of life and death, famed for its singular reputation. Should one dare to meet it with carelessness or improper defense, the resulting calamity would be beyond measure. The Apai and Yuan-Tu swords of Minghe Laozu possessed an aura of slaughter far surpassing the chaotic energy of the Asura king Boshun. Yet, these legendary blades, each only 3 feet in length, were now fully unleashed. The sword light, shimmering with the hue of fresh blood, felt as tangible as physical matter. But Sun Wukong clearly recognized the violent, soul-chilling, destructive power compressed within that bloody light. Had he attempted to block it, no ordinary defense could have withstood the onslaught. Instead, the golden wheel clashed against the Apai and Yuan Tu swords, creating a fierce shower of sparks as the golden light and the blood-red aura ground against one another, causing tiny, jagged cracks to fracture the very fabric of space with a piercing, screeching wail. Ordinary weapons would never have dared to clash directly against the Apai and Yuan Tu swords. They would have been severed instantly by the twin blades. Yet this golden wheel held its ground with unshakable fortitude. The golden light upon the wheel was unlike any ordinary spiritual essence. It exuded a predatory, murderous chill that made the soul tremble at a mere glance. What manner of weapon is this? Minghe Laozu was struck with terror. During their previous bloodbath, the Yama Emperor's weapon had been a mere spear, which was easily shattered by his Apai and Yuan Tu swords. From whence did this golden wheel emerge? Judging by its grade, it is a Xiantian spirit treasure, the Karma Wheel of Truth. The Yama Emperor spoke in a cold, measured tone. The Karma Wheel of Truth? I have never heard of such a Xiantian spirit treasure within the three realms. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minghe Laozu's forehead. It did not exist before, but it does now. This is its debut. The Yama Emperor's voice remained as cold and detached as ever. Boom! The collision finally reached its climax. Both figures retreated, separating as they faced each other in the void. The Karma Wheel of Truth hummed as it orbited the Yama Emperor, its blades shifting constantly to form an impenetrable wall of absolute protection. Wherever the edge of the wheel passed, even the stable space of the underworld was rent asunder by tiny, cascading fissures. As the Asura Demon King rose from the ground, Zizai Tianbazhao stood frozen in utter disbelief. To think there exists a divine weapon capable of rivaling the Abi Yuan Tu of the Yanluo Tianzi, the Lord of the Netherworld, is truly formidable. The expression of Ancestor Minghe darkened, his gaze growing deeply ominous. In their last great blood battle, he could only fight the Yanluo Tianzi to a standstill, by relying on the vast sea of blood and his superior armaments. Now that the Yanluo Tianzi has obtained the Xiantian Ling Bao, the world-severing Sutra Wheel, that weapon advantage is gone. Is he truly destined to be suppressed by this wretch within his own sea of blood once more? Enraged, Ancestor Minghe and the Yanluo Tianzi clashed again in a brutal struggle. The Abi Yuan Tu swords and the world-severing Sutra Wheel collided repeatedly, tearing jagged fissures into the very fabric of space. The entire Huangquan hell trembled under the terrifying intensity of their power, leaving Sun Wukong speechless. Is this the true strength of a half-step saint? It seems Ancestor Minghe had not even been exerting his full strength until now. Had he gone all out, I would have stood no chance of resisting or even escaping. A half-step saint is truly a terrifying existence. A shadow of gloom flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. If a half-step saint is already this formidable, what depths of power must a true heavenly Dapo saint possess? Only now did he truly grasp the vast chasm between himself and beings like the Buddha Tathagata or Taishang Laojun. In his past life, they had merely been toying with him like a plaything. But that somber feeling was only fleeting. Soon, Sun Wukong's spirit was steeled once more. So what if a heavenly Dabio saint is powerful? He is Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, who dares to contend with the heavens for his freedom. How could he be intimidated by such a trifling obstacle? They have merely cultivated for longer than I have. Sooner or later, I will surpass them all. He whispered these words of encouragement to himself. Turning his gaze away from the battle, Sun Wukong began searching for the nexus point between the two realms to escape the netherworld. While the Ancestor and the Yanluo Tianzi are locked in combat and unable to watch him, this is the perfect opportunity to flee. He activated his destructive god eyes. Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings of the deep pool thoroughly, but finding no spatial nexus, he furrowed his brows. Could that scoundrel Yanluo Wang have deceived me? Surely that cannot be the case. Passing through the reincarnation path is the only way to reach the depths of this Huangquan hell. Yanluo Wang spoke the truth, and he would not dare lie to me regarding the path between realms. If I cannot find the nexus point, I will certainly return to settle the score with him. Wait. There is still one place I have yet to search. Sun Wukong's eyes fixed upon the depths of the dark pool. He had yet to inspect the deep pool where the Yanluo Tianzi had sealed himself away to cultivate. Perhaps the passage connecting the netherworld and the mortal realm lies hidden within. Two beams of golden light erupted from Sun Wukong's eyes, piercing straight to the bottom of the abyss. The water in this pool is hundreds of feet deep. Were it not for the might of the destructive god eyes, no one else would have been able to penetrate the gloom. At the very base of the pool lay a circle of light, invisible to the naked eye, emitting faint pulses of spatial energy under the gaze of his divine vision. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. It was exactly as he thought. This was the passage connecting the netherworld and the mortal realm. Overjoyed, Sun Wukong prepared to launch himself into the depths of the pool. But just as he was about to dive in, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Without a second thought, he utilized the inch-to-earth technique to retreat instantly. At that very moment, A brilliant blood-colored sword aura slashed deep into the pool, triggering waves that reached the heavens, while a crimson seal simultaneously enveloped the surface of the water. Sun Wukong looked up in fury at the ancestor Minghe in the sky. Even while locked in a fierce battle with the Yanluo Emperor, the old monster still had the leisure to meddle in his affairs. That damned old wretch. The red light shimmering on the water's surface was clearly a barrier. It seemed the ancestor Minghe was intentionally denying him any chance of escape. Sun Wukong seethed with frustration, yet he was powerless to act. Although his divine eye of destruction could shatter the pool's barrier, the ancestor Minghe was too close. The slightest disturbance would immediately alert him. Very well, it was better to wait patiently and see which of these two titans would ultimately emerge victorious. With a heavy sigh, Sun Wukong set aside his plans to escape for the moment and cast his gaze back toward the heavens. To be distracted while crossing blades with me, Ming. Your arrogance knows no bounds. The Yanluo Emperor recalled his treasure, the world-traversing wheel, and with a flick of his hand, wiped a trace of blood from the blade of his golden ring. That was the price paid by the ancestor Minghe for his distraction in blocking Sun Wukong's escape. The Yanluo Emperor had seized the opportunity, carving a wound into his opponent's back. Among high-level masters, a difference of a hair's breadth dictates life and death, and in a battle so evenly matched, the toll on the ancestor Minghe was far from trivial. And so what? Yanluo Emperor, do not forget. As long as the Sea of Blood exists, I am immortal. The sea does not run dry, and Minghe shall not perish. Can such a minor wound truly threaten me? Following the cold laughter of the ancestor Ming, from the boundless sea of blood, in the distance, a stream of blood surged forth, reaching the ancestor's back, in the blink of an eye. One could witness the bone-deep wound on his back, knitting together at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his blood-red cloak restored itself to perfection, without a single tear. It was as if he had never been wounded at all. With his injuries healed, the ancestor Minghe looked at the Yanluo Emperor with an expression of arrogant provocation. Yet, the emperor simply raised an eyebrow, his expression devoid of change, as he calmly uttered, "And so what? You are merely an unkillable turtle, content to cower within your sea of blood. Once you leave this sea, you are nothing." Those 5 words, "You are nothing," landed like 5 resounding slaps against the face of the ancestor Minghe. The ancestor's complexion turned a burning red, his eyes shimmering with a verdant, murderous rage. Casting all poise to the wind, he leapt into the air. "You dare to look down on me so? Today, I shall force you to fight to the death." The Yanluo Emperor remained indifferent, beckoning with his finger. He was too lazy even to speak. "You bastard, go to hell!" This epitomized the ancestor Minghe at this moment. His long, crimson hair stood on end, and with a roar of fury he charged forward, wielding the Avici and Yuantu swords toward the Yanluo Emperor. A strange smile curled upon the lips of Yanluo Tianzi. He had seemingly awaited this move from Patriarch Minghe all along. With a single strike of his blade, he met no resistance, and the form of Yanluo Tianzi vanished like a bursting bubble. Suddenly, countless stars ignited in the surrounding void, joined by a pillar of moonlight descending from above, bathing the form of Patriarch Minghe in its brilliance. In an instant, Patriarch Minghe felt his entire body shackled, caught in a confinement from which he could not break free. "When did you set this formation?" The form of Yanluo Tianzi solidified 2 paces away. Patriarch Ming's heart sank as he realized the gravity of his situation. With eyes filled with terror, he demanded, "Was it just now, while we were locked in combat?" A flicker of change finally touched the cold, regal features of Yanluo Tianzi. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Minghe, how many eons have passed? Have you truly made no progress at all? Did you honestly believe that because you have the boundless sea of blood as your backing, this seat could not touch you? You have underestimated me far too greatly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will never forget." World-Severing Sutra. At his soft command, the World-Severing Sutra before Yanluo Tianzi suddenly decomposed, forming 72 humming, spinning blades that surged toward Patriarch Minghe. As the blades passed, space itself was rent into jagged fractures. 72 spatial rifts intertwined, converging upon the Patriarch. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Heh, that old fool Minghe is going to suffer for this. Watching from the sidelines with his eyes of destruction, Sun Wukong saw the power of Yanluo Tianzi's technique with absolute clarity. With so many blades converging, it was unlikely that Patriarch Minghe would be left with a single intact limb. Facing imminent peril, the Patriarch chose to sacrifice his Blood God clones, choosing flight over certain death. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the Blood God clone technique, his body dispersing into 480 million blood-borne clones, breaking free from the shackles of the Starlight Moon Formation, and fleeing toward the distant, boundless sea of blood. The 72 blades pursued, reaping tens of thousands of clones, but the remainder escaped into the safety of the distant sea of blood. That old man Minghe is truly first class when it comes to running away. Yanluo Tianzi shook his head, retracting the 72 blades, which reassembled into the world-severing sutra, before being absorbed back into his body. Although he had destroyed tens of thousands of the blood god clones, compared to the total of 480 million, it was but a drop in the ocean. Once back within the boundless sea of blood, those lost clones would be replenished in no time. This strike was fundamentally incapable of inflicting lasting damage upon the Patriarch. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to suppress him for a time, and he would likely not dare to step a single pace outside the sea of blood. It was merely a pity that he had yet to achieve a breakthrough to the heavenly Tao Sage realm. Otherwise, even if Patriarch Minghe had 10 times as many clones, they would not be enough to satisfy the hunger of my world-severing sutra. With a regretful sigh, Yanluo Tianzi turned his gaze toward two other figures. The Asura Demon King, Papias, was preparing to slip away, while Sun Wukong was busy using his eyes of destruction to dismantle the barrier over the pond. Yanluo Tianzi wore an inscrutable expression. Why? Are you two planning to flee as well? My lord, spare me. The Asura Demon King, Papias, did not hesitate for a second, dropping to his knees in immediate submission. Sun Wukong spat in disdain. That fellow is truly spineless. He kowtowed and begged for mercy before he was even pressured. To think I actually had a shred of respect for him earlier. My eyes must have been clouded. The elder has already knelt and begged for mercy. Why do you refuse to do the same? Are you not afraid of me? A flicker of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Yama son of heaven. He turned his gaze away from the Lord of the Three Worlds and towards Sun Wukong, asking with sudden interest, Fear? Why should I fear? This old son and you have no past grudges nor recent grievances, and we are both of the demon clan. Surely you would not strike down this old son without cause? Sun Wukong shrugged, his expression innocent and utterly devoid of fear. A fine, without cause indeed. Was it not you who deliberately awakened me just moments ago? The Yama son of heaven let out a cold laugh. His tone sounded like an interrogation, yet Sun Wukong felt not a trace of killing intent within his words. Is it not because you refer to yourself simply as I, rather than using the title, this see? That, you mean? This old son's cultivation is too weak to contend with the old ghost Minghe. I happened to sense that you, Senior Yama, were awakening, so I resorted to a few tricks to rouse you a bit earlier. If I have caused offense, I beg you not to hold it against me. Hee. Scratching his head, Sun Wukong chuckled. You are quite honest, but it is said that before an upright person, one speaks the truth. This old son always tells it as it is to his friends. I have never dealt in deception or concealment. Sun Wukong unceremoniously accepted the compliment from the Yama son of heaven, nodding in firm agreement. Friends. A strange light flickered in the eyes of the Yama son of heaven. You say you consider me a friend, yet knowing who I am you still dare to associate with me? And why should I not dare? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. This old son has never judged friends by their status or position. As long as our spirits align, that is enough. You just taught that old ghost Minghe a lesson, and vented my frustration for me. If you do not find me beneath you, I truly wish to befriend someone like you. Interesting. Boy, you are truly interesting, and sufficiently arrogant. I like that. A smile appeared on the cold, elegant face of the Yama son of heaven. He descended from the void to stand before Sun Wukong, surveying him with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The aura upon you is truly peculiar. You do not belong to my netherworld. Why have you come here to provoke old ghost Ming? That is a long story, but it happened like this. Sun Wukong did not hold back. He recounted the circumstances of his arrival, after being seized by the soul escorting messengers. This netherworld was founded by the Yama son of heaven. Rather than letting the 10 kings of Yama report the incident, it was better to speak for himself to prevent any distortion of the truth. Sun Wukong already had enough trouble. He did not wish to provoke a mighty enemy like the Yama son of heaven. Though he feared nothing, forging an alliance with a half-step saint like the Yama son of heaven was far better than creating a blood feud. So that is how it is. The Yama son of heaven nodded as he finished listening to Sun Wukong's account. He could tell that Sun Wukong had not spoken a single lie. The experiences of this boy were truly bizarre, and his courage was indeed immense. King Qingguang actually dared to use the Book of Life and Death to seal the two realms. His boldness truly reaches the heavens. It seems that in the years I have been absent, the courage of some has grown quite significantly. It is time for this underworld to be set straight once more. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Yama emperor. He suddenly raised his hand, and the demon king Zi Zai Tianbojun, who was attempting to sneak away at that very moment, froze in his tracks, held captive as the surrounding space began to crush inward upon him. He immediately cried out in terror, "Your Majesty, spare me, spare my life! I shall not flee again. I will not flee again. Little brother Wukong, how do you think I should deal with this member of the Asura clan?" The Yama emperor looked towards Sun Wukong. He was asking for his judgment. If it were me, there is only one word: kill. Sun Wukong glanced at Zi Zai Tianbojun, who was looking back at him with a desperate plea. Feeling nothing but disgust, he spoke without hesitation. I have already formed an irreconcilable feud with old ancestor Minghe and the Asura clan. Naturally, I cannot release a tiger back into the wild. Slaying Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun is equivalent to severing one of old ancestor Minghe's arms. Should we meet on the battlefield in the future, this will serve as a means to weaken the enemy's strength beforehand. Sun Wukong, you damned monkey. Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you. No sooner had Sun Wukong finished speaking than the Yama Emperor nodded in agreement. His hand, which had been held open toward Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun, suddenly clenched shut. A colossal spatial pressure bore down upon his target. The demon desperately tried to struggle and resist. But how could it possibly be in time? With a single, mournful howl, his entire body was crushed until it exploded into nothingness, leaving not even bones behind. The 6 paths of reincarnation. With a shift in his consciousness, Sun Wukong manifested the portal of the 6 paths of reincarnation, drawing in a ray of light that had escaped from the shattered remains of Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun. It was the primordial true spirit of Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong channeled the power of the 6 paths, causing the realms to cycle. In an instant, the true spirit was ground into absolute nothingness. This time, Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun was truly dead, with no hope of reincarnation or rebirth. This lad is certainly decisive and ruthless in his killing. A golden glimmer flashed in the eyes of the Yama Emperor, and as he looked at Sun Wukong, a hint of admiration grew within his gaze. He had already grasped the extent of Sun Wukong's strength. To be at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, yet capable of defeating a Daluo Golden Immortal like Xia Zai Tian Bo Shun, he was truly a peerless talent. However, the Yama Emperor himself could accomplish such a feat. Since the ancient primordial era, there had been no shortage of such brilliant and talented individuals. Furthermore, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was not exclusively possessed by Sun Wukong alone. The Yama Emperor could manifest the 6 paths of reincarnation from the invisible into the visible, using his immense power to forge the passage. His mastery over the forces of the 6 paths was no lower than Wukong's, so there was nothing inherently shocking to warrant such high regard. Yet, when taking everything into account, combined with Sun Wukong's ruthless and decisive nature, the Yama Emperor truly had to look upon this junior of the demon clan, who had only just reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, with newfound respect. This young man possesses the potential to grow into an overlord like them, perhaps even destined to ascend to an even higher realm. HMPH. The eyes of the Yama King flickered, a strange smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he nodded towards Sun Wukong. It seems I must take my leave. There are pressing matters that require my attention, so I shall not escort you further. The nexus connecting the 2 realms to the world of the living lies deep within that pool. As you are surely aware, proceed on your own, and should fate permit, we shall meet again. With those words, before Sun Wukong could even react, the figure of the Yama King vanished in a flash, disappearing entirely from sight. Sun Wukong was left speechless. Why was he in such a desperate hurry? It was not as if he had come to collect a debt. Was such haste truly necessary? Shaking his head, Sun Wukong turned and plunged into the pool, swimming toward its depths. Since the Yama King has departed, I should not linger here much longer. Should the old ancestor of the Nether River return, I might find my path blocked entirely. Within the nexus of the 2 realms, this is an independent dimension existing between the world of the living and the netherworld. The space is not vast, spanning a circumference of only 10 miles. The third prince, Nezha, was currently striking the barrier leading to the netherworld, appearing to make an attempt to breach it, yet the thrusts of his fire-tipped spear lacked any true force. I tell you, Fairy Zilan, is remaining here in this nexus not perfectly fine? Why must you insist on entering the netherworld? That place is far from hospitable. Are you not afraid that some lurking demon or ghost might snatch you away? Nezha muttered, his voice filled with complaint. Do you truly have no desire to go to that netherworld? This nexus dimension is tranquil. Why venture into that wretched, ghostly realm only to suffer? I truly cannot fathom what is going through Fairy Zilan's mind. Third prince, a gentleman's word is as binding as a carriage pulled by 4 horses. You gave me your promise. Do you now intend to break it? Fairy Zilan shot Nezha a sidelong glance, her expression filled with reproach. They had spent many years in this nexus, and thanks to the supplies brought by reinforcements, Nezha had successfully restored his cultivation to the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. However, advancing any further remained an impossibility. There was a desperate lack of heavenly treasures to support such a feat. While the spiritual energy within this nexus was purer than that of the outside world, it was only sufficient to maintain their baseline existence, leaving no surplus for cultivation, let alone a breakthrough. Upon first entering this nexus, Nezha had promised Fairy Zilan that once his cultivation returned to the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, he would open the barrier to the netherworld and bring her inside. Now, Nezha had been back at the peak of the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm for quite some time. Fairy Zilan, naturally, could wait no longer. How could this prince ever go back on his word? I only speak out of concern for your well-being. The netherworld is flooded with spectral energy, unlike the world of the living. Once inside, there are no resources to replenish your consumption, and you will only grow weaker by the day. Can it be that you truly wish to wither away and die in that wretched place? Furthermore, in my view as the crown prince, that monkey Sun Wukong has likely perished in the netherworld long ago. It is merely that the news has yet to spread. Why must you remain so stubborn, sister? Just as Nezha was about to press further to persuade Fairy Zilan to abandon her intent to seek Sun Wukong in the netherworld, he spoke. Suddenly, his words faltered, as his gaze locked onto the shimmering veil of the netherworld before them. This barrier was melting at a pace visible to the naked eye. Someone was emerging from the netherworld. Watching the figure step out from the rift, the third prince Nezha stood dazed, while Fairy Zilan let out a cry of joy, immediately rushing forward to throw herself into Sun Wukong's embrace. Zilan, why are you here? Sun Wukong was taken aback, bowing his head to look at the teary-eyed Fairy Zilan in his arms, utterly astonished. This was the spatial junction between the netherworld and the mortal realm. Why would Fairy Zilan be here? Should she not be in the heavenly court? I was worried about you, so I came to find you. Reaching out, he wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Fairy Zilan looked up and smiled sweetly at Sun Wukong, then whispered through a telepathic transmission. Wukong, King Qin Guang and the 4 Sea Dragon Kings have reported you to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor has dispatched 30,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the Tianji region to capture you. You must be extremely cautious. So, they truly went to lodge a complaint? A cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Some things truly did not change. But in this lifetime, he would not let those who sought to harm him off so easily. King Qin Guang, 4 Sea Dragon Kings, just you wait. Old Sun has marked this debt, and sooner or later I will come to settle accounts with all of you. Who is leading those 30,000 heavenly soldiers and generals? It is not that pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, is it? Sun Wukong asked, speaking the question aloud without avoiding the presence of the third prince Nezha nearby. In this life, it was the first time Sun Wukong had met Nezha, though in his previous existence, his relationship with the prince had been quite close. Since Nezha was here, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing was surely the marshal of those 30,000 troops. Yet, this time, the Jade Emperor had not issued an edict for the planet Venus to offer amnesty, but had instead moved directly to suppress him. This development was somewhat outside of Sun Wukong's expectations. So you are Sun Wukong? You do not look quite as I imagined. Can a member of the monkey clan truly be as handsome as you? Nezha stared wide-eyed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's appearance was not that of an ordinary monkey. By the aesthetic standards of the human race, he looked quite dashing. Nezha had always been confident in his own appearance, and seeing Sun Wukong's likeness, a sense of affinity sprouted within him. Sun Wukong chuckled. His appearance in this life was indeed significantly more refined than in his past. This youngster, Nezha, was quite vain regarding his looks. He knew this trait of Nezha's was not unlike that of the one called Luobai. If old Sun is not mistaken, you must be the third prince Nezha, correct? You know me? Nezha looked astonished, then glanced toward Fairy Zilan. Did Fairy Zilan tell you about me? I knew simply by looking at your attire, Sun Wukong replied. The universe ring, the armillary sash, the fire-tipped spear. I imagine the windfire wheels are somewhere close as well. With such an elegant and carefree air, who else could it be but the third Lotus Prince, Nezha? Everyone enjoys hearing kind words. Swayed by Sun Wukong's flattery, Nezha beamed, his favor toward the Monkey King soaring instantly as he clapped a hand on Wukong's shoulder. Ha ha, you are too kind. You aren't half bad yourself, Wukong. Only a tiny bit inferior to me. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly, knowing full well that the prince loved such praise. By the way, Zilan, what was the name of this place you mentioned earlier? Sun Wukong looked toward Fairy Zilan. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. Could such a realm truly exist within the 3 realms? The Tianji region is the very edge of the eastern heavenly realm. Legend says that in the primordial era, this was the site of Mount Buzhao, the pillar supporting the heavens, where the goddess Nuwa once refined stones to mend the sky. Now, it serves as the boundary between the heavenly realm and the other worlds, and it is the only place left untouched by the seal of the Book of Life and Death. The barriers between the 2 realms, from the underworld to the mortal world, have yet to recover from the sealing spell. Wukong, this is the only path for you to escape the underworld, which is why the Heavenly Court's army has been stationed here for over a decade, just waiting for you to emerge so they can capture you in one fell swoop. Before Fairy Zilan could speak, Nezha cut in. He held a great fondness for Sun Wukong, and did not wish to see him captured, though perhaps a small part of him also harbored the desire to keep his adoptive father, Li Jing, from achieving such a grand victory. 30,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, all under the command of my father, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. I am the vanguard general. Wukong, once you emerge, do not fight them. Leave quietly, and I shall act as though I never saw you." Nezha spoke with utmost seriousness. Although Sun Wukong's cultivation was also at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, Nezha was unaware of his true capabilities, and did not believe he could withstand 30,000 heavenly troops alone. "Nezha, I accept your good intentions, but I shall not be leaving quietly." Sun Wukong patted Nezha's shoulder in gratitude, while a brilliant, golden light ignited in his eyes. An aura of supreme arrogance erupted from his very soul. "Do not speak of 30,000. Even if there were 100 or 300,000, I, old Sun, would have nothing to fear." His aura. It is truly powerful, and so tyrannical. Nezha was secretly astonished, a sense of deep admiration stirring within him. When would he ever be like Sun Wukong, fearless, living entirely as his heart desired, daring to challenge the heavens simply because his blood burned with courage? Yet, the thought was fleeting. To speak of challenging the heavens was one thing, but he was shackled by his own father's Linglong Pagoda, making all his bold words nothing more than empty air. "Wukong, do not be reckless. The heavenly court is teeming with experts. It is far more dangerous than you imagine. I am the vanguard general. If you truly clash with the heavenly army, I will not be able to pretend I saw nothing." Shaking his head, Nezha sighed in warning. "Indeed, Wukong, that is an army of 30,000. Do not be headstrong. I would be very worried for you." Fairy Zilan was naturally moved by the indomitable spirit radiating from Sun Wukong, feeling utterly swept away by his presence. This was the man she had chosen, unlike any other in this world, possessing a steely backbone, untamable as a gale, and proud enough to challenge the heavens themselves. Yet, alongside her admiration and worship, a profound sense of anxiety gripped her heart. She knew the terrifying power of the heavenly court all too well, and Sun Wukong intended to face it entirely on his own. Fairy Zilan could see no path to victory. 30,000 heavenly soldiers might not be able to stop Sun Wukong, but what would happen after they were defeated? There would be even more troops, stronger immortals and deities. Relying on his strength alone, how many could he possibly overcome? "Rest assured, I have already calculated everything." Sun Wukong tightened his arm around Fairy Zilan, pulling her closer while patting her back gently to soothe her fears. Regardless of the cost, the great sage had to fight this battle. He had to fight, and he had to fight with overwhelming might. Only by displaying such formidable strength could he force the heavenly court to acknowledge his existence and concede to his demands. Sun Wukong knew all too well that he and the heavenly court stood on opposite sides. Sooner or later, a life-and-death struggle was inevitable. While today was not the day for the final reckoning, he still needed to show the heavenly court the true extent of his power. That old Jade Emperor was nothing but a bully who feared the strong. Once he displayed sufficient strength, the emperor would surely retreat and offer a title to pacify him. Only then could he buy enough time for the development of Huaguo Mountain and secure the opportunities he needed to grow even stronger. "Nezha, you need not worry about a thing. Our stances now lie on opposite sides. Since you are the vanguard general, join me in a grand battle before these 30,000 heavenly troops. Hold nothing back. Once the dust settles, we shall remain brothers." A mischievous smirk played upon Sun Wukong's lips as he looked at Nezha. "You must take care, for this old sun will show no mercy. I fear you may not even be my match." With these words, Sun Wukong had shown great consideration for Nezha's dignity. He was far more powerful now than he had been in his previous life. In their past encounter, Nezha had been no match for him, and in this lifetime, victory for the boy god was even more impossible. Naturally, he could not speak these truths to Nezha. It would be far too arrogant, and since they were friends, how could he possibly deny him such face? I, however, do not think so. Nezha, too, felt his fighting spirit ignited by Sun Wukong's challenge. If Sun Wukong wished to fight, then let it be a battle worthy of the name. He also longed to see the true measure of the handsome Monkey King who had stirred the dragon palaces and the underworld, leaving the 10 kings of hell and the 4 dragon kings trembling in fear. Just how great, he wondered, was the power of this monkey who had defied the heavens. "Wukong," Fairy Zilan intended to speak further, but Wukong reached out a finger, pressing it gently against her lips to silence her. "Zilan, I have already made my decision. You must leave with Nezha now. Hide far away, and do not allow yourselves to be drawn into this. I shall wait here for but a moment before following you. Remember, you must conceal yourselves well. Do not become entangled, lest you distract me. Brother Wukong, take care of yourself. Do not rely too heavily on your own strength." Sensing that Wukong's resolve was immovable, Fairy Zilan knew that further persuasion would be in vain. She could only sigh and nod, reluctantly pulling herself away from his embrace to depart with Nezha. Within the main tent of the heavenly army, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, bellowed, "Rebellious son, so you finally know how to return?" Seeing Nezha lead Fairy Zilan into the grand tent, Li Jing suppressed a long-standing fury, which suddenly erupted within him like a peal of thunder. He slammed his hand heavily upon the table beside him, instantly shattering the mahogany into splinters. "Father, calm your anger. This son only sought to capture that demon monkey, Sun Wukong. It was entirely to fulfill the emperor's decree. A flicker of cold, fierce light flashed through Nezha's eyes, but he lowered his head immediately to conceal it, bowing before the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Li Jing remarked, "To capture Sun Wukong, what a grand and righteous excuse." Lin Jing let out a cold laugh. "I ask you, why did you involve Fairy Zilan and take her to the node between the two realms? Do you not know that Fairy Zilan is the reinforcement sent by the Jade Emperor himself to oversee this operation? If any calamity were to befall her, who would bear the responsibility? Would it be you, or this king? Furthermore, you claim you went to apprehend the demon monkey, so where is he? Where is this demon monkey?" As Li Jing's words faded, the voice of Ao Bukan suddenly echoed from outside the grand tent. No sooner had Li Jing finished speaking than an arrogant, wild voice thundered from outside the great tent. "Your Sun family is here? Which of you cowardly rats of the heavenly court dares to step forward and meet your death?" Chapter 87. Falling to the ground dead was Sun Wukong. The monkey demon had truly escaped from the netherworld. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing was struck with terror. He sprang to his feet, his eyes turning into sharp blades as he glared at Nezha. "Nezha, did you not go to the convergence point of the two realms to capture that demon monkey? How could he have escaped?" Reporting to father, this son discovered that the demon monkey had broken through the Huangquan underworld. Fearing that he might sneak away upon seeing the sheer might of our heavenly army, and worried that an intense battle would bring harm to Fairy Zilan, I returned to report the situation. I never expected that the demon monkey would be so bold as to openly strike at our very gates. After Nezha finished speaking, he cast a knowing wink toward Fairy Zilan. Fairy Zilan understood his intention, coughed softly, and spoke up. "Heavenly King Lai, it was I who begged the third prince to lead me to the boundary of the two realms to broaden my horizons. I implore you not to blame the third prince. Sun Wukong has arrived with such aggressive momentum. It would be best if you, Heavenly King Lai, devised a plan to deal with him immediately." Nezha's explanation was completely devoid of flaws. With Fairy Zilan speaking in his defense, Lin Jing found it difficult to vent his frustration. He could only glare at Nezha with resentment before striding out of the command tent. "Where are the guards? Beat the drums, raise the banners, and summon the generals. We march with the king to capture the demon monkey, Sun Wukong." The thunderous sound of war drums shook the heavens, and all the heavenly soldiers and generals gathered at the camp gates, quickly forming into a battle formation. Sun Wukong stood atop his somersault cloud, hovering outside the gate, gripping his Ruyi Jingu Bang with a look of absolute arrogance. He gazed at the swarming sea of heavenly soldiers, his aura not losing a shred of intensity. "You scum of the heavenly court? Are you not here to capture this old sun? Whatever abilities you possess, show them all. This old sun will take them on in their entirety. You there, I'm talking to you, the big-bellied oaf with ears like a pig's head. What are you staring at? If you aren't satisfied, come down here. This old sun will spar with you. I guarantee I'll beat you so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you." The one Sun Wukong pointed at was the giant spirit god. This fellow was known only for his towering stature and raw strength, but his agility was abysmal, and his true combat prowess was mediocre at best. In his past life, he had been played like a fiddle by Sun Wukong. He never expected that he would be sent to besiege him this time around, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had actually brought him along. Just perfect. I'll use him as a warm-up. Wah! This god is furious. The giant spirit god's face turned as black as coal. After all, he was an orthodox divine general of the heavenly court, with a high rank, always held in high regard by Li Jing, and having earned many a victory, he had never been humiliated like this, let alone pointed at and mocked so flagrantly. "Marshal, I request to lead the vanguard. I shall smash every bone in this demon monkey's body to dust." "Very well. Then, General Giant Spirit, you shall go and capture that demon monkey. I shall remain here and await your good news." The cultivation of the giant spirit god had reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm, but his actual strength was far inferior to Nezha's. Li Jing knew this well, yet he intentionally refused to let Nezha claim the glory. Upon hearing the Zhuling Shen request to join the fray, he nodded his head in immediate agreement. Nezha watched the unfolding scene with cold indifference, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk of utter disdain. A man like the Zhuling Shen possessed only the hollow title of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. He relied solely on brute strength, and lacked any true refinement in his martial arts. He could only throw his weight around when facing opponents inferior to himself. Yet, should he encounter a foe of formidable strength, he would surely be humiliated beyond measure. Though Nezha was unsure of Sun Wukong's true cultivation, a mere glance at the monkey's demeanor told him everything. There was no way such a figure could be compared to a superficial show-off like the Zhuling Shen. It was perfect. Let the Zhuling Shen suffer a taste of hardship, and let Li Jing see for himself that not just anyone could be placed on equal footing with Nezha, the third prince. Riding upon a cluster of auspicious clouds, the Zhu Lingshen brandished his Xuanhua great axe and charged out of the camp gates. He stopped just 10 feet away from Sun Wukong. Standing tall, he pointed the Xuanhua great axe directly at the Monkey King. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "You savage monkey! You have wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and the underworld," showing contempt for the heavenly might. "Today I have been commanded to capture you. If you know what is good for you, bind yourself immediately and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps then I might spare your miserable life. Dare to utter even half a word of refusal, and I shall reduce you to dust in a heartbeat." His voice boomed like a bronze bell, sending the surrounding clouds scattering with the sheer force of his volume. To the untrained eye, he appeared quite imposing. But Sun Wukong did not even deign to cast a direct look at the Zhu Lingshen. With heavy, impatient eyelids, he waved his hand dismissively. I know, you have such a massive frame. Stop acting like a dawdling woman. Hurry up. Old Sun is waiting to test his mettle against the others. Don't waste my time. Wah! You foul-mouthed wild monkey. Taste the might of Zhuling's axe. Enraged, the Zhu Lingshen erupted in fury, swinging his Xuanhua great axe downward toward the crown of Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong, however, acted as if he saw nothing at all, standing motionless in his tracks. Just as the blade was about to strike, a single finger suddenly appeared against the razor-sharp edge of the Xuanhua great axe, holding the heavy weapon perfectly still. Despite its fearsome and mighty appearance, the great axe could not even budge that single finger. What? The eyes of the Zhu Lingshen nearly bulged from their sockets. Gritting his teeth, his massive face flushed a deep, vibrant red. He channeled the full strength of his body to force the axe downward. Yet Sun Wukong's finger did not tremble in the slightest. It was as if that were not a finger at all, but an immovable, indestructible mountain peak. Weak. Far too weak. Sun Wukong shook his head, his face etched with disappointment. In a past life, the giant spirit god could have exchanged a few blows with him, but in this life, he had become utterly useless. Having blocked the strike with only a single finger, he found it dull. Truly, insufferably dull. Wah! You ape, do not push your arrogance too far. The giant spirit god's face shifted from crimson to pale, then into a deep, sickly purple. With a guttural roar, he spat a mouthful of vital essence onto his great axe of heaven. The weapon surged with a violent crimson glow, its sharpness increasing tenfold. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a faint sensation of pain ghosting across his skin. Was this giant spirit god intending to risk his life for a desperate final stand? To burn your very essence for a strike. Your resolve is admirable, but alas, you remain too weak. A cold, piercing light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. A surge of razor-sharp killing intent erupted from his fingertip. It coalesced into a tangible crimson beam, suppressing the jagged aura emitted by the great axe of heaven, and forcing it back upon its wielder. The very next moment, Sun Wukong flicked his finger. The giant spirit god felt an invincible, crushing force rebound from his own weapon. A sharp, bone-shattering pain traveled through his hands. How could he possibly maintain his grip? With a shrill, inhuman cry, he let go, and the heavy great axe of heaven slammed violently back into his own chest. Gah! Like a falling mountain, the massive body of the giant spirit god was sent flying backward. He plummeted through the celestial gates, leaving a trail of blood across the sky. His face pale as parchment, he struggled for a fleeting second, gasping for air, before his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness entirely. Even the ground of the heavenly army's pavilion, formed from solidified, auspicious clouds, could not support the weight of the fallen giant. He plummeted straight toward the earth below. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, saw his subordinate's plight, and his expression shifted violently. He hurriedly ordered his troops to rush forward and catch the falling general. Swish! Swish! 2 crimson beams of light shot out, instantly piercing the napes of 2 heavenly soldiers. The spark of life vanished from their eyes, and a heartbeat later, a torrential blast of crimson energy erupted from the wounds at the base of their skulls, tearing their bodies into 1,000 mangled fragments. Death! Everyone present drew a sharp, cold breath, their faces filled with terror and disbelief as they stared at the arrogant, standing figure silhouetted against the celestial gates. Those 2 crimson beams had originated from none other than Sun Wukong's fingertip. Did Old Sun ever give permission for others to intervene? His cold, indifferent voice echoed through the heavens, carrying with it the frigid chill of the 9 nether underworld. Sun Wukong's expression remained calm, tinged with a wild, haughty arrogance. Yet, no one dared to look down upon that defiant silhouette any longer. Wukong, that fellow intends to use the giant spirit god to establish his dominance. A golden light flickered in Nezha's eyes. Sun Wukong's performance had genuinely left him utterly shocked. The giant spirit god was perhaps not the greatest of experts, But he was certainly not this pathetic. Even if he fought with all his might, he would still need to exchange several blows to subdue such a foe. Yet, Sun Wukong had solved it with a single finger. Who was strong and who was weak was now clear for all to see, though Nezha felt a pang of unwillingness. He could not help but admit the truth. From the current situation, Sun Wukong was undeniably his superior. Boom! A dull, heavy thud echoed from far below the cloud layer as the body of the giant spirit god slammed into the earth, the shockwave reverberating through the air. The heavenly troops looked down through the clouds, their eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow. But more than that, an overwhelming, bone-chilling fear. The giant spirit god had actually truly fallen to his death. Plummeting from the ninth heaven above the celestial realm directly toward the earth, the sheer force of such an impact was unfathomable. Even though the great spirit god was a Taiyi golden immortal, he was already severely wounded and unconscious, devoid of any celestial essence to shield himself against the devastating momentum. His colossal body shattered upon impact, crimson blood erupting to stain the earth. The sight was not only wretched to behold but chilled the soul to the bone. 30,000 heavenly soldiers stood frozen, utterly cowed by the overwhelming might and ruthless methods displayed by Sun Wukong alone. To watch the great spirit god perish in such a humiliating and absurd fashion was a stinging mockery, one that struck uncontrollable terror into the hearts of the 10,000 heavenly warriors. Does anyone else wish to spar with this old Sun? Sun Wukong raised his eyes to survey the army, and the implication hidden within his gaze forced the entire host to instinctively take a step back. The timid among them trembled so violently they could barely stand, their hearts filled with both dread and silent, desperate curses. Was this some kind of jest? Did he call this sparring? This was nothing short of throwing one's life away. This demon monkey was too terrifying. To engage him was to surrender one's life directly into his hands, leaving one's fate entirely beyond their own control. Who would be willing to face such a monster? Who would dare to cross blades with him? Nezha, capture this demon monkey. As the heavenly soldiers stood in silent, terrified paralysis, the voice of pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing suddenly rang out. A sudden glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the soldiers. That was right. There was still the third prince, Nezha. Perhaps he was the only one capable of matching this demon, Sun Wukong. Old scoundrel, I will surely kill you. A flash of cold, dark light flickered in the depths of Nezha's eyes as he gripped his fist so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. The murderous intent he felt toward Li Jing had reached its absolute zenith in that very moment. The strength and cruelty Sun Wukong displayed had thoroughly shattered the morale of the 30,000 heavenly soldiers. It was clear that no one could defeat Sun Wukong in single combat. Nezha understood this perfectly. After all, Li Jing was the legendary pagoda-bearing heavenly king. How could he possibly be unaware of such a fact? Furthermore, Sun Wukong's momentum had seized complete control of the battlefield. Anyone stepping forward now would surely suffer defeat, or worse, death. Li Jing's command was clearly designed to drive Nezha toward his doom, devoid of even a shred of paternal affection. How could Nezha not harbor a bone-deep hatred for him? Third prince, you are the only one who can capture that demon monkey now. Third prince, we shall cheer you on. Let that monkey witness the divine might of the heavenly court's greatest warrior. The discord between Nezha and his father, Li Jing, was no secret in the heavenly court. Yet few understood that their relationship had long since turned to water and fire. The crowd of heavenly soldiers, blissfully ignorant, assumed Li Jing was simply granting his son a chance to display his glory. They clamored with encouragement, their eyes burning with hope. For while Sun Wukong was powerful, Third Prince Nezha was their undefeated god of war. With Nezha leading the charge, even if he could not secure victory, they believed he would at least be able to fight the demon monkey to a stalemate. Steeling his resolve, he took a deep breath to suppress his inner resentment, then rode the wind fire wheels beneath his feet, soaring out through the gates. He was now caught in a dilemma. He knew full well that Li Jing sought to use this opportunity to frame him, yet he had no choice but to engage. To refuse would not only invite ridicule for his perceived cowardice, but also provide Li Jing with a pretext to punish him for disobeying military orders. Wukong, it seems a battle between us is truly unavoidable. Stepping before Sun Wukong, Nezha shook his head with a bitter smile. He gathered his immortal origin energy and used a telepathic soul voice to transmit his words. Since it cannot be avoided, let us have a proper duel. Nezha, your cultivation is far superior to those useless weaklings. Do not hold back. Unleash your full potential and fight me with everything you have. This will be of great benefit to your internal cultivation and the refinement of your essence. Fear not. I have my own plans. I shall not strike with lethal intent. That Li Qianwang will find no fault in you. Sun Wukong responded with the same telepathic technique, yet he wore an expression of supreme arrogance, casting a look of utter disdain toward Nezha before shouting, has the heavenly court truly run out of warriors? To send a mere wet-behind-the-ears child to face this old Sun? Little child, go back and summon your cowardly father. He dares not show his face, Yet he sends a child to his death. I, old son, feel ashamed on his behalf." These words from Sun Wukong appeared to be directed at Nezha. Yet in truth, he was castigating the master, while pointing at the servant. Among the 30,000 heavenly soldiers, every one of them knew that Nezha's father was the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. Hearing him reduced to the status of a cowardly turtle in Sun Wukong's mouth, many could not help but find the situation darkly comical. The terror that had gripped their hearts began to wane. Meanwhile, Li Jing's face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot, veins bulging visibly upon his forehead. As the great marshal, to be mocked and ridiculed by this demon monkey before 30,000 soldiers was a stinging, humiliating slap to his authority. It was utterly detestable. "Nezha, what are you waiting for? Subdue this demon monkey at once," Li Jing roared, and Nezha frowned slightly, brandishing his fire-tipped spear as he lunged towards Sun Wukong. "As you requested, let us have a proper fight. Wukong, I shall give you my all. Be on your guard." "Ha! That is exactly what I desire. Come at me!" Both roared in unison, their fire-tipped spear and Rui Jingu Bang colliding with such force that a heaven-shaking, thunderous explosion erupted. In the next instant, the sounds of their clash grew even more rapid and intense. Both Sun Wukong and Nezha were masters of close-quarters combat, their physical forms refined to a saintly level. To the onlookers, the two combatants were but streaks of brilliant light darting across the sky, their movements too swift for the naked eye to track. Incredible! Is this the true strength of the third prince? Truly terrifyingly powerful. He is worthy of the title, God of War of our heavenly court. That demon monkey is no slouch either, holding his own against the third prince, without showing a sign of defeat. HMPH. The demon monkey is merely riding a wave of fleeting adrenaline. Once the third prince masters his rhythm, he shall surely capture him in one stroke. As the heavenly soldiers whispered amongst themselves, the face of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, remained cloaked in deep, ominous gloom. Who would have thought that Nezha and Sun Wukong would be so evenly matched? If Nezha truly captured Sun Wukong, that brat would certainly receive a reward from the Jade Emperor himself. If he then gained access to countless heavenly treasures, he might even achieve a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In that case, the restrictive power of my 7 treasures glazed pagoda would become useless. I must find a way. I absolutely cannot let him claim this credit. It would be best if they both suffered heavy losses, so that I could step in to finish off that monkey demon. Just as Sun Wukong and the third prince, Nezha, were trading blows in an intense deadlock, and Li Jing was nursing his treacherous schemes, deep within the boundless blood sea of the netherworld, inside the blood god palace of Ancestor Minghe. A teacup carved from blood jade was hurled violently to the ground by Ancestor Minghe in a fit of rage, a cold, murderous light flashing in his eyes. "Damn you, Emperor Yanluo, and that wretched monkey. This seat will never forgive you. I shall never let you go." The roar of fury erupted from within the blood god palace, spreading in all directions. The entire boundless blood sea trembled under the frantic, maddened bellows of Ancestor Minghe. He had initially thought he could crush Sun Wukong as easily as an ant, yet he never expected that the monkey would discover Emperor Yanluo in seclusion beneath the deep waters. A moment of negligence by Ancestor Minghe had allowed Sun Wukong to awaken Emperor Yanluo ahead of schedule. What angered Minghe even more was that, for the first time in thousands of years, he had been defeated in battle by Emperor Yanluo, forced to utilize a blood god avatar just to escape with his life. Although the boundless blood sea allowed his lost vital essence to recover quickly, this event was like a fierce slap to his face, a humiliation beyond measure. To make matters worse, that Sun Wukong had actually sided with Emperor Yanluo. Even his capable subordinate, the Asura demon king Papias, had been obliterated, soul and all, while the monkey remained unscathed. The hatred in Ancestor Minghe's heart could not be washed away, even if the entire blood sea were drained dry. The whole of the blood sea shuddered under the thunderous roar of Ancestor Minghe. Only one corner in the deepest part of the blood sea remained eerily calm, yet beneath this stillness hid a powerful aura rapidly stirring to life, seemingly awakened by the ancestor's rage. The presence, which had already shown signs of stirring, suddenly fully awakened. From this corner of the blood sea, a blood dragon 10,000 zang long emerged, its scales glistening with the deep, crimson hue of fresh blood. It burst forth from the depths of the boundless sea. Soaring high above the blood sea, it cast its head toward the heavens, and let out a dragon's cry that shook the entire netherworld. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the netherworld, and the boundless blood sea, already churned into turmoil by the shouts of Ancestor Minghe, surged even more violently. Under the dragon's long cry, the sea whipped up massive waves reaching thousands of zang into the sky. In that instant, the entire boundless blood sea began to boil. What is happening? What is this sound? It sounds like the roar of a dragon. My head! It hurts so much! Why is there a dragon's roar here? The Asura clan, dwelling within the boundless blood sea, were all struck with terror by the earth-shattering sound. The netherworld trembled. and every soul looked up in sheer terror. The low-level members of the Ashura clan, caught in the wake of this peerless dragon roar, trembled violently. Their heads throbbed with agony as they collapsed into the sea of blood, screaming in torment. Those with the weakest cultivation saw their physical forms shatter instantly under the sonic waves, dissolving into pools of blood that merged back into the boundless sea of blood. What in the world was happening? Within the Blood God Palace, Patriarch Minghe also heard the chilling roar of the dragon. His divine sense swept across the entirety of the boundless sea of blood, and there, spanning tens of thousands of miles, the image of a massive, blood-colored dragon etched itself into the mind of Patriarch Minghe. His eyes widened in shock. That black dragon! How could it have been resurrected? Greatly alarmed, Patriarch Minghe sprang to his feet, his figure flickering as he vanished from the Blood God Palace, rushing toward the outer reaches of the boundless sea of blood. Since Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth to form the primordial era, the boundless sea of blood had been gestating within this netherworld. Patriarch Minghe was the very first lifeform birthed by the sea of blood, possessing the cultivation level of a quasi-saint from the moment of his inception. He and this sea of blood were bound by destiny. As long as the blood sea did not dry, Ming would never die. Yet, the boundless sea of blood did not only give birth to Patriarch Minghe. After him, the sea of blood birthed a colossal, bright red mosquito. This was the same creature that devoured the essence of the 3-grade lotus from the 12-grade merit golden lotus of the Taoist Jie Yin. It had fled back to the sea of blood, only to eventually leave the netherworld after failing to best Patriarch Minghe. That creature became the Taoist Wen, who lived in seclusion in the northern Beiju Luzhao. And now, this 10,000-foot blood dragon had emerged from the depths of the sea of blood. In truth, strictly speaking, this blood dragon was not birthed from the void by the sea of blood itself. Shortly after Patriarch Minghe was born from the sea, the great war between the Wu and Demon clans erupted. That cataclysmic battle shattered the entire primordial world into pieces. Giant fissures appeared between the mortal realm of the primordial era and the netherworld. A massive black dragon fell through one of these tiers, tumbling into the netherworld and sinking deep into the abyss of the boundless sea of blood. As the master of the boundless sea of blood, Patriarch Minghe had of course known of this for a long time. He had even inspected the remains of the black dragon himself. He discovered that before its death, this dragon must have reached the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. It was but a single step away from the quasi-saint realm, a peerless talent of the ancient dragon race. It was a tragedy that it had fallen during the Wu Demon War, sinking into the eternal depths of the Blood Sea. During the ancient era, the dragon race was glorious beyond compare. They were among the dominant clans, standing at the very pinnacle of all races. Though their numbers were incredibly few, their strength was formidable and vast, particularly their physical bodies, which were unmatched and peerless. It was as if a black dragon's corpse had been submerged within a sea of blood, its body remaining essentially perfect, untouched by decay or injury, save for the fact that its soul had long since vanished into the void. Chapter 89. The cooked duck has flown away. It is no exaggeration to say that the remains of an ancient dragon are a treasure trove. Even the primordial Styx patriarch could not suppress his greed, desiring to claim it as his own to forge supreme elixirs and artifacts that would propel his cultivation to the next level. However, this black dragon's corpse was unimaginably resilient. Its entire body was forged as one, making it nearly impossible to dismantle. To strike with brute force would surely result in only one outcome: the complete destruction of the precious remains. The Styx patriarch, naturally unwilling to witness such a tragedy, chose to abandon his immediate efforts, leaving the black dragon's corpse to sink into the abyss of the boundless blood sea, intending to utilize the slow, relentless erosion of the sea to gradually assimilate the remains. Once that was accomplished, as the master of the boundless blood sea, he could refine it into an external avatar, elevating it to become one of his 3 great manifestations, ultimately guiding him toward the path of enlightenment. Over the years, the black dragon's corpse rested in the depths of the blood sea, and as the Styx patriarch had hoped, it was slowly assimilated. The dragon's black scales turned a vibrant crimson red as the vile energy of the sea permeated every fiber of its being, fully transforming it into a blood dragon. The Styx patriarch estimated that within a few thousand years, he would be able to begin the refining process. Yet, unexpectedly, a new consciousness had stirred within the dragon's remains. It has resurrected. Damnation, how could such a thing happen? A corpse giving birth to a new soul. Has all of my planning been in vain? No. I will not allow this. Standing above the surging tides of the blood sea, the Styx patriarch gazed up at the colossal 10,000 Zhang blood dragon soaring through the heavens, a flicker of raw greed flashing within his eyes. This blood dragon's body was incredibly formidable. If he could refine it into his evil incarnation among the 3 corpses, and combine it with his original good incarnation and accumulated merits, he might finally take that last step and truly ascend to become a saint. How could he abandon such an opportunity? Turning the boundless blood sea into a purgatory, He gritted his teeth, ignoring the wounds he had sustained during his previous battle with the Yama Son of Heaven. The Styx Patriarch unleashed the full power of the boundless blood sea. Massive crimson water pillars erupted from the depths, weaving together to form a colossal blood-red prison, surging toward the blood dragon to trap and refine it once and for all. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do with me?" The blood dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, sensing the Patriarch's assault. It voiced a question filled with shock and fury, then opened its maw wide, unleashing a shockwave even more powerful than before to shatter the blood-red cage. With a deafening boom, the Styx Patriarch's blood-red prison trembled violently in midair, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface until it shattered into nothingness, raining down as a torrent of blood back into the abyss below. The cultivation of a quasi-saint. A flicker of shock flashed in the Styx Patriarch's eyes. This resurrected blood dragon had already reached the level of a quasi-saint. Is this not exactly how he himself appeared when he was first birthed from the boundless blood sea? Damn it all, the boundless blood sea has actually birthed yet another sentient soul. Born of the same origin, his attacks against the blood dragon would be significantly diminished in power. Having yet to recover from his brutal battle against Yanluo Tianzi, it would be difficult for him to subdue this blood dragon today. This ancestor nurtured you within this boundless sea of blood. I am akin to your own parents. Do you understand? Rolling his eyes, Minghe Laozu assumed a posture of solemn dignity and shouted toward the blood dragon in a deep, booming voice. This blood dragon had only just been birthed from the boundless sea of blood, and its spiritual consciousness could not yet be profound. Minghe Laozu intended to use words to pacify the creature first, planning to scheme further once it was subdued. It was a pity, however, that he had severely underestimated the intelligence of this newborn blood dragon. Cease your deceptions. You and I were both birthed from this same sea of blood. How could you possibly be my parent? I see that you harbor ulterior motives and wicked intentions. I, Ao Tian, will never forgive you. This scarlet dragon, named Ao Tian, was a mutated, 9-clawed black dragon, a creature of extreme rarity from the primordial era, who had regained consciousness after sinking into the boundless sea of blood, becoming a life form entirely anew. Though he was reborn, he still retained fragments of the memories from his past life, and as these flickered through his mind, he immediately saw through the lies of Minghe Laozu. Suddenly enraged, he shook his massive frame and lunged frantically toward Minghe Laozu. With his ruse laid bare, Minghe Laozu's expression darkened. He had hoped to pacify Ao Tian and slowly refine him, never expecting the creature to see through him so easily. But that was fine as well. Since the facade had crumbled, there was no need to waste effort on theatrics. He would simply strike him down and capture him by force. Huangquan killing sword, slashing the heavenly Avicii. The Yuan-Tu sword appeared in Minghe Laozu's hand, forming a cross shape as he slashed ferociously toward the blood dragon, Ao Tian. A gargantuan scarlet swordlight emerged, launching 2 streaks of crimson energy from the tip of the blade, which crashed violently into Ao Tian's body. Ah! A painful dragon roar echoed as the sword energy struck Ao Tian. His dragon scales shattered, leaving 2 massive cross-shaped wounds. Golden dragon blood erupted from the gashes, though the blood dragon instantly channeled his power to seal the bleeding. This wretch is formidable. I am no match for him. With just a single strike, Ao Tian grasped the vast disparity in power between himself and Minghe Laozu, and, sensing defeat, he flicked his tail and turned to flee from the boundless sea of blood. A cold glint flickered in Minghe Laozu's eyes as he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, pursuing the blood dragon, Ao Tian. At this moment, the seal separating the netherworld from the mortal realm had yet to dissipate, and even if this blood dragon's cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-saint, he could absolutely never shatter the barrier to escape into the mortal realm. As long as he remained within the netherworld, no one could escape the relentless pursuit of Minghe Laozu. Swoosh! Swoosh! Catching up to Ao Tian, Minghe Laozu swung his blades twice more, slicing into the dragon's body and leaving yet another set of deep, jagged scars upon its massive form. The blood dragon roared in agony, yet he did not falter. He flew at his maximum speed, exiting the boundless sea of blood and charging straight toward the deepest abyss of the Huangquan hell. This is not good. Is this blood dragon attempting to escape to the mortal realm through the boundary junction? Minghe Laozu's expression shifted instantly. Logically speaking, having just birthed consciousness from the sea of blood, the creature should have possessed no knowledge of the geography of the netherworld. Little did he know, that location was the intersection between the nether realm and the mortal world. The blood sea seal materialized. With the Apai and Yuan-Tu swords in hand, he drew an intricate formation. Patriarch Minghe let out a low shout, gesturing toward the distant swamp. The formation array flew forth, manifesting above the swamp to form a seal, even preceding the blood dragon Aoshin. Boom! The colossal dragon body slammed into the sealing barrier above the swamp with a heaven-shaking roar, yet it could not pierce the seal, leaving the beast dazed and disoriented. Patriarch Minghe arrived in a flash, brandishing his twin blades to carve countless deep wounds into the dragon's flesh. Vile creature! You shall not escape today. Submit obediently, and I may yet consider sparing your spirit, that you might share in my supreme great Datho. Watching the blood dragon Aoshin glare with rage through the agony of its torment, Patriarch Minghe sheathed his Apai and Yuan-Tu swords behind his back and spoke with an air of supreme arrogance. Had he been at the peak of his strength, Patriarch Minghe would never have wasted breath on the blood dragon Aoshin. He would have simply captured it, erased its consciousness, and refined it into an external avatar. But his injuries had yet to heal. Although his strength surpassed the dragon's, he could not exert total dominance. Once the blood dragon Aoshin resisted with its life, he would have to expend significant energy to secure it, forcing him to appease the beast for now, while waiting for a future chance to erase its soul. Heh, old devil? You wish to deceive me? I, Aoshin, would rather be annihilated body and soul than let you achieve your goal. Patriarch Minghe had assumed that because the blood dragon Aoshin had arduously cultivated a sentient spirit, it would surely cherish its existence. From this, he expected the beast to accept his terms. He never anticipated such a stubborn nature. A creature that would rather shatter like jade than remain intact as a tile. With a thunderous roar, the dragon condensed half of its cultivation in vital blood, spitting a heavy blood arrow that struck the ceiling barrier, instantly piercing a massive hole through it. The dragon, once a million zang in length, shrank to the size of a bowl and darted through the breach, plunging to the bottom of the swamp to vanish into the barrier of the two realms. This madman! He was actually willing to sacrifice half his cultivation and life essence. Patriarch Minghe never expected such a sudden turn of events. By the time he reacted and attempted to strike, it was already too late. He stared helplessly as the blood dragon Aoshin escaped into the mortal world, left only to scream in fury at the swamp. After enduring for so many years, the prize he thought secured had slipped through his fingers. For Patriarch Minghe, this setback was far more devastating than his previous defeat at the hands of the Yama son of heaven. Yet no matter how wild his rage, the blood dragon Aoshin had reached the mortal world, and the Patriarch was left powerless. Not to mention his current injuries. Even in his prime, he dared not recklessly leave the nether realm to enter the mortal world. Far from the boundless blood sea, his immortal body would cease to exist. Should he be trapped in the mortal world, even with 480 million blood shadow clones, he would likely be unable to escape the fate of total destruction. After venting his fury at the swamp, Patriarch Minghe seemed drained of all his strength, sighed heavily, and turned back toward the boundless blood sea. From this day forth, the boundless blood sea is sealed. Every member of the Asura clan shall cease all activities and retreat into seclusion. Moments later, a decree issued from the Blood God Palace spread across the entirety of the Blood Sea. The heavens above the Blood Sea thundered as a massive seal expanded from the Blood God Palace, enveloping the entire domain. The Blood Sea fell silent once more, devoid of the turbulence that had defined the preceding days. Chapter 90. Who wins and who loses? Within the Senluo Palace of the royal city, the Yama Emperor sat upright upon his throne, while the 10 kings of hell, including King Qingguang and King Yama, knelt on either side, their heads bowed so low they dared not even draw full breath. As the masters of the underworld, the 10 kings usually stood high above all others, offering only the polite greeting of a junior even to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, yet in this moment, they appeared as humble and subservient as mere slaves. Before the Yama Emperor, who sat composed upon the throne, they felt only a profound, soul-chilling reverence, daring not to stir in the slightest. The underworld had long been under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. When facing the Jade Emperor, the 10 kings of hell always referred to themselves as mere subjects of the divine. But this hierarchy only solidified after the Yama Emperor had retreated into seclusion within the abyss of the Huangquan Hell. Before his seclusion, even the ancient demon tribes and the primordial Heavenly Court could not intervene in the nether realm, let alone the mortal-led Heavenly Court that rose in the Emperor's absence. Truly, the 10 kings of hell were the masters of the underworld. Yet, with the Yama Emperor's return, the 10 kings had been reduced to his personal retainers. With their very lives and deaths hanging upon his whim, how could King Qingguang and the others not tremble in terror, particularly King Qingguang? For it was he who had used the Book of Life and Death to seal the barrier between the underworld and the mortal realm. Now that the Yama Emperor had returned without a moment's warning, what kind of fate awaited him? King Qingguang did not even dare to imagine. Kneeling in the Senluo Palace, the 10 kings of hell were filled with unease, awaiting the inevitable judgment and punishment of the Yama Emperor. However, the Emperor's attention was not upon them. His gaze pierced through the walls of the Senluo Palace, looking toward the Huangquan Hell abyss 10,000 miles away, a faint, cryptic smile curling upon his lips. As I had anticipated, a life has indeed been conceived within that boundless sea of blood. The source energy of the boundless sea of blood has been thinned once more. I fear it shall no longer be inexhaustible. Back when he had forced the Styx ancestor to retreat, the Yama Emperor had already sensed the disturbance within the depths of the blood sea. The Styx ancestor, blinded by rage and consumed by his desperate flight, had failed to notice the anomaly. By the time he discovered the birth of the blood dragon Aoshin, it was already too late to intervene, leaving the Yama Emperor to enjoy the spectacle. As the stick's ancestors' seal order echoed across the Blood Sea, the Yama Emperor heard it as well, and the hidden meaning behind his smile deepened. He understood clearly that the stick's ancestor, having suffered one crushing blow after another, had resolved to stake everything, sealing the entire boundless sea of blood and making one final, desperate charge before the sea of blood withered away. If he succeeded, he would become the next sage to reach enlightenment within this world. But if he failed, his immortal body would be utterly extinguished, and all hope of a breakthrough would vanish forever. This old fellow is truly ruthless to himself, is he not? With a soft murmur, a flicker of golden light flashed through the eyes of the Yama Emperor. He did not possess the innate conditions of the Stitek's ancestor to burn all bridges and gamble his existence on a single throw. Yet this did not mean he lacked the opportunity to achieve sagehood. The third immeasurable calamity was approaching. Since the three realms were reshaped by the supreme power of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the restrictions on achieving sagehood had finally dissolved. As long as he could seize the opportunity within the coming immeasurable calamity, the Yama Emperor, too, could set his sights upon the throne of a sage. But before that, it was time to put his own house back in order. The Yama Emperor withdrew his gaze, turning his cold attention toward the 10 kings of hell. Especially Qin Guangwang, among the 10 kings of hell, felt the cold, indifferent gaze of the Yama Emperor fixated upon him. His heart trembled, sinking into a deep abyss of dread. In the high heavens, within the celestial realm, Niza, adorned in his three-headed, eight-armed form, and Sun Wukong had exchanged hundreds of blows, yet neither could claim the upper hand. But on Nezha's face there was not a hint of joy, for he knew all too well that Sun Wukong was holding back. His opponent had not yet unleashed his true strength, while he himself had already been forced to reveal his every trump card. If this three-headed, eight-armed divine ability could not yield a decisive outcome, then Nezha would truly have to admit his total defeat before Sun Wukong. Holding his fire-tipped spear with 2 hands, his remaining 6 arms brandished 6 different Dharma treasures: the golden brick, the 9-dragon fire shroud, the armillary sash, the universe ring, and the yin-yang dual swords. With a fierce shout, Nezha charged towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, let us see if you can withstand this 3-headed, 8-armed technique of mine. 3 heads and 8 arms, you say? A golden glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. In his past life, when battling Nezha, the god had employed this very technique. It was indeed terrifyingly powerful, far superior to the conventional 3-headed, 6-armed divine arts. Back then, Sun Wukong had used his own 3-headed, 6-armed arts, coupled with an illusory clone technique, to win only through a clever ruse. However, this time, he had no intention of relying on tricks. No matter your 1,000 attacks or 10,000 transformations, Old Sun shall shatter them all with a single staff. Having yet to invoke his own 3-headed, 6-armed arts, Sun Wukong gripped his Ruyi Jingu Bang with both hands, let out a sudden, thunderous roar, and unleashed a single strike. In an instant, 72 shadow images of his staff erupted, crashing violently toward Nezha's fire-tipped spear and his 6 celestial treasures. The staff rose to touch the heavens. The very sky trembled under the sheer weight of Sun Wukong's strike. The brilliant radiance of the golden brick, the armillary sash, the universe ring, and the fire-tipped spear was utterly overwhelmed by the barrage of staff shadows. Nezha's expression shifted violently. This move by Sun Wukong was truly horrifying. He felt as if his entire being was exposed as one great weakness, leaving him no room to dodge. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang out as the protective light of Nezha's treasures was completely obliterated by the staff shadows, sending the weapons spinning back toward him in defeat. Their luster dimmed, for they had suffered significant damage. Yet Nezha had no mind to care for his broken treasures, for half of the staff shadows had already vanished, but the remaining half were bearing down upon him. Fear flashed in his eyes for a split second, before a stubborn obsession with victory surged through his mind. Sun Wukong had unleashed only one move, completely devoid of any complex divine arts. If he, wielding so many treasures, could not even withstand this single strike, what dignity would remain for him as the war god of the heavenly court? If his elder brother, Yang Jian, were to find out, who knows how he would be mocked. I must endure this. I must succeed. Gritting his teeth, Nezha channeled every ounce of his immortal origin energy into the fire-tipped spear, while his remaining 6 arms formed seals and pressed against the weapon. Instantly, a crimson light flared brilliantly upon the spear, vibrating with a high-pitched hum as he thrust it toward the incoming shadows of the Ruyi Jingu Bang. This was a supreme technique he had painstakingly cultivated and created over the years. Originally intended to counter the 7-treasured Linglong Pagoda, though it remained imperfect, he had no choice but to rely on it now. Boom! The clash between the spear and the staff did not produce a thunderous roar as one might expect. Instead, a ripple of pure energy erupted, diffusing outward from the point of impact. This wave of force, visible to the naked eye, surged violently toward the gate of the courtyard. Thousands of heavenly soldiers standing in the front ranks were caught in the wake. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and in an instant, the light faded from their eyes. The very next moment, they and the grand banner at the gate were reduced to nothing but scattered dust, wiped from existence. Those who escaped the blast collectively drew in a sharp, cold breath, scrambling to retreat a great distance in panic. Watching the destruction spread until everything in its path was turned to ash, faces twitched in terror, and knees began to tremble so violently that many could barely remain standing. What kind of battle was this? If the mere remnants of their power could lay waste to everything in sight, how truly terrifying must the force unleashed by the combatants themselves be, who, in the end, had emerged victorious. This final, desperate clash between Sun Wukong and Nezha scattered the heavy clouds in every direction. A blinding radiance persisted at the center of the collision, leaving even the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, unable to discern who had triumphed. Each person strained their eyes, peering into the brilliant glow at the heart of the battlefield while murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Surely, the third prince has won. The third prince is the war god of our heavenly court. How could that demon monkey, Sun Wukong, possibly compare? Indeed, victory must belong to the third prince. With such an awe-inspiring display of his three-headed, eight-armed form, that monkey, a mere rogue immortal of the demon clan, could never be the prince's match. Yes, exactly. The third prince is undoubtedly the victor. Everyone was convinced that Nezha, the third prince, had claimed the win. A battle of such magnitude was something they had never witnessed in their entire lives. Sun Wukong had kept his true cultivation tightly restrained within his body, revealing nothing even during the exchange of blows. Among the countless soldiers, only the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, could perceive that Sun Wukong possessed the cultivation of a Taiyi golden immortal. The others merely assumed the monkey was born with strange talents, nothing more. The intense light began to dissipate, finally revealing the scene within. But it was entirely contrary to everyone's expectations. Sun Wukong and Nezha stood suspended in the void, gazing at one another from a distance, appearing perfectly matched, with no indication of who had faltered. What was the meaning of this? A draw? It seemed to be so. But if it were a tie, why did they not continue the fight? The marshal had commanded the third prince to capture the demon monkey. As the chatter swelled, a faint smile appeared on Nezha's usually stoic face. He nodded towards Sun Wukong, only to suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood and collapse, his body limp and broken. The third prince! A chorus of heavenly soldiers cried out in horror. This great battle between Nezha and the demon monkey had ended in Nezha's defeat. How could this be? Some among the crowd moved to rush forward, but recalling the overwhelming pressure Sun Wukong had just unleashed, they stopped dead in their tracks. Over 20,000 heavenly soldiers stood frozen, none daring to advance, watching in despair as Nezha's body plummeted from the clouds, a chill of terror rising from the depths of their spines to the very tops of their heads. Was the third prince truly destined to meet the same fate as the giant spirit god, falling to his death upon the earth? Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, watched Nezha falling beneath the clouds, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. His lips trembled, but in the end he remained silent. A moment later, a heavy impact echoed from beneath the clouds, and a massive crater appeared upon the earth. Nezha's body lay buried deep within the pit, his fate uncertain. Heh! What a truly cold-blooded father you are. To have a father like you? The third prince is truly cursed for 8 lifetimes, would you not agree? Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Chapter 91. Sun Wukong lifted his head, the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand pointing directly at Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Divine light erupted from his eyes, his expression filled with mockery and disdain. Demon monkey? You dare to kill my son? I shall not let you leave this place alive. Li Jing's face twisted in harshness, his eyes flashing with cruel and malevolent intent. Nezha's life force had vanished. Having fallen from such a height, after sustaining grave injuries, even with his mortal body tempered into a saintly form, he was surely as lifeless as that giant spirit god dead, beyond all doubt. The great menace that had long weighed upon his heart was finally removed. He should have been overjoyed, yet everything seemed to be transparent before the gaze of this demon monkey, Sun Wukong. This demon monkey could not be allowed to live. Heavenly soldiers and generals, heed my command. Form the 7 stars demon-slaying formation, and annihilate the demon monkey, Sun Wukong, to avenge the third prince. With the thunderous roar of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, the remaining 20,000 heavenly soldiers and generals responded in unison. Though they trembled with lingering fear, they quickly formed a battle array, encircling Sun Wukong. Is this old fool, Li Jing, trying to silence witnesses? Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept toward the depths of the clouds and the earth below, where a shadow flickered. A clone of his, carrying the unconscious Nezha away from the pit using an earth-shattering F technique. Within the crater, Only a mangled, bloody corpse remained, surrounded by Nezha's fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and his scattered Dharma treasures. Perhaps anyone who saw this would assume that the third prince, Nezha, had perished. The one who had carried Nezha away was none other than a clone of Sun Wukong. During their final clash, Sun Wukong had already communicated his plan to Nezha via telepathy. With the insight of his fiery eyes of truth, Sun Wukong could clearly see that Nezha was on the verge of breaking through to the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, though taking that final step had previously seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In all his past lives, Nezha had never managed to achieve the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. While the constant suppression by Lin Jing played a role, it was also deeply connected to Nezha's own method of cultivation. During his years serving in the Heavenly Court, Nezha's vigor had been eroded by Lin Jing's oppression. Without a courageous heart pressing forward, carving out his own path toward the Great Daluo was merely a fantasy. The Daluo Golden Immortal. What does Daluo truly signify? To be Daluo is to be eternally at peace across all dimensions. One must condense the 3 flowers above their head and the 5 breaths within their chest, pushing their essence, energy, and spirit to a zenith to undergo a qualitative sublimation. For a warrior whose body had attained sainthood like Nezha, his temperament was of supreme importance. Sun Wukong's final 72 heaven-breaking strikes were never intended to harm Nezha. They were meant to ignite Nezha's long-dormant potential and rekindle the heroic spirit that had been buried for so long. As for Nezha falling to the ground in a feigned state of unconsciousness, it was merely a performance in Sun Wukong's grand scheme, a show staged for Li Jing and the heavenly host. Sun Wukong was well aware of the deep-seated hatred between Nezha and his father. Though they were father and son in name, there was no true blood bond between them. In reality, their relationship was more volatile than that of mortal enemies, held together only by mutual wariness. If Nezha continued to remain by Li Jing's side, he would forever be constrained, and he would likely never have the opportunity to reach the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Only by escaping Li Jing's shadow could Nezha have the chance to break through his cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. Thus, Sun Wukong orchestrated this elaborate ruse. In a final, desperate strike, he forced Nezha to unleash an incomplete technique. Though he did indeed inflict heavy injuries upon Nezha, one must break the old to build the new. Nezha's body is forged in sanctity, and his regenerative powers far surpass those of an ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal. Restoring himself is no difficult feat, and once recovered, he will only be stronger than before. As for falling to the earth, that was the most effective method of escape. Sun Wukong had long since used his divine clone technique to have a body waiting below, neutralizing the impact of the fall while creating a thunderous sound of collision. Deep within the crater, he performed a subtle swap. Unbeknownst to gods and devils alike, everyone would believe Nezha had fallen, never suspecting that Sun Wukong had whisked him away. The 7-star demon-slaying formation, composed of over 20,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, possessed an truly extraordinary might, but Sun Wukong did not hold it in the slightest regard. In his past life, 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were forced to abandon their armor and flee by his hand, let alone this current force. The old monkey would simply enjoy a proper game with them. With a spin of the Ruyi Jingu Bang in his hand, Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he dove abruptly into the very heart of the grand formation. If the rabble of the heavenly court have any abilities, let them show it all now. The old monkey will accept it all. He dares to charge directly into the center of the formation? This demon monkey is far too arrogant and conceited. Too arrogant indeed. We must mince him into 10,000 pieces, and slay him to avenge the third prince and the giant spirit god. The Heavens' 7-star demon-slaying formation had always been invincible against all manner of demons and evil spirits. Usually, monsters would flee at the mere mention of its name, and never had anyone dared to brazenly charge into its center like Sun Wukong. Beyond the shock, a violent fire of rage ignited within the hearts of the heavenly soldiers and generals, a power that suppressed their fear of Sun Wukong. Gritting their teeth in fury, they poured their total strength into the formation, attacking Sun Wukong with unbridled madness. Countless spells descended upon Sun Wukong at the heart of the formation, a torrential rain of blinding, colorful light that completely enveloped his figure. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly across the skies of the heavenly pole domain. Arrogant demon monkey. Let us see how you act insolently now. Daring to charge into the center of the formation is nothing short of seeking your own death. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, did not make a move himself. When 20,000 soldiers strike simultaneously and their power is magnified by the formation, the devastation is terrifying. Even Nezha himself would not dare to block it barehanded. Although Sun Wukong had defeated Nezha, in Li Jing's eyes, that strength had its limits. If Nezha could not withstand it, Sun Wukong certainly could not, and there was no need for him to intervene. Do you truly believe the old monkey is seeking death? As Li Jing's voice faded, A cold laugh pierced through the blinding, explosive light at the center of the formation. It actually drowned out the deafening roar of the incoming attacks. Everyone heard it with perfect clarity, and Li Jing's complexion shifted instantly, his expression of triumph freezing upon his face. How could this be? As the cold laughter ceased, a massive iron staff erupted from the radiant explosion, expanding in size, and in the blink of an eye, it struck before the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, knocking him straight off his command chariot. "Heavenly King! Marshal!" The heavenly soldiers and generals cried out in unison. The following second, the iron staff swung violently, and then abruptly halted, sending waves of shock emanating from its shaft in all directions. Every offensive spell was shattered into nothingness, the shockwave surging directly into the grand formation, causing the hearts of the heavenly soldiers and generals to constrict as they were forced to retreat in unison. In the eyes of each one of them was the terror of having seen a ghost, staring in horror at the silhouette standing proudly amidst the dissipating smoke and fire of the explosion. This 7-star demon-slaying formation was designed to link all its practitioners into a single, unified entity. Any strike against the formation would be shared equally among every individual who sustained it. Yet, even so, each of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their chests heaving with discomfort as they stumbled back. One could only imagine the terrifying magnitude of the shockwave unleashed from that staff. Had all of that force been concentrated onto a single body, flesh and bone would surely have been reduced to dust. What shocked them even more was that Sun Wukong, revealed amidst the fading light and smoke, had not suffered the slightest injury. Not even a single wrinkle marred his robes. "Shared damage, you said? This formation is rather ingenious. Yet it still fails to hinder me." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected the 7-star demon-slaying formation to possess such a property. A flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes, but in the very next moment, a chillier, more lethal intent surged forth. At one end of the Ruyi Jingu Bang, which was elongating rapidly, a fierce flame of true solar fire suddenly erupted. His entire figure soared into the higher heavens, both hands gripping the Ruyi Jingu Bang with all his might as he raised it high, drawing forth a violent gale. "You rabble of the heavenly court, taste the blow of old Sun." Ha! Amidst a furious roar that shook the very clouds, the Ruyi Jingu Bang slammed down upon the 20,000 heavenly soldiers and generals forming the 7-star demon-slaying formation, like the heavens themselves turning upside down, the oppressive force falling with the weight of a collapsing sky. The entire host of heavenly soldiers and generals felt as if they were pinned down by an insurmountable, crushing force, completely unable to move, left only to watch as the Ruyi Jingu Bang, vast as a mountain, descended from the heavens to strike the very center of their formation. Boom! A sound like a deep, thunderous explosion echoed in the ears of every soul present. The following instant, a violent wave of energy, visible to the naked eye, surged outwards, continuously hammering against the remnants of the formation. Every heavenly soldier felt as if a heavy iron sledgehammer had smashed into their chests, struck by a dozen blows in the span of a single heartbeat. Pah! Over 20,000 heavenly soldiers and generals vomited blood in unison, their bodies flying through the air like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the clouds. Some, unable to maintain their footing on the clouds, fell toward the earth below like dumplings into a pot of boiling water. "The 7-star demon-slaying formation is broken. Exquisite pagoda! Capture him for this king!" A sharp cry rang out. The pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, having been sent flying by the Ruyi Jingu Bang earlier, watched in shock and fury as his 20,000-strong force saw their formation shattered by a single strike from Sun Wukong. No longer caring to hold back, he directly sacrificed the 7-treasured exquisite pagoda, expanding it until it was the size of a mountain, enveloping Sun Wukong's head with the intent to imprison him within. The 7-treasured exquisite pagoda was a Dharma treasure gifted to Li Jing by the burning lamp ancient Buddha, a post-heaven merit treasure that he always kept at his side. Over countless years of absorbing the essence of merit from the heavenly court, it had shown signs of evolving into a post-heaven merit ultimate treasure, and its power was truly astonishing. Once trapped inside, even one whose physical body had attained sainthood, like Nezha, would find no means of escape. Demon Monkey, let us see how you act insolently now. Chapter 92. Following to witness the show. A massive, terrifying suction force erupted from beneath the 7-treasured exquisite pagoda, a great 7-colored vortex appearing at the base, directly locking onto Sun Wukong and dragging him toward the dark abyss within. "You wish to imprison old Sun?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. In his previous life, during the havoc in heaven, Li Jing had used this 7-treasured Linglong pagoda to trap him, but back then he had narrowly escaped by using a clone. Yet this time, he refused to retreat. With a flicker of thought, he invoked the heaven-conquering Dharma. Sun Wukong unleashed the supernatural power of the law of heaven and earth, his physical form suddenly expanding to the height of 10,000 zang. With one hand, he caught the 7-treasured Linglong pagoda, pulling it firmly to his chest. His left hand burned with the flames of the true solar fire, while his right hand brimmed with the raw power of chaos. He channeled these energies toward the 7 treasured Linglong Pagoda, which expanded endlessly in his grasp, intent on refining and destroying the artifact once and for all. This cannot be. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, was stunned that Sun Wukong did not fear the sacred artifact. Not only was he not sucked into the tower, he had seized it entirely, causing Li Jing to panic and desperately channel his cultivation to reclaim the pagoda. The 7 treasured glazed pagoda vibrated violently in Sun Wukong's grip, spinning with such intensity that, despite his ironclad hold, it shook itself free and sent him reeling back. Where do you think you are going? With a single thought, the Ruyi Jingu Bang, which had been hovering nearby, flew into his hand and instantly surged in size, descending with a thunderous blow that struck the very peak of the pagoda. Crack! A sharp, splintering sound echoed as a fissure began to spiderweb across the crown of the 7 treasured glazed pagoda. The complexion of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, turned a ghastly shade of red. Having forged this pagoda as his life-bound artifact, the damage to the tower took an immediate toll. Linked by the threads of their spiritual essence, Li Jing suffered a severe internal injury. He frantically withdrew the 7 treasured glazed pagoda back to his side. Li Jing felt a sorrow so profound he was nearly moved to tears. 3/10 of the aura of merit stored within the pagoda had been shattered by that single strike from Sun Wukong. This was the merit and fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over countless years. This demonic ape is nothing but a monster, a complete and utter freak of nature. Is that all you have, Heavenly King? Bring forth your remaining tricks. Today I shall accompany you to the very end. Sun Wukong retracted his heaven-conquering dharma. Such a technique consumed a vast amount of primal energy, and as his current reserves of chaos energy were not inexhaustible, he could not afford to waste them. Do not be so quick to gloat, Sun Wukong. The Heavenly Court will never forgive you for this. Li Jing stomped his feet in the air, cursing in frustration before ordering a full retreat. The remaining 10,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who had managed to stay afloat felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly gathered to withdraw. You wish to flee? Sun Wukong sensed the intent of the heavenly army, a cold, sharp smile playing across his lips. Just as he prepared to strike and pursue them, a deafening dragon's roar, shaking the very foundations of the world, erupted from the direction of the heavenly lake. Startled, he turned his head, looking toward the far horizon of the heavenly lake. A blood-red dragon, thousands of zang in length, surged forth from the depths of the water. As it caught the wind and twisted its body, it grew rapidly until it reached the size of 10,000 zang. It charged toward this direction with a ferocity that shook the heavens. It was the blood dragon, Aotian, having escaped from the nether realm. Under the gaze of his shattering divine eyes, Sun Wukong assessed the dragon's strength. With a single glance, he instantly pierced through the blood dragon's cultivation level. His heart skipped a beat, for the Four Seas Dragon Clan had long since fallen into decline. They no longer possessed the glorious majesty they held in the ancient eras. There was not a single great Luo golden immortal left among them. How could a blood dragon at the quasi-saint realm suddenly appear here? Watching this creature charge forward with such overwhelming killing intent, could it be seeking vengeance against him? Retreat! In that fleeting moment of crisis, Sun Wukong made his decision. Abandoning his pursuit of the Heavenly Court's army, he mounted his cloud somersault and utilized his inch-by-inch earth divine ability to flee, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. He possessed a clear understanding of his current strength. Dealing with a great Luo golden immortal was no issue, and by unleashing his full power he could even emerge victorious. But facing an expert at the quasi-saint level or above was far beyond his capacity. He could not risk a life-and-death confrontation with the blood dragon. Why is the blood dragon not in pursuit? After fleeing for a considerable distance, Sun Wukong noticed that the beast had not followed him, causing him to pause in bewilderment. Could it be that the blood dragon was never targeting him in the first place? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong decided to return and investigate. In his past life, he had never heard of a blood dragon of the quasi-saint realm ever appearing. Furthermore, judging by its movements, it seemed to have emerged from the heavenly lake. Could it be that, like himself, it had crossed the border between the two worlds from the nether realm? Utilizing a concealment technique, Sun Wukong cloaked his presence and flew back on his cloud somersault. From afar, he witnessed a sight that left him utterly astonished. The newly appeared blood dragon was hunting down and devouring the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Heavenly Court. It is truly not directed at this old son. Sun Wukong scratched his head. He had not looked closely before. Now, using his shattering divine eyes to examine it in detail, he realized that although this blood dragon was at the quasi-saint realm, its cultivation and life essences were extremely depleted. The strength it could actually exert was only slightly above that of a half-step quasi-saint. Otherwise, it would not have been so reckless as to hunt and devour the heavenly troops in such a manner. It was using the most primitive of methods to replenish its missing cultivation and life essence. It was truly bizarre. Where on earth could this blood dragon have crawled out from? Could the Nether Realm truly harbor such a formidable existence? He remained entirely in the dark. Sun Wukong himself could not fathom what was truly transpiring. The resurrection of the blood dragon Aotian occurred only after he had departed from the Nether Realm. And as he had yet to reach the realm of a heavenly Dao saint, he possessed no means to commune with the heavenly Dao to deduce the truth. Thus, the origins of the blood dragon remained a mystery to him. However, the current situation aligned perfectly with Sun Wukong's own intentions. He had never intended to let this heavenly court army go unscathed. With the blood dragon Aotian intervening, it spared him the trouble of exerting his own effort. Retreat! All forces, retreat! Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, was on the verge of tears. This punitive expedition against the Monkey King had become an utter nightmare, proving far more arduous than he had ever anticipated. Not only had Sun Wukong's strength far exceeded his projections, but now, a maddened blood dragon had emerged from nowhere, appearing suddenly and indiscriminately, unleashing a slaughter upon his ranks. The cultivation strength of a quasi-saint realm was simply not something they could withstand. In a mere moment, only a few thousand survivors remained, and Li Jing himself had nearly become fodder within the blood dragon's maw. Once more, he roared the order to retreat. Li Jing no longer concerned himself with the fate of the other heavenly soldiers and generals. Taking the lead, he mounted his clouds and began to flee. With their commander in full flight, what shred of fighting spirit could the remaining heavenly troops possibly possess? Each and every one of them fled with reckless desperation, cursing only that their parents had not gifted them wings to escape faster. Meanwhile, the blood dragon Aotian pursued the panicked army. Each time its crimson, basin-like jaws gaped wide, dozens, or even hundreds, were swallowed whole. The stench of blood and the scent of death became the dirge for the remnants of the heavenly court's army as they scrambled for their lives. They were as terrified as stray dogs, trembling in fear, praying only to escape the blood dragon's jaws with their lives intact. Interesting. Truly interesting. Watching the carnage, Sun Wukong clapped in appreciation. It seemed this blood dragon was intent on wreaking havoc upon the heavenly court, and judging by its ferocity, it would pursue them straight to the gates of heaven itself. Naturally, he would follow along to enjoy the spectacle. He was consumed with curiosity to see what manner of chaos a blood dragon at the quasi-saint realm could stir within the heavenly court. With a mischievous chuckle, Sun Wukong mounted his somersault cloud and followed in the wake of the blood dragon Aotian toward the heavens. Outside the protective array of Mount Huaguo, Sun Wukong's clone descended from the clouds, carrying the unconscious third prince Nezha upon his back. Reaching out, he pressed a hand against the boundary of the protective formation. The barrier parted silently, revealing a colossal opening, allowing the two to enter without the slightest obstruction. Who dares trespass into my sacred dwelling of Mount Huaguo? Just as they alighted by the pond before the water curtain cave, a thunderous shout erupted, and a contingent of armored demon soldiers surged from all directions, surrounding the clone and the slumbering Nezha. The captain of the demon patrol shouted sternly, only for the figure to look up. "It is I, old son." Sun Wukong's clone tilted his head, gesturing toward the third prince Nezha upon his back. "This is a friend of mine who has sustained some injuries. I, your great sage, have brought him back." Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the demon soldiers immediately recognized him and hurriedly knelt in salutation. "Enough. There is no need for such formalities. Rise, all of you, and return to your patrols." Sun Wukong waved his hand, leapt with Nezha on his back, and vanished into the depths of the water curtain cave. Watching his silhouette disappear behind the waterfall, the demon soldiers leaped for joy, scattering in all directions to urgently report the news to their superiors. The news of Sun Wukong's return spread across Huaguo Mountain with lightning speed. Decades ago, after Sun Wukong announced his seclusion, he had not been seen once. Save for the little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, no one knew that Sun Wukong had never actually been in seclusion, nor had he even been present on Huaguo Mountain at all. This truth remained hidden until 3 years ago, when a group of demon tribes from Nanzhan Buzhao came to seek refuge, and it was finally discovered that Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. The entire demon clan of Huaguo Mountain fell into immediate chaos, for no one knew where their leader had gone, or if some calamity had befallen him. The elder fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, seeing that she could no longer conceal the truth, was forced to reveal what Sun Wukong had told her. Although she could not clearly explain his whereabouts or his purpose, she could at least assure them that Sun Wukong had his own plans, and was not in any immediate danger. The demon clans felt a measure of relief. They returned to their cultivation and construction, and no one dared to speak of Sun Wukong's absence again. Yet the matter remained buried deep in their hearts, and all waited in silence for the day their great sage would return. And now, it seemed that Sun Wukong had finally come home. The 6 great demon kings, Sun Wushuang, Sun Tong, Luobai, Leng Xuan, and the others, upon hearing the news, rushed toward the water curtain cave at their utmost speed. In the center of the great hall, They immediately saw Sun Wukong's avatar feeding 2 healing elixirs to Nezha. "Big brother, you have finally returned." The little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, cried out in joy, rushing forward to throw herself into the avatar's embrace, acting spoiled and affectionate. "I have missed you so much, big brother." Chapter 93. Storming the South Heaven Gate. "Chinger, big brother has missed you too. Have you been living well these past few years?" Sun Wukong's avatar gently held her, stroking the back of her head with great affection. "Chinger, this is but an avatar of mine. Bring Nezha back to recover from his injuries. My true self is still at the Heaven Extreme Realm. There is no need for worry. I shall return very soon." The avatar, created through a profound divine technique, shared a mental connection with the true self, yet they could not remain too far apart, lest the connection be severed and awareness lost. The avatar knew only that the true self was engaged in battle at the Heaven Extreme Realm against the heavenly army led by pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. He was oblivious to the subsequent emergence of the blood dragon Ao Tian, and unaware that Sun Wukong had followed the dragon up to the heavenly court. Could it be Nezha, the third prince, son of pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing, of the heavenly court? A golden light flashed in Lengshuan's eyes as he stared in astonishment at the figure lying upon the stone platform. Indeed, it is the third prince Nezha. The situation is as follows. Sun Wukong's avatar then recounted the journey to the netherworld and the events that had unfolded at the Heaven Extreme Realm. The crowd could not help but show expressions of pure shock, unable to believe that Sun Wukong had experienced such incredible and legendary events over these years. "Brother, let us go to the Heaven Extreme Realm to assist you." Sun Wukong's avatar shook his head. "Those heavenly soldiers and generals are not yet capable of posing a threat to me. Rest assured, I will return immediately. You need only take good care of Nezha. He has already consumed the healing elixirs. After a day of sleep, he will be fully recovered." As the words fell, Sun Wukong's avatar transformed into a wisp of essence, tearing through space and vanishing in an instant. "We must heed the great sage's command. Huaguo Mountain is currently in a vital stage of development. We should not reveal ourselves to the heavenly court too prematurely. I believe the great sage surely has such calculations in mind." Leng Xian reached out and gently patted the shoulder of the little fox demon, Sun Xiaoqing, offering words of comfort. Sun Xiaoqing had no choice but to nod in resignation. "The land of heaven's extremity, you say? To think there is a battle, yet no one called for me. Brother Monkey is truly lacking in loyalty. This will not do. I must follow and see for myself. How could I possibly miss such an entertaining opportunity?" Labai, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and, seizing a moment when no one was watching, darted out of the water-curtain cave heaven. She mounted her sword, pierced through the barrier, and tore through the wind in the direction of the land of heaven's extremity. The heavenly court? The southern heaven gate? Is that King Li? A celestial soldier guarding the southern heaven gate, who had been scanning the area in sheer boredom, suddenly turned his head sharply toward the east. Narrowing his eyes, he asked his companion in uncertainty, "Is that truly King Li? Why has he returned so soon?" "He looks quite disheveled," his companion noted. "Indeed, he seems to be in a frantic state." The other celestial soldier followed his gaze, his brow knitting in concern. "Li Jing is a marshal of 30,000 celestial troops. His return to the heavenly court should be marked by banners and fanfare, not a solitary flight upon the clouds. Furthermore, he looks utterly wretched, as if he is being hunted by someone from behind." Just as this thought crossed their minds, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the distant clouds, followed by a serpentine body that stretched for 10,000 zang. The sheer intensity of that bloodthirsty chaotic aura, even from such a distance, caused the soldiers at the southern heaven gate to lose their composure, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Quickly, open the heaven gate barrier!" Li Jing's panicked and desperate roar echoed from afar. Only then did the celestial soldiers snap out of their stupor, hastily casting spells to open a gap in the barrier, just wide enough for a person to pass through. "Seal it! Seal it at once!" Li Jing dove through the gap, and before he could even steady his footing, he was frantically urging them on. Even without his command, the soldiers immediately resealed the barrier the moment he passed through. Phew! Li Jing exhaled a long, heavy breath. Surely I am safe now. But to his horror, the blood dragon showed no sign of stopping, instead lunging headlong toward the southern heaven gate. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar of the violent impact, the entire southern heaven gate began to shake violently, causing the very foundations of the heavenly court to tremble in its wake. The color drained from Li Jing's face once more. Without another word, he turned and fled toward the Lingxiao Palace. The barriers of the southern heaven gate alone could not withstand the blood dragon, Akaneo Tian. He had to report this to the Jade Emperor immediately to seek a solution. Crash! The massive, 10,000 zang body of the blood dragon slammed repeatedly against the barrier of the southern heaven gate. Each strike was more powerful than the last, causing the entire gate to sway violently, like a willow branch caught in a gale. The celestial soldiers stationed at the gate turned pale as ghosts, their limbs turning to lead as they collapsed, terrified out of their wits. From what realm had this monstrous dragon emerged? Why would anyone dare to attack the South Heaven Gate? Heavens! Who exactly has Li Tianwang provoked to bring such a calamity upon us? This is truly terrifying. Just look at the situation. The barrier will not be able to hold out much longer. What are we to do? What else can we do? We must flee. Do you intend to wait here for death? Look at the blood staining the corners of that dragon's mouth. This blood dragon is clearly a ruthless beast that consumes its prey without mercy. If it breaches the barrier and descends upon us, what hope do we have of escaping with our lives? The more the heavenly soldiers spoke, the more their hearts were consumed by unease, until at last, they could no longer withstand the terror rising from the depths of their souls. One by one, they scrambled up from the ground, fleeing in a chaotic panic toward the inner reaches of the heavenly court. Outside the South Heaven Gate, Sun Wukong followed the blood dragon toward the heavenly court, concealing himself within a cloud 2 miles away. As he watched the beast repeatedly slam into the barrier, a sense of shock stirred within him. Good heavens, this blood dragon is truly savage, attacking the South Heaven Gate so brazenly. Yet it appears the gate is indeed failing to hold him back. With perhaps another dozen strikes, the barrier will surely be shattered to pieces. Sun Wukong stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Even now, he could not fathom from which crack in reality this dragon had emerged. However, it was highly likely that it hailed from the netherworld. Furthermore, the chances were great that it came from the boundless sea of blood. For from its very form, Sun Wukong sensed an aura of blood slaughter, hauntingly familiar and identical to that of the old ancestor Minghe. Yet the power of the nether origin within the blood dragon was not particularly dense. This was peculiar. Could this be some sort of deception orchestrated by the old ghost, Ming? Did he intend to use this blood dragon to probe the defenses and reactions of the heavenly court? To do so would be a sign of poor judgment indeed. Unable to reach a conclusion, he mused that if this dragon truly originated from the boundless sea of blood and was sent by old ancestor Minghe, then the man's methods were undoubtedly cowardly. A blood dragon at the quasi-saint realm. If it were to perish here within the heavenly court, the loss would be immeasurable. Indeed, perish is exactly what it would do. Outside of death, Sun Wukong truly could not imagine any other outcome. He no longer possessed the reckless, fearless arrogance of his past life. His understanding of the heavenly court had deepened significantly. Do not be deceived by the usual appearance of the immortals and deities in the heavenly court, nor underestimate their combat prowess. The reality is simply that the true masters have yet to reveal their hand. The human race's heavenly court holds dominion over the 3 realms and 6 paths. This is not merely a matter of fortune, for their foundation is truly beyond measure. Setting all else aside, the 3 great sages of the heavenly Tao, Taishang Laojun, Yuanxi Tianzun, and Tongtian Jiaozhu, all reside within this heavenly court, though they dwell in the remote 33 heavens and seldom concern themselves with the daily affairs of the court. Should the heavens face a great calamity, they would undoubtedly intervene to preserve the sanctity of their Tao. There is no doubt in this. Even if Yuanxi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu remained idle, Taishang Laojun would certainly take action. Once he strikes, the fate of the blood dragon will be sealed within his grasp. Sun Wukong did not believe that this blood dragon, Ao Tian, could ever be a match for Taishang Laojun. After all, he has only reached the quasi-sage realm. The gap between him and a sage of the heavenly Tao is immeasurable. If Taishang Laojun were to show mercy, the dragon might endure. But should he unleash a fatal blow, I fear Ao Tian would be struck down in a mere heartbeat. Boom! As Sun Wukong was deep in thought, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The blood dragon, Ao Tian, had finally shattered the barrier. At the southern heaven gate, he raised his head to let out a dragon's roar that shook the soul, then lunged forward, charging straight inside. It seems this blood dragon intends to tear this grand palace apart, right before my eyes. Well, since things have become this interesting, I might as well follow along and enjoy the spectacle. Hehe? A cunning smile curled across Sun Wukong's lips as he stirred, riding the clouds in pursuit. He passed through the breach in the barrier, which the blood dragon had torn open, entering the southern heaven gate with effortless ease. Roar! The dragon's cry echoed through the 9 heavens. Across the entire heavenly court, the 10,000-foot-long blood dragon lashed out, instantly reducing the grand palace at the southern heaven gate to utter ruin. Many heavenly soldiers and goddesses, paralyzed by panic, could not even comprehend what hellish fate had befallen them before they were snatched up by the blood dragon's massive maw and swallowed whole. They did not even have the chance to scream before being consumed. The power of this blood dragon is truly monstrous. As he trailed behind, Sun Wukong watched as the surviving heavenly soldiers and generals were devoured, one by one, by the gluttonous beast. Some were gulped down entirely, while others were chewed into scraps. Blood spilled from the dragon's jaws, accompanied by the gruesome sound of tearing flesh and shattering bones. The atmosphere was suffocating with horror. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Sun Wukong would never have believed that the Dragon Clan could possess such a savagely violent expert. But this is for the best. They are all servants of the Heavenly Court. Even if they were all wiped out, Sun Wukong would not feel a shred of pity. The more chaotic the Blood Dragon's rampage, the better. It is the perfect opportunity for Sun Wukong to fathom the true depth of the Heavenly Court's power. A tiny figure, no larger than a thumb, poked its head out from the collar of Sun Wukong's robes. It was Zillan, the fairy whom Sun Wukong had rescued. Otherwise, she surely would have met the same tragic end as the other immortals, swallowed whole by the Blood Dragon. Wukong, this Blood Dragon, it is absolutely terrifying.